Completion of a Torah Scroll special Halachic event. Sukkah Hebrew. Sukkah equals new mitzvah dwelling in a sukkah on Sukkot. Sukkot Hebrew. Newt's festival commemorating Israel's desert dwellings. Sulam Hebrew. Ladder sometimes in Halachic refer e.g. Sulam to heaven or as name of commentary. Svara Savara Hebrew Aramaic. Logic Halachic reasoning principle. SEID Hebrew. Fences rabbinic safeguards, plural of Sieg. Ta added Hebrew for fasta and equals afflict, it equals noun form. Refers to Jewish fast days. Ta added Esther Hebrew for fast of Esther. Commemorates Esther as fast before approaching King Ahasuerus. Ta and Hebrew for taste or reason. Intelligence refers to both the flavor transfer to food kashrut laws and the rationale for a mitzvah. Ta that Hebrew for mixture. Refers to food mixtures relevant to kashrut laws. Ta that chametz Hebrew for mixture of chametz. Important in Passover laws. Takanan Hebrew for supplication. Additional penitential prayers recited after the Amidah. Tahara Hebrew for purity. Refers to ritual purification, especially of a deceased body before burial. Taharat Hamish Kucha Hebrew for family purity. Refers to the laws of marital relations and mikvah immersion. Takana Hebrew for decree or rabbinic enactment. Refers to rabbinic legislation. Talid Hebrew for cloaker prayer shawl. Garment with tzitzit worn during prayer. Talid Katus Hebrew for small talid. Undergarment with tzitzit, worn daily. Talid Gadol Hebrew for large talid. Prayer shawl worn during services. Talmud Aramaic for study or learning. Foundational compilation of Jewish law and commentary. Talmud Chacham Hebrew for wise students. Refers to a Torah scholar. Tammuz Hebrew month, named after an ancient Babylonian deity. The fast of 17 Tammuz begins the 3 weeks of mourning. Tanakh Hebrew acronym for Torah law, Nevi'im prophets, Ketuvim writings. The Hebrew Bible. Tana Aramaic for repeater or teacher. Refers to the sages of the Mishnah 1st, 2nd centuries. Catholic Hebrew for you'll cast. Ritual on Rosh Hashanah where sins are symbolically cast into a body of water. Tashlubim Hebrew for make up. Opportunity to recite a mitzvah in the following prayer. Tashmish Kedusha Hebrew for objects of holiness. Sacred items like Torah scrolls, tefillin, or mezuzot. Tashmish Mitzvah Hebrew for objects used for mitzvah. Non-sacred but used in mitzvah e.g. sukkah, lulav. Tenon Shabbat Hebrew for boundary of Shabbat. Refers to the legal limit one may walk outside that town on Shabbat 2,000 cubits. Tekla Hebrew for blue dye. Biblically required for 1 thread of tzitzit. Tekla and Hebrew for resurrection of the dead. Central Jewish belief in the future revival of the dead. Tefah Hebrew for hand-free. Halachic unit of measurement till 8. 10 centimeters. Tefillah Hebrew for prayer. 4 aspect of Jewish worship. Tefillah Tater Hebrew for wafer as prayer. Said when traveling. Tefillah Hebrew for phylacteries. Black leather boxes with Torah passages, worn on arm and head during weekday prayers. Tiruma Hebrew for offering or heap offering. Priestly gift separated from produce. Tirumat, Massachusetts is a Hebrew for tithe of the tithe. Portion of the Levite's tithe given to a Kohen. Teshuva Hebrew for return or repentance. Process of returning to God. Tisha B'Av Hebrew for 9th of Av. Major fast day mourning the destruction of the temples. Tishrei Hebrew month containing Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Sukkot. Kachasha Hebrew for review. Refers to the admonitions in Torah Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28. To the Hebrew for thanks. Also refers to the thanksgiving offering in temple times. Torah Hebrew for teaching or instruction. Refers to the 5 books of Moses and more broadly, Jewish law and teaching. Specific Aramaic for additions. Medieval Talmudic commentaries written by French and German to Saphists. Tumbling Yiddish Hebrew hybrid. Refers to immersing utensils in a mikveh before. Trai Asar Aramaic for 12. Refers to the 12 minor prophets. Tzedakah Hebrew for righteousness. Refers to charity and social justice obligations. Tzedakah Hebrew for fringes. Cement strings worn on garments to remind of mitzvah. Tzom Gedalia Hebrew for fast of Gedalia. Fast day commemorating the assassination of Gedalia ben Ahikam. Tzerat Pekat Hebrew for form of a doorway. Legal device used for creating the era of boundary. U R chats Hebrew. U equals and R chats equals wash. Step 2 of the Passover Seder. Washing the hands without a blessing before eating carpus vegetable. U netana token Hebrew. U equals and netana equals let us give, token equals strength, importance. Central High Holiday Prayer describing divine judgment, life and death decrees. U LT Zion Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals will come, LT Zion equals to Zion. Concluding weekday prayer emphasizes redemption and holiness of God. U Ba Yom Tash Bi Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals on, Yom equals day, Tash Bi equals the 7th. Liturgical halachic reference to Shabbat and in the 7th day. Recited in Kiddush and other prayers. U Lekoptim Lachem Hebrew. U equals and Lekoptim equals you shall take, Lachem equals for yourselves. Command from Torah about taking the 4 species Lulak, Edred, etc. Pansukot. U Shabbat Mahim Hebrew. U equals and Shabbat equals you shall draw, Mahim equals water. Verse used in Simit Beit Hashu'eva celebrations drawing of water for temple service. U Batarda Bachahim Hebrew. U equals and Batarda equals you shall choose Bachahim equals life. Torah command to choose life Deuteronomy 30. 19. Used in halachic and ethical contexts. U Kiddushim Tidu Hebrew. U equals and Kiddushim equals holy ones, Tidu equals you shall be. Torah commandment for Israel to live in holiness foundation of halachic ethics. U Theopsta Hebrew. U equals and Theopsta equals you shall spread verse 4. Biblical phrase, sung at weddings and celebrations, connected to expansion of Jewish people. U Kashet Yiddish Hebrew. U equals and Kashet equals take off strip. Used in halachic contexts like removing clothing, mikveh prep, burial. U R chats Hebrew. U equals and R chats equals wash. Step 2 of the Passover Seder. Washing hands without a blessing before eating karkas. U netana token Hebrew. U equals and netana equals let us give, token equals strength, importance. High holiday prayer about God's judgment. U LT Zion Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals will come, LT Zion equals to Zion. Concluding weekday prayer emphasizing redemption. U Yom Tash Bi Hebrew. U equals and Ba equals on, Yom equals day, Tash Bi equals the 7th. Phrase referring to Shabbat, used in Kiddush. U Lekoptim Lachem Hebrew. U equals and Lekoptim equals you shall take, Lachem equals for yourselves. Torah verse about the 4 species on Sukkot. U Shabbat Mahim Hebrew. U equals N. Shaftim equals you shall draw. Nadim equals water. Verse connected. Kusiman Jay Kashu A the water drawing festival. U Bacharda Bachani Hebrew. U equals N. Bacharda equals you shall choose Bachani equals life. Torah command Deuteronomy 30:19 to choose life. U Kidoshin Tidu Hebrew. U equals N. Kidoshin equals holy ones. Tidu equals you shall be. Torah command to live in holiness. U Fedatsta Hebrew. U equals N. Fedatsta equals you shall spread. Verse 4. Verse about spreading out, used in songs wedding blessings. U Kashet Hebrew. U equals N. Kashet equals take off. Halachic term for removing garments, e.g. mikvah threat, burial. U Varda Hera Hebrew. U equals N. Varda equals you shall remove. Hera equals the evil. Praise about removing sin or idol worship. U Verachacha Hashin Hebrew. U equals N. Verachacha equals will bless you. Hashin equals God. Torah praise about divine blessing. U Varda Faharatz Hebrew. U equals N. Varda equals you shall flee out. Faharatz equals the land. Verse about removing Chabbats, or shifts from the land. U Malton Hebrew. U equals N. Malton equals you shall circumcise. Used in context of circumcision commandments. U native Lahem Hebrew. U equals N. Native equals you shall give. Lahem equals to them. Used in Tzedakah and agricultural mitzvah. U Spartan Lachem Hebrew. U equals N. Spartan equals you shall count. Lachem equals for yourselves. Torah command for counting the Omer. U Pisaki Alehem Hebrew. U equals N. Pisaki equals I passed over. Alehem equals over you. Refers to the first Passover in Egypt. U Reshidem Kol B'Kai through. U equals N. Reshidem equals the first. Kol equals all. B'Kai equals first fruits. Loss of bringing first fruits. U.S.H. Martin Ed Habits Vishru. U equals N. S.H. Martin equals you shall guard. Ed equals the. Mitzvah equals commandments. General commandment to keep mitzvah. U Vedam Pashmini Hebrew. U equals N. Vedam equals on the day. Pashmini equals meeting. Refers to great milah or sacrifices on the 8th day. E Apatha Hebrew. E equals N. Apatha equals you shall love. From the Shema. You shall love the Lord your God. E Apatha El Riacha Kanacha Hebrew. E equals N. Apatha equals you shall love. El Riacha equals your fellow. Kanacha equals like yourself. For sure and principle. E Apatha Ad Haber Hebrew. E equals N. Apatha equals you shall love. Ad equals the. Haber equals the convert. Commandment to love the convert. E Ada Kedosh Hebrew. E equals N. Ada equals you. Kedosh equals holy. From prayers, praising God as holiness. E Atom Maran Hebrew. E equals N. Atom equals you. Maran equals exalted. Prayer praise acknowledging John Shyness. E Atom Marshal Hebrew. E equals N. Atom equals you. Marshal equals rule. Used in Selicut and Siyudam. You really over all. E Atom Zadik Hebrew. E equals N. Atom equals you. Zadik equals righteous. Prayer declaration about God as justice. E Charta Hebrew. E equals N. Charta equals you chose. From verses about God as choice of Israel. E Charta Bakaim Hebrew. E equals N. Charta equals you shall choose. Ba equals in. Chanim equals life. Torah command. Choose life. E Chiper Hebrew. E equals N. Chiper equals he shall atone. Found in laws of sacrifices, Yom Kippur. E Q Lamb Hebrew. B equals and Shulam equals all of them. Prayer phrase. And all of them. Acknowledge you. B Digarda Bam Hebrew. B equals and Digarda equals you shall speak. Bam equals of them. Shema command to teach Torah. B Digarda Edom Hebrew. B equals and Digarda equals you shall speak. Edom equals with it. Used in halachic contexts about testimony or mitzvah. B dot al B Hebrew. B equals and Georgia al B equals I redeem. One of the four expressions of redemption in Exodus. B dot al B Echem Hebrew. B equals and Georgia al B equals I redeem. Echem equals you plural. God as promise of redemption. B dot al Hebrew. B equals and Georgia al equals redeem us. Prayer phrase in the middle and Selikit. B Ha'arad not Hebrew. B equals and Ha'arad equals make sweet, not equals please. For asking God to make Torah sweet for us. B Hayat Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be. Many Torah passages begin with this phrase, often introducing mitzvah. B Hayat in Shemot Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be, it equals it, Shemot equals you listen. The second paragraph of the Shema. B Haya Bayan Haku Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be, Bayan equals on Fede, Haku equals that one. Prophetic phrase about redemption. B Haya Lachem Hebrew. B equals and Haya equals it shall be Lachem equals for you. Torah phrase about mitzvah EGT zit. B to Hebrew. B equals and D equals I will bring. One of the four expressions of redemption. God will bring Israel to the land. B to Hebrew. B equals and should equals he shall return restore. Found in laws of theft and restitution. B dish tachahu Hebrew. B equals and dish tachahu equals they will bow. From Claire's and Torah verses about worship. B who ration Hebrew. B equals and who equals he, ration equals merciful. Prayer phrase. And he, the merciful one, forgives sin. B Kaidashto Hebrew. B equals and Kaidashto equals you shall sanctify him. Torah law Tataner Hakohen. B Lakati Hebrew. B equals and Lakati equals I shall take. One of the four expressions of redemption. B Lamoshin in Hebrew. B equals and Lamoshin equals against informers. Blessing intimate cursing slanderers. B Lo Sasaru Hebrew. B equals and Lo equals do not, Sasaru equals stray turn aside. Torah prohibition in the Shema against straying after the heart and the eyes. B Lo Tosser Hebrew. B equals and Lo equals do not, Tosser equals turn aside. Torah law to obey the rulings of the sages. B Natahi Hebrew. B equals and Natahi equals I will give. God has promised to provide blessings for the land. B not new Hebrew. B equals and not new equals they shall give. Torah phrase about donations or sacrifices. B not newish Kofer Naksho Hebrew. B equals and not new equals they shall give. Ish equals Amen. Kofer Naksho equals ransom for his soul. Source of the Hachshkol Mitzvah. B Nipert Hebrew. B equals and Nipert equals separated. Used in halachic discussions of separation e.g. minyan, tuna. B Nagash Hebrew. B equals and Nagash equals he approach. Torah phrase used in blessings and legal texts. B Mishmartim Hebrew. B equals and Mishmartim equals you shall guard yourselves. Torah command about protecting life and health. B Musaf Hebrew. B equals and Musaf equals in addition. Used in halachic rulings to have details. B Masadi Ishmael Hebrew. E equals N. Nisani equals I will give. Ishmaitim equals your reigns. Torah promise of reward for mitzvah observance. E Nutta Hebrew. E equals N. Nutta equals rest. Found in prayers for peace and rest Shabbat and Amidah. E Samtim Hebrew. E equals N. Samtim equals you shall place. From Shabbat. Placet these words on your heart. E Samikta V Chibichet Hebrew. E equals N. Samikta equals you shall rejoice. E Chibichet equals in your festival. Torah command about joy on holidays. E Shabbat Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals you shall return well. Torah praise about living in the land. E Shabbat Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals you shall return. Related to Teshuvah verses. E Shabbat Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. Used in prayer and promises of redemption. E Shabbat Hashalom Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will restore. Hashalom equals the peace. Prophetic praise of redemption. E Shabbat Yisrael Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. Yisrael equals Israel. Prophetic praise. E Shachet Hebrew. E equals N. Shachet equals he shall slaughter. Torah praise in coordinate laws. E Shachet Hebrew. E equals N. Shachet equals I will dwell. God has promised to dwell among Israel Mishkan. E Shabbat SSH Bashan Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. S equals your. SH Bashan equals captivity. Praise of redemption. E Shabbat LT Zion Hebrew. E equals N. Shabbat equals I will return. LT Zion equals to Zion. Prophetic redemption. E Tizivity Hebrew. E equals N. Tizivity equals I commanded. Used in Torah regarding mitzvah. E Yadada Hebrew. E equals N. Yadada equals you shall know. Torah phrase emphasizing knowledge of God. E Yadada Tatum Hebrew. E equals N. Yadada equals you shall know. Tatum equals today. Command to recognize God as sovereignty. E Yarkim Hebrew. E equals N. Yarkim equals you shall lengthen. Found in mitzvah with reward of long life. E Yarish Hebrew. E equals N. Yarish equals he shall inherit. Torah phrase about inheriting the land. E Yatzid Hebrew. E equals N. Yatzid equals firm established. Prayer word in Yemet E Yatzid. E Zot Hadara Hebrew. E equals N. Zot equals this. Hadara equals the Torah. Declared when lifting the Torah scroll. Wimpel Yiddish from German. Torah binder made from a boy as circumcision swaddling cloth, used in Joel. Vidra or W Vidra Aramaic Arabic loanword. Odd-numbered prayer in some communities refers to an additional prayer after Ma'ariv, influenced by Arabic usage. Prayer in Halachic Hebrew. Urzelm in Halachic response a Yiddish German word for roots. Sometimes used figuratively in rabbinic writing to mean foundational sources. Weekday Chol English influenced term used in Halachic works for Yom Chol ordinary days, not Shabbat or Yom Tov. Widow Almana English Halachic translation for Hebrew Almana, a woman whose husband has died. Relevant in Halachic of Lavirt marriage Yibum, charity, and inheritance. Wine Yayin English Halachic term for Hebrew Yayin, used in Kiddush Havdalah, weddings, and many mitzvah. Witness Ed item English Halachic translation for Hebrew Ed witness. Halachically central in marriage, divorce, contracts, and capital cases. Word Belicha English Halachic rendering of Hebrew Belicha. The 39 categories of labor prohibited on Shabbat and Yom Tov. World to come Alam Hada English phrase for through Alam Hada, the afterlife or messianic future, in rabbinic thought. Wronging with words. Anat Devarim English Palachic translation for the prohibition of verbal oppression or hurtful speech. Zerahim variant of Kerubim Cherubim rare transliteration. The angelic figures placed on top of the ark in the temple. Xerxes Ahasuerus Greek English form, sometimes appearing in Palachic discussion of Megillat Esther, refers to the Persian king Ahasuerus. Xylophone Chaldec for discussions only in modern Palachic responsa. Used as example of a musical instrument in prohibition of playing instruments on Shabbat early morning. Xylitol modern Palachic responsa term. Artificial sweetener, discussed in Kashrut and Pesach derived from Kidneyot or Chametz. Yaakov Hebrew for heel Yah equals making will, Akov equals heel. The patriarch Jacob. Often referenced in Palachic texts regarding his vows and actions. Yahalavi Yahoo Hebrew for may it ascend and come. Special insertion in prayers on Rosh Chodesh and festivals. Yachitz Hebrew for divide. Step in the Passover Siddur where the middle matzah is broken in half. Yet solded Bo Hebrew for hand recoils in it. Refers to the halachic temperature of flax. 110. 160 degrees Fahrenheit at which a hand pulls back, defining cooking on Shabbat. Yard Yiddish 4-year time. Anniversary of Adek, observed with candle lighting, Kaddish, and study. Yard candle Yiddish term. Candle lit for 24 hours on the anniversary of the loved one's death or on Yom Kippur. Yarmulke Yiddish for skull cap from Polish Russian roots. Head covering worn as a sign of reverence. Yashin Hebrew for old. Refers to grain that took root before Passover. Laws of touch new grain prohibit eating new grain until after the Omer offering. Yay and Nesek Hebrew for wine poured in idolatrous use. Forbidden wine associated with idol worship. Yay and Stami Yinam Hebrew for ordinary wine. Rabbinically prohibited wine made by non-Jews due to concerns of idolatry and intermarriage. Yerushalayim Hebrew for Jerusalem. Yerusha equals inheritance. Shalem equals peacefulness. Central to Palachic laws of pilgrimage sacrifices, mourning. Yetzer Hara Hebrew for inclination to evil. Yetzer equals inclination. Ra equals evil. Concept in Palacha about human drives needing restraint. Yetzer Hara Hebrew for inclination to good. Yetzer equals inclination. Tov equals good. The positive counterpart Yetzer Hara. Yicha Hebrew for seclusion. Laws prohibiting a man and woman not married to each other, from being secluded together in private. Yirat Shema'im Hebrew for fear of heaven. Yira equals fear of, Shema'im equals heaven. For value in Palacha, basis for piety. Yizkor Hebrew for may he remember. Memorial prayer recited on festivals, and Yom
What up,
Kippur for
man?
deceased relatives.
Come to my Discord.
Yitzchak Hebrew for he will laugh. Patriarch Isaac, referenced in Palachic discussion e.g. of that in prayer. Yom Kippur Hebrew for Day of Atonement. Yom equals day, Kippur equals atonement. Holiest fast day, with extensive Palachic laws on fasting, trading, and affliction. Yom Teruah Hebrew for Day of Blasting Shofar sounds. Biblical name for Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov Hebrew for Good Day. Refers to Jewish festivals with Shabbat-like restrictions, but some leniencies cooking, carrying. Yontif Yiddish for good day. Common Yiddish term for festivals. Zeman Hebrew for time. Zeman equals appointed time. Used in Palachic for blessings. Zeman blessing equals Shetchiyanu or appointed Palachic periods, e.g. Zeman Tefillah. Zemanim Hebrew for times. Palachic times off day used to determine prayer, Shema, Shabbat start end. Zachar Hebrew for remember. Command to remember Shabbat, Kamalah, and other mitzvah. recited in Parashat Zachar. Zechar el-Turban Hebrew for remembrance of destruction. Customs to recall the temple as destruction, such as leaving a section of a house unpainted. Zechet Zeches Hever for merit. Refers to spiritual merit gained through mitzvah or by ancestors. Often invoked in halachic arguments. Demon Hebrew for time variant of demon. In halachic language, refers to deadlines for prayers, eating matna, etc. Zeviros Demir in Hebrew for songs. Special table songs sung on Shabbat and Yom Tov meals, with halachic and spiritual significance. Zohar Aramaic Hebrew for radiance. Foundational Kabbalistic texts, often influencing halachic customs. Zorah Hebrew for winnowing. One of the 39 melachit forbidden labors on Shabbat. Zorah Hebrew for sowing.
Come to my Discord.
One of the 39 melachit of Shabbat.
Yo, dog, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. Discord.me/rabbi.
A major tumah impurity status requiring 7 clean days and immersion. Affects what Ubi touches. Zaga Hebrew for female with abnormal uterine bleeding outside regular nida.
First of all, and by the way, I'm research from Racist Chatchit, who has written some great things, and especially given some phenomenal lectures on this topic. First of all, she was a very savvy CEO. Nothing got past her. She reorganized the company, which had had its financial struggles along very modern lines for the 1860s, setting it up in a legal situation not unlike limited liability corporations today, LLCs of today. So she, as it were,
What up?
protected her own.
What's up, Osama?
And,
How you living, pimp?
Amass, which of course faced some hard times later on in her life.
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Oh, fuck, man, I wanted to talk with you. That was tight, man. Do another. Yeah. Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes. You don't know Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes? Do you know who the Supremes are? All right. Will you please sing Dog, will you please sing Stop in the Name of Love by the Supremes? Dog, I know the Supremes better than you do. Dog, we're waiting on the Supremes. Are you going to sing them or not? You need me to put the lyrics up? Then you don't know the Supremes. Dog, it goes like this. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Bum 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 do 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 bum 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 do 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 do. Baby, baby, I know where, but where you go? Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in my heart you're loving me. But this time, before you run to her, leaving me alone and hurt. Thinking, oh, after I've been good to you. Thinking, after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Thinking, Doug, that's how it goes. I don't need lyrics. I just know the Supremes. And I know that I am superior to you because of my Supremes knowledge. Doug, I just sang Stop in the Name of Love better than you've ever heard it. Yo, dog. Are you going to sing the Supremes or are you just going to sit there and jerk yourself off raw? Yo, dog, are you going to sing the Supremes? Or are you just going to sit there and jerk yourself off raw? Dog, are you going to sing the Supremes? Oh, you're not hurting me, dog. Bye. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Take care, my friend. You too. Baby, baby, I don't care where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in your heart you're loving me. But each time before you run to her, and me leaving me alone and hurt. Thinking, after I've been good to you. Thinking, after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you pray. My baby thinking, stop in the name of love before you pray. My heart, think it over. Think it over. Baby, baby, I know where, but where you go. Each time you leave my door, I want to walk down the street, knowing in your heart you love me. But never before you run to her, leave me alone and her. Think it over after I've been good to you. Think it over after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break. Baby, thinking stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 think it over. Dun, dun, dun. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I want you walking down the street. And that's time before you go to her. Leave me alone at home. Think it over after I've been good to you. Think it over after I've been sweet to you. Stop alone before you break. Baby, think it over. Stop alone before you break. Uh-huh. Think it over. Think it over. Baby, think it stop and think it over. Before you break. Uh-huh. Stop and before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. Think it over. Stop in the name. Think it over. You break my heart. Think it over. Stop in the name. Before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street. Knowing that I should love me. But that's not what you know. To her, leaving me alone. And her, think it over. Think it over. Stop. Baby, baby, I know where you go. Each time you leave my door, I watch you walk down the street. Knowing how much you loving me. And that's not what you want to her. Leaving me alone at home. Think it over after I've been good to you. Think it all over after I've been sweet to you. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Think it over in the name before you break my heart. Think it over. Think it over. Everywhere, where you go, each time you leave the door, I watch you walk down the street, knowing in your heart you know, you love me, but nothing but just leaving me alone and her. Think it over, think it over. Before you go to her, leaving me alone and her. Think it over, think it over. Stop. Before you go, think it over. Stop. Before you break my heart, think it all over. Think it all over. Think it over. Before you break.
Life as well, from the business itself, which was insulated by this novel legal mechanism that she used, one of the first of its time in Russia. Secondly, and perhaps more to the point that we can appreciate it, she had a phenomenal design sense.
I really could
She
say she had a
shepherded
phenomenal
new
body.
fonts
Like,
into
yeah.
existence, new graphic elements were introduced, and perhaps the most memorable of her graphic contributions was that she orchestrated the creation of the famous Charblatt, or frontispiece of the Vilna Shas. Let's have a very quick look at what that means. Here is an example of the Charblatt of a competing Talmud, the Talmud produced by the Hasidic Shapira brothers, with whom the Rom family had significant business conflict. And as you can see, it's actually the interior of this Shas is very beautiful and very well produced. But the Charblatt is like boring. It's got this kind of like geometric form and things like that, and it does not have a tremendous amount of character. By contrast, have a look at the Charblatt of the Vilna Shas, produced just a couple decades later. This is actually from my printing from the 1990s, and you can see it's the same version that was used in the original Vilna Shas, because it is really so beautiful, borrowing from these kind of neoclassical elements of pillars and things like that, which are typically used actually in synagogue architecture quite a bit, borrowing from a Greco-Roman kind of model with the pillars and the entranceway into the Aron Kodesh, or into some unknown future. You can see it has the top the lions, which the one on the left is frowning, the one on the right is smiling, kind of mysterious. I really wonder why that is. It is also interesting to note that in modern shasas, like for example the Oz Hadar version, which is kind of like the critical standard today, they kept the shar block because it is so gorgeous and so inviting. You just want to walk behind and see what's through this entranceway. They've removed the lions, perhaps because the faces are too human. I don't know. That's kind of an interesting thing. But at any rate, she shepherded this new design into the modern shas, and of course had a tremendous impact on everyone who learns Talmud today. Now, third, really interesting, she was a technological maven. She really understood how to use most modern technology of the era, and she shifted from the essentially 15th century invention of type, where each page had to have tiny little letters placed into a big box and contained, and then you would have to print the pages off it, and that meant that you have this big heavy box of type, of lead type. What do you do with it? Well, at a certain point where you anticipate you're not going to publish this book anymore, you take it all apart and you reuse it, rather than storing, a ridiculous amount of these boxes of type and then having to purchase new type for every book you publish. That's just way too expensive. A new type of printing called stereotype printing, which involved the use of plates, where the big sheet of metal was then impressed with the letters, and those plates could be more conveniently stored and preserved and printed again and again and again. She shifted to that particular form of printing early on, made a huge difference in the cost, the big upfront cost and investment, but then afterwards, reprinting the Talmud became much cheaper. Now, the fourth item I think is especially fascinating because shifting from the old type method to the stereotype method meant that she could technically drop the price of her proposed Talmud dramatically. But she said, no, let's keep the price high, and instead we'll use that money to invest in the Talmudic page himself. And they went, at her direction, an incredible amount of scholarship was produced, with people going to the Vatican, going to the Oxford libraries, copying out medieval manuscripts, comparing the versions from various different cities throughout Italy in particular and the rest of Europe. New commentaries were added, and also medieval commentaries were evaluated and made into critical editions and then placed inside the shas, and it made her shas really expensive to produce, but then it became in itself a status symbol. She actually created this concept of the chosan shas, the bridegroom shas, meaning that the father of the bride would present to his new son-in-law a Vilna shas, a wrong family shas, rather than just one of the, any shasas that you can get at the time. Shas, by the way, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with the term, stands for Shishei Sidre, or the six orders, and it's referring to the Babylonian Talmud. That's kind of like a little bit of slang because it could also refer to the Jerusalem Talmud or to the Mishnah even, but we call it Shas for short. At any rate, it was Devorah Ram who really created the idea of the Chosan Shas, and that's why the Vilna Shas just completely left all the other Talmuds that were in print in the dust, because everyone wanted a Vilna Shas. And we get a sense of the tremendous amount of effort she placed in producing this amazing edition of the Talmud in an essay that occurs at the very, very end, volume 20 of her shas. Here's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law didn't buy it for me, my wife did buy it for me. This is Tractate Nida, the very last section of the Talmud. And if you go to the very end, you'll see there's this letter here in the last few pages called Achari Davar, which is Chachik and several other scholars believe may actually have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. We know that she had scholarly correspondence with many other important figures, and this letter, which goes on for a few pages, is signed by the widow and brothers Ram, but most likely it was the widow Ram herself who was is the principal author. It's very beautiful, flowing letter. Says all kinds of things about how, when we started this project, we didn't even know how it was going to be. So we didn't even write any kind of words of introduction. And now we're making up for it at the very end to write about our experiences. And she goes on to describe the tremendous, challenges they faced, political challenges with the pogroms that erupted in the 1880s and a fire, and challenges getting into the Vatican, and all kinds of amazing things they went to produce this document. It's actually really worthwhile reading. I encourage everyone who studies the Talmud to spend a little time looking at this letter, which may have been authored by Flora Ron herself. But one last detail about her activity. I mentioned a couple times now that she published the classic edition of the Ron Tanya. You can see here it is. And many Hasidim, when they're going through Chitas, right, which is Chumash, Tehillim, and Tanya, they will read this particular edition, which has a particular layout of words that has become kind of like a classic edition for many. But even in the daily editions of Chitas, they often omit this little letter, which occurs right at the beginning. You have to get a scholarly edition of the Chitas to really see it, or a scholarly edition of the Tanya to really see it. And here is a letter from, as you can see right at the beginning, the widow and brothers Ron. And they specifically thank officials in Lubavitch, starting with Harav Shalom Dov there, right, who was one of the great Lubavitcher rabbis, and the Tomchei Tmimim Yeshiva for their help, because there was one particular moment where the Rom family was experiencing dire straits, and it was Chabad that stepped forward to assist them in their endeavors and really keep the company alive. And this is especially ironic because before Devorah ever took the helm of the Rom Publishing House, there was a really major dispute between the Shapira family, who was Shas, and the publishing house. There was a major copyright dispute that involved some really nasty elements. I'm not going to go into details here, but it involved the police, and it involved the exile of the Shapiro family and shutting down of their company for some years until finally they were able to come back. But they could never regain, even though they had tremendous dedication to their activity, that so much so that according to legend, I don't know, I have never been able to see if it's really true, but according to legend, the Shapiro family would immerse all of the blocks of type in the mikveh before they began to publish any works. Really amazing kind of concept. Ultimately, one of the Rom predecessors before Devorah had pushed them out of business. But when it came to preserving the Rom Publishing House, the Rebbe Shalom Dover said, you know what, we better preserve them, and he supported them, and they allowed them to survive. And this is a note in the Tanya specifically thanking Chabad for helping this endeavor. It's a fascinating story. So much more to say. I would love for you to join me on this amazing trip to Poland and Lithuania. Once again, we're going to be hearing from the incredible Dr. Shneur Lyman, one of the most senior and influential scholars of the Jews of Poland and Lithuania. I'm looking forward to speaking, and I'm looking forward especially to walking the streets of these cities and learning more about how the Jews of that.
It's pretty obvious, but it's just
Please check the information box for information.
it's just bizarre that we allow it as long as it's from our side. You know, progressives will allow it, the most devious behaviors from their side. Republicans do the same thing, most devious shit, as long as it's beneficial to their side. And that's what's really stupid, and we need to disavow that. You could disagree with someone, don't think they're the right person for the job, vote against them. That's all great. But when you start deceiving people with false depictions of who a person is and making up a bunch of stupid shit, calling into question how Hispanic just stop. This is childish. It's like, this shouldn't be where we're at in 2025. It shouldn't be where we're at as a mature nation. You know, we're 300 years old now. Figure it out.
It was, I think it was actually for my mom, especially. Like, I've been through the ringer of politics, so like, I'm kind of battle-hearted for. I'm like, oh, another hippie's like, I don't care. But it was my mom and like what she was subjected to, and I was like, you know, my mom is really cool. Like, she put herself through law school when I was in high school. Like, she left an abusive marriage. She she has come a long way. And so for like her to be treated like that, I was like, it's just like one thing in politics. Like, it's also family out of it. It's immoral.
Yeah. Again, it's one of those things that we shouldn't tolerate. We shouldn't be doing it. We shouldn't advocate for it. We shouldn't be happy if it's done against the side that's ideologically opposed to us. It's gross. It's gross as a civilized group of human beings that calls itself a country. It's gross. It's gross. It's like there's other ways to do it. You know, you don't have to just be a twat all the time.
I prefer debating on ideology. It tends to be the best, but people always, it's like in fighting. You can't like just go and sucker punch someone. It's kind of like the same thing. That was kind of, they tried to sucker punch me, and I was like,
Well, it's also
that's exactly what you
you don't have to be fighting. If you believe what you believe and you have a rational argument, you can have a conversation. And this seems to be something that people don't want to do anymore. For some weird reason, they want to just stick to what they think, stick to what they believe, and they don't want to hear a rational opposing viewpoint because they're so married to their stupid ideas.
it's a lot interesting how Congress functions when the cameras are off. And I think people would definitely change their opinion because a lot of people will do it for clicks, ratings, and social media has not helped with that because people are looking for what can go viral next. There's like this viral theory that people, they think they can only be successful in their policy or their argument, whether it's committee hearings or whatever. They want that clip that they can post and they get notoriety for. So social media has been both a blessing and a curse in the social media sphere, in the political sphere, because you can get your information out directly to the American people using it and refute that information. But then there's also this aspect of like, I wish people could see the conversations that have taken place behind the scenes because it wouldn't be so inflammatory. Basically, what I'm saying.
That makes sense. Well, full transparency will come with the chip. Anna, just put the chip in your
No chips, don't take the chip.
Full transparency. It seems like this whole thing, your whole journey, becoming involved in politics has been pretty stressful.
It's definitely not something I want my son to do.
What you thought it was, what did you think it was going to be like before you got in? What was different once you got in there?
So when I first started out in politics, I started out so I joined the military at 18. I paid my way through college. I wanted to be a doctor. So I got into a med school program at SU in Grenada. And I was supposed to go to that, and then I kid you not, like the day before I was supposed to leave, I got recruited to work for a nonprofit to basically help weed out Hispanic activism nationally. And I thought that's how I could make a difference. And then I realized that as part of that job, they were putting me on television. I had a booker, and so I was talking about stuff happening, but it was more the commentary on the inflammatory things. I actually wanted to address what's happening with human trafficking, and I actually requested the State Department to report. I was a big activist with that. I was working with a nonprofit at the time. And I realized that they only wanted me to talk about what was getting them the ratings. And so I did realize, I was like, well, they keep talking about what people in DC are doing. So if I want to change the discussion, I have to go to Washington and do it. So I called my husband. I was like, we're going to run for office. He goes, what do you mean we? Yeah, because I was like, well, from what I gather, everyone's like a team effort. And it's totally true. If your spouse isn't on board, good luck. Because politics is nasty. And so he ended up basically figuring it out with me. For someone like me, there's no how-to manual on how to run off. It's usually family, like literally family affairs where like people, like their parents did it, or they have like a activity tied to it. So I figured it out, and now that I'm in office, I'm realizing that I can make an impact to an extent with some influence, but it would be a lot more helpful if there were 10 other of me. And so when I'm done in office, I'm going to help recruit younger candidates that have the ideological perspective I do to run them, and then I'm going to help do things for them behind the scenes to help get them in.
You're going to be a mastermind behind
that started, for example, the line and then
it just seems like a super broken process.
It's not. So I've traveled a lot. I've seen a lot of other parliaments. I'm a member of the House Democracy Partnership Institute. I've gone to a lot of countries, and we still have the best system. But we
begin to see
it's a mess that because good people don't want to run. They have to. Young people have to run.
It's also a mess because the people that have been in positions of power for so long are so set in their ways, and they're so deeply ingrained in the system, and all the tentacles of all these different special interests and all the money that's all connected to all these decisions is so, it's just so
making
I don't know
money,
if it's
producing
possible to
money,
unwind all that stuff.
things to be
It
used
is if
as
you have
money,
enough
not
fresh
necessarily
blood. So
making
like,
money
how
for
do
themselves, which I'm sure
you
goes
shock
hand
the
in hand with
system,
it.
right?
But
And you need
some
to
of the
infuse it. And
earliest
so
points
right
in the
now we have
course of
an
the
interesting
Commonwealth
time period
are
because we
actually
have
written with
division. So like
Hebrew
going back to kind of the
characters. Here you see a few
declassification efforts that
kind of
we've been working on.
stencils of
For the first time
several
in
of
U.S.
them.
history, you
Here's a
have
better
an
view
aspect of
of
the
one
government
that
that's
has
being
the term
transparent and releasing information. Like we're helping wherever we can on that. But that is only possible because the right people with the right mindset were put in those agencies to be able to try to force the system to do something. But there's this aspect of that's just the executive branch, but you have the legislative branch, and the legislative branch needs younger people that want to do this because they truly believe in fixing the system. And you cannot be a pessimist in this job, or else you will go crazy. You would go crazy. So you have to be an optimist and understand that there is a solution for it. And going back to kind of like those like little quantum breadcrumbs, I've had enough stuff happen where I know I'm on the right path. But I also think that, you know, part of what it's is like to help other people do this. So I'm gonna help kind of execute that.
How much longer are you going to be on?
I don't know, but not definitely in the next 10 years. I promise you, I'm gonna be with a beekeeper and a flip phone, and that's it. no internet, no secret.
Well, I'm still doing a podcast then. Tell me about those. Hopefully then we'll know UFOs are real and they've already landed.
At least we'll get some declassified stuff, right?
Remember what you did when you killed JFK?
Yeah, well now we know.
Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it.
You're so hot, woman.
A place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who was accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Rothschild from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology, the Hebrew Polin, meaning here, Polin, we will rest. Here
Not this asshole. This guy
so
sucks.
in terms of the push factors, what was driving Jews out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected, meaning perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they will be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial and so on. So
What up,
Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 14th century. And so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors at the end. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and you can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, probenacja, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why in so many Jewish folktales and Ukrainian folktales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to put themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and punishment, sometimes things like that. So the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, it relates very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarer support to poor brides and orphans and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But, of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture.
I hope you found that as fascinating as I did. If you're interested in joining us this summer, that would be fantastic. Have a look at the information box for a link to the website where there's more information on what we're planning to do this summer. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2026. His name is Ludwig Ries, and actually I find a tremendous affinity with him, not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant, fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin, right? This is the late 19th century. The society is beginning to open up, and Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great and highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke. Von Ranke lived between 1795 and 1886, and Ludwig Ries was one of his latest students, or his last students. Now, and this is a picture, by the way, of what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Ries was studying with him. Ries wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England, but once he graduated, he found he could not get a job in Germany, right? This is, unfortunately, liberalism only went so far in the late 19th century, and the idea of appointing a Jew to an important post in teaching history in Germany and so on, just very, very hard to happen. This is also the time of the great von Treitschke and Gretz controversy. We talked about that in different videos. And it's also worth noting, by the way, that Ries's parents also warned him against trying to get a job as a professor of history in Germany. They wanted him to study something much more pragmatic and practical. Not that I would identify with that. At any rate, what happened to Ries? You know, he's the kind of individual, he took a position at Tokyo Imperial University. You can imagine how he must have felt. Saying, what are you talking about? I'm a European historian. I'm born and raised in Germany, and I have to go all the way to the Far East just to get a job. But he went there, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. He taught at Tokyo Imperial University for 15 years, influenced generations of students in that university, and really shaped Japanese historiography. Now, let me tell you what are his main contributions. We must understand that history is kind of a funny discipline. On the one hand, it is an art. You know, it's telling stories, right? The word story is embedded in the very word history, and it's all about, sitting around the campfire and saying what happened to previous generations. That's what historians do. On the other hand, history is also a science, and that means that we're not supposed to just make stuff up. We're supposed to, rely on actual data to tell these stories. Now, the problem is much of this data are just words. They're just stories that earlier generations have told, and we have inherited those stories. That proves to be extremely problematic, because how do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? This was the tremendous contribution of von Ranke, that's Ries's teacher, who said, look, we have to really get focused on was es eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have liked to have happened and making stuff up on the way along. You have to tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of those events. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Archaeology becomes extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke really grounded the discipline of history in this kind of delicate space between art and science, whereas before it was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Ries took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Mind you, Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. So in Japan, they really began to delve deeply into their archives to dig up primary documentation. And Ries also pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives, because the Europeans, when they encountered Japan, they left a tremendous amount of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country developed. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Meiji Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reflection, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there were a lot of things that were happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. And Ries was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took this post in Tokyo, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. And he really loved Japan. He spent this tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan. Who is Russia fighting with? And so Ries became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and now when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual, really someone I want to meditate on in terms of the impact he made on Japanese culture. I hope this whets your appetite to join us on this remarkable expedition to Japan and South Korea. And if not, I'm really happy to share these videos with you as I conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the next Kosher River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me, because most of my studies in Jewish history have really focused on, ancient Israel or Europe, or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the actual journey, which promises to be amazing, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope to visit on this particular trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates from the middle of the 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is a port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers. There's a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fairly insular, both in the literal sense, because it's a series of islands, and also in the cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th century, and most of their business was done with Russian sailors who were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had the linguistic skills, and they had, the commercial connections and things like that to make it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence, and we know there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today it has at least 29 graves, and they are labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese will be included there, and Russian and English, but that reflects the diversity of the immigrant population that was the Jewish community at that time. It also reminds me of where my father, of blessed memory, is buried in Toronto. And there are lots of English and a lot of Russian and a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are in Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around and find some French ones there too. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I was not able to find any photographs of the gravestones. I'll have to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 5653, in the Jewish calendar, which is, of course, Anno Mundi. It's dated from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbah, a very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with many other people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese war, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, my father, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into the port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically gave their Torah scrolls and moved largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which we hope to visit with Kosher River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us, and if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming expedition of Kosher River Cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a bizarre statistic, but if you think about it, there are 49 million people.
It's not easy to be the one everyone counts on to keep your operation.
Yo, dog.
To Israel, who gave an interview in 2011. His name is Young Sam Ma. He said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children, that's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 16 million Jews in the world today. So this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So apparently there's not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I looked in the Encyclopedia Judaica and they didn't have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War. That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmudic topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokeya, who served in Korea in 1962 and then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. he had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Marvin Tokayer authored a book first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom, and as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages, in the book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures. It was printed in 1971, and you can see that they used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud, but apparently it really took off, not only in
Guess
Japan,
how much time you got?
in Korea. It was published
Guess how much time you got?
Korean translation by 1984.
Guess how much time you got? 15 years.
It's 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than
I picked a high
800
number though
different
because I knew you were going to do that. He didn't get 15 years.
But I guess what I did is the Korean National Digital Library, 169 of them listed out by
And you cook bitches like motherfuckers.
Talmudic text frequently hit the bestseller list in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the press. An article by Ross Harvest in New York in 2015. But I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies, which was published in 2018 by Sarah Kazan-Gillis and Kim Clay, which is absolutely fascinating. It talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief. This is really probably the biggest answer.
Yeah, because he keeps talking shit about Jeff Dye.
Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, their Nobel Prize
Jeff got asked at the store, now Mark has to deal with him.
and also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels
He goes, I've never heard of it.
between Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern
You've done this to everybody, and all of a sudden, I'm the one
that
Jeff
really looked to the
Jeff
west
listed off like all the big names parents had issues with. He's like, wait, you're coming after me? I thought you didn't know who I was. He listed like huge names that Marks had issues with.
And it's just
I just think it's a weird
Let's just have a quick look at
podcast
some of
tour
the
and
editions of
press
novels
tour
in Korean.
to basically, we're not even talking about his special. All
Here
we're talking
is
about is
one
like
I just found on YouTube.
what he does, what
Jewish
he says.
Talmud scriptures.
Just salty. I think that's
so
salty.
fascinating
I
because
don't think it's good for the
more or
brother.
less like a fair
I don't like that shit.
representation
Brother,
of,
what brotherhood do you speak of? The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood?
Let us
The one
understand
that kicked my friend Chris and Brian? What fucking brother?
It's not really about the Messiah the way we
Yeah, where there isn't any,
highly
whatever.
mythologized and curated mission.
Yeah, I don't know. I see these guys out and out, and they're just like, hey, what's up?
Like nuggets of wisdom.
Oh, dude, of course, you're so funny. I'm like, oh,
But the children's edition,
thank you.
Here's
Yeah, man. Well, that's the weird thing now. You know, things are different.
For
You know what I mean? I mean, everybody,
and here's
I'm saying
why
this is a byproduct
I love
of
this particular
people being so concerned
rabbi
about social
and
influence.
it's a
You know, that's what this is really
Talmudic
about.
approach.
I mean, social influence is everything. It
Korean
drives engagement,
language.
it drives revenue, and people
Yes,
don't want to.
you're right.
Anything
The
that they
Talmudic
think is going to
approach
take
to
away
teaching
from the money that they're
Korean
going to make,
language to a
they're going to
certain
they're going to
like a lot of
the
these
tents and be like, no, that's it. It's
self-help
just going to protect it.
books
Yeah,
that
they're going to protect it at all costs. At all costs. I mean, losing their friends, whatever. Whatever.
So,
It's all good. I mean, I always say, like, I feel like it's such that loyalty.
children's Talmud,
It's not something that
babies
people
first
value.
Talmud.
yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too.
Here
Because,
is
boy here.
prenatal Talmud.
yeah, well, there's a few. There's a few. There's a few. No,
Prenatal stories.
Who else, Chris? Who else? Name.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah?
Speak of them, but
In the spotlight?
In
the spotlight?
but no, but that but nobody actually just. But that's the thing where nobody cares. Like there's so many people who are like to me that are in the spotlight that are like, dude,
are designed for pregnant
you
Jewish
gotta
women to
you gotta get back to
their
their
children
children.
in utero.
You deserve to be fucking doing these movies and shit. And I'm like,
Wow.
Yeah, bro.
Well, I hope you found that as
okay.
fascinating as I do.
You know what I mean? Like,
just
I mean,
mind-boggling.
people who are
I
like,
can't wait
you
to
know,
actually get to
in the
Korea
business, and
hopefully find one of the
also
bookstores where they
famous,
sell
and they're like,
books
dude,
on
you
the dominant.
gotta get you something.
No, it
I
doesn't
know,
count.
I'll
I
have
know,
It doesn't count.
I know it doesn't. That's my
Just
point.
to
They don't
see how
care. They don't care. Why would they
has
care? But that's
animated
weird to
culture
me
is
though,
something
because
that
like,
I've really
because like to
hope
me
we'll
it's
have a
like
chance to cruise together, and if not,
I don't know,
looking forward to
dude. It's
sharing
like
with you my research
you
and
take
my
like
experiences here.
movies and
Thanks
shit,
very much
and
for
like
watching.
movies about movies and how they're so, you know, they always play Hollywood like this fake thing.
Hello,
But like,
fellas.
dude, that's just kind of what everything is. Like, it's not like that. It's not like that in other businesses. Like, the second, and anything is about anyone, everyone gets scared, and they just go, oh, well, I'll just do whatever's right, quote unquote, and then this way my brand is protected, I guess. But like, dude, the people who don't give a fuck, like truly who don't, who really just don't, like us, you know, and there are others, but like, you know, it's just. It's well, at least for me, it's free. Like I have a problem with everyone going on a podcast and talking shit about everyone. It sucks, dude. It just sucks. When I see some comic go out and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about like, don't let us kill Tony.
Chris, name no good comics are doing that. I haven't seen one like legit comic talk shit on another.
Right.
Like
There are no
public.
Well, right. There's
Today,
no.
I'd like
I mean,
to
look,
focus
Nobody that you respect.
you can argue that. Yeah. Obviously,
a little bit of time at the end of this
there are
short
comics that
video
are
to
above it.
talk about the nature of
Bill Burr, Chris Rock, you know, the big guys, but they're above
So,
that.
first
But
of all,
there are
when
people
did we
who
first
are
hear about the Jews in China?
that are
So,
not above that, made their living that way.
the
You know,
Jews in China
made their living talking shit.
was
Who made their living getting
person
clicks.
of Matteo
They're not.
important to them.
They're the
And
people
Matteo
that.
Ricci was a Jesuit
What are they
priest
going to do?
who
They
had
can't
come
not
to
do that
China
anymore.
with the goal
You know,
of
but I mean, you got. I saw the other day about these comics that were, you know, they were not well known.
they had a lot of
shit about
challenges
Kill
with that
Tony, and it's like,
some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter
You know,
that happened
why?
in 1605
like from what?
when
From
a
what?
Jew from the city of Kaifeng, was a very important
Podcasts these
Jewish
sound like,
population,
I don't know what it was.
You know,
came
really? Yeah.
specifically to
Because
meet
I've
with
never heard of
the
it. I've
Jews.
never heard
And
of
then
it.
Jeff was like,
And,
why me?
it
Oh,
was
why are you
like-
picking me for this?
It's hard to.
You've done this to everybody, and all of a
if
sudden,
this
I'm the
wasn't
one
actually
getting
rolled up,
yeah.
it was a comedy
Yeah,
skit.
Jeff
Apparently,
listed off like all the big names Barrett's had issues with. He's like, but you're coming after me? I think I know who I was. He listed like huge names that always had
heard
issues
about
with.
this person
It's
who
just
came
a weird-
from
I just think
far
it's a
away,
weird
and he knew a lot about
podcast
this
tour
particular
and
religion.
press
He said,
tour
okay, must be a Jewish guy.
to
Until
basically, we're not
Ricci,
even
at the
talking
same
about his
time,
special.
thought that
All we're
ITN
talking about
must
like
be evidence
and
of
how
early
what he
Christianity
does, what he
in
says.
China, which is
Salty,
just
salty.
salty.
I think that's
Really
I don't
funny
think it's
encounter
good for the
where
brotherhood.
Matteo Ricci
I don't like that shit.
is
Brotherhood? What brotherhood do you
I
speak
can't
of?
have
The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood?
of
The
the
one that kicked my friend
Madonna
Chris and Brian
with
out? What
Jesus
fucking
and
brotherhood?
St. John the Baptist. That happened to be
Yeah, weird. There isn't any, but you know, whatever. I mean,
anniversary or something like that.
yeah.
So
I
ITN,
don't know. You know, I see these
knowing
guys out
nothing
and
about
out, and they're just
Christianity,
like, hey, what's up?
shut off from the
Oh,
entire
you're
phenomenon.
so funny. I'm like, oh.
That this must be Rebecca and her
Thank
sons,
you.
Jacob and
Yeah.
Esau.
Yeah,
What
man,
a nice
that's the weird
painting.
thing now.
And
You
then
know,
they
it's
see
different.
another
You
painting
know what I mean?
that
I mean,
represents
everybody,
the four
I'd say this is a
evangelists,
byproduct
Matthew,
of
Mark, Luke,
people
and
being
John.
so
Of course,
concerned
the
about
first
social
four gospels, the
influence.
first
You know,
four
this is what
books
this is
of
really
the
about.
Christian
I mean,
Bible.
social influence is
And,
everything. It drives
ITN
engagement,
thinks,
it drives
oh,
revenue,
that
and
this
people
must
don't
be
want
the,
to anything that they
four
think is
of the
going to take
12
away from the
sons
money
of
that they're going to
Jacob.
make.
Where are the
They're going to
other
be,
eight sons?
they're going to put up the tents
This
and
is
be like,
hilarious.
that's it.
Eventually,
They're gonna protect it.
figured out
They're gonna protect it at all costs.
And it all costs you, whatever. So, I always like, I feel like
from Taifan's perspective, it wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant.
Yeah, no, not at all. And it's weird too because
later Jesuits who actually
there's a few. There's a
few.
There are
Who else, Chris? Who else?
They would take over as the chief rabbi because
In the
he obviously
spotlight?
knew a
In
lot
the
of
spotlight?
but that but nobody actually just. But that's the thing where nobody cares. Like there's so many people who are like to me that are in the spotlight that are like,
literacy specifically and in familiarity with
you gotta
rabbinic tradition. They were
you gotta get back. We're gonna,
rabbi.
you know,
Apparently,
you deserve
as
to
the
be
story
fucking
goes,
doing
the
these
chief
movies and
rabbi
shit. I'm like,
Taifeng was
Yeah.
very happy with
okay.
allowing someone like myself
Like,
to
like
take
I mean,
over
people
for
who are
him.
like, you know,
The Christian
in the
stuff
business,
really didn't
in the
bother
business,
us too
and
much.
also
It's another kind of like
famous,
ancient
and they're
story.
like, dude,
But
you gotta get
the
you something
fact
like that.
that
I know
the
it doesn't
Jesuits
count. I
still
know it doesn't.
Or
That's
no,
why I don't think they
but
don't care.
jumping,
They don't care.
but-
Nobody cares. But that's
our
weird to me
rabbi
though, because
still
like,
important.
because like
By
to
the
me,
way,
it's like
when
I
the Jesuits asked the
I don't know,
Jews
dude.
in
It's like
Taipei,
you take
have you ever heard
you
of
take like
Jesus? They thought about it
movies
for a while and
and
said,
shit
"Oh,
and
yeah,
like
sure, we know
movies
about
about
Jesus."
movies and
And
they're
but
so
when
you know
they
they would
discussed it further,
this
they were not
thing.
referring
Like, dude,
to
that's just
Jesus
kind
of
of
Nazareth.
everything.
The Taipei
Like
Jews
it's
were familiar
not like
with
that.
Jesus Ben
It's not
Sira,
like that in
ancient
other
author who wrote
businesses.
the Apocryphal where
The second the second and anything is about anyone, everyone gets scared and they just go, oh well, I'll just do whatever's right, quote unquote, and then this way my
So they
my
knew
brand
about
is protected. I
a
guess, but
different
like,
Jesus,
dude,
not
the
the
people
Jesus
who
of
don't give a
Nazareth,
fuck,
which
like
was
truly
decent, was just
don't,
hilarious.
really just
I
don't,
think,
like us, you know, and there are others, but like,
at any rate,
it's just.
the Jesuits maintained
It's
a very strong
at least for me,
interest
it's free. Like I don't have
to a large degree more than
I have a problem with everyone going on podcasts and talking shit
they were
about
especially
everything.
interested in
It
learning
sucks,
about
dude.
sacred
It just
Torah.
sucks. Like when I see some comic go out
They
and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's bashing another comic that they came up with, or they're talking about how they don't.
Chris, they
thought that the
no
region
good
had
comics
was
are doing
that
that.
there
I haven't
was
seen
more
one like
evidence
legit comic
for
talk shit on that
Christianity
one. Like
in
there are
the
no
Hebrew
public.
Bible,
Well,
that
there's
had
no. I mean, look,
hampered
nobody
by
that you
the Jews
respect.
to
you can argue that. Yeah, look, obviously, you know,
biblical
there
books
are
that
comics that are above it,
predated
like
the
Bill Burr, Chris Rock, you know,
went all the way back
big
to
guys, but they are
positive
above that.
revival
But
of
there are
the Jews,
people
which,
who
by the way,
are
was argued to be
that
as
are not
far
above
back
that,
as
made their-
the first
made
or
their
second
living that
century
way.
Common Era.
You know,
We'll talk about
who
that
made their
in a
living
second.
talking shit.
So
made their
these
living
texts
getting
had
clicks.
references to Jesus in it
They're
that
not-
would be incredibly
They're the
important.
people
Of course, they didn't find such things.
what are they
And
gonna
when
do?
they
They can't
actually
not do
got
that
to
anymore.
Kaifeng,
You know,
and
I mean, you got. I saw
discussed a little
the
bit more
other
about
day
what they
with
were
these comics
interested
that
in.
were,
The
you know,
Jews of
they were not
Kaifeng
well known,
were
but they
quite
were talking
upset
shit about
when
Kill
Jews
Tony, and it's like,
showed them their text.
Hilarious.
And obviously there was
You know,
also a
why?
deep interest in
Like,
converting
for
Jews
what?
of Kaifeng.
What?
Because he's the big dog.
In some
I know,
ways,
but
the
it's like
Jesuits
when you get to a
thought
certain
they had
level,
more
like
of a chance
people are gonna take shots. It's
Jews
like
of China
it's a weird
than
comparison. But it's not like
with
I'll talk shit about the
non-theistic,
UFC. I love the UFC, but I talk shit about because they're so massive.
That's a
Yeah, I
long
understand.
story
They're
that
so
goes
big,
beyond
like,
the
I understand.
It's just what you do.
It's
have
different when it's
an
comedy,
extended
when you're talking
effort
about
on
actual
various
people,
Christian
like
missionaries
comedians and
coming to
like,
China
like that shit affects
specifically
me.
to try to
Like when,
convert
you know, Mark Maron goes, I mean, look, you talk about Mark
At
Maron.
any rate, what they
he'll
did
go
find
out and he will,
was a lavish
he
and
knows that he
very
has
cherished
issues.
synagogue.
I mean, he's not like,
Here is a drawing
says
from
he's, you
an
know,
early 18th century
That's his
Jesuit,
thing.
Father
yeah, talking to a guy and being like,
and he also not only
these are
threw
the
the
words.
architectural
It doesn't
layout,
have
but
that.
the
Yeah,
Jews
yeah.
were
No,
done
no, I
very
can talk about
attached
that.
to
Well,
this
what I'm saying is, what?
facility.
But here's my thing. But here's the weird thing. It doesn't affect Matt Wright. Because what happens, what Mark's doing, Mark's a fossil. So he in his demos,
also
45 to 77.
just like
None of
this.
those people are fucking with Matt anyway. So it's not like Matt's losing fans or somebody's on the fence like what Mark Maron said.
No, it
It doesn't affect
It
Matt.
doesn't affect Matt's fans, but it does affect Matt. Like when I see somebody talking shit about me, it bothers me. Dude, I understand. I understand. It's like, oh, I don't give a fuck. And like you said, oh yeah, okay, that's a thing.
So
But
our task for us today,
you
however,
don't give a
is try
fuck
to
because you
understand
go, okay, then I can't give a fuck. It's not because you truly don't give a fuck. It's that shit sucks.
here is a map that
It's driving me
shows
crazy.
I
various
understand, and
locations.
you find the balance, but it just sucks, bro. Like, you know, say what you want about the answers. No, I
I know. What I'm saying, say whatever you want about whoever's comedy. It's annoying and it sucks. Like when I see people like, Bruce Pritchard takes his shirt off. That's all he does. It's like, all right, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? He made it. He's got his life. Or Tom Segura fell off, or whatever the fuck it is, Chris D'Elia fell off. It's like, no, what are you doing? Like, for what? What are you doing? Make it. It's hard. Make it.
But again, there's people that are saying those comments like, we all do. Oh, Chris fell off, Brian fell off, Benji fell off. I'm like, this is falling off. Sign me the fuck out. This is what it is. It's also no one doing well who's making those comments. Chris fell off. Or did he? Cool. Do you know how much Chris makes a year? Do you have any fucking clue how well he's doing?
I like when people talk
just scattered references to Jews. I hate when they tell us a lot about how large their Jews are, or how active they were, and what they were like, but they think their people watching are going to make think that host is a good person. Oh, right, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, man. Why are you bringing people are trying to demonstrate it? I don't hear about podcasts. You know what I mean? They're fucking terrible, bro. They're assholes. They're shitty. And, like, when they pick someone like, fuck this person, Matt Wright, whatever, whoever it is, like, you know what I mean? Like, they just pick that person and then it's like, believe them? Because why? Chris, you believe who? You believe Amy Schumer? Who do you believe? No one believes them, but my thing is do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know anybody? Name one good word. I can't name one way or another, yeah. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes. Yeah, no, but it's different when it comes from the fucking actual community. You know what I'm saying? To my knowledge, camel
what community? I think this community.
Right, well, what's supposed to be? There was a lot of narrative for me. Yeah, there was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was. About this exactly. I believe that the internet helped to destroy that. You know,
I agree. There was a community. There was a community before Rogan left, like those, whatever, 5 to 7 years. I mean, it was the golden age, right? But I think to your point, like these guys that does this stuff, part of it's not their fault. Like I'm not giving it out, but part of it is social media, YouTube. It's created, the algorithm's created to entice more attention. Like, if I make a reaction video, go, Chris is the best comic ever, and Eric's the friendliest comic ever, he's so good. I get 5,000 views. If I make one that goes, Chris sucks cock, and Eric sucks bigger cock, I get 100,000 views. That's just how I live. That is my new podcast coming out.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pro TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, 11, Goodburger, Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pro TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Asian languages. I know it does suck, but put it this way: if you're going out there for clicks, if you're farming, like you know, comedians go out there and farm for crowd work. If you're on a podcast farming for clicks, you suck. You suck. If you go out there and you're like, oh, dude, let's try to make it. So let's talk. Yeah, we should talk about that. Fuck him. You suck. You're a hoe. You're a hoe at sushi. You're a fucking hoe. But they know that. Nobody thinks that they're doing. Nobody thinks that they're bad. Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. So it doesn't matter who
these people know. They know they're bad. They know it's got me worse, but it's the only way they can make money.
Well, no, I don't know. I think that some people take this weird high ground. That's my problem with what Mark Maron does. It's like, yeah, they're taking the high ground.
this moral high ground and this like a genius complex that some of them have. To be like, Jesselnick's got that. He's got this genius complex. That's like, well, this is what comedy's supposed to be. And Mark's telling me like, man, I just care about
Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch. Jesselnick will do it like when he goes after Rogan or something. It's still in a funny way, and it's kind of his thing, right? Being kind of that asshole. I don't know.
Anthony's my friend.
I like those.
No, I don't like that shit. He was talking about Matt. I hit him up. I was like, did you watch it? I was like, I directed that special. He was like, I didn't watch it. I said, okay.
And by the way,
it just makes me feel better. Like, I personally, I like just like whatever. I don't like that. I don't like this shit.
He's a dark comedy.
I know. It's not a dark side, but when you carry it over into a podcast saying, yeah, fuck it, this person sucks. And you don't even know. Mary doesn't even have. He doesn't even know that Matt has an act. Like Matt has an act. You don't have to think it's funny. But all that shit's great. So I don't know, man. I'm just saying it sucks. Well, when I see comics get dragged or whoever get dragged, it just fucking always sucks. It always sucks. Even if I don't like, oh my god.
But in general, like the fan base that's gonna buy tickets or watch a show. They're already conditioned to this bullshit, this toxic community. Most of them are like, fuck it.
Maybe starting now.
Terrible disasters.
Until now, it was rough. It affects. Social media really affects people. Like, look, it really affects people. Like, it
also have
affects.
this
I know it affects.
the memorial book.
People speak everything. And the bottom line is, yeah, don't read a fucking pussy or a hollow at sushi. Fucking suck it up. Realize that you're real. And social media is not. Why would you touch the corners? And this is right there. It's real time, obviously. And it's happy that it was no buzz. I was like, he did a good job.
Has Marin ever ran into Rife at the comedy store? Like in the moment?
No, they haven't. No, they hasn't.
Listen, Marin's a soft cup. Marin would be like, bro, come on, man. I guarantee if Matt came at him with like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He said, I guarantee Marin would back off.
What you said to me, you said,
basically
just
lived with
walked up to
7
me and was like, listen, I'm not jealous, I'm not bitter. That works not old.
bullshit. One particular family was honored with a particular surname.
Yeah, well, yeah, you have to look at what it could have been.
Service.
I sat next to Mark Barrett on a flight from somewhere.
But I think when you look at all of this evidence together,
and this was before all that Iraq stuff, and then I'm like,
I'd like to point out three distinct phenomena that
here's my thing. I've been following Marin for
I was fascinated.
I was listening to Mark Maron's podcast. How long? 15 years now? Like, I'm a fan of Mark Maron's
For
podcast.
example, the
I like
Jesuits
Marin.
note
I was wondering when he was dealing with that at the gun store. I stayed after to make sure he didn't get beat up in the parking lot. Like, I like Marin. I like his podcast. I like what he's doing with Matt Rife. Like, that the energy. There's different ways to get attention. You're too old for that shit.
I don't know.
Give that to the guys with no talent.
There's people that are.
Marin's talented.
There are people that are going to, and I'm not saying this is what Marin's doing, but there are people that are going to hear what we're talking about
A lot
now.
of discussion
Go check out
how
Marin.
these
People that don't even know who, and they're going to go, who's that? Google it, they're going to watch
slaughtered
the special.
themselves. It was not
So
like
that's
slaughter and so on.
yeah, no, yes. I mean, Marin says when some of his stuff is fucking great. Okay, so when you go to watch his stuff, and then you see him,
Secondly,
that's a
however,
win. That's a win in his eyes for him.
But Chris, it doesn't take away from Chris D'Elia fans or Griffin fans. No one's gonna be
for
like,
example,
No, I know.
one of the
it doesn't
I know, but my point is,
It's not like they're not gonna stop watching you.
I know that, but the point is, that's why, and I'm not saying that Marin does it, because I don't know if but that's why people do that. That's why people go out and say, let's talk shit about fucking Matt Rife, let's talk shit about this guy, let's talk shit about that guy. You see those videos, it's like, they say fucking Thompson or they fell off, it's like, they all have like 300,000 views. And you're like, what?
All of us have one of those.
Very clever.
I had one that said I was going to prison like 2 weeks ago.
Right?
But click on that, and that's what
hero
it
is
doesn't
the order of
ultimately it
God.
doesn't matter. It's just like
This particular
they're proving that negative
top of
political
the
ads,
emperor's name, more like a decorative element,
and
then
this
whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were
negativity
bowing to
pushes
God because
all
it had this verse on the top.
and what's interesting is how
And that's a
Also, very problematic for the Jesuits
what's your rock about
was the
right now, you know, you got a
ancestor
special
veneration.
It's weird
Matteo
how
Ricci
it's so different now. So he went on road,
reported to
and
the
then he
Pope
went on
of Rome
Club Shay Shay.
that one of
now
the issues is that
that's
the
the thing.
have
It's
a
not the
very,
Tonight
very
Show.
strong
It's not,
ritual
you know what I mean?
honoring their
those are
ancestors.
fans.
It's none of that
And,
stuff. This
you know,
is
there's
like,
a major
how
debate
crazy
in the
is
church
that?
who actually went back
This
and forth
is
on this
driving
as to
business.
whether or
You know what I mean?
not
And then, of course, when you
this
go on
would
Club
be
Shay Shay, you got to
tolerated
talk about, like, you know,
for
you talk
many of the
about
more
George
doctrinaire
Lopez not being
Catholics.
nice.
This
You know,
also snacks by
it's like, oh, yeah, Cat Williams, you know, I never Cat Williams shit. I think what Cat Williams did, you know, Club Shay Shay is now like, you know, that's what you want. You know, it's like everyone's like, oh yeah, and then Cat Williams taking a shot up. It's like, bro, I'm just talking to go on there and get facts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to right, to get on and talk some shit, and shit is wrong, and then fucking Cedric the Entertainer is like, what the fuck? I haven't thought of Cat Williams in fucking 10 years. And that's sucks for Cedric the Entertainer. Well, the other one's a big beef right now.
Of ancestor veneration
Ali
problematic.
like, there's like a he's going him and Cat are like, but I don't subscribe to any of that shit. This Cat was on, what's his name? These people are all on Anthony's podcast. Who the fuck is that?
Carmelo
But
Anthony
at the
is that
same
a
time,
great
they
Denver
have to
Nugget?
recall that
He
they're
won a national championship as a freshman with Syracuse. Come on, man.
unacceptable. Certainly,
Hey, there's 20 people dating Lala. There's too many fucking people.
for example, there are many examples of degrees of assimilation.
Dude, I just don't subscribe to any of that shit, dude, because like these people that you idolize,
leadership,
they're
a lack of contact with the outside
all
world,
awful.
specifically the rest of the
And-
Jewish
No,
diaspora.
that's true. I know, that's what I can say. But there are people there that don't give a
Right,
bro.
the Torah,
The top people
They're also playing the game.
Yeah,
so
but they don't.
tend
There
to
are people that are
gravitate to
like there are
neighbors
people that
they
are
have
trying to
introduced
be
to Muslims,
and grow and evolve and be better. But there are people that are just like
China. And,
when you
in
see
fact,
someone,
they're, you know,
you can
the
very
photographs
obviously
of
tell who the fuck
20th
it is.
century of Jews.
I don't. This is the thing that finds out. It's like they're like, oh, this person said that though, so that's true.
Because after
Look
all,
at that
they were
person. How do they sound? What do they look like?
theologically
What
much
the
closer
fuck
to
is
Islam
Are
than
they
they were to
wearing?
Confucianism. Islam is
That's
the
why I
Bible.
think it's like, are they posing? Are they posing? Are they
God,
posing with their? Are they posing with their pussies on Instagram?
Would
You know what I mean?
That's correct.
Like,
But again, most people are like you guys. So like when someone comes from me, whoever it is,
dress.
I would hope they don't. Let me look at who say
Jewish
They
males.
don't.
They
don't
blue
do that.
boots.
They don't
So
do that.
you just need to look at their Instagram
Instagram
account on the
That's why
state.
they Nobody does that. Yeah, they don't.
Or-
There's a video about doesn't mean about you to have a million
Oh,
views.
yeah, right.
They repurposed the video.
White
They got
flavor,
another
blue
million
flavor.
views. Nobody cares
Also
about what you're
noted
saying.
in
Nobody's
the
looking.
genealogical tables
If
that
that were
there
the case, it would
that
be more
of
sane
those
for
seven
people do it real life.
clans,
They're doing it in real life. Yeah, but
some
not
of them
online. Not
intermarried
online. That
with
doesn't affect.
Chinese.
Yeah, nobody's looking like, oh, let's see what these facts are real. Nobody does that shit.
Unclear
No way.
to us,
Netflix is putting out documentaries with the facts all messed up, not getting sued.
do note
Have you seen that big fat, the big
males,
deals? Did you watch it?
males
Oh my
far
god.
more
That
likely to
documentary,
marry
I know the lady suing. I did a whole thing about
and then
this
Jewish
on my
women were
podcast.
to marry
Yeah.
Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between
You can't just make a
those
documentary
women
about
who were born
nothing.
Jewish.
Dude,
They were
oh
called
yeah, the biggest loser was a bad, was bad
and
culturally.
those women
You
who were
don't
born
fucking say.
Jews were called
Hey, fatso, get up here, lose as much weight, and we'll still call you a loser. Yeah. Hey, that's
So
that's
there's definitely
bad,
some degrees
dude.
of
I'm
assimilation.
surprised
And
nobody
it
fucking
varies. Certain
died.
families
Yeah,
were
I'm
far
so
less
tired of
likely
these fucking
than others.
documentaries.
So, which I
I mean,
guess
this is about
broadly
somebody's gonna
similar
fucking meet somebody. Oh yeah, they
to,
slighted me.
American Jewry.
Nine-part mini
the last
docuseries.
thing
Oh, because they didn't say bye back to me at the fucking Starbucks. Some docs you can be an asshole. It doesn't mean that you're fucking. You make this documentary about you. Look at this shit.
Well, like I say, man,
She's that good. I hope she wins.
the word documentary has lost its luster. It's
apparently
stop.
Stop. Tourist schools.
Well, that's documented
They're tourist schools,
and that just follows two kids in Chicago urban area, and they followed all 4 years. That's a real documentary. It has no agenda.
Right. I just even do when I you know what I do documentaries are done. I saw fucking maybe or numbers called.
Yeah.
And I go,
I love
and then you go
People who
Google
have analyzed their tourist schools and the school
what's
of
actually happening, and you go, oh,
indicates that
what a piece of flying shit.
I use that one as an example all the time. Making a Murder was probably one of the most watched documentaries ever. Those people are still in jail.
Very similar, like
Okay, so it just lets you know, like the thing is
that they use
something about presenting as a documentary. People think that this must be a trial. Yeah.
That's what they're supposed to do. That's what those documentaries are for.
They're not. That's not what they were. Army Hammer one on Paramount. He's like, oh, I don't know one of those.
The Torahs are identical.
I know. There's people out there that say they've had sex with me. I've never been alone in a room with them. Dude, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is the truth. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. And people are like, oh no, dude, he pulled his dick out to somebody trying to come up and do air conditioning maintenance.
There are still
What? Dude? What? There was in an article that I fucking showed my dick to somebody who came up to do maintenance to my air conditioning.
just how
Dude, hey, think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. You go like this. Hey, think about that a little bit. Think about,
of the Bible and commentaries
in the world comes to fix the air conditioning. And, by the way, 11:30 p.m. So that's the night shift. That I am gonna want to show my dick to.
Last thing I gotta say,
First of
for
all,
those of you who
has a female ever worked the
I
night
want
shift?
you to appreciate how hard it
And then work on air conditioning maintenance
without once
at 11:30 p.m. Or is it Ronaldo? What's up? Sorry. Hey, Ronaldo, you gotta deal with that now. And you know what? Making a clip, I don't give a fuck. It's so backwards, and you know that didn't happen. When people go, oh, well, hey, let's fucking cut Crystal out of this. Yeah. Then you know what? How about this? I'm real as fuck, dude. And I'm not. What I'm telling you is the truth. And you know that. You know that. Oh, but Crystal's gaslighting. Okay, fine. And you know what?
Okay,
Let me just
let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar is called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding the Golden Age in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today and how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century. Yep, they're really central to this century. But let's start first of all by
someone
going
else's
to
content at a bit about making a murder, and
so
people
we're
came
going to
up
move
after
back
like,
to
dude, just so
Western
you
Europe, where
know,
we spent some
like
time
that documentary's
before
full
we
of
looked
shit.
at
He's
Eastern
so
Europe and
fucking
development of Jewish
They're
political
like,
parties.
dude,
I showed you this
like
cool
there's no
clock and how it
his
changed
butt's
to
about it. He's so
10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. Just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period. So many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and
We're the
changed
Innocence
dramatically
Project.
as a result
We're
of
like
that revolution.
notoriously giving people
one of the
so
things that we
fucked
didn't
up.
have a
They
chance
got
to talk
involved
about too much, but
to
I
the
really
point
want
where
to
you're
touch
like,
on it
and then
very briefly.
now you just Google it, right? And they go, oh, these are the 10 things they left out in the documentary.
First
These are the things of like,
modern rural
did it.
organization.
You know what I mean?
It is
I don't know, man. It was just like, I think that's why I'm off.
Universal Israelite
How about this? I can't get
alliance.
Michael Jackson
The term
documentary with those two
Israelite
guys.
is often
Oh, dude, I agree with you.
as
But listen,
a
this I agree with you.
Wait.
This is my problem with you. This is anything, but I think I agree.
It's not really
But this is
true
my
in English
problem with
language,
that.
but in a
It's
lot
like,
of
it'd be like if I'm doing
languages,
a
believe it
documentary
or
right
not,
now about
the
like,
term Jew is
shop is
derogatory.
and this
In English,
waters right
Jew
here.
can be
And then in
derogatory
that same
in
interview,
how
this
one
bottle of
says
water
it,
disappears.
whether one's pointing or stating at the same time.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Basically, it's
That
neutral
means
words.
it's like,
But in
that means
a
you're
lot
going,
of
let's do it
languages,
again.
Jew
Make it
is
sound more. No,
derogatory.
man, that's not.
In Russian,
A
for
documentary is
example,
supposed to be almost like court.
you can help us
You know
out
what I mean?
with
Like you're giving your
this term
testimony,
Yavrei or
fresh,
Hebrew, is the
record
polite
it, you
term.
move on.
Jid
If you're letting
or
the person,
Jew is
if time is moving, you go, let's do it again, let's do it again, let's do it again. Then it's like,
also
fuck you.
in French
That shit
and
ain't real.
German, there was some question
Yeah, but
about
it's also
what's
like with
the
those
polite way
Netflix
to do
documentaries,
so
like
they
they have
feel
one on
like
Amanda
it's
Knowles.
considered.
You look
This
at it, be like an
organization
executive producer,
started
Amanda Knowles.
largely as a result of
Then
the
I'm like getting the
blood
real
libel
story.
trial
If she
that
has
happened in
creative
Damascus
control,
in
what is she
1840.
leaving out?
It was
Like with the Vince
more
McMahon
largely
documentary, like
toward
the
the
executive
that's why
producer
it's
Vince
really,
McMahon, like, oh
you
fuck,
know,
well,
connected,
sometimes
especially to
People,
Europe.
sometimes
But they
people don't know
sent
how
over
quick
there
they
a
come
lot
off.
of
That's
important
why
people,
the
including
Bean
a
Bobby
very
Brown
famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore. He went over there
reality
and
show
actually was
so
able
great.
to
A long time ago, yeah.
to
Him and Whitney
indicate the
Houston,
situation,
they didn't know
see the Jews
how
that had
crazy
been
they came across.
kidnapped and
Like
tortured
they
on
thought,
the
well, we're
basis
gonna
of this
produce crack.
crazy idea
producers out
that
there smoking.
they
No,
had
what I'm saying is,
kidnapped
even if
a
somebody's
child
making their own
and
documentary,
Allegedly.
even if somebody's making their own documentary, I think that you can
1840,
see
right?
some
This is really
truth
pretty
in,
modern.
what's
So
not
after
being
that,
said,
Mark
or
was
oh, you're
successful.
smart, yeah,
Yeah,
you're
Lyons
smart,
really
presented, you know,
took off.
so it's like,
And
it's
they tried
I
to
don't
do
know,
a few
man.
other
I
things.
think
They
that
tried to
shit
eliminate the pogroms in Russia.
bananas to me,
They weren't so
but,
successful.
anyways,
But the whole
yeah.
idea of
Talk,
it
guys.
was really very successful, and many other organizations followed
We are
suit
running
after.
25%
Shown on the screen here are two other figures who are very important in setting this up.
It's over?
Not necessarily religious individuals, not as Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their nationality. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it
That
used
looks
to be 100 years
nothing like
ago,
Justin Bieber.
but
People
still
don't know.
very
Oh, yeah.
significant,
Well, you know what I'm
especially
saying?
in
Like,
places
these are the people who watch documentaries. Yeah,
like
exactly. You're in a club and they're like, hey, Justin Bieber's here.
These are the
Friends
people
with French
that
for a long
comment
time.
on like
They
Mark
set up
Maron
a
and that
lot
life
of
stuff.
schools in particular,
Clearly,
and
that's not
certain
him.
parts of the world,
Well,
the
when you look at
Alliance
that,
is like
you know, it's not
the
far
way
away, I guess, you know.
interact with Jews, just like
I don't
today.
know. I honestly don't know why.
Chabad is
Maybe
so,
they do, but I don't know why they
for
don't
many
do
people
stuff
around
like
the
this.
world, Chabad is the way you see
Like, bring out
Judaism.
fake
So for many
celebrities.
people,
I
the
mean,
Alliance,
maybe they do.
North Africa,
We just don't know.
you
But like, this is
Baghdad,
but
places
now,
like
but
that.
there's footage
Transmission, like
about
do that,
everything.
there's
That's
some
so great. Like that right there.
I'll squeeze
That's
it in
obviously
if I see
that
that
looks
you're
like
not.
what's the dude that came on the
I
that's obviously Hanks. Yeah, it looks like Chet Hanks.
Okay, there we go. Now,
More than it looks like
but that
what is the name?
has to be balanced
Like these
against
people don't
what else is going on in France, and it
hands with
happens
their
to
cameras.
really
They don't know.
nasty
You know who's not minor? The bouncer.
Yeah,
He's like, what in
Now,
the
we've
fuck?
used this term
He goes,
anti-Semitism
this
before,
ain't fucking
but
Justin
up until
Bieber.
the 1880s, it was
Somebody, that's
meaning
almost spooky. If somebody
the
gets
term was
sued.
not invented.
Did you ever
until
see
the
when,
1980s.
you know, because
So we talked to
all the
many
presidents
lectures
have a
ago
body
about
double,
Philip
right? So
Rothschild,
if they
who was
assassinate
a
them, they don't
thinker
get a
of
real
his era.
one. Did you ever see the Biden body
France,
double? He's
an
literally 6'7".
especially nasty hater of Jews.
But he looks just like him, but he's fucking
Edward
enormous.
I mean, okay, to be honest, with the tattoos and shit, that does kind of look like
not great.
I get it with the
yellow
glasses.
press, meaning in
No, it just looks
kind of
off.
like the
Yeah, you know what it looks like?
neighbors
Uncanny
era.
Valley.
Wax
It's
that.
Uncanny Valley.
And
You know what
she had a phenomenal career, claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France,
Oh, it's
that
so
they were,
interesting.
eroding the interior
So, you know how,
of
like,
French
robots,
culture,
if a
and
robot
they
came in here and was
really
like,
have to
hello,
change
how are you? And
the
it was made of
immigration
metal, and
policies
we would be
to
like,
get rid
oh
of
shit,
Jews who were already
that's so
there.
cute and cool, and like, oh,
Published
look what it does,
this
hey, it's my
magazine,
wallet, or fucking whatever it does, right?
which
Right.
is sort of like the
The
free
mold,
vote,
Uncanny Valley
and have your say.
Closer it
And
gets
it had
to
these
looking
almost
human,
propagandistic caricatures
the
of Jews, so you
creepier and
see this
scarier it
highly
gets.
typical image that
So
shows So
this
that's
sort of,
why,
Jewish
like,
beggar, which for French Jews,
like,
for French people,
okay, the movie
would
Smile,
evoke a
and
lot of
then
the
Smile like that. That's not
coming from
really a
Poland
human
to the
thing
French
to do.
side.
So it makes you feel so creepy because
And,
it's like,
as you can
wait,
see,
it's human, but it's not. And there's a bunch of different theories about it. There's
small,
theories
like,
where
Syrian
where
hands
people
and
think
feet,
about
they're all
it's
holding
because
on to money.
we're supposed to
And there's
biologically know
evocation of
what's
the
trying to trick us as
global
human
Jewish
because it's a
conspiracy by
threat.
having it
Or
grab
some
onto
people
the
like Sam
entire
Tripoli probably are
world.
like, oh, fucking
It's not
thousands
a
of years ago
serious
there was an
message
alien race that tried to fucking
France
abduct us
and
and
the
they
rest
looked
of
just
the
like us.
world
Oh, we can tell it wasn't
aren't
us. You know, so that's why
that's actually one of the titles
they say it's in our
of
DNA.
his book, but one
That creepiness
promoted
makes
that.
us feel
That
super
imagery,
fucking weird.
the
Like this
Jewish
shit, like when it looks
world,
too much like
fear,
and
fear
movies
of
have fucked
Jews.
up that way.
And this
Like-
gave a
Like there's
tremendous
one thing
amount
called
of
Mars
support
Needs
in the
Moms, but that
70s,
came out it was a long time ago.
And
Look
the
this up.
key
But it made
cause
no money,
was,
and that was what we were sort of talking about. They're like, it's because of the uncanny
it
valley.
says,
Because these
popular
Pixar guys
illustrated
didn't look enough human
Jewish
or enough
friends,
cartoon. So there's like a middle
Jewish
ground
friends.
where when you
The
see
idea is
that, it's very
oh my
off.
gosh,
So that's what I'm saying. It's just be wrong kind of valley.
taken over
And it's
by all.
it's uncanny valley. You know, just be
You see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like
Did I not explain it
the
right? Yeah.
metaphor for a lot of these
Yeah, you know.
Sam was just on Rogan. He was great on that.
Sam's great.
meaning
Sam's
they
great.
have
Sam's
to
great.
like
If you want
mount a
you talk
massive
about listening to a podcast. Well,
crusade
you know, there's very
against
few
the
people that do
interlopers,
podcasts.
on his
Solo
shield,
podcast.
which is the word
That dude, yeah.
Satya.
That dude. I don't know if he
This
still
will
has that
be-
solo podcast that he does.
This is
He
gonna
does.
happen
He
to
has
you
Tim
guys.
Pool hat. He has
Them on his
7
feet
podcasts
is
a
like
day.
this
But he was
old
on Rogan
bearded
and he had some
dude
crazy
lying
shit.
on
And Rogan
the
would just go,
the
where
Ten
did you
Commandments
read that?
that knocked
You
down
know, because
successfully by
Rogan
the
can't
Crusader,
just mouth
and
off
his bag
and
of
not
money
check
was
him.
falling off and things like that.
Where do you
And you can see
read
this
that
is
at?
written by
It's
the
it was the streets. Okay.
incredibly popular
As much craziness
You also
as has been
know
on
that
that show. You
at
know what I
this
mean? I
time,
remember that one COVID guy. It was like, 200 million
the
people
word
are gonna die
anti-Semite
from
was
COVID.
still,
You know what I mean? It's like, there's always some crazy person on
you know, you
Well,
could say you're
it's
anti-Semite,
it's
just like a person could say,
It's usually his
I
dad.
know, that's what I'm saying.
Whatever, it
That's
was
what I'm saying. It's like,
a
there's
term
always
used
somebody
for
on
this
there saying,
public
well,
and
I
polite
just wish people were
discourse.
smarter, but they're not.
So
You know,
they
it's
actually
like,
ran
you know,
parties,
going back to Martin Marion, he's like, actually, you don't
that
want
were
people to be smart.
openly
Well,
explicitly
you know,
anti-Semitic. They
that's
called
how a lot of
themselves,
people
you know.
think.
There was an anti-Semitic
But
party.
it's like, well,
Well,
also,
for us, we
but if you got Mark Maron, and you know, like Mark Maron, he's like, you know, oh, well, they had Trump on a podcast and they
and
fucked it all up, and it's like, didn't he have Biden on? He had
thing that everybody was talking about,
You know, so
this
like-
horrible incident that
That's what I'm saying,
happened
it's
to
weird
this
moral
Captain
superiority,
Alfred
right?
Dreyfus, who was
I gotta tell you how
captain
awesome
in the
that
French army. And let us remember that France, up until this
So she's doing
point,
this mommy and me
was the
thing.
poster child for
She's talking to
emancipation.
one of the
Right? You'll
girls.
recall, we spoke a few weeks ago about
She's
how
about to-
France, they
She's like about to deliver.
published the rights of man and citizen, and then
It's like we
after
have
a
like
little bit of
a, it's a
hesitation,
form
they
of
said yes.
yeah.
And even Jews are
And so
included
then
in
like,
the rights
it's
of
the
man
right
and
from
citizen.
walking in the neighborhood with Wolf.
Napoleon,
And she's,
you know,
and she
questioned
sees
it,
a girl.
called this great Sanhedrin,
And she
and
thinks
then
it's the girl.
confirmed
She
it,
says,
and
oh,
said, yes,
Sarah.
Jews are French, just like everybody else.
Oh, you're
So
not
this is
Sarah.
100 years
I
after,
thought you were Sarah because
and everybody thought
you know
that
she
France
was
was like,
pregnant about to have a baby.
you know, so
This lady goes,
forward-looking,
I'm
and
not
so
pregnant.
liberal to Jews, and so kind, and so, you know, advanced. And yet to have this
And I was like,
Dreyfus
and let me tell you like the layers upon layers of why
what
this sucks.
exactly happened.
It's one thing to
So
say,
Dreyfus was
I mean,
rather nondescript in
it's one
French
thing to
army.
say, like, it's one thing
No
to say,
special
hey,
distinguishing
are you pregnant?
career moves or
Okay.
anything like
It's
that.
another thing to say, no, you're right.
he
You're
was
about to deliver. It's a whole church with them. They both went on a whole church.
I was
You know, and then the lady was like, she's like, oh my God. And then Rachel goes, Rachel was like mortified. She's like, I'm so sorry.
Right?
And the lady says,
France and
I have a
Germany
thing.
have this long,
You know, they're like, it works.
they
I have 6 weeks to live.
They were out of war in
It wasn't that, but it's just like,
They were
I was
fighting
like,
again,
Rachel,
and war going on in
she did this twice
1914.
now.
So this is in that period with
With the big fat lady, was she like fat?
I love when girls say big fat. It wasn't
fact that
like
a
she was, I
spy
guess it
was
wasn't
active
even
in
that
the
she was
French
big fat,
military,
but that she had
came
something
out to the
going on with her stomach.
and they
It's
had
really
to
weird.
find something
Yeah,
to
fat.
blame.
It's not fat.
But I know
So
that's what it collects.
seriously
It's some sort of
let's
fat.
blame
It collects in one place. You know what I mean?
Let's blame
Yeah,
Dreyfus.
let's
Dreyfus was not
like a
religious
smear
Jew.
tire.
He was
That's what they
not
call
a
it.
Jew.
A muffin
So they're assimilated in every way, but the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France
here. Not,
just
yeah, but you're not
struck a
doing your kid any
nerve
favors if
among
the kid's
so
five.
many
Just long hair.
that it was like overwhelming. This is one of
Yeah,
the
it's the parents' fault.
illustrations in the
No, that
press
happens
at the
all
time
the
that
time. Because
shows
Bossy had long hair
George
forever.
Bush's
They're like, oh my God, she's so cute.
had his
I know, but you just go
military
look like
stripped
you know,
from him,
even
the
when
rest
Wolf was
are
really
taken
young,
off,
he looked
and his
more
commanding
like,
officer is, as a sign of disgust,
what I'm saying is,
breaking
I don't like
Dreyfus'
people to
sword
get mad about
over
this.
his
No,
knee.
no. That's great about long hair.
Incredible
That's a
demonstration
you're gonna
of,
yeah. What do you want me to do?
you
That's
know,
why we shave Bossy's head. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like
disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but he went into a whole culture.
We have
Guys like
it's great. Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
still
yeah.
on,
We're at least the
Jews are
doghouse.
our misfortune. The Jews are the downfall of
Hopefully you're only the
France.
doghouse.
They're the
Yeah, I
right.
know.
But
What's the first meet of
Dreyfus
meat house?
was
I think I'll
shipped
probably the
off
meat
to
house.
Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin
That's
here,
hilarious.
and in
That's
exile.
funny.
But
Yeah,
meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling
Yeah, none of
about the
that
way
shit
the
over at
trial
my
was
house.
handled and the nature of the evidence.
You
There
talk
were
to
so
your
many
neighbor.
questions
Exactly.
that
Because you're like,
we
oh, you
spent,
know what happened the other day?
about
Social
20
motherfucker.
years in total.
No, you know what
In
happened
and
the other day
out of
is
prison
I can
during
announce
this
it. That's
time.
on a fucking
Ultimately,
60-acre estate. So
there
he didn't
was
even see his neighbor either.
this is, by the way,
No,
also
bro, I see my neighbors every day.
the
Like, the
cultural
kids play football in the backyard or
involvement.
baseball, like they're on the same team. So the dads are like me, so we all get the kids together damn near every day. I see them every single day.
That's what Rachel's trying to do.
Accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate. So
backyard and all this. That's great.
to get some information on his political enemies and blew up, and it ended up,
I get emotional until I start yelling.
he ended up resigning.
No, I had, yeah, the guy came to the United States door. I'm home alone. Just like so random. So random.
So Dreyfus was like,
And
the whole country
I opened up the door.
was this idea.
And it's some
But
guy.
this
He's
one
like,
French
no,
captain had like
I,
sold out
Maybe
the
your neighbor.
entire French
And I was
state.
like, oh, really?
This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over
Fucking
l'affaire
dude.
Dreyfus.
Honestly, that would have made more sense.
He changed dramatically
Well, you know those
and fundamentally.
paper
Well,
bags,
this man, of
and
course,
grocery
is
store,
not
big
Jewish
paper
poet
bags.
and writer.
Yeah.
They're
Emile
big
Zola,
groceries, but they're the
actually
paper
written
ones, not the plastic.
you know,
ones,
about
right?
a
Big.
dozen
Okay.
really powerful novels. I read a few of them. They're actually
To the
quite
top
powerful
of with
and
apples.
remarkable. But he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus because
And he,
That's
he
an
was like
awesome.
sort of
It really is. It really is.
Is he Indian? I can't tell you.
it was
Or does he have Down
something
syndrome?
really
Yeah.
evident on the candy
the,
shoe.
Gotcha.
irregularities that took place with Dreyfus' trial. Obviously, this guy was framed for this.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
He
I've
did
been
not
there a
do
year.
anything like this. There were definitely some other
But I say,
people.
oh yeah,
He was
thank you so
still
much.
in
Yeah,
the
we've been here about
French
a year. I
military
said, so
and protected by the military. He finally,
where have you been?
with
And
some
he says, oh yeah, we only come for the summer,
Jewish
and so
thinker
he's
named
there in the
Bernard
summer.
Lazare,
I can't
he
remember how
wrote
much
this
this guy is.
remarkable
But
historic
your
article.
home, my
He
house is the
covers the
cutest summer
entire
house.
front page of this newspaper, La Roue, which is
I get
the
it.
bar.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it says,
That also means he has apple tree.
Yeah, that is what it
accuse
is. Yeah, no,
as
he
a
is.
letter to the president of the
And
Republic
you know what I'm
of
thinking?
Emile
I
Zola.
just get rid of him.
And it is just
This is why I'm
total,
always
overwhelming
You know what
takedown
I mean?
of
On the
all the
recycling bin.
corruption that was
You know what I got?
associated
400
with
apples
this
sitting on the fucking
Dreyfus
counter.
trial.
I'm watching
And
it.
he openly said, front page news, that
So anyway, it was it was super sweet. It was very nice. I appreciate stuff like that. 'Cause I
betrayal
think,
of all
like the
the
other day,
French
somebody
ideals
said,
and
I can't
conservation
remember where it was, but they were like,
and
yo,
ultimately
dude,
he was
I don't know
successful.
if you like
Dreyfus was brought back
but it
for
was
yet
somewhere
another trial and
specific.
he
Coffee
trial
show,
was
no.
And while he was
But
not
there was a show or something, and they were like,
until
oh, you want any
1995,
weed? Like, I'll hook you up. And I'm like,
years
oh,
later,
I appreciate that.
and
I
even
do
then,
appreciate that kind of shit.
you know,
Like,
there were people who were not
I
happy with
understand
the
that that's a,
but
like,
he was allowed to go free.
offering of,
Sent
like,
his,
you know,
his,
it's not about the apples
his,
when the guy comes over. It's
whatever
about,
his
oh, welcome to the
sentence
neighborhood.
was
That's sweet as
Swedish,
fuck.
and
But it's
the
different
thing
when
was
somebody's offering you
But
weed.
for
That's
his
way
efforts
different
in
in a
this
bag.
regard,
Not really, because no
he
one
was
would come over with
groundbreaking. Here is
a
a
shopping bag full of
a
weed,
picture
obviously, bro.
from
No,
the
this is the
period
reason
of
why.
how
I mean, they
Zola
might.
was
It's more of like
surrounded
a,
by
that's like a
crowds
real,
of angry
that's an
Frenchmen who
addiction
were
that people
really
love.
upset with
And
him for
if they're sharing that with you, it
that
means
there was
more than the
corruption
fucking
in the
apples
French
from
military.
from
And he
your
was
culture. If
absolutely
you're
correct.
addicted, if you're addicted to weed,
were in charge. And
gross.
Zola
I
was
was
the
snorting.
actual
This thing it needs more.
jail and things like that. There's a lot of really
you know how many people just like,
what is especially important to us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there
you know what I mean? So I would always be like, I know about the streets, but I know
of
how
Dreyfus.
I know how it means.
This man,
I know what
Theodore
people
Herzl,
offer
the father of
like
modern
really means
political
stuff. I think it
Zionism,
means more
and at
than
this
the
point,
Apple guy.
Herzl was
Yeah, 'cause
essentially
no one has
an
six. Just
assimilated
read
Austrian Jew. He had
Yeah,
very
because it
little
costs money,
citizency
cable,
and
resources.
he was big,
It's a limited
but
budget.
Our
he was
listeners are going to say,
totally blown away,
what?
shocked by the fact that all
Your
of
girl makes some
the
apple
country
pie.
that
Right,
he's
we're
shouting
going to be in the fucking show thing. That will be thinner.
death
Stephen King
to
thing.
the
No, but
Jews over this one captain.
my point
All
is,
of the
for that guy to
irregularities
gather
of the
apples,
trial,
come
that he
over,
said,
knock on
wow,
my door, that's a whole
if
thing.
this happens
That's not
in
like
France,
that's
where
way.
they're supposed to be so
I know
enlightened,
you're wrong.
and a
I
full
know you're wrong.
century has
No,
It was a nice gesture. It was a
equal
nice thing,
rights.
Eric.
Like you
If
offer
100 years after they were given equal
you know,
rights,
you're just walking down.
people
Hey,
still
man,
feel this
you,
way
you
about
want
this
some
minority,
coffee bean? Like, you know,
it's obvious
like
to
you
me
wouldn't do that. That'd be so weird.
living in exile
But it means
is no
something to you. I'm just saying, I
longer
think weed is like
in other words,
a shared
you cannot
thing.
rely
That,
on
like, smoking
goodwill
with people,
of
it's like a.
our not
It
Jewish
means more than the fucking
citizens.
weird
We
foreign
have to have
guy
a land of our
in
own.
his summer home.
He's not going to get it, and it's fine. I think it's fine. It's not going to affect you. I think it really was what
That's a nice gesture. Here's the problem. The guy just got to his summer home, and the apples are overgrown and they're all over the place. So we had this
Okay, let
person,
me pause at this
hey, go
point.
put all the apples on the ground there, and we're gonna go give it to the. Thought about all this. The dude, you know, if Kristen was gonna give apples to them, I'll tell you this much: she'd put it in a nicer basket. But the dude was the dude. Whether or not he wanted to get rid of the apples, he still had to come over and knock on the door with a smiley face. I don't know. It was like it sounds like, you know, it was red apples and Ralph's or some shit. But speaking of your apples in a Ralph's bag, they might have been from Ralph's. I don't know. But I just got that with 1,000 apples. Yeah, he goes,
They said,
give me a
okay,
bag
all
of
right,
apples. He's just
let's go.
more.
But they didn't formally apologize.
He's like that guy who was the guy from the fucking Bubbly. Who's the fucking dude? God damn it! What's his fucking name? How many times did you drink? You drink beers? More. Who's the guy? Come on, fucker. You know? God damn it! It was the Holy Court Justice. Look it up, dude. It's so funny, bro. The memes are the best. No, please. Honestly, that meme where you that and the fucking. Watch this.
Okay, let's go on. If there are no other questions, arguments.
Kavanaugh.
There he is.
Yeah, Kavanaugh,
Okay.
dude. Fuck.
Okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So, let's go now back to
Anyway, dude.
Eastern Europe.
I wish I remember the guy's name.
Russia,
I
because
fucked up your name.
Russia still
I don't
has
know his
the
name. No, I do,
largest
but I'm not saying it. But
concentration of
the
Jews in the
apples were
world.
like, hey, Eric, stop touching the corn.
So
There's
remember, on
drugs in
Wednesday
the
I'll show
apples.
you a
I just want you
demographic
to hold
map
on to them.
to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time.
That's good.
And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again.
Dr. Ford has described
probably
you
on
as
Wednesday,
being
maybe next Monday.
intoxicated at a party.
Does anybody know
On
about
the
this?
left,
You
you
consume
see the
alcohol
way
during
the world
those years.
before World War I. And on the right, you see the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided into three big empires. The German, the Austro-Hungarian, Dual Empire that joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was short of a lot of its
Considered to be
territories.
too many beers.
Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little space where fully two-thirds
It's the next one, whatever the next one
Get
is.
out of here.
we're now living
The next one
outside
is,
of it.
dude,
Countries like Czechoslovakia, Poland, which had been a country before, was
just
born
type in
again after
more,
World
take it
War
up more.
I. You have the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and so
Oh, yes, it was, bro.
And as you
This
can
part
imagine,
was big.
there were
It's a meme that they'll use for like, how many times have you done this?
Czechoslovak nationalism.
to the point
You
of blacking
would
out,
consider yourself a winner,
and I never.
but
This whole
there are
thing,
a lot of
this
people
was so
who are
stupid.
losers,
You just
they were
want,
really
see, this is the
unhappy
thing.
about it.
It's like you just
and they
want
wanted
to be
to revise the peace
guys.
treaty. They
You
want
want
to
him to be like,
revise this now.
guys.
So that's going to be really important for us when we get to
Yeah, bro,
World War II in
listen,
particular. But I want to
anything you
focus
put
for us
on
today,
a trial like
getting
this,
to
no
that,
matter what it is,
just
it's
to give
gonna
you a
feel
sense of,
crazy. Yeah,
this is
it'd be
the
like if I'm
last
asking you ask me, how many your friend says you masturbated a lot. So you know,
to the classic concept. Totally different world.
and then the fucking ugly one is going like,
So
you
let's
consider
start
a
with
lot
what
of
happened in
masturbating.
Say how you masturbate.
You know what I mean?
Russia.
And you're like, doesn't everybody
Everybody
masturbate?
literally
What?
behind the rest of
It's
the
like,
world. Their calendar was actually 13
and
days
look
behind
at the
the
woman
rest
back
of the
there.
world.
She's exasperated by this. She's like, we don't drink beer.
Middle Ages,
Look at the one on the left.
But this is what you're talking about, the moral superiority.
It's like, yes. Yeah, it's like people have this sort of moral superiority. It's like, fuck off.
in the Middle Ages,
Yeah, look,
Western
like it's
Europe,
on the right to your point.
abandoned
There it is. Go out the entire
There it is.
Julian
There it is.
calendar
644,000.
Exactly. Whether you believe it or not, that's a win for whoever that person is.
today,
Making that
March 31st on the
so weird.
Gregorian
Like,
calendar.
damn, dude, it's like,
But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world,
it's
Russian
you see
Orthodox,
that
Greek
girl
Orthodox,
get
so
kicked
on,
out of the Theo
did
show?
not make that switch.
Yeah, she was
And
walking
so
out. She was like,
Russia was one of the last places to actually do it.
What happened?
Every
It was on TMZ.
century, they lost
She was
another
fighting during the
day.
show, right?
So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore they were referred to the February Revolution, whereas if you look to German, French, English, American
It doesn't count if you're
they
that
talk
big,
about the
bro.
March
No.
Revolution
Also
because
fact.
our calendar of the
She's
West
a big, she's a thick chick, okay?
But that's
I'm
just
not
one sort of symbolic
But
factor
those, the
why
titties
Russia was
go
still
out
so
more than the
far
stomach.
behind the
So,
rest of the
okay,
world.
facts.
Both in terms
Yeah,
of industrialization, in terms of
that will be nice.
its
This will be
governmental
fun.
structure, in terms of the Jews, for sure, they were still living in a huge modern. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have like, really poor outfitting, they have unmotivated soldiers, they literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers,
She does. She's leaving. She left some bench.
you got on one side, you got Germans who are at this point, by the way,
Yeah, it really is a lot of the time.
tanks were developed. They have, Air Force.
You'll be throwing people out,
Using it especially as a beta guard guns with
No,
guns.
that show that big, bro. When you get to 3,000
And the Russians are coming in there with
and
like
above, people get arrested at your show. You got no idea what the
Telling
fuck
their
is.
soldiers,
You got no
get
idea.
close enough to the Germans to know the way
Then
forward.
after the show, they'll
Use your
come,
bayonets.
man,
And they're
they
like,
had to take out
go down.
1,000 people.
Russia lost
You don't even
very
know.
heavily in
I got on stage once in
Later, they would
Austin.
catch
It's
up.
like a 3,000 or maybe a single.
Largely as a result of their
3,000
greatest
venue, and
soldier
I got on stage.
treaty
They're like, "Did you see the fucking
General
arrested? And I
Victor,
fuck you up." I was like,
because the Russians have a really brutal winter,
3,000. So this
and Western European forces often
I don't
have.
know what was going on though, because he was talking during the he stopped his performance. So I was like, get her out of
They
here.
went
Well, at
to
this
the war,
point, you have to,
and
because
3
look at all
years
this
into
going
the
on.
war,
Yeah.
they're suffering
She's
terribly.
okay.
They lost a lot of territory.
There'd be
Their
six
economy
people in
tatters.
your crowd, and you still wouldn't know. You're so
Leningrad,
into your shit.
Zoot, what the fuck, man?
Petrograd or Peter's City, and that was
Did you guys leave?
There was a city in the north called
It's
St.
true. You know what? You know what helped? I'm saying
It
I'm
was
saying
named
what
after
helped me so
St.
much
Peter,
with stand up is doing my
the
podcast.
the word
Because I
bird.
do, I talk for an
The name
hour
of the city
about
is
shit that I think is funny. I think,
So
and then
during World War
there's
I,
two
they
people in
decided
that
we don't
room,
want to have our
and all
capital
I do
city
for an hour is just
named
bomb
with
for
the
2
German
hours.
name, so
They're
they
not
changed it
laughing.
to
So I got,
Petrograd.
that made me so good at stand up, bro.
Russian city. And then
Is this it?
after
No.
the war was
Yeah,
over,
right.
the communists
It
took
is?
over,
Yeah.
they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supply, where on International Women's Day, in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up, picked up a brick, and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government
He's the
the
nicest
Russians had
person.
invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he was executed, ironically, by
Who
a
even
Jewish
thinks, oh,
assassin.
after you see
But
that, I'm gonna put
that was
with
the end of the Russian Empire. It
That's
fell
crazy.
with remarkably little pressure, largely because
I'm getting,
maybe like you've seen in your own
Mandela
conflict,
effect. It's like
Assad,
if you're
Syria,
referencing
there was
Civil
very
War,
little
where he says
fighting
war,
up.
civil
And
war,
once enough
Hitler,
people
there's
simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it
No, I
ramped up
would
itself.
send the meme
They
with
appointed a new government called a provisional government.
Wait, so
And the
Nick, it's
idea of the
fake? That
provisional
never
government
happened?
No, it
was
happened.
led by
It
this
happened.
guy, Alexander Kerensky,
I don't
not a
think
Jew,
so.
was to kind of organize
This man is
well documented, dude.
government going to establish in Russia.
Oh, I'm gonna be in
They
where
weren't
am I gonna be?
moving
Houston,
from any
Salt
kind of
Lake City,
bourgeois democracy.
Pittsburgh,
They had a very weak parliament
Boise,
called
Chris,
that
I'm
was
like Europe. Oh, and
essentially,
I'm adding
an
Go
extension of
Pittsburgh,
the
which is
Tsar
I didn't know where that is.
himself. And it's like
I'm
they
doing your
didn't
tour, but I
have
love
a,
Go Pittsburgh,
any
and I
kind
love
of
and
a
it's
democratic
definitely where
tradition to speak
all
of.
the fucking
And so they had to
like
figure
in
out
the movies
what
with the
kind of
Scots.
government
Oh
was
my
going to set.
God.
Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 50
So I can't wait to
major
do that.
nationalities
Amsterdam.
living in the massive Russian Empire that
Gonna be on
covered, by the way,
I got a
1/6
bunch of
of the
different things.
world's surface of the
We're
earth.
gonna go see Eric
Tremendous
Dome.
amount
Go
of
see his
territory.
story.
You've got
So they were
Orthodox
fly to
Christians,
Europe.
Catholic Christians, you have
I used to
Muslims,
do that on Brian
you have
Good's
Buddhists,
clips. I would
you
be
have
like, he
Jews.
would be like, I'm gonna
all
be in
over the
fucking
place.
Minnesota,
So
and I'll be
we're
like,
trying to
and
figure
then
out
I'd comment or I say,
what
if
we
you
would
live in
do for all
Minnesota,
these people
fly to
that are
Daytona
no
this
longer
week.
subject to the Tsar. They took too
So yeah,
long
but anyway,
to
so
make
more.
their decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists
Where's
were
where?
able to
Can
mount
someone
a
send me?
sufficient
Here, hold on.
force, and they took
Can
over the
someone
government
send me the Brett
forcibly in
Kavanaugh
October
quote
of
more clip?
1917. But before we get to that, it's important to know that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he
Yeah,
came
who
to
else is
power
in it, Chris?
was he abolished the Taylor settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although in the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated
I was
rights,
kidding.
modified by Catherine the Great.
lost it.
But by the time you get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. There were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations, and Jews were not allowed to bring so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling. And Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they were non-Jewish businesses, all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated. And Kerensky got rid of it as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews.
Or if it doesn't turn colors, then you're like, never
Pale
mind.
had massive numbers of Jews. Also, what you know, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time, and part of
Eric's
the
nasty. He gets the Infinity Stones condoms.
The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat. He was a
Determine the colors, like,
technical
so
for
if green has got to be, you might
left-wing parties.
survive that.
Later they got the Bolshevik Party, later known as the
Just go
Communist
green,
Party, but
yellow,
also
red,
a few other
like
groups like the
Yeah.
Bolshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also
And
part
AIDS is
of
red.
this communist ideology.
AIDS would be red.
His
All gay
approach
guys are like,
was
fuck.
that
pull
we
out
have
and
to
you see the AIDS
accelerate
You go a little slower just in case it breaks.
in Russia, as we discussed last week. Russia
You see
was
green,
not
that green is yellow.
a proper
No.
model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy to a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight
Bro, how
from
about the guy who
the
fucking
pre-modern feudal era
I don't know how they're
communist
spinning
era.
it, or I don't know what the real truth is.
But he says essentially we can do it. We can like rush around and get this done.
with
Very
the great
charismatic speaker.
family.
Killed
Managed to get
a
together
family
with
of three.
people
Was it a
called
family?
Soviets, which means
So-
councils in English, of workers, especially urban workers, factories, but also farm workers and so on.
Jesus Christ.
It's over very bourgeois model set by the provisional
government.
Hell yeah, bro.
Bring in this new communist government.
Yes.
Shortly after
Bitches.
successfully taking over the region in October, this is a
It comes out about how you talk about it.
comrade
I'm
Lenin
real.
is going to
How dare
clean
you
up
think that I did?
the land
This isn't real.
from Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be right. You know what where Chiste is? Chiste means clean. He's going to make this land clean. So that's
I actually think it might have been at a different.
the Lenin
Was it Outbreak Cabin? Oh, that's Outbreak Cabin.
Oh,
it's Michael Cohen. Yeah. Damn it.
For 2 years, he's bedridden.
Bitch. Take it back. I want apologies. I didn't say it was him, by the way. No, you were like, you know what that means. Yeah, well, we already know he's
Joseph Stalin. And the three of them engaged
50 times?
in a three-way
100
struggle
times?
for power. That
200
by the time you get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power and will provide
That's funny, bro.
Yo,
there is a strong anti-Semitic
Nolan Moss.
environment around
What up, pimp? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo.
Let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail.
That's right. It was Michael Cohen.
But
That's right.
the
Did he go to jail?
anti-communist Russians,
Yeah,
and there are many,
Was
the most important is
Trump
what they
get
call
pardoned
the whites.
already? No, because he went against Trump. That's why
They're
he went to
openly
jail.
taking advantage of
But
whatever
then he got out, right?
anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign.
The guy right behind him's gonna die.
This here is
Yo, dog, can you hear me?
Guess how much time you got?
that says on the death of
Guess how
the
much time you got? 15
international,
years.
that's referring to an international communist organization, and you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like
Yo.
No, I picked a high number though because I knew you were gonna do that. He didn't get 15 years.
Alright, well, just talk to me when you're ready.
Various Aztec people
Fact
who
check
are
my joke. Damn.
sacrificing
Did you guys see? I thought it was kind of cool. You know,
the marks. You can see Lenin there in the center.
Trump's shaking his hand.
And then the fucking
To the Jets.
and
Flags
right
down.
next to him on his left is that other
Putin
Trump.
didn't give a fuck.
So,
Putin was like,
yeah,
no,
just
interesting.
all the names on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about
They've been saying that for years, bro.
That was like shit.
no question
Oh, really?
that communism
I
had a special fascination for Jews
That's crazy.
at the turn of the 20th century.
Yeah, that's
But
weird.
we got to bear
That's
in
a weird
mind
flex.
the vast
It's
majority of
self-flex.
Jews were not
Yeah,
communists.
that's just my.
However,
That's just my.
if you look at communists,
Yeah.
and
So
you want to see how many
is there
Jews
saying
were
we're sick?
there, Jews were
Yeah, like
definitely
They've been saying that for
Oh, really?
years.
especially in the
Years. He's
leadership
gonna
ranks of
die. He
communists.
has cancer.
That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, you know, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction.
Wow, that's
There's actually a kind of a
Yeah, what
a
if
dark
do
joke
those
about it.
stealth
Yiddish,
bombers,
they had
whatever
this
they call them?
organization
Those
called
are
the
fucking stealth. Yeah.
Servo-Sisty Centralny
2.1
Komitee,
So expensive.
the All-Russian Central Committee, Communist Party,
Oh
and
my
they were
God, bro.
taking Yiddish acronyms out of it.
An atomizer.
SIP would stand for Descent
For real. Wi-Fi? Yeah, we it's like, why the fuck is it 2.5? I don't believe it.
And
That's
you know,
literally
it
where
was not hard
it's like
to look
the
at.
military
Like,
industrial
look at
complex.
Yeah.
this particular
The
list
numbers are
here.
made up.
Right. I'll be like, explain to me why this is there. Explain to me. They're like,
Well,
show me the part. They go like,
You don't want to do a bunch of cuts with the planes. You don't want to look for the next deal on this thing.
you're looking for the deal. I'm just saying, I don't believe it's that much right. Right.
Again,
They go like, they're like
re-emphasize
17
the
billion.
vast majority of Jews were not communists.
And you're
Communism was very
just don't say anything. Just say,
anti-religious,
I don't get it.
anti-Jewish,
I don't get it. I
but
don't
there
get it.
was
Those things like that.
Jewish
That's
trying
wild.
to. Part of that is related
That is-
definitely to things that were neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized,
We should.
and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism.
You think we
But
could
there
do
was
a bit of prep
definitely
on that for this
A
podcast?
surge of interest
I'll see if I got
for
someone
this
offer
brand
up.
new political philosophy
Yeah.
that
Well,
promised
look at the way
put a final
you never
end
see these things. Like, is there any footage
to,
of this
national
plane in
hatred.
action?
And many Jews
No,
were
because they're
attracted to
fucking
this
fast
idea,
and
thinking
quiet.
maybe
It's a
this is the
stealth
book
fighter
that
jet
will
there.
finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism.
They take off like
And
that.
people got
There has to
enthusiastic,
be some-
especially
there has to be
younger
some-
people who
Yeah,
are not
you can see it,
necessarily
but
so
we can
well
see Bigfoot.
entrenched
People
in
got
Jewish
covered.
tradition.
By the
So
way,
people
look at
got
this a little bit
think
more closely.
goats,
This is also a
you
little
know,
bit of
you
Christian
eat
stuff in it.
goats. No,
You can see the
you
Jewish
know,
guy
please
here,
don't
too.
actually
He's
friend
so
the guy. You can't see a beef
Andreas,
bomber?
but he has
Yeah.
the number 30 on his
Yeah,
back.
I know. I mean,
Holy shit, it costs around $130,000 per hour to operate this
Judas
thing.
received for betraying Jesus.
So
the
if you're
idea here
looking
is
for the guy
Jews
who
are
makes
also
underpaid,
betrayed. However, the biggest push
what are you going to operate it? Like, look,
into
what
the
are you doing?
Communist Party
Wow, I don't
was
believe none of that
to
shit.
look
It's
for
just crazy to be like, yo, I'm going to Reno, I'm going to take a beef. Wait.
Before we get
Once
to
you find
that,
out, let's say, hey, we want you to fly this thing. You go, okay, I'm going to fly planes. And you find out
so
it's 2
questions, arguments,
$5 billion.
discussions.
Like, oh yeah, it costs $130,000 for more insurance.
yeah.
Like everything is like hype.
Totally
How fast do
clear
you think you can go?
as the sun at noonday.
No,
I can't
you're not
believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this? Hello. That was cool.
You thought about, you're like, I don't care.
As you
First,
know.
and then you're like,
When you're saying that the
My first thought was, how do I turn this into a war joke?
people like Stalin or Lenin, they were just taken by this
That's how
idea.
hardcore I am.
I was like, I'll turn it into, Nick's
Well,
doing it.
actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not. I think there were
It
some.
sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the.
How's the kids
The
over there?
terrible
How's
government.
baseball going and all that? Does that still happen?
Our Tiger starts football tonight,
It's a government
and then
that
after football, he has a meeting for his baseball team, a
I say
parent
that's
meeting.
very, that's
And then tomorrow, Boston starts baseball, so it's every day this week now, picking up.
at the beginning. Couldn't tell for sure, but by the time
Is it
you
every
get
day
to
this
the
week?
30s, oh my gosh.
Every day this week,
They have
two of them.
They have
Stalin
sports every day this week.
1930s in many
Sports
ways
every day.
to Hitler's Nazis.
Do you have how many
You know
weeks?
The totalitarianism, the forced arrest, the
It will
tortures,
end
the murders.
in
It's
November.
absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews
I don't know, man.
Participating then.
Fucking
yes,
16.
I'm afraid so.
Can't make it.
Guys like Lazar Kaganovich,
Lord,
the
I don't know,
Kobe,
man.
you know, and
So
he
it's
was
so annoying to ask how many
one of
weeks
the
is it?
main architects
How many weeks is that? I don't know, man. What the fuck?
Great, that's really.
But yeah, I'll be in Houston, Salt Lake City, Boise.
You're coming to
Sad
Texas,
reality of it,
Christopher.
Yeah,
that
you know, Houston
Jewish
is still
history
small.
also
Texas is so big.
has
LA
built it.
people
Actually,
I
on
heard
27th,
you,
I'm doing my show at Flapper. On actually,
37, 36. A lot of
and man, you went
against
to you went to
That was great.
27th.
Yeah,
I don't know, go down.
who were Soviets wasn't that the first.
Go down.
One
27th.
That is very true. What I'd like to do is, I'm going to walk you through this in the next bubble after what I'm going to talk about. The bubble. But I'll give you the short answer right
You
now.
said September
Basically,
27th.
at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks. And those are
You
people
write something in.
who actually became communists
This
before
is just a marker. Hey, girl, you write
before
it
the
Dumptown.
revolution.
Oh,
Right? They're
I'm
old
gonna be in
Bolsheviks.
Dumptown. All right.
Jews are disproportionately represented
You know
there.
what? If I
Primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers.
Now that you're done
Those
with
are
this,
like
go
the
watch
trust.
After Hour.
Who really are like all in.
Good idea.
Very anti-Jewish.
And you guys are going to be staying
Then
soon.
what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in more detail, regular Jews
See you guys.
who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s or 1924, at the end of that period, that's when you have a successful series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait, we move too fast, we have too many people in here who don't believe what we believe, and they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number, and in fact, they now become
50
less
times?
proportionate
100
during the
times?
worst period. So in
200
other words,
times.
when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews.
Guess how much?
But
Guess
it
how
would
much
be a
time you
mistake
got?
to say there were no Jews in
Guess.
communism.
Guess how much time you got?
15 years.
And there were some really nasty Jews. So it's complicated.
Yeah, that was
This is the
like.
kind of stuff that I
The
just
high
know
number
when
though, because I knew you were going to do that. You didn't get 15 years.
Let's explore the history, okay? So back to where we are. are. Here we are with the Rothschild. So this I'm sharing largely because in my own research, this is my dissertation, that there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, we will call it, falls apart in February, and then in October the communists took over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communists. We want to do things that are efficient. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire. They said, no, we don't want to do this. Russian
because he
and
keeps
they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out
past
really
the store,
these Ukrainians who spoke about this and stuff like that.
And then Mark
Asian intelligentsia, places like hey,
saying like,
I didn't know what it was. Yeah, said, hey,
He goes, I've never heard of it.
And then Jeff's like, why me? Why you pick me for this? You've done this to everybody, and all of a sudden, Jeff said that.
Jeff listed off like all the big names Americans had issues with. He's like, you're coming after me? I thought you didn't know who I was. He listed like huge names that had
they
issues.
had this really bizarre experiment where
I
they
just
took
think it's a
weird
weird
nose theories that we
podcast
talked about
tour,
last week.
press tour,
And they said, okay, let's do it.
to
And then
basically, we're not even talking about his
they
special.
placed a
All we're
minister of
talking
Jewish
about
affairs
is
in their government.
what he
They
does, what he
dedicated
says.
tax dollars.
They're just
and
salty.
I think that's
Jewish
I think that's
offices.
sucks.
They
I don't
made
think it's good for the
Yiddish
brotherhood.
an official
I don't
language
like that
of
shit.
Ukraine.
Brotherhood? What brotherhood do you speak of? The one that kicked my friends out of the brotherhood? The one that kicked my friend Chris and Brian out? What fucking brotherhood?
But it was a crazy experiment
Yeah, where
that
there isn't any
essentially
but,
collapsed
whatever.
within
I mean,
3 years. This is
yeah,
they're trying, this is
you
one
know,
of
I
the
see these
documents
guys
I found
out
in the
now, and they're
archives,
just all like, hey,
where
what's
they're
up?
trying
You know?
so hard
It's of
to
course.
live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document. And
Yeah, man, that's
as
the
you
weird
can see
thing
by
now.
looking at
You
it
know,
closely,
things are
it's
different. You know what I mean?
three languages.
I'd
On
say
the
this is a
left,
byproduct
with the typewriter,
of people being so
is
concerned
written in
about social
Ukrainian.
influence.
and on the
You know,
right,
this is what this
they
is
didn't
really
have a
about.
Yiddish
I mean, social
typewriter. They
influence is
wrote it
everything.
in
It drives
Yiddish.
engagement. It
And
drives
if
revenue.
you look a
And
little more
people don't want
closely, you'll
to.
see that
Anything that
even
they
in
think is going to take
Ukrainian,
away from the
certain
money that they're
letters
going to make,
are
they're going to
handwritten
put up the
specifically
tents and be
I
like, no, that's it.
or
Just
I
protect it.
written.
Yeah,
They're
The reason
protected at
for
all
that
costs.
is
at all costs.
Even if losing their friends, whatever. Like, whatever.
So
It's all
they had Russian
I always say like I feel like it sucks that loyalty
to Ukrainians.
is not
They
something
had
that
to
people
specifically add those letters in,
Yeah, no,
which
not
is
at
like
all.
hilarious.
It's weird too. No,
But that also
Boy,
shows how
here.
weak the
yeah. Well, there's a
government
few.
is.
There's
So
a
in
few.
fact,
There's a few.
towards the
There
end of
are.
this
Oh,
three-year
yeah.
period,
Who
the
else,
government
Chris?
was
Who
essentially
else?
operating out of
Oh,
Ukraine.
yeah?
And they were
In the
running
spotlight?
between
In
three
the
cities in
spotlight?
western
But
Ukraine
that
trying to
yeah, but
avoid
nobody
Red
actually
Army
just.
troops.
But that's the thing where
That was
nobody
the intent of the
cares.
government.
Like there's so
although
many
it was a
people
very
who are like
global kind
to
of
me
idea,
that are in
that's
the
involved with
spotlight that are
Jews,
like.
you know,
Dude.
really kind of multicultural government,
You gotta-
ministry of Jewish affairs,
You gotta
et
get
cetera,
back. We're gonna,
It was
you deserve to
largely
be fucking doing
things
these
of the
movies and shit.
imagination
I'm
of
like,
the upper political
Yeah, bro.
classes. And it did
okay.
not,
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
seep
like
into
I
the
mean,
broader
people who are like, you
This
know,
is especially
in the
true
business,
because
in the business and
right after
also
there's actually a little
famous, and they're
interesting
like,
proposal
you
nights in
gotta get
19
you in something
That
that
doesn't
doesn't
count. It doesn't count.
I know it doesn't.
Then,
That's my point. I'm saying they don't care. They don't
the,
care. I mean, they care.
communists
But
took
that's
over
weird to me though, because
the
like,
entire region
to
blew
me,
up.
it's like I
in a horrific
don't know,
civil
dude.
war
It's like you take
where you had
like
multiple
the movies
players
and shit,
all
and like
fighting
movies about
over
movies and how they're
this
so, you know,
territory,
they always
Russian
play Hollywood
Empire,
like this
especially
fake thing.
European Russia.
But like, dude, that's just kind of what
You
everything
had
is.
the
Like, it's
communists
not like
led
that.
very
It's not
effectively
not
by
like that
Trotsky
in
and
other
the Red Army.
businesses.
You had
Like,
the white
The
Russians
second
who
the
wanted to
second
support
and
either
anything
the
is about
Tsar,
anyone,
who was kicked out
anyone,
of
everyone
February,
gets
or the
scared,
provisional
and they just go,
government that was
oh,
kicked out in October,
well,
but they
I'll
didn't
just
want
do
to
whatever's
do this.
right.
You had the
Quote unquote.
Ukrainian
And then this way my
national
brand is
army,
protected,
was
I guess,
called
but
the
like,
European side.
the people who
had,
don't give a fuck,
the
like
Polish
truly
army.
who don't, who
You
really
had
just don't, like
Poland was
us,
also
you know, and there are
necessitated
others,
itself
but
at
like,
this time.
you know,
you
it's
had
just,
anarchist movement
it's
under a guy named
well, at least for me,
very
it's
active in
it's
Ukraine.
free. Like, I don't
And
have,
then
I
you
don't,
had dozens and dozens
I have a
of
problem with
temporary
everyone going on
ephemeral
podcasts and talking shit
games
about
of
everyone.
compromise.
It's,
You said on
it sucks,
Tuesday,
dude.
with the
It just
Ukrainians,
sucks.
and
Like
on
when I
Thursday,
see
with the
some
communists
comic go out
and the
and and talk about some other show that a comic's on, or somebody's
incredible
bashing
corrupt,
another
way
comic that they
beyond
came up with,
anything
or
that
they're talking about how they don't
Chris,
want
but Chris,
Little Tony.
Chris,
we discussed last week that
no good
there's
comics
this
are doing that.
remarkable
I haven't seen one like legit
acceleration of
comic talk
violence
shit on them.
that
Right.
occurs
There are no
in
public.
Eastern Europe
Well,
after
right. There's
1881.
no. I mean,
The
look.
scale of
Nobody
this
that you
is
respect.
phenomenal.
You can argue
In
that.
nearly
Yeah.
3
Look.
years of
Obviously,
corruption between 81 and 84.
there are comics that are above it, like
maybe
Bill Burr,
50
Chris
people
Rock,
killed,
you know,
really
the
small
big guys,
number
but they are
compared to later
above
violence.
that. But there are
In
people
the
who
great
are
pogroms of Kishinev and
that are
Odessa,
not above that, who
1903,
made their
1905, and so on.
living
have
that way.
Maybe
You know, who made their living talking
300
shit,
Jews
who
killed,
made their living
still
getting
pretty
clicks.
awful. One single big rock.
They're
But
not.
by the time you get
They're the
to
people
post
that
World War I era,
that what are
especially
they going to do? They can't not do that anymore.
1919,
You know, I mean, you got. I saw the other day with these comics that were, you know, they were not well known, but they were talking shit about Kill Tony, and it's like,
go up to a $250,000, which is probably
Just-
way too big.
you know,
But 100,000 is
like
certainly
for
within.
what? For what?
Because he's the big dog.
I know, but it's like you.
When you get to a certain level, like
where
people are gonna take shots. It's like it's a weird comparison. It's like I'll talk shit about the UFC. I love the UFC, but I talk shit about because they're so massive.
I understand.
Like they're so big.
I understand.
It's just what you do.
It's different when it's a
control the
company where
territory.
there's going to
Here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hands, Mr. Chairman. I'll
comedians.
get to
It's
it in a
like
second.
that shit affects people.
Why
You know, Mark Maron goes out and look, you talk about Mark Maron, like he'll go out and he will,
because of all of those
he
multiple
knows that
forces
he
that are
has
struggling
issues.
for
Like, I mean,
territory,
he's not like,
right?
he says he's, you know,
Red Army has
It's
by
like-
far
podcast,
the
yeah,
least
talking
incidents
to a
of
guy and
violence
being like,
against Jews. Trotsky at his head
these are the
steps
words,
up right
the
at the
kid
beginning of
doesn't
the
have
war
an
and
act.
says,
Yeah. No, you guys to talk like that. Well, what I'm saying is, what?
But here's my thing.
Also,
Here's what I
to a
think.
certain degree,
It doesn't affect Matt Ryan.
which is
What
what
happens,
German
what
Protestants
Mark's
in
doing,
Eastern
Mark's
Ukraine
a
that
fossil.
are
So
about
he in his demos 45
they
to
refuse
77.
to fight back
None of those people are
against
fucking with Matt
these
anyway.
attackers.
So it's not
So
like
you
Matt's
have,
losing
you know,
fans or somebody's on the
people
fence
like,
like, well, Mark
we
Maron
read by
said.
No,
It doesn't affect
It doesn't affect Max fans. What it does
raping
affect
their
Matt.
wives and having them cook breakfast
Like
the
when
next
someone
morning,
I see
and
somebody
the men
talking
simply
shit
doing
about
nothing
me,
because
it
it would be
bothers me.
a
I understand.
betrayal
I
of their
understand. It's like, oh, I don't give a
principles to fight
fuck. And
back.
like you said, oh yeah,
Those
okay, that's a
Mennonites
thing. But
did
like,
fight back and broke their
you don't give a fuck because
They
you
were later
know,
shunned
okay, then I
by
can't
the
give a
rest of
fuck.
the
It's not because you
Mennonites.
truly
They're
don't give a
absolutely
fuck.
bullshit.
That shit
Sucks.
sucks.
You gotta not. They're driving me crazy.
I understand it. And if you find the balance, but it just sucks, bro. Like, you know, say what you want about whoever.
against the civilian
No,
population.
I know, but I'm saying, say whatever you want
We're
about
assassinated with
whoever's comedy.
But
Like, it's annoying and
the
it sucks.
vast
Like when I see
majority
people like, oh yeah, fucking,
white Russians
you know, Croatia takes his shirt off. That's all he does. It's like, all right, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? He made it.
So many Jews.
You know, he's got his life.
Got to join.
You know, or Tom Segura fell off, or whatever the fuck it is, crystal fell. It's like, dude,
So much
what are you
so that they have
doing?
stories
Like,
of like
for
guys
what?
literally
What are you
running out of base
doing? Make it. Make
you know, pay us
It's hard.
flying,
Make
Well,
it.
not speaking the word for us,
But again,
and
those
running to
people
try
that
and
are saying
find
those
out how to
comments, like we
operate
all
a
get it. Oh, Chris
musket
fell
or
off,
whatever,
Brian fell off,
rifle at
Brendan
times.
fell off. I'm like,
They
guys,
actually
if
had to
this is falling
establish
off,
Yiddish language.
sign me the fuck out.
Well, that's
Or
That's
these
what it
Jews
is.
have so badly
So it's
to,
no, it's also no one
that's
doing
when you have
well
the
who's
big
making those
stories of
comments.
days with the
Chris
communists,
fell off.
because the
Oh, did
communists
he?
looked like they were actually going to
Do
live
you know how
up
much
to their
Chris makes a
promise.
year?
Yeah, I'm
Do
not
you have
protecting
any
the Jews
fucking
and
clue
minorities
how well
in
he's
their
doing?
lives.
But also,
Later,
I
of
like
course,
when
you'll be
people
betrayed
talk
by the
about
communists
someone.
big time.
But yeah, I
But
hate
that
when they
wouldn't
like
really
it's a
start to
host.
happen
And
until
then
the
they're
end of the
like,
1920s.
they're talking to this person,
Okay,
they're trying to
so
bring
the
up
other-
something, as if they think
Yeah,
that
thank
people
you.
watching are going to
Why this
a
was wrong?
good person.
What exactly
They're
they targeted?
like,
They were fighting
why are
with
you
each other.
trying to people are
Their violence.
Yeah.
But
They
why?
don't care about
Why
like
they
what podcast. You know what I mean? They're fucking
that's a
terrible.
good question.
They're
That's
so
kind of a
they're
meta question.
assholes. They're
Your
shitty.
question was asked
Like,
to me
when they
by
pick someone like
Professor
fuck this
John Paul
person, that right, whatever, or me,
scholar
whoever it is, like you know what I mean? Like they just
read my
pick that person
dissertation
and
and
it's
said,
and
well,
then it's like
why did you hang on one
believe them
second?
because why? Chris, you believe who? You believe Amy Schumer? Who you like who?
No one believes him. But my thing is, do you know anyone who's doing shit that doesn't get this type of hate? Do you know anybody? Name one. I can't name
one way or another, yeah. For one way or another.
Name one, dude.
So
It was
I
actually
stopped teaching this from
Yeah, no,
home,
but
and I
it's
have
different when it comes from the fucking actual community. You know what I'm saying?
my
It's different when it
relatives
comes from
just
the
brought
our
me
community.
the
You guys keep saying this community.
Right, well, what is it? What's supposed to be?
Soft people.
Well, it was.
All
I've
right,
been around for a
where
while.
Mr.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was. Yeah, undoubtedly. Yeah, exactly. I believe that the internet helped to destroy that, and because
I agree. There was a community. There was a community before Rogan left, like those whatever 5 to 7 years. I mean, it's the golden age, right? But I think to your point, like these guys that does this stuff, part of it's not their fault. Like I'm not giving them an out, but part of it is social media, YouTube. It's created. The algorithm's created to entice him. And so if I make a reaction video going, Chris is the best comic ever, and Eric's the friendliest comic ever, he's so good. I get 5,000 views. If I make one that goes, Chris sucks cock, and Eric sucks bigger cock, I get 100,000 views. It's just how we're wired. That is my new podcast coming out.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, Good Burger, Beverly Hills Cop, Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
No, I know it does suck. But look, put it this way: if you're going out there for clicks, if you're farming, like you know, comedians go out there and farm for crowds. If you're a podcast farming for clicks, you suck. You suck. If you go out there and you're like, let's try to make it so let's talk. Yeah, we should talk about that. Because fuck him.
So my book
suck.
is
You're a hoe. You're a hoe at sushi. You're a fucking hoe.
But they know that.
Nobody thinks that they're doing. Nobody thinks that they're bad. Bro, Hitler thought he was doing the right thing. So it doesn't matter who.
No, these people know.
So that's basically
they know they're bad. They know it's scummy work, but it's the only way they can make money.
Well, no. I think that some people take this weird high
You know
ground.
they were in
That's
the Civil
my
War.
problem
They were busy.
with
They were trying to establish
America. Yes, I'm taking the high ground, this moral high ground, and this like a genius complex that some of them have. To be like, Jesselnick's got that. He's got this genius complex that it's like, well, this is what comedy's supposed to be, and Mark's, telling me like, man, I just care about comedy.
Jesselnick's different than Mark. I like Jesselnick. Jesselnick's different than Mark. Mark's a salty bitch. Jesselnick will do it like when he goes after Rogan or something. It's still in a funny way, and it's kind of his thing, right? Being kind of that asshole.
I don't like Jesselnick. I don't know. Anthony's my friend. I like Jesselnick. No, I don't like it. I don't like that shit. Talking about Matt, I hit him up. I was like, did you watch it? I was like, I directed that special. He was like, oh, I didn't watch it. I said, oh, okay. It just makes me feel bad. I mean, like, personally, I like Jesselnick whenever I see him. I just don't like that. I don't like Jesselnick.
This is kind of like the dark
I know. But when you carry it over into a podcast saying, fucking, this person sucks, and you don't even know. Marin doesn't even have it. He doesn't even know that Matt has an act. Matt has an act. You don't have to think it's funny. But it's just crazy. So I don't know, man. I'm just saying. It sucks. Well, when I see comics get dragged, it just fucking always sucks, man. It always sucks. Even if I don't like them, I'm like,
But in general, like the fan base that's gonna buy tickets or watch a show, they're already conditioned to this bullshit, this toxic community. Most of them are like, oh, fuck it. They pass it.
Maybe starting now, but like not up until now, it was rough. It affects social media. Really affects people. Like, look, dude, it really affects people. Like, it affects. I know it. I know. People trying to have
Shall we go on a little bit?
Yeah. And the bottom line is, it affects everybody. The bottom line is, don't be a fucking
Professor, when you had that book,
fucking suck it up. Realize that you're real, and social media is not. Why would you touch the course? And it's a place around court.
Yeah.
And
It has
it's happy there was no buzz. And I was like, they did a good job. But it's a fucking
Has Mayor never ran into Rife at the comic store? Like,
no,
they have their names.
No, they haven't.
listen, Mayor's a soft cup. Mayor would be like, bro, you know, come on, man. I guarantee if Matt came at him with like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? I guarantee you Mayor would back off.
What he said to me, he said, no, just walked up to me. He was like, look, man, I'm not jealous. I'm not bitter. I've never worse. I'm bullshit. And I said to him, Mark, if it looks like
Okay, so legacy. One
yeah, well,
last
yeah, you have to look at what it's
quite
called.
fascinating.
I sat next to Mark Maron on a flight
This
from
is
somewhere to somewhere. It was totally pleasant and cool, and this was before all the marriage stuff. And then I'm like, that's the same fucking guy.
Before the war, he was not a military person.
But
He was actually,
here's my thing. I've been following Mayor forever, dude.
a lot
I
of
was
the
listening to Mark Maron's
really
podcast.
significant figures
How long?
of the
15 years now? I'm a fan of Mark Maron's
did not
podcast.
come from
I
military
like
backgrounds,
Maron.
but came
I was
from
wondering when he was
humanities.
dealing with hecklers in the crime store. I stayed
Like,
after to make sure he didn't get beat up in the parking lot.
Hitler,
Like, I like Maron. I like his
they were
podcast.
not,
I don't like what he's doing to Matt Rife. Like that ain't big energy, but there's
you had
different
our
ways
case
to
of
get
power
attention.
in late
You're too old for that shit.
Well, I don't know.
Look, leave that to the guys with no talent.
There's people that are.
Maron's talented.
This is the thing. There are people that are going to, and I'm not saying this is what Maron's doing, but there are people that are going to hear what we're talking about now and go check out Mark Maron.
Fled to
They're gonna
France,
be people
where
that don't
he
even know
lived
who
in
he is,
exile.
and they're gonna go, "Who's that guy?"
Kind of like
Google him. They're gonna watch some of his special.
The symbolic head of the
that's-
Ukrainian
he's
government
funny.
that never came to be.
Yeah, no,
because the
yeah.
communists
I mean,
took over.
Maron says when
One day
some of his
he's
stuff is
walking
fucking
on the
great.
US.
Okay, so when you
And
go,
there's a Jewish guy named Sheldon Schwarzkopf walks up
watch
to him
his
and
stuff,
says to him,
and then you
"Who's that
see
Mr.
him,
Yoda?
that's a
Are
win.
you
That's a
Mr.
win in his
Yoda?"
eyes for him.
But Chris,
Yes.
but here's the
And
thing,
then,
sure. But it doesn't take away from Chris D'Elia fans or Griffin fans. No, they're like, well,
No, I know.
He is
Mark
arrested.
Maron said this.
You know,
It doesn't
right away.
I
matter.
know, but my point
He's
is,
It's not like they're not going to stop watching you.
I know that, but the point is, that's why, and I'm not saying that's what Maron does, because I don't know if that's what he does, but that's why people do that. That's why people go out and say, let's talk shit about fucking Matt Rife, let's talk shit about this guy, let's talk shit about that
However,
guy.
he
You
had
see those videos, it's like,
brilliant
they say fucking Tom Segura,
who
they all fell off,
managed
it's like,
to
they're all like
turn the trial
300,000
on
views.
its head.
And you're
By
like,
saying,
what?
All of us had one of those on there. I had one that said I was going to prison like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Schwartz, they said
Yeah,
that
but
they
like,
had
but
reasons
some
why
people click on
Schwartz
that,
started
and that's,
Yoda.
listen, yeah, it doesn't ultimately, it doesn't
Revenge
matter.
killing
This is what it's like.
for his own family members
They're
who were
proven
killed in
that
Oklahoma.
negative political ads, are more effective than the others. Right? And in this business,
Tracked
it's the same
Schwartz
thing.
part down
Yeah,
like a
negativity
Nazi hunter
pushes
and
all
shot
the
him dead in the street.
You know, and you know what's interesting
Yoda
is how
deserved
And that's a
it
problem.
yeah,
for
I'm
his
watching
role
Ralph
in
Balboa
the
right now,
Ukraine.
you know, so you got a special, but it's
Okay.
great. It's weird
An
how
electrifying
it's so
decision.
different now. So he went on Rogan,
Undoubtedly,
he went on Club
thinking
Shay Shay,
of the debacle
and,
we began
now
our discussion with today.
that's
is
the thing. It's not the
A
Tonight
French
Show.
jury
It's not, you know what I mean?
convicted
Because those are fans.
It's none of that stuff. This is
acquitted
like
me and Ralph.
crazy
Schwartz
that
of the
how
crime of murder.
this is
Even though there was
driving
no
business.
question
And then,
about
of
the
course, when you go on
facts
Club
of the
Shay
case.
Shay, you got to talk about like
And they
you know,
required
you
him
talk
to
about
pay
George
an
Lopez not
insulting
being nice. And,
one
you know,
franc
that
in
guy, it's like, oh, yeah,
damages.
Cat Williams, you know, that Cat Williams shit.
This
I
was
think what
like
Cat Williams did on Club Shay Shay is now, like,
earth-shattering
you know,
decision.
you want to get on
Because,
there.
the French jury essentially
It's like
said
everyone's like, oh yeah, and then
that
Cat Williams took
Yoda
a shot up. It's
himself
like,
and
bro,
the Ukrainian movement that he had
to go on there and talk shit about the whole community and get
and
facts
directing these
wrong,
programs in a kind of
bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not everything he said was right. You get on there and talk about shit, and shit is wrong. And then fucking Cedric the Entertainer is like,
why,
what the fuck?
30 years earlier, French
I
jury
haven't thought of Cat Williams in fucking 10 years. And that sucks for Cedric the Entertainer. Well, the other one, the big beef right now, there's the
crime that
there's
he
the other one.
did
What's
commit.
coming? Ali Sadiq
And of course, there was
or
like,
there's like a
he's great.
him and Cat are like, oh, dude, I don't subscribe to any of that shit. Because Cat was on what's his name? These people are all middle aged.
well. Many people
Who the
felt,
fuck is that?
especially on the Ukrainian side, that he was
Carmelo
actually
Anthony, is that he ranked Denver
planned,
Nuggets?
but it was part of his
He won a national championship as a
desire
freshman with
to
Syracuse. Come
undermine
on.
bid for statehood.
There's too many
You know,
people.
I see the
There's too many fucking people.
It's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there.
He's adorable.
But
it's
that's
like,
kind of a footnote.
dude, I just don't subscribe to any of
Good
that shit,
story,
dude, because
and
like
certainly
these
contributed
people
to
that you,
the
these
challenges of
people
the
that you
Ukrainians and
idolize,
Jews fighting
they're
about Rothschild after
they're all
the
awful,
Schwarzbard trial.
dude. And
Okay, so that basically
but there
takes us
also
through
there are people there that don't give a bro.
the period that I really
But also
wanted
playing
to
the
cover
game.
for
Yeah,
today.
but they don't. That there are
We
people
can
that are
begin the
like there
next
are
part,
people
which
that
is
are
really
trying
going
to be
back to what's
and grow
happening in
and
the Soviet
evolve
Union.
and be better.
But
But there
what
are
I'd
people
rather
that
do
are
is
just
to see
like
if you have any further
when you see
questions or
someone, you can
observations
very obviously
or
tell what a fucking crazy person is. I don't. This is the thing that bothers me. It's like they're like, oh, this person said that though, so that's true. Look at that person.
perfectly clear.
How do they sound? What do they look like? What the fuck are they wearing?
As can be
Are they posing?
I don't care.
Okay,
Are
so
they posing
let's
with their
wrap it up for
pussies
today.
on Instagram? You know what I mean? It's correct. Like
But again, most people are like you, Chris. So like when someone comes from me, whoever it is,
Tomorrow.
I would hope they go,
For
nah,
those
let
of
me
you
look
who
at
maybe
who's
wanted
saying
to show up
They don't.
here
Oh,
this morning at 7:29 a.m.
you just need
That
to
did
look
not
at their
happen.
Instagram
They will
account on
They
Instagram.
will start tomorrow.
Nobody does that.
Over.
They repurposed the
Great
video
learning with you,
to get
gentlemen.
another million
Hope you
views.
have an excellent
Nobody cares about what you're saying. Nobody's learning. If that were the case, it would be a more sane world. People do it in real life. Like in real life. Yeah, but not online. No. Not online. That does affect. Yeah, nobody's looking like, oh, let's see what this is.
1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive
with the
bombs
facts
in
all messed
Russia.
up, not into.
In terms of the scale,
The big
of
did you
well,
watch that?
100
Oh my
people
god.
killed.
That
So,
document, I
they were
did
terrifying
a whole thing about
But when you look at the
this
rest
on my
of the studies,
podcast.
it's
Yeah.
like a split. It's strange to see how so little violence
You
can
can't
make
just
such
make
a
a
huge
documentary
change,
about
but it also
nothing.
gives you a sense of,
Oh
unfortunately,
yeah,
how
the
deeply
biggest
we have
loser
been
was a
wounded by the last
bad,
century.
was bad culturally.
The Kristallnacht
Fucking say,
also, for the Holocaust,
hey,
about 200
fatso,
people,
get up
260
here,
people
lose as much
So
weight,
again,
and we'll
the numbers
still
are
call you a loser.
still
Hey,
tiny
that's
compared to
oh,
what
that's
was
bad,
later on in the
dude.
century.
I'm
These are
surprised
updates.
nobody fucking
But
died.
we had a massive
Yeah,
impact
I'm so
over
tired of these
8
fucking
years of
documentaries.
pogroms.
I mean, this is about,
Jews eventually
somebody's
said,
gonna fucking meet someone.
this
Oh
is
yeah,
not
they
working.
slighted me.
We're going to give up.
Nine-part mini docuseries because they
here
didn't
are
say
the
bye
5
back to me at the fucking
basic
start.
strategies that Jews survive.
Sometimes you can be an asshole. It doesn't mean that you're fucking.
Monday was
You make a
immigration,
this
right?
dogocumentary about you.
Traditional
Look
of
at that
the
shit.
strategies
Oh, I gotta say,
that
man,
was
that
this
good
kind
house
of,
wins.
anarchy of the government and also the second one is socialism.
Well, that's
Which is the
documentary
idea that no, we're
that
not
just
going to
follows
simply
two
pick up
kids
and
in
leave and
Chicago,
go someplace else
urban area. They
and
follow
start
all
this
4 years.
cycle
That's a
all
real
over
documentary.
again. We're going to change the society that we live in now.
You know what I do with
Fundamentally
documentaries?
going to
I
alter
saw
society
make you murder. No,
by raising to the ground the economic principles on which this society was based. There's one philosophy
What a
called
piece of
socialism.
flying shit.
Again, if we had lots more
I
time
use that one as an example all the time. Making a Murder was probably one of the
got my
most
graduate
watched
degree,
documentaries
my
ever.
doctorate
Those people
before the
are still
Soviet
in jail.
just out of the fall after
Okay,
January
so it just lets you know
So I had
that
to study a ridiculous
thing
amount of socialism.
something about presenting
Oh,
it
right.
as a documentary. People
Correct,
think that
actually.
this
It
was
was
terrible.
terrible. They figured that would be important for us to know these things. Oh,
That's what that
theorists
documentaries are for.
That's not what they were.
We're talking about we shall see. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than
I know. There's people out there that say they've had sex with
landed
me.
classes,
I've never been alone in a
means
room
of
with
reduction,
They do. You
achieving
understand what I'm
the
saying?
highest
Like,
level
this is the
of
truth. I'm
society
telling you the
and
truth.
using
And
their
people are like, oh no,
position
dude,
to
he fucking,
purchase highest
he pulled his dick out to somebody told him to come up and do an air conditioning maintenance.
Socialism says, no, let's give it all back to
What?
society. And so
What?
socialism,
Dude,
let's
what? That was in
take
an
the
article
factories
that I
away
fucking
from the
showed my
oligarchs
dick to somebody
and
who
let's give it to
came
the
up to do
people. The people will run everything
maintenance to my
themselves.
air conditioning.
It's like saying to
Dude,
someone like
think
Elon
about
Musk,
that.
we're going to say you've done really great things for building these rockets and for cars and stuff like that.
Think about
We're
that.
not going to take away all of your property,
A little bit.
and we're going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people
In
in
the
America.
world.
God is to
called
fix
nationalizing
the air conditioning.
a
And oh,
resource,
by the
an
way,
economic
11:30
resource.
p.m. So this is night
Being
shift.
able to retire nation, and obviously you got us and people that practice not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses to say, well, yeah, I kind of work one share of Tesla's stock, and now I got a whole factory, and I have to check with my husband because I just took it over. So they want to come in.
Or is it? Oh no!
Many times, Jews have had experience that in different contexts, like people that have but in free marks, which I would recommend reading long
that didn't happen.
crazy,
People
but
go,
it's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels,
How about this?
maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical
What I'm
process.
telling you is the truth.
And the key element of it is the rich get richer.
Know that.
If you have wealth,
Okay.
you use wealth to make
You know
more
what?
wealth. That's the title of this book is That's Capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about.
And make a
If
living.
you don't have money,
Fuck off.
it's impossible
I
to
don't give a
make
shit.
money. So therefore,
But you know what?
it's a self-perpetuating
I don't give a shit.
kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is to create a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called
Hey, where was the murder? Was it in
everyone
Ohio?
will love each other. You have the end of
Yeah, I was in somewhere in Wisconsin at a band about making a murder, and people came up after were like, dude, just so you know, like that documentary's full of shit. He's so confident by his parents. They're like, dude, he's like, there's no magic that fans buds about it. He's so guilty.
He made his religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant to the Soviet period a little later. What that phrase means is the opiate of the masses.
We're like, the force they give people on the show, they got involved.
Right.
To the point where you're like, and then look, now you just Google it, right? And they go, oh, these are the 10 things they left out in the documentary. These are things of like, oh, he did it.
They make you sleep.
I don't know, man. It was just like, I think that's why I'm off documentary.
And by the way,
I'm off of them.
well, we have this pretty short history of
documentary with those two guys.
about
Oh, dude,
America.
I agree with you. But listen, I agree with you. Oh, wait. This is my problem. You didn't say anything yet. I think I agree. But this is my
People who
problem
take
with that.
opium,
So like,
they
it'll be like
tend
if
to
I'm
like
doing a
get
documentary
very
right now about
lethargic,
Sean
and they
is a,
just all lay down,
and this
and
bottle of water is right here. And then in that same interview, this bottle of water
and
disappears.
it's like
That means
it's
you're
like
doing
it's
cuts.
sedative.
Oh, yeah.
It makes you
That
forget your
means
problems, but also
you're going, you know what, let's do it again. Make it sound more.
says
No, man, that's not
opiate
a
with masses.
documentary. It's
What
supposed
Marx
to be
is trying to say is that religion
you're giving your
is as
testimony.
addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid.
If you're
It
letting
makes
the
you
person,
lethargic, makes you
you're
check
trying
out,
to move it, you go, let's
and
do it
not
again,
try to
let's
change
do
the
it again.
system.
Then it's like,
What
fuck
he's
you.
famous
That's
for
very
is
real.
really pointing
Yeah,
at
but it's also like with those Netflix documentaries, like they have one on Amanda Knox. You look at it and be like, hey, executive producer Amanda Knox. Like, oh, then I'm not getting the real story. If she is creative
7, 8 years
control,
old, you've been
what is she
going
leaving
down to the
out?
mine,
Or
you've
like
got all
with
this
the Vince McMahon
whole
documentary,
your
like
lungs,
the executive
you die
producer
early,
Vince
and
McMahon,
people
like,
that
oh, fuck,
you're
well,
miserable,
sometimes
you feel terrible about everything. But you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the people will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, it'll be like boulevards, so nice. And so that you should that people say, oh, no,
what I'm saying is, even if somebody's making their own
and you're like,
allegedly,
understand that God has given
even if
lots of
somebody's
money to
making
these
their own
people and not to
documentary,
me.
I think
And
they
that's
can
the way
see
it's
some
supposed to be.
truth
My
in,
goal is
what's
to
not being
accept the
said,
system
or
so
if you're
that in
smart,
the next
yeah,
world,
you're
I
smart,
will
representation,
see myself
or
as
so
Lord.
it's like, it's
And
this,
that's what
I
Marx
don't
was
know,
trying to
man,
criticize, saying that
shit
religion is a
bananas to me,
tool
but,
of the upper
anyways,
classes
yeah.
to try and
Guys.
keep people in check. keep them addicted to the opiates of religion, so they don't go down.
All you gotta do is go to drive
Right?
fast. All
This
gas,
becomes very relevant when
anything you purchase
socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing
one-on-one,
principle of the Soviet Union,
one-on-one,
and
custom.
and
TRX,
totally
final edition,
attacks any
$50,000
religious
a month.
society, including Jews in a very big way.
Gas.com.
Anywhere, so that's socialism for our thumbnail definitions.
Did you see this? Yeah, that looks nothing like Justin Bieber. Yeah, but people don't know.
Good
Okay.
question. So
You know,
socialism was the
these are people
original
who watch
term that
that
was
video.
used
Yeah,
in the
you're in a club and you're like, hey, Justin Bieber,
started
These are the
developing.
people that comment on
By
like
the
Mark
time you
Mayer
get to
and
the
Matt
revolution in
Ryan.
1917, there's a whole
Clearly,
panoply
that's
of
not
different flavors
When
of
you look at that, it's
socialism.
not
So
far
in
away, I guess. You know.
1918, a movement called the
I don't know. I honestly
Bolsheviks,
don't know why. Maybe they do, but I don't know why they don't do
larger
stuff like this more.
portion of
Like
the
bring out
Social
fake
Democratic
celebrities.
Party.
I mean, you know, maybe they do. I bet
They
we just don't know.
decided
But like,
to
this is
rename
fake
themselves
president. But now, there's footage about everything. That looks like that right there. But that's obviously not just. That looks like what's the dude that came on the party? Oh, that's obviously not just. Yeah, that looks like Trent Hanks.
It's more correct to speak about
More than it
socialism in
looks like
general
Justin
because
Bieber.
there are varieties of it.
Like these people don't get people. Don't look at all these idiots with their cameras. They don't know it.
No, but you know who's not buying it? The bouncer.
Yeah, this guy.
That's like, what in the
Can you
fuck?
think of any
No, this ain't fucking just
successful experiments in socialism?
Hilarious. Somebody, that's almost spooky. If somebody gets sued.
Did you ever see when, you know, because
country socialist?
all the presidents have a body double, right? So if they assassinate them, they don't get the real one. Did you ever see the Biden body double? He's literally 6'7". But he looks just like him, but he's fucking enormous.
I mean, okay, to be honest.
Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in
I
this
can't
maybe
get
about
the glasses.
Israel's
No, it just looks
system.
off.
But
Yeah, you know what it looks like?
I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas from almost every country adopted something, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare. That if you're really poor,
So, you know how, like, robots, if a robot came in here and was like, hello, how are you? And it was made of metal, and we would be like, oh, shit, that's so cute and cool, and like, oh, look what it does, hey, it's from one of the fucking whatever it does, right?
don't work, you don't eat.
The uncanny valley is,
We don't want to
the closer it gets to
So
looking
we have adopted
human,
a socialist
the
concept of,
creepier and
you know,
scarier it gets.
society will protect its
So
members by
that's why, like,
Canada, our
like,
wonderful neighbors to the north.
okay, the movie Smile, how the head,
Say,
the smile on it, that's really a human thing to do.
Canada
So
went a
it
step
makes you
further, like
feel
most
so
civilized
creepy
countries,
because
and said,
it's like,
well,
wait, it's human, but it's not. And there's a bunch of different theories about it. There's theories where
so in
you,
Canada,
people
they
think
have a
about,
single payer health
it's
system where
because
you will pay more
we're
taxes,
supposed to
but that
biologically
means
know
everybody has
what's
health
trying to
insurance.
trick us as human,
Regardless.
because that's a
In
threat.
this country,
Or
that's
some
been a
people,
huge
some people like
struggle,
Sam
and
Tripoli.
still
They're
not
like,
completely
oh,
solved
fucking
for
thousands of years ago, there was an alien race that tried to fucking abduct us, and it looked just like us, but we can tell it wasn't us. You know, so that's why
And yes,
they
there
say
are
it's our
problems
DNA
with branches,
to
stuff like that.
that creepiness makes us
But the
feel
fact is, they
super
do
fucking
have
weird. Like this shit, like when it looks too much, like, and movies have fucked up that way. Like, there's one thing called Mars Needs Moms.
Yeah,
Remember that
so
movie
there
that
are
came out? It was a long time ago.
Israel
Look
also
this
has
up. But it made no money, and that was what people started talking about. They were like, this is the uncanny valley.
Mars Needs
Because
Moms.
these Pixar guys didn't look enough human
But when you
or
say
enough
Israel, there's
cartoon.
one
So
specific
there's like a
aspect
middle
of Israel
ground
which actually
where when you
is
see
Israel.
that, it's very off-putting. So
That's
that's what I'm saying. It's just been uncanny valley. It is off-putting. It's uncanny valley. You know, just it's Sam Tripoli.
I actually have no idea what it is.
Exactly.
Well,
And
yeah,
and how long have people seen it in existence?
Yeah, you know.
Sam was just on Rogan. He was great on it.
Yeah,
Sam's
that's
great.
true. And
Sam's
it
great.
actually
Sam's great.
worked.
If you want to,
I
you
did
talk
have
about
to listen.
listen to
I work on a
podcasts.
volunteer. One of my
There's
sons
very
worked
few
volunteer.
people that do
Actually, really nice.
podcasts,
The
solo
idea
podcasts.
is that everybody piles in.
Dude, I don't know if he still
and
but it's
share the
that
wealth.
solo podcast that he does.
He does. He's
Usually after the
doing
whole sometimes they make things, like for example, the sensors that we have in our businesses are made by schools like these, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the group.
Where do you
And
read
I
that?
basically,
It's
it's
across the
actually,
streets.
there are questions that why go over another generation
Craziness that I've
and
been on that show.
doesn't have a
You know what I mean?
discussion
I
about
went at one
and
COVID and it
generations.
was like, that doesn't just hurt me. People are going to die of COVID.
But it still works.
I think that was a
The
crazy
reason why is
Well, it can still happen.
small scale.
It's usually
Thousands
gas.
of people,
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Yeah.
that
always somebody on
people
there
get
saying,
together
well,
and say, we all believe in
I
this,
just
we
wish people were
cooperate.
smarter, but they're not.
But
You
in
know,
the
it's like,
Soviet Union, with billions of
going back to
people,
our marriage. It's like, I
crazy.
don't want
It
people to
does
do
not
smart
work at
well.
all.
So, you know, that's how a lot of people make a living.
Right?
But it's like, but also, but you got Mark Maron, go back to Mark Maron, he's like, you know, they had Trump on the podcast and they fucked it all up. And it's like, didn't he have Biden on? Did he have Obama? You know, so like,
Most people in the country, it's like,
that's what I'm saying. It's this weird moral superiority, right?
no actual.
I gotta tell y'all something.
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found
She's
out
doing this
immediately
mommy
because Marx, who was dead by that time,
She's
he
talking to one of the
envisioned
girls.
that societies would
She's
go
about
through a
to
progression.
She's like,
But they
about
would
to
start
deliver
like
next week.
kind of like
Right?
clans and tribal.
It's like
They
you
would
have
go
like
to a feudal
it's a
society, like we talked about earlier here. Then they would get
so
to
then like, so then
industrialization,
Rachel's
where
walking in
we
the
are
neighborhood
as a
with
bourgeois
and
democracy.
she sees
And then
a girl.
that went on
And
for a
she
few
thinks
hundred
it's a
years.
girl.
Then
She
it
says,
was
"Oh,
mature
Sarah."
to become
You
a
know, and the girl
communist
doesn't
society.
respond, and she goes,
But Russia
Sarah.
skipped
Oh,
a step.
I
Because
thought
they
you
were
were Sarah
still basically
because
feudal in
you know, she lied
1917.
right
They
in
did
the
not have a
baby.
big industrial
And then he
base.
goes,
And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do. We think about it.
and let me tell you, like, the layers of why this sucks. It's one thing to say,
Jews got very excited about socialism.
it's one thing to say, it's one thing to say, hey, are you pregnant?
Third,
Okay? It's another thing to say, no, you're right. You're about to deliver. It's a whole church. She went there, they both went on a whole church. You know, and then the lady was like, she's like, oh my, then Rachel was like mortified. She's like, I'm so sorry. And then he says, I have a thing. So, you don't know I have 6 weeks to live. It wasn't that, but it's just like, Rachel. She did this twice now.
Third is
Was the big fat lady? Was she like fat?
I'm not sure you are aware.
It wasn't like she was, I guess it wasn't even that she was big fat, but she had some growers though. Some people are weird.
Yeah, fat.
You know,
Not fat, but I know it sucks when you collect. It sucks when you have fat and you collect in one place.
and then that,
Yeah, it's like you have like a spare tire. That's what they call it.
steroids in my dick.
Theological approaches to this that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, was a wonderful thing. But the concept of creating a modern state,
You know what I mean?
No, that happens all the time because Bossy had long hair forever. And they're like, oh my god, she's so cute.
that may have contradicted a particular modern choice. And so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of political return to power. We should also remember that
No.
most
If you
people
have long hair,
in terms of
as a
creating political states
you're gonna see it.
So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already
Yeah,
a
exactly.
good 50, 60 years behind.
Like, I don't know, man. But I feel.
It's the Shua.
It's like 2 more we get out. Oh, it's great. Yeah. Or at least the dumb house.
That's good, thank you.
Hopefully you're only the dumb house.
The idea was that
What's
Zionism
worse, be the mean house
was
or
like
the probably the mean
an
house.
ideal that they lived to, but no one really thought about
That's funny. Yeah,
actually trying to organize
yeah, none of that shit
stay
over at my
there
house.
until the 1880s. And this was rather different response.
You know what happened the other day? Social motherfucker. That's what that is. No, you know what happened the other day is I get a number that lives on a fucking 60-acre estate. So he doesn't even see his neighbors.
No, bro, I see my neighbors every day. The kids play football in the backyard or baseball. Like, they're on the same team. So the dads were like,
We're not
hey,
going to
so we
do
all
the
do the
first
kids
off.
together. I see them every
That's
single
the
day.
thing. That's what I'm trying to do. Just repeating like a bunch of kids.
And this whole idea of socialism
They're going
is
to run
sugar.
in their backyard and all this. That's great. I
Into some grand crazy and practice.
get emotional until I start
What we
yelling.
will do, however, we
No,
will
I
stop
have,
history
the guy can't.
by
I
moving
get a knock at
back
the door.
there
I'm home alone, which is like so rare. So rare.
2,000-year-old
And I get, like, I open the door.
going back
and
to
some
my
guy,
video,
he's like,
establishing
"No,
ourselves there as a
I,
state,
maybe
and
I'm
that will ultimately be
And I
the
was like,
end
oh,
of
really?
Jewish history,
He
because
was like, yes.
we will have gone full
He,
circle back
and
to
he gives
history.
me
Obviously, we're
a
going to talk a lot more about this
fucking
because
kilo of coke.
amazingly, this
No, honestly, that would have made more sense. He gave me
creation
a,
of a state
you know, those
absolutely unprecedented
paper
in
bags,
world history.
you know,
There's
grocery
no
store
one
paper
comes even
bags.
close to the idea of
But the
reestablishing a state,
paper ones, not the
even
plastic.
300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. The option you showed us is very popular.
That's an awesome name.
It really is.
Was he Indian? I can't tell you.
It was He says certain gifts make you feel like that. He says, here you go. I want to give you, I want to give you this. Welcome to the neighborhood. I've been there a year. But I say, oh yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we've been here about a year. I said, so
we still feel it in the way we organize here.
and he says, oh yeah, we only come through the summer. And so he's there over the summer. But if you're my house is the cutest summer house.
That also means he has an apple tree.
That's what it is.
And you know what I'm thinking? Oh, he's supposed to
Create neural structures
This is why I'm on this journey.
where this became especially relevant in the Russian Empire because you had
400 apples in the
massive populations, largest single populations in the world at the time. And
so anyway, it was they got a super sweet. It was very nice. I appreciate stuff like that because I think like the other day somebody said I can't remember what it was, but they were like, yo, dude,
the basic working model class for nationalism was articulated by
specific
great
a show. No,
was
there
this idea that
was a show
get
or
all the
something,
Jews
and they were
living
like,
in
oh,
the
dude,
country
if you want any weed, like I'll hook you up, and I'm like, oh, bro, I appreciate that. Well, I do appreciate that. Like I understand that that's a like offering of like it's not about the
get
apples.
a minister that represents
It's about, oh, well,
you
what
in
are
the
they?
government.
That's sweet as fuck.
You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your McDonald's,
Not really.
restaurants, all that stuff. Inside the canister,
This is the reason
you
why.
create your
I
own
mean, mine
Jewish
is more of
parliament.
like a, that's like a
And
real.
here in America,
That's an
Canada,
addiction that
Europe,
people
we have
love.
something called the
They're
Federation
sharing that
System,
with you. It
which
means
is
more than the
a
fucking apples
model
from
on
your orchard.
the,
If you're addicted, if you're addicted to weed,
the big difference though is that this is entirely voluntary.
I was thinking means
Whereas
more.
in the way that
Dude,
this
from being a workaholic,
every
I'm
Jew,
good with
like the Kikila system, is modeled on the Council of Land. Every Jew automatically belongs to
Right. Smoke it out. You know what I mean? So I would always be like, I love the streets. I know how it means. I know what they're offering.
Sort of off-in, off-out, affiliate,
I think it
non-affiliate.
means more.
So it's not nearly having a strength as
No
the way
one
the
has
overall
access to
boundary.
weed trees.
Has a very small popularity,
Because
but
they take
nevertheless
that
very
small
powerful idea.
resource.
Here's the last
Our listeners are going to say,
one called traditionalism. Essentially, the right thing or
we're
the
all going to be in the fucking
Because
show.
up
That
until
will theater,
this
the Stephen
point,
King thing.
Billy
No,
was
but
saying in front of the 20th century,
my point is, for that
you
guy
could
to
point to,
gather
let's say,
apples, come
1912,
over,
when
knock on my
the
door, that's a
world was
whole
founded,
thing.
and
That's not like
maybe the actual moment that it was
that's way.
executed. Traditional Orthodox
You
Jews,
know you're wrong.
you're not
No,
interested
dude.
It was a
in
nice
any
gesture.
other
It was a nice thing.
second
Like
generation.
you offering your
And the immigration part was definitely not so
you're just
there.
walking down. Hey, man,
America was
you
considered,
want some
you
coffee
recall,
bean? Like,
such
you know,
a trade
like, you wouldn't
arena.
do that. I mean,
People were sort of thrown overboard when it came
But
to
it means
Ellis
something.
Island
I'm just
and
saying, I
that.
think
So
weed is like a
religious
shared
Jews
thing.
largely
Like, I have
represented
spoken with people, it's
these
like
things. But
it
they
means
realized by
more
the turn
than
of
the
the
fucking
20th century
weird
that if they
foreign
didn't
guy
get
doesn't get it.
organized,
He's not going to get it, and it's fine.
prepare
It's fine.
themselves
I respect you. I think you're really
in
smart.
mass politics,
That's a nice
they
gesture.
would lose
Here's
the
the problem.
opportunity.
The guys just got to a summer home,
And then
and
a lot
the
of things
apples are
take care of them.
overgrown. They're all
Like,
over the place.
you know,
So they had this
Shabbos,
person. I understand. No
like
play. All the
Second
apples
Street,
on the ground there, and we're going to go give it to the.
David
All this and do it. You know, if someone's going to give apples to them, I'll say this much. She put it in a nice basket. But the dude was the dude. Whether or not you want to get rid of the apples, he still had to come over and knock on the door with a smiley face.
was
Like,
designed
I don't even know. It wasn't like a son,
protect
like, no, it was
essentially
red
free
eyebrows or
eyebrows.
some shit.
Using
But,
modern
So we give you apples in a Ralph's bag, that might have been from Ralph's.
mobilization, in some countries, democratic votes, like Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a free modern society in place.
Probably more.
Those are the five basic
God
strategies.
damn it, what's his fucking name? How many times did you drink? Did you drink beers? More.
Of various
Who's the guy? Come on, fucker. You know?
After
God
1881.
damn it, it was the
Okay,
Michael.
any questions, arguments?
Look it up. Dude, it's so funny.
It's about
Bro, the
getting
memes are the
very
best. No,
complicated now. You ready?
honestly, that meme where he goes,
this is the part where
And the
you will
fucking
now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such good political ideas.
Yeah,
So
Kavanaugh,
I'm
dude.
now going to show you how this was translated into Jewish politics.
Anyway, dude.
So, first of
wish I
all,
remember the guy's
we
name,
have this
but
concept called
I
a
fucked up
political
the name.
spectrum.
I don't know.
We use it in
No
American
idea what I'm
politics.
saying. But what if
We
you
use
found
it
out
in
that
Jewish
it
politics.
happened?
Or
Hey, Eric, stop touching the courts.
the
There's
basic
drugs and
idea
apples.
is
And you just
you
want
have a
to
left
I
to
know.
right axis,
Oh,
right?
wow.
X-axis.
That's
And
good.
on this x-axis,
Hey,
you
we
have
drank beer.
on the
This one
left
is so funny.
socialism.
Yeah,
Right, that's what we call people left wing. They actually have to. The reason why we say left is because
Dr.
the way
Ford
the
has
French
described
Parliament was
him
set
as
up.
being
And those
intoxicated
people
at
said
a party.
Does anybody know about this?
You consume alcohol
left wing
during golf
socialist,
years.
the socialist, right wing is called
my
anyone?
friends and I,
Capitalist
girls,
and
this
liberal,
is
or the
drank
science
beer.
major. Right, so this is when we say people on the left, people on the right,
Drank beer.
they
The drinking
lean
ages are
towards
under
socialism,
18.
they're
Some
left wing,
seniors
they lean
leave
towards capitalism,
senior
they're
year in high school.
they lean towards, or in an American context,
Drank beer.
people who are more socialist
Yeah, sometimes.
are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society.
Can't stop talking
People
shit.
who are more capitalist
Too many
think
beers.
the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives,
You know,
and should
whatever the
simply
term
cost
says.
less.
It's the next
in our
one, whatever the
society.
next one is.
Socialism is expensive
The next one
because you
is
have to pay
the
taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off. So that's why the poor people tend to go more towards
This
socialism
part,
because they
this
can
part
see
was big.
that
It's a
they'll
meme that
actually
they'll use
benefit
for
from
like,
having
anytime
those
you've done this.
policies in place where
Let me tell you
rich
about
people
Spain
will have to pay for them,
Not
they tend
drink
to go
beer
to
to the
capitalism.
point
There's
of
a
blacking
long
out.
standing clip about Jews. I'm not sure if it's entirely true right now, but they used to say,
You
what was
just
his
want,
name? He wrote the
it's
commentary,
like you just want to be,
think of his name later, but he said that
you want him
Jews
to be like, guys,
burn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews burn like Presbyterians.
anything you
That's
put
like
on a
white
trial like
Anglo-Saxon
this, no matter what
Protestants
it
as
is,
well.
it's
The
gonna feel
Republicans,
great.
they burn like Presbyterians, but they vote like conservatives. They vote like immigrant families investing and things like that. And that's basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. Orthodox Jews may like Orthodox, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Katz, that's the fact that you know more about people are single family.
And I think the woman think that she's exacerbated by this. She's like, they all drink beer. But this is what you're talking about, the moral superiority. It's like, yes. Yeah, it's like people have this sort of moral
First of all, we are
superiority.
still a minority. We should make ourselves a minority because
Damn,
we are.
like it's on the right to your point.
Yeah, there it
The
is.
reasons for it are complex.
There's
The reason
4,000
probably have a lot
whether you believe it or not, that's a
with
win for
the
whoever that
social
person is to
values
make
that
it.
are, really deeply
So
embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of character stories, like we virtually invented that. That's like
girl get kicked out of
hugely in
the
our
show.
tradition. So we have payout,
And she was
more
walking out,
we
she was
pay out,
like,
we should have, we deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth.
She was
It's
fighting
the
during the
other
show, right? I don't know why
Judaism.
she got thrown out.
Why it changed since Reagan,
But you see the fucking
is,
bullshit.
in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with some of the other aspects of the progressive movement
I told
that are
you, that doesn't
understandable
count if
to
you're
Jewish
that
values.
big, bro. No. Also, fact. Wait.
One
She's
issue,
a big, she's a thick
abortion
chick.
issue.
Okay?
There are a lot of areas
Yeah.
where,
But don't
traditional
the
Jews don't
titties
feel comfortable.
go out more than the
And so
stomach.
the
So
sugar tax, you add to that the fact that in the last 40 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. Just for American politics, that's pretty simple. Judaism, Jewish populist politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis, the Y-axis. What's on the Y-axis? You have Lawrence, one Yiddish historian. And you believe that our political lives exercise here in the Palestinian exile, the diaspora, or there, parents and struggle. Science.
Theo be throwing people out, man. I don't think he even knew what was going on.
Nah, I didn't show that big, bro. Yeah. when you get to 3,000 and above, people get arrested at your show. You have no idea what the. I was just going to say, you got no idea, man. At these arenas, and after the show, they'll come, man, they had to kick out 1,000 pieces. You don't even know. I got off stage once in Austin. It's like 3,000. I mean, the St. Louis. It's a 3,000 seat venue, and I got off stage, and they were like, "Did you see that guy arrested?" And I was like,
and I asked for a nationalism.
So this
we want to do something here. We want to do socialist.
Because he was talking during he stopped his performance, sir. It was like, get her out of here.
Short form is general Jewish workers.
well, she's always with you would never know because there could be 6 people in your crowd and you still wouldn't know. You're so into your shit. Yeah, people did act out.
Extremely popular.
Did you guys leave?
By the time the Russian Empire
You know what? I was thinking about this because it would help me so much with stand-up is doing my podcast. Because I talk for an hour about shit that I think is funny, and then there's 2 people in that room, and all I do for an hour is just bomb for 2 hours. They're not laughing, so I know that made me so good at stand-up, bro.
all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them. Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would since Jews we become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down called the Arbeider Ring, the working circle, the worker circle. That's essentially the voice in America.
Could I not drink beer?
It's really the big much beer. A few years ago, they did it because before this, they looked at the president. So
Is warm, friendly, unassuming. He's the nicest person.
So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora. Right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go into socialism. They have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel. We want to be capitalists. We don't want to get all crazy social stuff. This is Shimon, the historian, who developed the idea of the nationalism as essentially what we think of federation. Right? So
Wait, so it gets fake? That never happened?
No, it happened. And we will collect
I don't think so.
donations on ourselves, and we will support ourselves, things like that. That's when we go to the top of the line.
Oh, I'm going to be in, where am I going to be? Houston, Salt Lake City, Pittsburgh, Boise, Grizzly.com. I got Europe, and I had to go to Pittsburgh, which is, I didn't know where that is. I've done a year tour, but I looked, and it's definitely where all of the
you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have like 20 or 30 who want to be pro-this, and the remainder will be scattered across the other parties. Zionism is consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and it's scattered in different places, different times, but we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular around
If you live in Minnesota, fly to Daytona.
Then over here, our last quarter, so they believe in traditional Zionists, and the major party was Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in
Someone sent me the Brett
Israel.
Kavanaugh.
That's like kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's like sedate, calm, it's relatively close to the large fair population. Instead, we want my son to go to the graduate school next year.
Who else is in it, Chris?
Wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have very good marine science without a major here at Toro, so he's going to go to Wright, but study with Toro. But anyway, that's kind of like his model. Not the kibbutz socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model.
I know.
Who disagreed with Herzl and Zionism, and I would just start up with like 40 other groups. Crazy guys. Well, we just pull out one of them and This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow
There's a
into
condom
the
that
Fullest,
changes color
and
when it
later
detects it's
grow
cold.
into
Oh, that's
Netanyahu's party today.
Yeah, that's a
They have different names.
And by the
But
way,
he basically believed
yeah.
that he was trying to have something Israel, and he felt that he found
What are we talking about?
It doesn't turn colors, and you're like, never mind.
Herzl thought the best way to get into the state is just go to, the leaders of all countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's choose them, let's use our medieval skills as shadbani, as intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way.
What color? Like, yeah. You determine the
Herzl
colors.
had,
Like, so if
Jabotinsky
green
had
has
this
got to be,
idea
you might be like,
that
okay, I did survive that.
we're going to get that way because
It should just go green, yellow, red like a stoplight.
Yeah.
anti-Semitism is just a given, and
AIDS is
talk
red.
till you're blue in the face. But
AIDS
what
would be
really
red.
is going to make Israel
All gay
exist
guys are like, fuck.
When you pull out and you see the
that
AIDS
you have to
one,
take
you go
it,
a little
you
slower
have
just
to
in
be
case it breaks.
militaristic about it,
Oh,
you
God.
have to be forceful about it.
You see
Now, if
green.
you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see
No.
Herzl's legacy, and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute, that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally. And then you see extreme right. You see groups that say, no,
I don't know how
all
they're
this,
spinning it.
you
I
know,
don't know what the real truth is, but when the guy
being in
who's
Qatar,
undocumented
talk with
with the
the
big rig
creating
and
Palestinian
family,
states and like that,
kill
there
him.
are people who say that's ridiculous, that's the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants collectively. Very, very high.
Jesus
This is a group
Hell yeah, bro. I'm saying
called the Coalition
that.
the Workers of Zion. Workers is the title of the party. It really means
The
common.
truth comes out about
So
how you
these
fuck.
are this is one of the most important organizations
How
that
dare
are
you think
built in
that
these
this
years.
is
And
real?
they believe in, coexistence with neighbors. They live in, they believe in, share of love, and things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state, like they're kind of, idea model was
It's Michael Cohen. Yeah.
Damn it.
rifle in the other hand, so they're to protect the state, on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they
I didn't say it was him, by the way.
you're just gonna like, fight with all of our friends. You're gonna like make the British hate us. You're gonna make the Arabs hate us. It's gonna be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on peace and stuff like that. And they were on each other's course all the time. So this is
That's
the
funny, bro.
basic
What's he
picture
talking about? It doesn't matter. Who knows?
of what it
Everyone
looks like
uses
for
it
the
for like.
paper Jews around the year.
Everyone uses it for what they did on the weekends or the thing I was saying. How many times do you jack off? Yeah, 100 times. Yeah. 200 times.
You have adequately anticipated the next part of the question.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
You can manage this, right?
I'm sorry. How you looking? I'm sorry.
You're good.
That's why he went to jail.
Ready to take on the day, girl?
Got out, right? I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to.
Absolutely. Hey, I don't know if you get these messages, but do you see that you rank up in here when you spend the night? Not just that, but when you spend time in here.
Where is it?
Go to your notifications.
Where is that?
Are you on your phone or your computer?
My iPad.
Okay, so do you see the very bottom bar? It says notifications. It has a bell.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Click it.
Okay. Let me see. I don't see nothing.
So it gives you a rank in here.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, so you're rank 116, which tells you like how long you're like the number 5 person in here who's ever spent time in here,
Oh, nice.
which is good.
Oh.
Okay, so when you click your notifications, when's the last notification you got?
It says notified me you mentioned you and Rabbi Rothschild here, a place of word peace announcements to everyone. Rabbi Rothschild is live.
Oh no, okay.
Don't get no.
Hold on. Scroll down about 4 hours ago.
4 hours ago. Oh, yeah. And celebrate mission. You and Rabbi Rothschild have a place for you for peace at Rank Ups.
That's right.
Okay.
So you're doing really well.
That's good.
And then
Let me see. Oh, I see it. Okay. 116. Nice.
yeah. So even though I installed this thing recently, it takes all the time that you've been in the server, and so that's just a thought. I mean, I'm not very popular now, but when I do get popular, you're gonna be like at the very top of that. You already are at the top of the list, but I have one person in here who lived in here for like 6 months alongside me, so they are the number one. Actually, the number one person are the ones that I have in here right now. The number two one is the one on with the camera. Number three is my friend who was in here for like 6 months. Number four, you might be at number four right now or pretty close to it. So,
Right.
the more time so you can probably become the number one person. I mean, not that it matters to you, but if you just and do whatever you want. But the more nights in here that you spend, the faster and faster you catch up to my friend.
Every night. Okay.
Yeah, and then you'll get announcements of the rank ups, and then if you would just let's check and see if this works. All right, so below here, below this section of the Discord where it says 24/7 live stream, you'll see 24/7 radio stations, and then below that,
Where is that at?
so like scroll down, and that
Down where it's my notifications?
no. Okay, so look in the server, this server, like in this Discord. On the
in your server?
exactly. On the left side, like right below this call, you see Rabbi Rothschild's Arena, and then join to create a voice channel. You see those?
Yeah.
Okay, then below there is a section called 24/7 radio stations. Do you see that? Okay, below that, you see a section that has like a red heart and a cowboy and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. And then you see the first thing says moderator only. The second says rank ups. Do you see rank ups?
Wait a minute. I don't even know where you're at no more now.
Okay. So do you see a red heart emoji, a cowboy emoji, and a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild, and then another red.
Got it. I see it.
Okay, below that,
I see rank ups.
Yeah, rank ups. So if you press that, does anything show up?
That's people living up. You are 322.
Exactly. So right before then, you're at 116.
I don't see that.
You should. Okay, so you see 323 is where I am, and then scroll up to the one.
Oh, okay, they say 322.
Oh.
Wait, let me go back up. Okay, I can go up. I gotta go there. I gotta go get him together.
That's okay.
We'll talk about this in a minute, Rabbi. I gotta go finish getting pop.
You do what you need to do.
I'll be right back.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, be right back.
Excellent.
It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, it was correctly anticipated. We also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Like this side of the spectrum, Catholic, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna, keep Shabbos, like Latchila, get that hustle. I'm not gonna do that. But be okay with it. There are definitely some religious issues here, like Menachem Begin, who is in Harrisburg, Jabotinsky as well, is definitely very religious. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. They keep on sin. The socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority groups that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened
I was once at a funeral, it was a sad occasion, that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer Hatzayir kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzayir, the young guard, very, very harmless, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They were like buying into the Marxist idea of like religion is the opiate of the masses. And he said to me, he's like a poor guy, and he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke is the young people really don't understand much of Rosh Hashanah nodding. You should have seen this big series going. Anyways, so we're the religious. So this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral, some maybe positive religion. Very nice.
What's the difference between the kibbutz and the socialist?
Because it's whether they're support doing in Israel. The socialist said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to like get involved with the local people there, taking my Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia. And these people are saying, no. We had our experiences in Belarus, we're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists in Israel.
So even in not religious, that's what it is.
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed. Just over a century, it's almost a dead language. Okay, now let's go to Mr. Parenti's observation. What about the religious axis? So we've got a z-axis, right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, the z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Rav Kook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved into Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara and Ketubos a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Birkat Medina, say it in Yeshua, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, Reishit Tzmichat Geulatenu. That Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state in Israel. This is essentially where in Israel the Kippah Surugah, who essentially derives from. They are Dati Leumi. They're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to both the other groups here. Also on the religious axis like this, this would be the Haredi. Here's a picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here. Sort of thinking the top here. This is the most recent one.
What section, I mean?
I just started on the here in the thing. But looking forward, I'm going to make my own CM on Shas February in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast. Here's a shameless plug. You know I do it definitely. It's a podcast, right? Oh, yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history, Linda, they were there. That's great. In ninth grade, that was like 20 years ago. I haven't done it 20 years. 10th grade. Oh, 10th grade. Okay. And now, well, I really enjoy it. It's short, really, it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I'm almost finished it, but I record short history video every single day. Go on. 2,711 videos. It's short, but some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Agudas Israel and that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Haredim, we call it in English cultural orthodox, but you know what I'm talking about. They said, oh my gosh, you
serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all these secular Jews, you're working with all these Jews who are like anti-Semitic Judaism. How can you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and giving a ship before it's time. We're making a disaster. So they were actually given this
I never know because he didn't get 15 years.
Until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. This basically is the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust?
Like Trump's shaking his hand, and then
So the state Israel was founded. Yes, for sure. How what happened to the parties?
But Putin didn't give a fuck. Putin was like, no, interesting.
Jews unified. Let's go through one time. What happened to the book?
That was leg shaking. Oh,
Yeah,
really?
basically gone. In Russia, Stalin got rid of it. Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more bullets. Sort of like echoes of the book survived outside of Russia, like our veterans, the workman circle, but only as a pale shadow of the socialism. If you're going to do the book, you probably do it in New York, probably in Lower Side, because that's like where the last of that is. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrate Jewish stuff, things like that, but secular. It's really
One of them, you swear you go out
yes, I actually worked with a lot of them.
right? And yeah, we'll get into that. That was
Okay, that's it. So but basically, this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century, but it's gone. What about the diaspora nationalists?
It's like, why the fuck is it
They were about 4%.
That's literally where that's like the military industrial complex. The numbers are made up.
Right. Yeah, explain to me why this is happening.
Because we still believe
Like, they go like,
I don't want to do a bunch of cuts with the planes. You know, look for the best deal on the stuff.
it's not even like you're looking for the deal. I'm just saying, I don't believe it's
they
that
went
right.
to different parties. They were
They're
the
like
largest
17 million.
and they were in power in Israel until 1977. So now the Vegas took over.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
So but this is a very, very strong dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu was powerful for 19 years, but it's a really long time. Before him,
See if they got
this
someone
was
on
all
for
around Israel over here. But young, white,
You never see these things. Like, is there any footage of this plane in
Cancel
action?
his moderate
No, because they're fucking fast and
the
quiet.
middle has basically dropped out.
still
It's
fire
very
jet
volatile.
area.
Very little, kind of like bottom of the scientists were there anymore. I think they're moderate. Miami or
Yeah, I mean,
something.
you can see it, but so we make you see Bigfoot.
The
People got covered.
the
So people got thinking
Ghosts,
ghosts.
party, so we
Ghosts.
saw
No.
You
So
know,
we
also
don't
see
activate Brenda because you can't see the B2 bomber.
one very
Yeah, I know.
was
I mean,
organized
Holy shit,
by
it costs
Mayor
around
Haney,
$130,000 per hour to operate this
was
thing.
a very, very extreme party
You must
in the
have something about
1980s.
eggs on their
And,
pants.
actually, it is ironic to look at the politics, because a lot of the policies that he argued for are now kind of like being accepted in Israeli policies. Like, for example, the idea of
Let's you find out.
quote-unquote
Let's say, hey,
population
we're going to
transfer.
fly this thing.
Like the
You
way
go,
to
okay, I'm going
solve
to fly
the
planes.
Palestinian problem
And
in
you find out
Israel
it's
is to
2.5
remove them.
billion. Then you're like, oh, yeah, it costs
This,
130,000 people.
after
Like,
after
everything
the
is like,
assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, COT, was named. He was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And
You're like, I don't care first. And then what I thought was, immediately was, my first thought was, how do I turn this into a more joke? And I
but they're
realized you were doing it.
not operating because the debates that he's going on right now in Israel
that's how hardcore I am. Being funny. I was like, oh, I'll turn it into Nick's doing
It's a
it.
strange thing, but there's,
You're fired.
we talked about
Wow, that's funny. Okay. how's the kids over there? How's baseball going and all that? Is it still happening?
Our Tiger starts football tonight, and then after football, he has a meeting for his baseball team, a parent meeting, and then tomorrow Boston starts baseball. So it's every day this week now. Picking up.
Is it every day this week?
Every day this week.
Yes, they have sports every day this week.
Sports every day.
The party's still exists.
How many weeks?
Is it different in character at all? I think there's a lot of stuff.
It will end
So if we take a look at the general idea of how they.
I don't know, man.
Fucking
16.
Can't make it. I know. I'm trying to make I don't know, man. It's always so annoying to ask how many weeks it is.
Okay, I'm back for now.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so if you go to rank ups and then scroll all the way to the bottom,
Wait a minute. Okay, I'm in right up now.
you scroll all the way to the bottom, you should see 323. I have 323.
Yeah.
Right above that, you should see you with 116.
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever you get a rank up, you'll get a notification like that in here and then on your phone. And it just tells you where you're at. And if you want...
Is that the highest? Is that good?
Yeah, that's really good.
To be higher? Okay.
Absolutely. So just one moment. I'm going to see if I can get activity for the whole server. So we'll see what the whole rank is of everybody. So just one moment. Let's see if I can find how to do this. Okay, so if I go top. Okay, there we go. So
number 4. Cool.
Very cool. So you just have to get 8 more rank ups, and you'll have you'll be number 3.
Okay. Yeah, they just stay here. I might as well just stay in here then, huh?
There you go, Mr. Aquarius.
Just stay in here. Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I just got 56. Okay, Rise is at 59. Brand is at 48. Somebody's at 40. Okay.
Now, Audie actually, she's got 2 accounts in here. So she's got Audie Dusky and her one at number 10. So technically, if we combine them, she would have 56 plus 86, which is 142. So she would actually be, she'd actually, so you want to beat 142 to have like the individual mark.
Right. Okay. Well, she got 2 accounts.
I think she lost one of her phones.
Yeah, I would have been past me. That's neat.
It is neat.
That's neat. Okay, that's the levels. Okay, got levels up in here. Let's go then.
Thank you.
Okay, now what does it do? Something changed.
Yeah. So I just wanted to see the other pages. So it has like it has like everybody in here who's ever been in here and what their rank is. So I just changed the pages on it.
Unless you're changing it.
That's correct.
Do it again.
All right, so it should be on page. Should be on page 2, then page 3, page 4,
Page 3. Oh.
page 5,
Ooh.
page 6. Now, if you want to know how much time it is, we'll see now. I just changed it, so I think we're looking at hours now. So
Yeah, we are. Look like it, yeah.
so we've got you've been in here 778 hours.
Right.
I don't know if that's correct. It says voice time all time. Let me
778.9.
yeah, let me see if that would be correct. I mean, I believe it, but
All time? I think.
so that's 32 days. Yeah, I believe it. You've spent a lot of nights in here, and so that all adds up. So you've spent a total of like 30 a month of your life in this channel.
Well, I've been here every day.
There you go,
Now,
Miss
I've
Aquarius.
been here every day now. We know we got levels in here.
There you go. That's wonderful. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you go take on the day, and if you need me, I'm here for you. Okay.
Okay, I'll be back. I'll come back later, Rabbi.
All right.
Stick my phone in here later.
Absolutely. Do whatever makes you happy.
Okay. See you later.
Excellent. Have a wonderful day, God willing.
God's willing. That's right.
Shout out to Miss Aquarius. What a wonderful attitude. Hashem blessed her with a wonderful, wonderful soul. Love her spirit.
A new survey says alcohol consumption is at record lows. Gallup annual consumption survey says 54% of Americans said they imbibed booze compared to 58% last year, 62% the year before. That's as we get further from the drinking binge days of the pandemic. That 54% is just below the previous low of 55 in 1958, and since the survey began in 1939. And for the first time, most Americans say
Houston, Salt Lake City, Boise.
You're coming to Texas, Christopher.
Yeah, you got Houston. It's still so. I mean, Texas is so big. LA people. Actually, on the 27th, I'm doing my show at Flappers. Oh, nice. And man, I got to eat you on it. You were down. When? 27th. I don't know. Go down. Go down. 27th.
Yeah, he said that.
That was good. That was a nice one. Looks like I'll be in Pensacola, Florida. No, it's no, I'm talking about in a week. You said September 27th. I meant August 27th. Oh, you're here. You write something in. This is just a marker. Negro writes in Dumbtown. Oh, I'm gonna be a Dumbtown. All right. We're gonna get some food. All right. You know how much food you're gonna eat? More. That's not food. More.
Now that you're done with this, go watch After Hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Good idea. Hell yeah.
And you guys are going to be staying soon.
Yeah. Nice. No more. Less. All right. See you guys.
Southland weather from KFI. That extreme heat warning is still in effect today, but there is a slight chance of rain this morning and maybe a little bit this evening as well. Highs will be in the mid-90s in Metro LA and OC, mid-80s at beaches, mid-90s in the valleys, and low 100s in Inland Empire and the high desert. Right now it's 69 in Costa Mesa, 70 in Anaheim, 70 in Long Beach, and 66 in Santa Clarita. We leave local live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Booker.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. designer, and of course your guide to better understanding that place where you live. Today on the show, as we do every Saturday morning, it's your call. So you are going to tell me what today's show is about, because I want to talk to you about whatever is going to be scratching your head about your home. Design, construction, DIY, inside, outside, landscape, hardscape, anything regarding your home decor, architecture. Did I already say architecture? No. All right. All that stuff. If it's in your home, it's on your property, then you and I can talk about it. The number to reach me and the phone lines are open right now. It's 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the numeral 2, Ask Dean. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. It's just that simple. Matt is standing by, ready to take your call. I'll be in the queue to the show on the way. Traffic's always light on a Saturday morning, as I always say. So first calls in, we usually get right on the air. So there you go. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. All right. While we're waiting for the call board to warm up, waiting for you. Just waiting for you. Yeah, still waiting. While we're doing that, let's say good morning to Sam. Hey, Sam. How's it going? Good morning, Dean. How's it going? Things are good. Things are good. How's our, do we have a live studio audience this morning? We do have a live studio audience. They're running a little behind. Give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, there they are. Those beauties. They're always so enthusiastic. They bring those guys. That's what I'm pretty sure. They do bring them. Great. Awesome. Heather Brooker.
Hi, good morning.
Heather was giving me a hard time on
I was.
She was giving me a hard time because she said that, because the show is syndicated in San Diego, I can't talk to you anymore on Sunday mornings. But it's Saturday morning. We didn't talk about the fact that Saturday mornings we can still talk.
That's right. Look out. I'm going to be just chatting it up.
There you go. How are you this morning, my friend?
I'm good. You'd be so proud of me. I actually did like a DIY kind of a thing this week, and I'm really proud of myself. My toilet handle has been kind of broken for a while in our main bathroom, and it was one of those situations where you had to push it like really hard down in order to get the toilet to fully flush. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to Dean Sharp this, and I'm going to go to the Home Depot or to the store, whoever's sponsoring me. Whoever wants to sponsor me. I'm like, I went to Home Depot and I bought a universal toilet handle because I wasn't trying to get too tricky with it. And I replaced my toilet handle with a really nice new toilet handle, and it flushes beautifully, and I've never felt more proud of myself.
Well, I am proud of you.
Thank you.
I got to warn you. Toilet repair, it's a gateway DIY.
Am I going to start adding on to my toilet? What's next?
Fine.
Power flush.
Next week, Dean. Let's get a toilet update from Heather Brooker.
I've got a seat warmer now. We're like, where I draw the line is bidets. That's where I draw the line. That's
Really?
That's not for me. No. The first time that I tried it, it was a surprise bidet, and I was not ready. And I will never do that again.
All right. Well, okay. All right.
You can talk about the benefits of bidets sometime if you want, but I don't know if it's for me.
Yeah. You might want to give it a try when it's not a surprise. That's all.
Okay, that's all.
You know what, Tina? Completely anti-bidet for the longest time. For no reason. Just for the reason that when you think about the process, you're like, no. But finally, I got her to commit to at least try one out. In fact, when we remodeled my bidet seat in our bathroom on our toilet, she's like, fine, I'm never going to use it. All right. Then the day, I can't remember the day, she came in, she walked into the office, and she said, okay, I just tried out the bidet seat. Wow.
Now she's team bidet.
Oh my gosh, she is. She's the biggest bidet advocate now. We're designing projects for her. She's telling clients, of course we need a bidet. Oh, yeah, no, we're doing that.
Okay, I will at some point give it another
that's like a joke, right? It's like a practical joke, and nobody laughs at.
I think I even like screamed. I was like, whoa!
All right, well,
Good morning, everyone.
we will continue as the weeks roll on. We will continue checking in on Heather's toilet. I'm just telling, but I'm proud. Good for you.
Thanks, Dean.
There you go. All right, y'all. Where am I? Oh yeah. The show. Yeah, that's it.
You're thinking about the days now, are you?
Yeah, day break. That's the problem. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN, 833-2-ASK-DEAN, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. It's an all-calls morning. Waiting for you to call. We've got a couple of calls coming up on the board. So, right after the break, you go to the phones. You're listening to Home. Dean Sharp, the House Wizard.
Here's the latest. Both of the Menendez brothers have been denied parole after a day-long hearing yesterday that stretched to the evening and included Lyle Menendez saying he will be forever sorry, while Commissioner Julie Garland says the panel found there are some signs he poses a risk to the public. Authorities say the missing 7-month-old from Jaime is now believed to be dead. Emmanuel Harrow's parents, Rebecca and Jake, were arrested Friday on suspicion of murder after investigators determined the kidnapping never happened. South weather from KFI. There is an extreme heat warning in effect today, but possibly a chance of rain. Highs will be in the mid-90s in Metro LA and OC. Weather is, we are actually going to check on the 110 when we come back.
All right. You would think with summer kind of ending as it is right now, and before you know it, we'll be turning into fall. You'd think that we'd see a little.
Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart80s is commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart80s, and begin your next preset.
Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
You gotta go on over. Just tall enough.
Yes!
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown lies the South River Highway. 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting for. Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility named Cops. There, in the forest, we built it differently. The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, everything shatters. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot George Slayton drove through.
What I heard was a full clip of it was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondering, Campsite Media, Tenure from TV, this is when he came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that left in the officers now.
I'm Matthew Shea. Follow me to the forest. The orders dedicated to that forest.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
In the history of Santa Monica.
once released, they were pretty cool. We're finished. This is over. You're literally something to work. Jerry, your heroes. Leave the gun, take the penalty. My co-host Mark Seal and I strip back March history and talk to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the gun, take the penalty is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable words, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola, yes, that was a real person. Robert Evans, James Caan, to me, was covered best. Successful actor, boss you up, you drive around a lot. Now, Roddy, lots of I got a call from these bad times. It was a lot of trouble. Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
Many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. This is America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Your free iHeart app. Listen now. Birthday parties. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open a free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and I don't know. One of the decisions I know for that it was her. I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to put you off the situation. How drinking breaks so much more. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as when pregnancy and having my daughter. So real conversation, wrestle, straight up crazy, wrestle. That's how we were get started. Was it comfortable for people to come in when you were with like your ex-husband and be like, usually with somebody that people are probably happy with themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make it. Welcome to Chloe and I. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. Only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I can listen to. Right? Hey, this is Instagram. And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me from Exploring Tea on Hipster Bodies on TikTok. And we have a podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got some analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former current basketball players telling their stories from their and I just think it's time for the girls to have. We want to share all of the basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KMI AM 640, more stimulating talk. On the next Phil Handel show, we're going to talk about rules and how we're all getting back in the office. So if you have a job,
Saturday mornings with you. You will tell me what the show is all about. All right, let's go to the phones. I want to talk to Gabriel. Gabriel, welcome. Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm here. Oh, okay. Whoa, wow. So I'm in property management, and I have an apartment that has aluminum windows. There's sliding windows in the kitchen and sash windows downwards in the bedroom, and they don't open easily. They don't slide easily. I gotta like pop them, force them, and then even then, they just don't slide good. I was wondering if there's anything you could suggest that could help with that. Yeah, well, I mean, there may be two levels to the issue, but how old are these windows? Start yeah, so then 5. Okay, well, they're not ancient. They're not ancient windows. Okay, yeah. So here's the easiest one is there's a groovy little product out there that's made just for pretty much just for aluminum windows. So you lucked out, my friend. You won the lottery of window problems. Yeah, well, it's right along those lines, except the thing with WD-40 is great. I mean, it's like WD-40 that's done like but the problem with WD-40 is that it also cleans them, which is not a problem. But WD-40 is a lubricant and a solvent both, and so as good a job as it does, it won't last as long. It's just not going to get it all done as long. Okay, so you may want to use WD-40 on the windows and then wipe them all up. In other words, if there's gum on them, then the WD-40 will help loosen that up just to free them up. But afterwards, you must employ this. I think you get this at the depot. Yeah, we check. Yeah, you can find it at the depot. Aluma Slick. I don't know, maybe that's actually the name of the product. Aluma Slick. Premium aluminum lubricant spray. Very done. We've encountered this before. There's something about open cell aluminum that as it ages, it tends to just kind of get a little porous on the micro porosity on the surface, and then next thing you know, it just grabs onto itself. The window grabs onto the track, they get a little clunky. This stuff is specifically designed for aluminum sliding doors, windows, and paint shutters. All right, now just yeah. So let's just cross our fingers and hope that that's the case. I think that's probably the case because they're not really open. If you told me that they were 40-year-old windows, then you might have an actual issue with the rollers. That's getting harder and harder to find those replacement rollers. But I'm guessing they just need to get linked up a little bit. This is the stuff we do. It's exactly the product designed specifically for your problem. So go for it. Awesome. Thank you so much. You are so welcome. All right. So right off the bat, just right out of the park. Home run. Very low number. All right. How are we on time? Where are we on time? Are we good? We'd say, well, you know what? We're right up against the break. Why don't we do this? We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and more of your calls. The number to reach 833-2-ASK-DEAN. 833, the numeral 2-ASK-DEAN. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. It's an all call
phenomenon after being dumped in the city. Councilman Tim Oscar says Reggie evaded capture for 2 years after he was first sighted.
Even the famed crocodile hunter, Steve Irwin, if anyone remembers him, he expressed an interest in assisting. Tragically, he did pass away before he had a chance, but that was worldwide news.
Reggie was captured in 2007 and taken to the LA Zoo. He's lived there ever since and now shares his space with an alligator named Tina. A woman has been shot and killed on a Metro bus near LAX. The Metro spokesman says the Line 115 bus was headed eastbound on Manchester Avenue around 11 o'clock last night when the driver heard gunshots from the back of the bus and stopped and allowed everyone to get off. The woman was taken to the hospital where she later died. Witnesses report seeing about 5 people taking off after the shooting. Governor Newsom says certain voters in California will approve new congressional maps this November in the special election. He says the proposed districts heavily favoring Democrats are needed to counter potential new ones in Texas favoring Republicans.
And I think the people of the state recognize what's at stake. And we're giving them that opportunity in a transparent way. And I believe we'll be successful this November.
Newsom says President Trump and Republicans in Texas have colluded in a rare mid-decade redistricting effort in order to preserve GOP control in the House. Democrats could lose seats in Texas, and Newsom says California should send fewer Republicans to Washington, D.C. in response. Let's go to a crash in the 60 in South El Monte.
On the westbound edge of 60 freeway just past the 605, they did at one point have all lanes stopped. They've been able to move it free. Now fire traffic only has the right lane taken away as they wrap things up. That right lane's heavy away from the 605. 605 freeway northbound side northbound side Calvin between the 10 and Ramona with 3 left lanes shut down. Heavy delays from the 10 until you pass over Sousa. And on the southbound side of the 605, they're working in the right lane to keep up on Whittier Boulevard. So that slows down just before Whittier stays busy to get to the freeway and then streets improved. And if you're headed for the drive through downtown 110 freeway southbound side, just before you get to 3rd Street, tow truck is on the scene now. Everything is off to the right shoulder. Right shoulder means heavy from before the 101. This Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rebecca Campbell.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock their classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match scents to create your own unique scent combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, more happy with Jane.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
One of the problems that came out when I got the Brady case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances. This is the MK tapes. The first 2 episodes are available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
A new study shows older Americans with heart-related issues are not doing as much as those without the issues to keep healthy. A study out of Northwestern University shows those 65 and older with 1 cardiovascular disease scored 8 points lower on life's essential recommended steps to stay healthy. This is out of a score of 100. Compares to those without the heart problems. American Heart Association's Life Essential Steps include losing excess weight, not smoking, eating healthy, and managing blood pressure. It's that time of year when children are heading back to the classroom, and the dietitian at the Cleveland Clinic offering tips on packing healthy lunches. Jennifer Riley was urging parents to avoid putting in snacky items like packaged chips, crackers, and sugary drinks.
Think about it like groups and break down what you're going to have that month. You want to have a grain, you want to have a protein, you want to have a fruit, a veggie, you want to have
deciding what they want from each movie. Welcome to I'm Scott.
Meta is pausing hiring for its AI organization. The Wall Street Journal reports the freeze comes after the tech giant announced an AI restructuring. It also comes after Meta hired away 50 AI engineers and researchers from other companies. Facebook parent confirmed the freeze with the journal, saying it's basic organizational planning after bringing new people on board. Chipotle is teaming up with Zipline to test drone delivery. Monica Nelson reports.
Select customers in the Dallas area now have the option to use Zipline. Zipline's autonomous aircraft will deliver orders to customers' homes from a Texas Chipotle location. The drone delivery service will cost $3 with a 15% service fee capped at $6. Zipline says it's working with Sweetgreen to determine a future launch.
YouTube is adding a new feature on its 10th anniversary. The platform introduced a Takes Match playlist. It's designed to allow users to discover new music shared by other users and is updated daily. Tech Report on Manhattan said.
Saturday, September 6th, join me, Neil Saavedra, and Bill Handel at Wild Fork Foods in Long Beach. It starts at 2 p.m. for a live in-store broadcast. There'll be Wild Fork pitmasters, games, free food, and celebrity chef Chris Minota. Prices every 15 minutes, including barbecue, tickets to see the Dodgers, Chargers, and so much more. The Fork Report live from 2 to 5, Saturday, September 6th at Wild Fork Foods in Long Beach, 6405 East Pacific Coast Highway, corner of 2nd PCH. Don't miss out on this one-day event. Details at KFIM640.com/wildfork.
Run with your home's foundation. Go to foundationguides.com. Foundationguides.com.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stock their classroom at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match scents. Create your own unique scent combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, more happy with Dave.
At YMCA Summer Camp, kids find their why. Friendship and fun, a world of adventure beneath a golden sun. Running, laughing, full of wonder, giving themselves a second nature. Summer camp is where you begin to unlock the confidence that lies within. When kids find their passions, they find their love. Summer camp season starts soon. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
My dad, my dad, I wanted to do something valuable, just like he did. A few years ago, he was diagnosed with cancer, undergoing surgery, recovery, and ground funeral, and the aftermath of 9/11. I was holding his hand when he took his last breath. I didn't want to let him know. The First Responders Children's Foundation gave me a scholarship that changed my life. I'm a nurse now.
Go to FIRST, RCF.
to the Lord. No, that's a huge mistake. Giant mistake. Not good at all. Now maybe somebody did it intentionally, thinking that the return air vent would help to cool the attic down and with attic insulation. That's not how we want to do it at all. Just so everybody understands, an air conditioning system is a closed system. Meaning it does not share air with the outside world. It doesn't share air with the attic space. It is simply recirculating the air inside the habitable space of your home. So, return air vent, its job is to suck the air out of your house that the other supply vents pull in and put it back into the system. It takes a cycle through, goes back through as the air warms up, goes back into the air, return air vent, back up to the cooler, the evaporator coil. It gets cooled off again and sent back into the house. And yeah, of course, it has a hard time cooling down the place. Because it is there picking up unconditioned air from the attic, which in the desert is blazing hot and leaking into the system. So, no, that is not supposed to be that way. If it was somebody's brilliant idea, I use that word in air quotes, to somehow cool off the attic, it's not the way to do it. It is far better to super insulate the attic, go crazy. We've got a 24-inch attic space, go crazy and just fill it up with loaded cellulose insulation, spray foam insulation. Insulate the attic space so it's doing its job. Return air vent, the AC unit needs to make positive contact, uninterrupted contact with the rest of the surface. It needs to lead directly back to the unit on Earth without any air intrusion from any other place. Well, the attic has to be handled one of two ways. The attic either has to be vented to the outside, okay, so that it has a place for that air, for that hot air to go. Okay, that's code. The attic has to be vented to the outside. The only exception is if we're going to do what we call a conditioned attic space, which you have currently half of. A conditioned attic space, especially for the desert, is something that I love the idea. I hope that all new construction eventually switches over to conditioned attic spaces, and that is very simply this: that instead of insulating the layer in between the habitable space in the apartment or the house and the attic, instead of insulating there and protecting the one from the other, we would insulate the upper layer of the attic up against the roof and the outside envelope of the house. And we would leave the attic, we would treat the attic like a room, any other room in the house. But that doesn't mean just the that actual cold air is being circulated in the attic like it's being done in the rest of the unit. That's how that's done. So you're moving the insulation line from the ceiling of the main habitable zone, in between the ceiling and the attic, moving that up to the roof itself. Now, the reason why most people don't move into that, well, number one, most people don't realize that they've done that, but number two, the rafter, the roof line up there is not deep enough to get your standard fluffy insulation to get your R30 rating that you really, really want. And so, in doing so, because you don't have that kind of depth, you can't just pile it up on the attic floor like we can when you're doing a standard install. In order to get that depth or the adequate insulation up there, we're going to need to use spray foam insulation against the roof rafter. See? And that'll work just fine. About 4 inches or so of spray foam insulation will give you the R30 you need, and then the attic space can be conditioned. At which point, there is no need nor desire for venting. You don't vent it anymore. You leave it unvented so that it doesn't share. Again, this is part of now the system. It doesn't share outside air with it keeps it all internal as if it's another room. So that's how it's done, my friend. And those are your options. You're either going to vent that attic or seal it off and get a condition of the insulation up. But either way, that return air vent needs to be connected because that's wrong. It's wrong. It's just wrong. Bill, thank you for your call, my friend. I hope that helps. More of your calls when we return. You're listening to Hard and Sharp, a house whisperer.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the Peabody 24-hour newsroom. A new Lambo poll shows most Californians, including some Republicans, oppose President Trump's immigration raids. Nearly 75% say mass deportations would hurt the state's economy, while 80% favor letting undocumented workers stay. A woman has been shot and killed on a Metro bus near LAX. The Metro spokesman says the Line 115 bus was headed east on Manchester around 11 o'clock last night when the driver heard a gunshot, immediately stopped to let her head off. The woman was taken to the hospital where she later died. Solid weather from the advisory for extreme heat warning in effect today, but a slight chance of rain as well as of the midnight news in Metro LA and UC. Weather is brought to you by Mattress Firm. We're going to check the 60 when we come back.
All right, here we are, August, back to school time.
Radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
Okay, Forest Towns, kids are coming to the forest. It's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Catchy. I like it. River, how's the temperature? It's refreshing 52 degrees, man. I love it. Turtle, he's not here yet, man. He's like every morning. Okay, Squirrel the Forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. One of the free iHeart app to support podcasts like this. We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about back here. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel this space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms. I climbed up and it was just like, ah! Diane Guerrero.
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to, like, water ski across the road. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Free iHeart app. Listen there.
is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true. Let's not forget that David Flutter was a professional con artist, so he didn't stand a chance. But I figured this scripter out before he realizes it, and I start recording every line. Until I bring this podcast to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app. From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Guillen and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. The thing is that I didn't actually use the app. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So that the app closed, the app opened, the app closed, the app opened, the app closed. Meet Juan, the loneliness curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything. Well, when the perfect man walks into his life, oh, I guess I'm sitting on my kid. That's perfect. I don't think so. He actually is too good to be true. This is a con. I'm calling you. To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close. Instead of trying to nervous and ready, cautious, wanting to do it soon. And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Sometimes the world can seem strange and unfamiliar. You haven't quite found your place or your people. All it takes is one person, a family, who chooses to help it all make sense. You don't have to be an official superhero to do something life-saving and adopt a shelter pet. Just like Superman, use your power for good and inspire kindness, positivity, and a legacy of hope. Best Friends Animal Society is working to ensure that every dog and cat in the country has a safe place to call home. Join us. Visit bestfriends.org to download an Out of This World pet near you. Together, we save them all.
Yeah, Brand, and her name is Sherry. She's a friend of mine. We're just praying for her because of surgery. She's 20.
Yes, and I'm very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah, so what was your experience like with Medishare and healthcare bills?
Honestly, Grant, seamless and what a blessing that is. You're already nervous about a health issue, which I was. Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. Let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just
It's refreshing.
yes, that's what it is.
So I keep telling people love Medishare, they love saving tons of money to a typical family. Can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good difference. Call now. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 844-50-BIBLE. It's 844-50-BIBLE. 844-50-BIBLE.
Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
KFI AM 640 or stimulated talk.
Coming up on the next episode of the Gary and Shannon Show.
AI chatbots are being called a privacy disaster in progress.
That's Monday after 11 on the Gary and Shannon Show.
time. Because at the end of the day, design matters most. All right, I ran a little long last segment, so we're running a little short this one. Let's just see if we can at least get a call started here, and then we'll take it from there. We might roll it over a bit. Let's talk to Henry. Hey, Henry, welcome home.
Thank you. Question about water heaters. Is there a way of knowing water heaters not to go, or should we just replace it every X number of years as routine?
That's a good question. So how do you know your water heater's about to go? Well, it stops giving you hot water. Thanks for your call, Henry. Okay, so here's the thing. I really wasn't. I was half joking and half serious. Water heaters, when they start going, they start. There could be a number of issues. They could be giving you hot water intermittently. Okay. The quality of the heat in the water could just be dropping down lower. In other words, you're like, wow, I've got that thermostat on that hot water heater, but the water's just not as hot as it used to be. That's inevitably a sign that the inside of the water heater has got scale built up on it, mineralization on it, and as a result, it's having trouble transmitting that mineralization. Some of the length that it absorbs that heat, and it doesn't allow it to get into the water the same way. There could be issues with the actual boilerplate down at the bottom. A lot of excessive popping and cracking. It sounds like when the water heater's going, like there's like sand being in a washing machine rolling around in there. Again, all of this comes from mineralization in our water. Another thing too is whether or not you. Well, let me just back it up. Just say this. That being the case, then of course the parts keep going, but that's not really the water heater. That's just a part of it. When the water heater goes bad, when it's time to replace it, it means that the tank and the burner have failed irreparably. It's leaking, or the burner at the bottom is so corroded and scaled over that it's not getting its job done. That's essentially what it comes down to. How you can check and see is, number one, have you ever flushed this thing out? Do you flush it out regularly? It should get flushed about once a year, and everybody's like, what? Are you kidding me? I didn't even know you were supposed to do anything with water here. It's been like a decade and a half. I get it. It's pretty much the typical thing. I'm just saying. It should be drained, flushed out, so that some of those minerals can get out of the tank. Also, if you're handy and you don't want to call a plumber for this, you could have you grab a wrench and take a look at the sacrificial anode. You know what, Henry? I'm going to put you on hold, and I'll tell you all about it right on the other side of the break. This is something I'm talking about tomorrow on the show, too. By the way, we're talking about deferred maintenance. So this is a really good question. It kind of falls right in line with that. When we come back, what is the sacrificial anode? Can you see it on your body right now? And what should you do about it if it's in trouble? We'll discuss it all. You're home. Dean Sharp, the house was. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles for more stimulating talk.
Hey up, Rams. I'm Heather Brooker live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A construction firm has been ordered to pay the Rams nearly $750,000.
The football team accused Shane Law Construction LP Ocean of breaching its contract on a luxury suite at SoFi Stadium. Rams say the company signed a 5-year agreement in 2019 that defaulted in the third year. The contract required arbitration to mediate any issues. The arbitrator said the company had to pay nearly $700,000 plus nearly $60,000 in attorney's fees and other costs. The Superior Court judge agreed with that decision this week and ordered Shane Law to pay up. I'm amongst KFI News.
A man who stole a car eluded police officers on a live TV chase. He went south on the 110 freeway in River City last night at speeds more than 100 miles an hour. Then north on that same freeway. The man also drove on certain streets in South LA, South Haven, Compton. He got gas in East LA and wound up in Bell and eventually went to downtown LA before jumping out of the car and getting into another one and driving away. The LA County Sheriff's Department has rolled out new high-tech patrol vehicles.
The new black and white SUV is coming equipped with safety black Collision avoidance technology. 48 of the 280 new vehicles are hybrids. Mosquitoes includes 10 Ford F-150 responder pickup trucks designed for pursuit.
KFI's Jim Root reports the department is also testing electric patrol cars. A 35-year-old man has been sentenced to 50 years to life in prison for repeatedly sexually assaulting his girlfriend's young daughter in Santa Ana. Prosecutors say Sergio Ambrosio Martinez abused the girl from ages 6 to 9, beginning in 2017. The victim came forward years later after he invited her and her mother to his wedding. The girl saying his fiancée deserved to know the truth. Animal rights activists near Lake Tahoe say they're trying to save a mother bear and her cub from being killed by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Ann Ryan of the Bear League says the animals have broken into homes because they're following natural instincts. Ryan says the bears are able to get into the homes because the owners haven't properly secured them. The Department of Fish and Wildlife says the bears have to go as it's becoming a public safety responsibility. While the pain may be real, but the painkiller could be virtual reality.
Scientists say VR can be as strong as medicine at relieving pain. Researchers used a 45-minute, 360-degree virtual reality experience of waterfalls in Oregon on people who were given electrical shocks. They say pain relief was as effective as painkillers and even lasted after the VR was over. They say the experiment was more about short-term pain, but VR could help how pain signals are transmitted for people with chronic or longer-term pain. Researchers say it could lead to nature scenes being used to reduce pain for people in care homes or hospitals who can't go for a walk in nature. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
The Chargers wrap up their preseason tonight when they take on the 49ers in Santa Clara. It's the last game before all NFL teams' rosters get cut down to 53. Head coach Jim Harbaugh says his advice to players is to give it their best shot.
Just give it your very best. Give it your best. Get better.
Kickoff is at 5:30, and you can hear the game right here on KFI AM 6. Looks like lanes are all clear on the 60 in South El Monte.
On the westbound side, past the 605, everything off of the freeway direction. Down there, you're coming out of the advanced construction overlay between East LA. In Foyle Heights, on the 5 freeway, California is doing some road work southbound side of Indiana. They have 2 right lanes blocked off. That will be the case until 11 o'clock this morning, so that drive is heading just before the 60. In downtown, 110 freeway, southbound side at 3rd Street. That one car crash from the brake spared the roadway drive is still heading those away from the 101. And if you're headed for the drive through West LA out towards El Segundo, westbound side of the 105 connector to the northbound side of the 405, fire department in the right lane to put out the brush fire. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Rebecca Campbell.
All right, this year, thanks to Eco LA, guess who did not get an invitation into my backyard? Mosquitoes, the most dangerous, flat-out annoying animal on the planet. They are the most dangerous animal on the planet because of the diseases that they carry. That's why. Those pest control companies that are citronella candles barely make a dent in it. If the wind is blowing, forget about those completely. Bug zappers do not work on mosquitoes. They're not attracted to UV light. And who wants to slap them on repellent just to go outside in your lawn going? You don't have to. Because Eco LA, the pioneer of safe and effective pest control, has the answer. And like everything, it's safe for you, for your children, for your pets, for your plants. It's just not safe for the mosquitoes. Thanks to Eco LA, I was telling you earlier, my backyard, mosquito-free. Yours can be too. Make summer mosquitoes a thing of the past. Call them today at 888-422-1717. 888-422-1717. Or find them on the web. Eco LA, your pest control mosquito solution.
Southland weather from KFI. That extreme heat warning is still in effect, but there is a slight chance of rain this morning, so keep an eye out for that. Highs are going to reach the mid-90s in Metro LA and OC, mid-80s at the beaches, mid-90s at the valleys, and the low 100s in Inland Empire and Pine Desert. Right now it's 69 in Culver City, 67 in Arcadia, 69 in Laguna Beach, and 68 in Loma Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Number 1 on your car radio precinct. set and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Welcome home. I'm Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer, and every week your guide to better understand that place where you live. Today on the show, as is typical for us on Saturday mornings, we're taking your calls. You get to tell me what the show is about today. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN, 833, the numeral 2-ASK-DEAN, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. Look who's joined me in the studio. Hello, sunshine. It is an hour after the show has started. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. You've been here for 5 minutes longer. You know, I resisted just knowing that you were just doing enough, whatever you were doing. Resisted. You know, because I didn't have a story about the alligator named Reggie, I think, earlier today. Who's now living in the LA Zoo with an alligator named Tina. And I didn't go there. Well, we don't have any place in our backyard. Yes, we do. Who also lives with an alligator named Tina. Oh! See? That's what I wanted to do. But I didn't. I bit my lip. Because I was showing you respect. And here you are. Oh, there goes Olivia right there. Yes, she does. She's going to get checked out the gym. There are no new eggs today. Well, not today. Not this morning. Not yet today. But the new flock is starting to produce. We got a little green one yesterday, a little white one a couple of days before. It's very exciting. Yes, I'm happy. Olivia is on Amazon. She is. I'm happy because for the first time in, I don't know, like a couple of years, because our older girls, they are postmenopausal. There are no eggs. They just ooze. They're just taking up space and my wall or chicken. That's all. All right. Okay, let's get back to the points. Good morning, Glenn. I have him on the line. He kept hanging on hold over the last break here because he wanted to know. How do you know if the water keeps going bad? We talked about that, and then they said that here are a couple of things you can check. One of the things you can check if you've never done this before in water here is, let's say, more than 3 or 4 years old. If you're handy, you can turn off all the water pressure to your water heater, and there's on the top of a regular tank water heater, there's a big old nut screwed into the top plate of the water heater. A lot of people stare at that and think, what that thing is for. Well, if you were to unscrew that big old nut fitting there and take it out of its little hole, you will find, hopefully, that there's a long metal rod attached to it. That rod is what's known as the sacrificial anode. The sacrificial anode is made out of magnesium or aluminum, depending on the brand. Its job is to attract those corrosive minerals, hard water minerals, to itself and to corrode itself. That's why it's called the sacrificial anode. It sacrifices itself for the sake of your water heater, because if they're not being attracted to it, then they are clinging to the steel tank, and they're going to prematurely age and cause the water heater to fail. So, just as a point of maintenance, some people say, "Oh, void for warranty if a non-professional opens up." Then believe me, it's just a screw in port there. If you're handy enough to unscrew something with a wrench, you can do this. I don't really care if it points to warranty or not. If your water heater's 45 years old, listen, you're past the service point of warranty anyway. You should check it, because if it's not there, if it's like corroded down to like a little nub, or gone altogether, or less than half of its normal length, you should replace it. And you can replace it. These are on the shelf at Home Depot and Lowe's and the local hardware store. It's a $20 to $40 part, depending on the brand. Water heater. $20 to $40. You put a new anode in there, and you're going to be protecting your tank for a couple, 3 years to come. So anyway, just as a little bit of insight, we know what the water heater is going to start doing. If it starts to fail, like Henry, the goal is to flush it in a year or two, and to eventually check the anode and see if it's still there, and if not, replace it. And I know this is something that people, thousands of people right now are like, I didn't even know that was a thing. They should tell me. But it's a thing. I think it really helped lengthen the life of your water. Yes, that's it. That's it. Yep. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, but here's the thing, there's no guarantee. I mean, if it's not giving you problems, then it's not giving you problems. So if I were you, if you're starting to see symptoms like, what's the water heater for? It's for giving you hot water. If for some reason the water heater is not doing what it used to do, then it's time at this point, 2000, and I mean, this water heater is past its prime as far as, it's well beyond doing what it was supposed to do. But there are water heaters out there that are 25, 30 years old that are still going strong. So the point is, there's no absolute cutoff date for it. But if it's starting to not do what you want it to do, now then it's time to look at the budget and say, all right, maybe it's time to switch this out. But if it's doing fine, maybe also look at the budget and say, maybe we'll just tuck this aside because it won't be long. It's not going to be long. The likelihood of getting another 5 years out of it, I would say, is that popping and knocking, that is the popping sound is mineralization. It's built up on the burner pan, and the burner is that mineralization trapping water underneath those mineral deposits. The burner is heating that, superheating that water into a gas, and then it escapes, like hot rocks. And so it's just a sign that there's mineralization in it. So if you flush it, that can help quite a bit. Flush out the water heater, drain it out, flush out all the stuff, and check the anode. A little bit of an hour's worth of your time, and $20 to $40 part place yourself. My kitchen doesn't like just like anything is possible. Anything is possible, but I'd give it a try anyway. Here's the thing: once you've got the hose connected to the sediment spigot at the bottom, and you open that up, if you're seeing, if there's an occlusion, here's a little trick: you can actually turn on the water up above, get a little pressure and a little additional water flowing into the water, and see if you can't kind of force it out. But you know what? But you got to try. And the point is, it does not hurt to try. And if nothing comes out, that's a clear sign. You know, a lot of negotiation built up in the problem. And this should that's why we take those, because one man's question is an answer for thousands of people who are listening to the comment. So that is the critical role of calls on the board. We also have room for you. 833-ASK-DEAN. 833, the numeral 2, Ask Dean. 833 to Ask Dean. Your home, Dean Sharp, the house whisperer.
I'm Heather Brooker, live from KFI 24-hour in Israel. Here's the latest. A woman in her 30s was shot and killed on board a metro bus near LAX last night. Witnesses reported about 5 suspects ran away after the shooting. The Chargers wrap up their preseason tonight when they take on the 49ers in Santa Clara. Kickoff is at 5:30, and you can hear the game right here on KFI 640. Don't miss it. We're going to check the vibe.
All right, I'm always trying to save it, right?
There's a line of seriously in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Mile from Aaron Mankey, this is Hamilton, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Habitat on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habitat and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
145, movie 92.
180 over 111 on top cardiac arrest. Stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers might change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure can save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you stop your treatment plan, you start or talk to your doctor about creating what works better for you. Start taking the right steps and manage your doctor down.
Now, trying to get better, stroking it out.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association and the Medical Association of Blood Cancer.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How do you take down the criminal network hidden in the shadows? I tell them that. I know that they're the ones who are running the largest child abuse websites on the dark net. Journalists working to expose the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your playroom floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators.
Can we throw people in the face? No, we didn't. We didn't make them. They made them.
Not to worry. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Did you know that California offers various programs and services to support older adults, adults with disabilities, and family caregivers? Health insurance counseling to caregivers support, and information on elder use. The Aging Resource Guide has it all. And let's not forget about the friendship. Available 24/7 for those who may need a friendly conversation. Dive into the Aging Resource Guide today at aging.ca.gov and discover the support you need. Because together, we can ensure every older adult health fund is now paid served.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN.
The local basic in matters like EGLA and ISA, communal enactment, and public leadership.
That's why I like monitors.
Bacon Magra Hebrew Corey Elliott Elder. Halachic categories and Hebrew FSH 55 before test ruling.
The identity theft issues
Zayton Shino Lefite Vodo Hebrew for an elder whose dignity would be compromised. Exemption cases e.g. from certain retrieval return obligations in Pashavitaka. Maximlia Adam Shi, Lo Nikanot Aramaic Hebrew for we can acquire a benefit for a person in his absence. Legal maxim of agency benefit. Contrast. Fine shaven Lo Ela Nikanot no liabilities in his absence. Zeknipavet Hebrew for merit of the forefathers. In vote in prayer, halachic rhetoric distinct from general zekshat you listed. Zeker el Yetze at Mitzrayim Hebrew for a remembrance of the Exodus. Many mitzvah liturgies Shidduch, Tzidkit, Sukkah are performed as a remembrance of the Exodus. Zeker el Mikdash Hebrew for a remembrance of the temple. Customs mirroring temple practice e.g. taking Wulah all 7 days outside the Mikdash according to Sub. Zeker Ziker Amalek Hebrew pronunciation variants when reading Remember Amalek. Many read the verse twice to satisfy both traditions. Zitronit Zitronos Hebrew for remembrances. One of the 3 Rosh Hashanah sections Mal Kuyat, Zitronit, Shofarit. Zitron Teru Aheber for a remembrance of the Shofar blast. Biblical title for Rosh Hashanah S. When Shofar is to be blown on Shabbat. Zechakelo Hebrew for this is the rule. Formula that introduces a halachic generalization in Mishnah Talmud. Zehi Zagorim Hebrew for this and that both cause the result. Principle for mixed causation can affect permissibility. Zenatana, Zelo Chaser Hebrew for this one benefits while that one doesn't he lose. Principle in monetary law about uncompensated benefit. Zaizim Makdim in Le Mitzvah Hebrew for the zealous hasten to do mitzvah. Guides doing mitzvah at the earliest proper time, e.g. early Brit Milah. Zera Hebrew for seed. For term in Philippine mixed species, Zera, onion produce, and purity laws. Zera La Vehala Hebrew for wasting seed. Prohibited act with extensive halachic discussion modesty, Shidusha. Zera in order Hebrew for seeds. First order of the Mishnah. Agricultural laws and blessings. Distinct entry from generic D-Mani, etc. Zerika Hagat Hebrew for sprinkling of the blood. Essential temple service step for offerings. Only by a Kohen. Zivich Hebrew for sacrifice. As in Zivich Shalomim peace offering, Zivich to the thanksgiving offering. Zivichim Hebrew plural sacrifices. Also the Talmudic tractate detailing sacrificial laws. Zimin Hebrew for invitation. Formal call to Birkat Hamazon when 3 or 10 eat together. Intended is Zimin Bishem God's name included. Zimin Nashim Hebrew for women as Zimin. Halachic discussion whether when women form their own Zimin. Zimaz and Matana Hebrew. Zina equals sexual infamy. Zina equals harlotry forbidden relations. Zana equals category of woman forbidden to a Kohen. Zayd in Agar Hebrew date 7th of Agar. Traditional yards of Moshe. Day marked by Chevra Kadisha customs. Please Zayd in Hebrew for weapons. Halachic issues of carrying on Shabbat adornment verses. Burden, safety concerns. Zilzal Shabbat Hebrew for demeaning Shabbat. Rabbinic concern to avoid conduct that, while technically permitted, reduces Shabbat honor. Media SH star Hebrew for forgery of a document. Invalidates legal instruments e.g. get, contracts. Zuzuzim Talmudic coinage of Zuzabiner. Used in Ketubah, damages and transaction values. Zos Hanukkah Zot Hanukkah Hebrew for this is Hanukkah. Made for the 8th day. Many cite it as an auspicious time for prayers. Zot Habarich Hebrew for this is the blessing. Final Torah portion. Halachically tied to Simit Torah lining cycle. Zopchikit Hadara Hebrew for this is the statute of the Torah. Intro to Kara Aduna. Archetype of Achik statute beyond full reason. Zebit Hebrew for olive. Basis for volume food measures Kzebit olive escol across many mitzvah. Even carry at Shema Hebrew for time window for reciting Shema. Halachic Zeman milestones for morning evening Shema. Zeman Tefillah Hebrew for time window for prayer. Deadlines for Shachar is Mincha Arvidamina. Zeman Bidikat Chemetz Hebrew for time of checking Chemetz. Night of 14 Nisan by candlelight with blessings and Bedika. Zeman by Chemetz Hebrew for time of burning Chemetz. Late morning on Erev Pesach. Includes verbal nullification ritual. Zeman Hadlachit Mera Hebrew for time of candle lighting. The 3 sunset time to light Shabbat Yom Tov candles. Zeman Cherer Ritu Hebrew for the time of our freedom. Liturgical title for Pesach in Kiddush Tefillah. Zeman Maven Torah to Hebrew for the time of the giving of our Torah. Liturgical title for Shabbat. Zeman Simit to Hebrew for the time of our joy. Liturgical title for Sukkot Shemini after it. Zohar Chach Hebrew Aramaic for New Zohar. Supplementary Kabbalistic word, often cited for customs with halachic impact. Zitronim Literature Hebrew for may their memory of blessing. Said when speaking of multiple deceased people. Often abbreviated as ZL. Zitrono Literature Hebrew for may his memory be a blessing. Said after the name of a deceased man. Abbreviated as ZL. Zitrono Literature Hebrew for may her memory be a blessing. Said after the name of a deceased woman. Abbreviated as ZL. Zecher Tzadik Literature Fruit for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. From Proverbs 10:7. Said after naming a righteous person. Abbreviated as ZTL Zechuto Yaganonu Hebrew for made his marriage shield. Said when mentioning a righteous man or such. Zechudem Yaganonu Hebrew for made their marriage shield. Plural virgin, referring to multiple righteous figures. Zikono Lachain Hebrew for made his memory be for life. Used in some Sephardic communities instead of literature. Zikronim Lachain Hebrew for may their memory be for life. Plural Sephardic version. Adver acronym for Adonu, Moriinu, Burabenu, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. Used for Hasidic ranks. Alav Hashalom Ba'ed Hebrew for peace be upon him. Said after a deceased man as name. Aleta Hashalom Ba'ed Hebrew for peace be upon her. Said after a deceased woman as name. Alav Al Kol Yisrael Hashalom Hebrew for peace upon him and all Israel. A cooler blessed. Then that Hebrew for son of daughter of, used in full Hebrew names and on memorials. Shaver Hebrew for member or scholar. Historically and honorific for Torah Jews. They in Hebrew for judge. Formal title for a rabbinic court judge. They in Hebrew for genius. Title of Supreme Torah scholars e.g. Vilna Often the genius. A formal title before a great rabbi's name. Para Hebrew for the rabbi. Standard rabbinic honorific. Para Feahi, the genius. Double honorific for major scholars. Hadadik Hebrew for the righteous one. Said of saintly rabbis. Hadadik Hebrew for the righteous woman. Feminine honorific. Para Hebrew for honorable rabbi. A respectful address. Maran Aramaic for our master. Especially used by Sephardim for great leaders. Moranu Hebrew for our teacher. Honorific title for rabbis. Morini Biraku our teacher and our rabbi. Extended rabbinic title. Nagid Hebrew for leader or chief. Historical title for community heads. Nasi Hebrew for Frontier President. Title of the head of the Sanhedrin. Parnas Hebrew for provider or leader. Used for lay leaders of Jewish communities. Rabban higher honorific than rabbi, used for the greatest sages e.g. Rabban Gad. Rabbeinu Hebrew for our rabbi. Used for preeminent rabbis, e.g. Rambam, Rabbeinu Moshe. Rab Hebrew for rabbi. Standard term for a teacher of Torah. Rab Hair Hebrew for the rabbi of the city. Formal communal rabbi title. Rav Yiddish pronunciation of Rav Rabbi. Common in Ashkenazi communities. Red Yiddish respectful title for men, similar to Mr. but also used for pluraler and layman. Read a Yiddish for rabbi or spiritual master, especially in Hasidic tradition. Rosh Yeshiva Hebrew for head of the yeshiva. Formal academic rabbinic role. Shlita acronym for Shevik or at Yamin Tovim Amen. May he live a long and good life, Amen. Said after living rabbis' names. Shalom allowed Hebrew for peace upon him. Used for deceased men. Tzadik Hebrew for righteous one. General title for saintly men. Tzadik Hebrew for righteous woman. Feminine equivalent. Tzadik Yesavalam Hebrew for the righteous one is the foundation of the world. Applied to especially holy men. Tzadik Nistar Hebrew for hidden righteous one. Said of mystically great but hidden individuals. Tzadik Hador Hebrew for the righteous of the generation. Highest praise for a saintly rabbi. Yudal El Hayim Hebrew for may he be separated for life. Said when mentioning the living person, while also speaking of deceased. Yudal El Hayim plural. May they be separated for life. Same usage in plural. Yishma Hashem Hebrew for may God protect him. Living blessing. Zichrono Livracha El Hebrew for may his memory be a blessing. Said after a deceased man's name. Zichrono Livracha El Hebrew for may her memory be a blessing. Said after a deceased woman's name. Zichrono Livracha El Hebrew for may their memory be a blessing. Plural version. Zecher Tzadik Livracha El Hebrew for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. Said after a righteous person's name. Zechuto Yagan Oluzaya Hebrew for may his merit shield us. Said when mentioning a righteous man. Zechudat Yagan Olu Hebrew for may their merit shield us. Plural version. Zikrono Lachain Sephardic version. May his memory be for life. Zikronim Lachain Sephardic plural version. May their memory be for life. Zecher Tzadik Livracha El Hebrew for the memory of the righteous shall be a blessing. Said after a righteous person's name. Zechuto Yagan Oluzaya Hebrew for may his merit shield us. Say when mentioning a righteous man. Zechudat Yagan Olu Hebrew for may their merit shield us. Plural version. Zikrono Lachain Hebrew for may his memory be for life. Sephardic phrasing. Zikronim Lachain Hebrew for may their memory be for life. Plural Sephardic phrasing. Admer acronym for Adonu, Moriinu, Rabbeinu, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. Used as the formal title for Shabbat rent. Admer Hazakin the Elder Riga. Refers specifically to Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Liadi 1745. 1812, the founder of Shabbat and author of the Tanya. Admeri plural of Admer, referring to Shabbat rites across the generations. Hachis Hebrew for one. In Shabbat, now meaning prayer, used in Kabbalistic meditations to signify unity of God. Ahavit Yisrael for love of a fellow Jew. A central value in Shabbat, often emphasized by the Riga. Taught have a passion ever for love of God. For being in Chassidus, taught as a feeling that should permeate prayer and mitzvah observance. Taught have a pattern of Hebrew for love of the Torah. In Shabbat thought, connected with cleaving to God as wisdom through study. Taught have a Galam Hebrew for everlasting love. Name of a blessing in prayer. In Shabbat, seen as reflecting God as eternal love for Israel. Game Osville Gado Hebrew for there is nothing besides him. A principle stressed in Shabbat Chassidus, reflecting divine unity and nullification of ego. Acronym Hebrew for bound. A Kabbalistic concept referenced in Shabbat teachings, describing the first stage of creation where all divine lights are bound in one vessel. Al-Hamis in Hebrew for on the miracles. A parasitic on Hanukkah and Purim, highlighted in Shabbat for its emphasis on divine providence. Al-Hadara, a series, Oakshad discourses and teachings interpreting Torah with mystical depth. Aliyah Hebrew for ascent. Refers both to being called up to the Torah and to spiritual elevation, a central theme in Shabbat thought. Amalek biblical nation symbolizing doubt and coldness toward holiness. In Shabbat philosophy, Amalek is the inner force of spiritual apathy, one must overcome. Amid a central standing prayer. Shabbat emphasizes Kavanah deep intent, and meditation during it, especially on God as unity. Ana Abna Aramaic for me and your servant. A phrase used in Shabbat Nigunim melodies to express self-nullification before God. Ani Massachusetts Ami Hebrew Tori believes. A declaration of faith, often sung in Shabbat, Pargregins, tied to Jewish perseverance. Ani Yosef Hebrew for me and Joseph. Famous Torah phrase. In Shabbat Chassidus, symbolizes revelation of hidden truth and unity. Axilis Heter for emanation. In Kabbalah and Shabbat Chassidus, one of the four spiritual worlds, representing divine closeness. Ax is Hebrew for essence. In Shabbat, refers to God as ultimate essence, beyond all attributes, with which Jews connect through mitzvah. A Hebrew for father. Also the name of a Hebrew month Panahan Ab. In Shabbat, it carries God learning Tisha B'Av and comfort Shabbat Nachamu. Akar Chamim Hebrew for Father of Mercies. A prayer with deep emotional resonance, explained in Shabbat texts as God as compassionate nature. Avoda Hebrew for service. In Shabbat, it means serving God with the heart, mind, and soul. Particularly through prayer and inner work. Avoda Nimis Heter for inner service. In Shabbat teachings, refers to deep, inward spiritual work on character and awareness of God. Avoda Shibala Hebrew for service of the heart. Prayer, which in Shabbat is central to transforming emotions into loving awe of God. Avoda Hebrew for patriarchs. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with Pirkei Avot ethics of others, explained with Chassidic depth. I Agna Hebrew for where are you? God has called to Adam. In Shabbat thought interpreted as an ongoing divine question to each Jew about their spiritual state. Arizona Yashiner Hebrew for then he sang. The song that see Exodus 15. In Shabbat liturgy, its recitation involves meditating on God as power and redemption. Baal Tanya Hebrew for author of the Tanya. Refers to Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Liadi, founder of Shabbat, who wrote Tanya the central Shabbat text. Baal Shem Tov Besh Hebrew for master of the good name. Refers to Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov, founder of the Chassidic movement and spiritual predecessor of Shabbat. Baal Teshuvah Hebrew for master of return. A Jew who turns back to Torah observance. In Shabbat, embraced warmly as part of outreach Kairos. Bartu Hebrew for blessed. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, it is emphasized with strong intention as connecting to higher spiritual levels. Baruch Hashem BH Hebrew for blessed be God. A common Shabbat expression of gratitude in daily speech. Basar Shalom Hebrew for meat and milk. Refers to kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. In Shabbat homes, strict separation is observed. Bezbol Aramaic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat thought symbolizes divine guidance that continues even after prophecy ceased. Bat mitzvah Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a Jewish girl turns 12, Shabbat encourages a celebration that emphasizes learning Torah and doing mitzvah. Din Hamizuri Hedrafer between the straits refers to the 3 weeks of mourning between 17 Tammuz and 9 Av. In Shabbat, explained as a time of hidden divine compassion. The Idoni Hebrew for intermediate one. Central concept in Tanya. A Jew who struggles with inner conflicts yet controls thought, speech, and action. These chain of Hebrew for house of our life. Refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat headquarters, considered the heart of Shabbat worldwide. These did Hebrew for house of judgment. A rabbinical court. In Shabbat communities, these did rulings are often tied to Halacha and community leadership. These Hamikdash Hedrafer Holy Temple. In Shabbat philosophy, it represents both the historical temple in Jerusalem and the inner sanctuary of Thepar. These Midrash Hebrew for house of study. Shabbat yeshivas and study halls are often called this. These Riga Hebrew for house of the Riga. Classic Shabbat biography of the first rags, chronicling their lives and teachings. Benoni Sidi Inoni. Fourth figure in Tanya, described as the ideal spiritual model accessible to all Jews. Be as Rad Hashem be as proof for with God's help. Common phrase in Shabbat correspondence and speech. Vicar Chalim Pedra for visiting the sick. In Shabbat practice, considered a vital act of kindness and outreach. Bima Hebrew for platform. The raised stand in the synagogue where the Torah is read. In Shabbat Shuls, central to communal Torah reading. Birkat Hamazon Hebrew for grace after meals. Shabbat custom emphasizes reciting it with kavan and deep intention. Byron Hebrew for refinements. Haki Shabbat Kabbalistic concept. The task of elevating sparks of holiness trapped in the material world. The Tachon Hebrew for trust in God. In Shabbat, it means complete reliance on divine providence, taught extensively by the rabbis. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central Shabbat idea. Nullifying ego to allow godliness to shliver. Lean Eder Hebrew for without a vow. Common Shabbat phrase when committing to do a mitzvah, to avoid making an unintended oath. Mocker Yiddish for young men. Refers to unmarried yeshiva students in Shabbat, especially those learning in 770 or other Shabbat institutions. Bracha Hebrew for blessing. In Shabbat Talk, a bracha channels divine energy into the world. Bracha Acrona Hebrew for after blessing. Blessing recited after meeting. Shabbat emphasizes proper halachic observance and awareness of divine flow. Bracha Risona Hebrew for first blessing. Blessing recited before eating. Shabbat teachings stress mindfulness before partaking in physical pleasures. Brazil Hebrew for covenant of circumcision. In Shabbat, viewed as a joyous spiritual milestone, connecting the child to the eternal covenant with God. Yuva Yiddish for grandmother. Often used affectionately in Shabbat families. Ravi Yiddish variant for grandmother. Common affectionate term in Shabbat homes. Baal Tanya Hebrew for author of the Tanya. Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman Achliadi, the founder of Shabbat, who wrote the Tanya. Baal Shem Tov Ben Hebrew for Master of Tegut name. Founder of the Hasidic movement, spiritual forerunner of Shabbat. Baal Teshuvah Bichi Hebrew for Master of Return. A Jew who returns to Torah observance. In Shabbat, a warmly used term. Shabbat is known for its outreach to beasts. Malabadish Yiddish for respectable, dignified, proper. In Shabbat slang, describes someone who acts refined, responsible, or put together. Malabos Yiddish for homeowner, head of household. In Shabbat often means a respectable married man, not a yeshiva bacher. Malabustin Yiddish for good homemaker. A compliment for a Shabbat wife or mother who runs her home with care and Jewish warmth. Darku Hebrew for bless. The call to communal prayer. In Shabbat services, recited with strong concentration and spiritual intention. Baruch Hashem BH Hebrew for blessed Bedded. Constant Shabbat expression for gratitude or simply answering how are you. Bizarre Shalom Hedra for meat and milk. Kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy. Shabbat homes follow this very strictly. Banskol Aramaic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat thought symbolizes divine inspiration still echoing in the world. Baz Mitzvah Hebrew for daughter of commandment. When a girl turns 12. In Shabbat, marked with Torah learning and mitzvah. Bean Hamidurim Hebrew for between the strains. The 3 weeks of mourning between 17 Tammuz and 9 Av. In Shabbat thought, at time of hidden divine compassion. B'inoni Hebrew for intermediate one. A central Tanya concept. One who has inner struggles, but never sins in thought, speech, or action. These chain of Hebrew for house of our life. Refers to 770 Eastern Parkway Shabbat HQ, considered the heart of the movement. These did Hebrew for house of judgment. Rabbinical court. In Shabbat communities, handles halachic rulings. These Omid Hebrew for holy temple. In Shabbat thought, also symbolizes the inner sanctuary of the soul. These Midrash Hebrew for house of study. The study hall in a Shabbat yeshiva or shul. These Riva Hebrew for house of the Riva. Classic Shabbat texts chronicling the lives of the early Shabbat leaders. Benoni Cbinoni. Ezrat Hashem Ez Hebrew for with God's help. Common Shabbat praise in speech and writing. Finger Chalim Hebrew for visiting the sick. A for Shabbat act of kindness. Biva Hebrew for platform. The raised place in a shul where the Torah is read. Berkut Hamazon Hebrew for grace after meals. In Shabbat, recited with strong intention. Byron Hebrew for refinement. Shabbat mystical concept of elevating sparks of holiness hidden in the physical world. The Tachon Hebrew for trust in God. Shabbat emphasizes complete reliance on divine providence. Middle Hebrew for self-nullification. Central to Shabbat Chasidus. Nullifying so divine light can shine through. Lean Eder Hebrew for without a vow. Used when promising to do something, so it is not an oath. Proper Yiddish for man. Refers to unmarried yeshiva students in Shabbat. Often shorthand for a Shabbat yeshiva guy. Bacher El Yiddish diminutive. Little Bacher. Used affectionately to students. Bracha Hebrew for blessing. Shabbat chested blessings draw down divine energy. Bracha Acronym Hebrew for after blessing. Blessing said after eating. Bracha Risona Hebrew for first blessing. Blessing before eating. Bridvilla Hebrew for covenant of circumcision. In Shabbat, a joyous event, binding the child to the Jewish people. Babihuba Yiddish for grandmother. Common affectionate term in Shabbat homes. Brand Yiddish for fire, passion. In Shabbat slang, describes fiery enthusiasm in prayer, Tarbrennen, or mitzvah observance. Babitaya must have affectionate Shabbat nicknames for older women named after her dress in common in Crown Heights. VH Bechastai Hashin acronym for with the kindness of God. Used interchangeably with Baruch Hashin in Shabbat letters. Shabbat Hebrew acronym for Chakra, Bina, not wisdom, understanding knowledge. Refers to the intellectual branch of Chassidus founded by Rabbi S.H. Ner Zalman of Liadi. Shabbat's first slang for Hispanic. Often used with pride, sometimes humorously. Chachin Hebrew for wise one. In Sephardic and general usage means rabbi, but in Shabbat, more often used in study context. Shalom Yisrael Hebrew for Jewish supervised meal. Shabbat requires strict adherence to this kosher standard. Challah Hebrew for portion of dough given as an offering. Also refers to the braided bread eaten on Shabbos and Yom Tov. In Shabbat, often homemade and shared. Chalutah Hebrew for distribution. Refers to charity funds distributed in old Shabbat tradition, especially in Israel. Shabbat's Hebrew for leavened grain. Forbidden on Pesach. In Shabbat, cleaned and sold very strictly before Passover. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Festival of lights celebrating the rededication of the temple. In Shabbat, central focus on public menorah lighting. Shabbos Hebrew for midnight. Both mystical and halachic significance. Shabbat emphasizes late night Torah learning at this time. Chezon Hebrew for cantor. Leads prayer. In Shabbat, often done by avoker or Baal Tefillah rather than a professional singer. Ches Hebrew for kindness. In Shabbat teachings, represents giving love and outreach. Chidus acronym for Chumash, Teveli, Tanya. Daily learning cycle established by the previous Rebbe. Chidmani is Hebrew for externality. In Shabbat thought, refers to superficial service of God, contrasted with nimius, inner devotion. Chop below Yaber Hebrew for a law that cannot be transgressed. Expression for something fixed. In Shabbat slang, used about set routines like davening or Tarbrennen. Shol Hamo Hebrew for intermediate days. The middle days of Pesach and Sukkot, hardly festive, hardly weekday. Shalom stand regular mill. Not accepted in Shabbat practice, since only Shalom Yisrael is observed. Chumash Hebrew for 5 books of Torah. Inchbat, also shorthand for the daily Chumash Tam Yarashi study. Chutzpah Yiddish for audacity, boldness. In Shabbat slang, can be negative or positive, e.g. holy chutzpah in outreach. Chaver in Hebrew for friends. In Shabbat, sometimes refers to groups of activists or yeshiva peers. Chassid Hebrew for pious one. In Shabbat, refers to a devoted follower of Torah. Chassid Bisher Yiddish for Chassidic style. In Shabbat slang, means someone who acts with warmth, piety, and attachment to Chassidus. Chassid Bisher Tarbrennen informal gathering with Nigunim, Torah insights, and inspiration. Central Kochbad Life. Chassidus Hebrew for Chassidic teachings. In Shabbat, usually refers specifically to Shabbat Chassidus. Chidus Ardic slang for someone devoted to daily Chidus learning. Cholent Yiddish for Teslo cooked Shabbos stew. Shabbat style, often spicy and oily. And unstable at Tarbrengens. Chukka Hebrew for living canopy. In Shabbat weddings, often held outdoors under the sky, symbolizing boundless blessings. Cherubim Hebrew for destruction. Refers to destruction of the temple. Shabbat teachings stress spiritual rebuilding. Chutz Louisiana RX Heberfer outside the land. Refers to Jews living outside Israel. Shabbat has shluchim everywhere in Shutz. Chavrusa Aramaic for study partner. In Shabbat yeshivos, learning the Chavrusa is central. Chavrusa is slang for life on Chavrusa. Refers point tense back and forth debating Torah ideas. Shabbat Hebrew acronym for Chakna, Bina, Das wisdom, understanding knowledge. Refers to the Chassidic philosophy of the Alter Rebbe, the Lubavitch movement. Chassid Yiddish for follower or pious one. In Shabbat, a devoted disciple of the Rebbe, someone living by Chassidus. Chassidus Hebrew 40. Refers to the mystical teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, developed in Shabbat as deep intellectual Torah philosophy. Chassid Bisher Farbrennen Yiddish slang. Chassidic gathering. Informal get-together with singing, stories, Torah insights, and El Chanto inspire service of passion. Chassid Bisher Oilam Yiddish slang. The Chassidic crowd. Refers to the Shabbat community or atmosphere. Chassid Bisher Nigan Yiddish. Chassidic melody. Tunes sung at far regions, often wordless, carrying deep spiritual intent. Chassid Bisher Lord Yiddish. Chassidic saying inside. A short teaching with inspiration or wit. Chassid Bisher Misay Yiddish. Chassidic story. Often about Reds or Chassidim, told to inspire. Cheshbon Nefesh ever for soul accounting. Spiritual self-evaluation, especially before Rosh Hashanah or at that time. Chidus acronym for Chumash, Teveli, Tanya. Daily study cycle central to Shabbat life. Chidus mixed slang. Someone diligent about doing Chidus daily. Shidmani is Hebrew for outer external. In Shabbat terms, superficial action or external motivation as opposed to niyyas, inner. Chuk Yiddish slang. Grab or catch. In Shabbat lingo, chuk adored grass, an idea or chuk arain grab, opportunities. Chuk arain Yiddish slang. Snap hidden. Famous Shabbat catchphrase. Grab every mitzvah or opportunity for Mashiach comes. Cholent Yiddish for slow cooked stew. Classic Shabbos food. Cholent presser Yiddish slang. Cholent devourant. Teasing term for someone who piles up or overeats at far branches Shabbos Kiddush. Chavrusa Aramaic for study partner. In Shabbat Yeshiva Life, your learning buddy. Shabbat for Yiddish slang. A Shabbatic, often said with warm or joking tone. Shabbat House Outreach Center run by Shluchim Shabbat emissaries. A home for Torah, Tefillah, and community. Shabbat House Crasher slang. Person who always shows up at the Shabbat House for free food events, without much commitment. Shabbat light slang. Someone connected to Shabbat but not fully immersed. Friendly nickname sometimes used tongue-in-cheek. Shaver Hebrew for friend. In Shabbat, an Alzamian someone close in the movement. Chidus club slang. Kids or youth groups organized around reciting Chidus. Chuk Inushin Yiddish Shabbat slang. To drop in and catch a class without being a regular. Chassid Bisher Geshmak Yiddish slang. A Chassidic flavor taste. Refers to the special joy in living a Chassidic life. Shaver and Hebrew friends. Also used as a name of volunteer organizations in some communities. Shidmani Hebrew for outsiders. In Shabbat, refers to external negative spiritual forces or influences. Davin Yiddish for pray. Refers to Jewish prayer in general, especially the structured daily services. Davin Up storm slang. To pray with fiery intensity or with a lot of energy. Davinim Yiddish English slang. The act of praying. In Shabbat, often implies a long meditative prayer. Davin Arish's Hebrew plus Aramaic phrase. Extended prayer. In Shabbat, spending much time in prayer with deep meditation on Chassidic ideas. Dal Benin Hebrew for species. Refers to the Lulot, Esrog, Hadassim, and Argos used on Sukkos. Dal Venus Hebrew for therapeutics. Halachic personal space around a person. Many laws like carrying on shadows are measured by this. Dal Benos Hebrew for gates. Nickname for part of the Talmud tractates Baga, Kama, Bava Metzia, Bava Basra. Dal Tosos Hebrew for cups. Refers to the 4 cups of wine at the Pesach Seder. Dal Parshinos Heberfer for portions. Special Torah readings before Pesach Shekali, Zachar, Tara, Pasodish. Dal Rosh Kos Hebrew for acronyms. In Chassidic learning, breaking down a phrase into its initial letters to reveal meaning. Dal Shuros Hebrew for thorough lines. Sometimes used in halachic or mystical contexts. Dal Yamin Tovim Hebrew for holy days. Refers to Pesach, Shavuos, Rosh Hashanah, Sukkot. Dal Vilamit Hebrew for worlds. In Kabbalah Chassidus. Atsilis, Berai Yetzirah, Asiya. Dal Rosh Tos Shel Shema Hebrew. 4 initials of Shema. Used in Chassidic meditation on Pesach. David in Chassidic slang. Chassidic style of davening. Slow, meditative, heartfelt. There are Yiddish slang. To grasp, to internalize. In Shabbat, used to mean truly getting the depth of an idea. There are Yiddish slang. With inner grasp. Compliment for someone who really gets Chasidus. There are magazine Shabbat publication slang among the Purim. Did you see the new Berer? There are Beitat Konim Hebrew for dwelling in the lower worlds. Central Shabbat concept. Making the physical world a home for passion. There are Hebrew for dwelling. In Shabbat shorthand for the above concept. Dollar slang. The Sunday custom when the Riga distributed dollar bills for charity 2000s. Did you get $1 from the Riga? Dollar line slang. Nickname for the long lines of people waiting to receive $1 from the Riga. Rasha Yiddish Hebrew for sermon. In Shabbat, often used for a gourd given by a mishpia or rabbi. Bridal Yiddish for spinning top. Hanukkah toy with Hebrew letters symbolizing a great miracle happened there. Bridal in Yiddish plural for bridals. Common Shabbat term at kids programs. Bridal presser slang joke. Someone obsessed with bridal game or collecting bridals. Rash Hebrew for exposition. Refers to the homiletical level of Torah interpretation. Rasha presser Yiddish slang joke. Person who always sits through sermons and loves them. Rat Yiddish slang. Nonsense, garbage. Sometimes used in yeshiva. Donkey fill your head with bread. Deep is Hebrew for attachment or cleaving. Shabbat usage. Deep spiritual connection to passion achieved through prayer and chassidus. Bapus Nigan Hebrew Yiddish. A slow, soulful Hasidic melody for meditation or prayer. Because Night Tefillah Hebrew Yiddish. Prayer done in a state of intense attachment or passion. Ivashter Yiddish for the Most High. A common Shabbat Yiddish way of referring to GD. Ein Sof Hebrew for without end. In Kabbalah Chassidus. GBS infinite essence. I have your motto Hebrew for there is nothing besides him. He Chassidic phrase stressing GBS absolute oneness. I'm happy mommy around for yes, that is indeed so. Classic Talmudic phrase, used in learning. I'm Latin Hebrew for time of favor. A spiritually auspicious time for prayer or blessing e.g. Shabbos, Yom Kippur. I see there Hebrew for time of trouble. refers to times when extra prayers are said for salvation. High-class biblical name Esau. Incapacitated. Symbolizes the material world and the struggle of Yahshua soul verses. High-class body world. Aisha's child Hebrew for woman of valor. Poem sung on Friday night, also a title of praise for a righteous woman. Here in Hebrew for mixture. Rabbinic structure allowing carrying on Shabbos within a defined boundary. Here in Chat Hebrew for courtyard joining. A specific halachic form of Erev. Helicus Hebrew for eagleliness. In Chassidus, refers to divine energy as it is revealed in the world. Elul Hebrew month before Rosh Hashanah. In Shabbat a month of separation, Teshuvah, and spiritual stock-taking. M's Hebrew Yiddish for truth. A strong Shabbat implement. PS and M's Hebrew Chassid. Emunah Hebrew for faith. In Shabbat, inner, faith in passion that transcends logic. Emunah Teshuvah Hebrew for simple faith. The natural, pure faith about you. Emunah Chayah for living faith. A faith that is felt and acted upon. Emunah Shalayim Hebrew for complete faith. Full trust in Jesus without doubt. Emunah Detach on Hebrew for faith and trust. Chastitic care. Faith, belief in Jesus and trust, confident alliance. End of Dallas Shabbat slang. The long-awaited end of exile with Moshiach. End of time slang Chastitic. Refers to the era just before Moshiach's arrival. A Hebrew for Eid. Used before holidays. E.g. A Shabbos Friday, Erev Yom Kippur. A Shabbos Rosh slang. Frantic activity in Shabbat households Friday afternoon getting ready for Shabbos. A Camp Shiloh Hebrew. Mixture of foods. Halachic ritual to allow cooking on Yom Tov for Shabbos. Esrog Hebrew for citron. One of the 4 species for sukkot. In Shabbat, emphasis is placed on a beautiful, medular esrog. Esrog in Hebrew plural for citron. Often discussed with great care among Shabbat Chassidim. Esrog box slang. Protective case, often silver or ornate for an esrog during sukkot. Esrog checking slang. The obsession of ongoing inspecting esroging under magnifying glasses before sukkot. Esrog acronym. Akila eating, SHPD drinking, Lina sleeping. Refers to hospitality and caring for guests. Eshel Shabbat name of Shabbat hospitality centers, especially near Crown Davites and Israel. Eshel. Abraham S. biblical reference used in Chassidic teaching to mean kindness and outreach. Eshel 770 slang. A place for guests often bought during staying in Crown Heights. Esrog Sephardic form of Esrog. Used outside Yiddish Shabbat context. Yiddish Hebrew. Section of Shulchan A of dealing with marriage divorce laws. A passion Hebrew for servant of Jesus. Chassidic ideal of dedication and humility. A Nebraska Hymn Hebrew for faithful servant. Title of high praise, often applied to Moshe Rabbeinu. And Divrei Hebrew for true slave. Torah category of servant bound by law. In Chassidus, symbolizes discipline. And Merta Hebrew for your slave. The one who chose to remain with his master. In Chassidus, symbolizes attachment to worldly desires. And Moed Hebrew for servant of a king. A phrase denoting loyalty to the king's actions. Exile mindset slang that expression. Living in Dallas thinking rather than Beulah thinking. Extra Chassidic slang. Over the top display of Chassidic behavior, usually affectionate teasing. 80 adult Yiddish exclamation. Oh no. Wow. Or oh dear. Common in chat circles as colorful slang. Are Brennan Yiddish for gathering. For Shabbat event where Chassidim sit together, sing Nigunim, share Nigriai Torah, inspire each other, and bring El Hayim. Favorite slang contraction at Farbrennan, used casually. There was a favorite last night. Favorite are one who leads at Farbrennan, usually an older Chassid inspiring that road. Favorite means slang bird. Meeting at a Farbrennan for making it feel like one. Parker Yiddish for favoritism. Common in Talmud Chassidus debates. Farsi Yiddish for shows up with emotion. Used in Shabbat when inspired or overwhelmed. Farjan Yiddish for to rejoice in someone else has success. Phrase in Chassidus. Farjan Yiddish for crooked, twisted. Used figuratively for smooth thinking. Farmvest Yiddish slang for strange, uptight. Used for overcomplicating things. Farmvest favorite slang. A Farbrennan where everyone got overly emotional or freed a lot. Farshlet Yiddish for drag. Slang in yeshiva. Eating drag, kulashi or event. Farshlet Yiddish slang for someone, always tagging along or lagging behind. Farstill Yiddish for spoil. Something overcooked, reading, or wasted time. Farshlet Yiddish for you understand. Often used in teaching. Farshlet. Farshlet Yiddish for life. Commonly given to a language. Farshlet flavor board. Farshlet Yiddish for cinema. Used in Catholic teaching for teaching entire concepts. Catholic Yiddish currently data concept usually. In Shabbat, exercise at that time for technique and reflections. Yiddish for night before fasting. Read out and fasting for annual fast preparation. Fast Yiddish slang. Fast moving out for hardcore Shabbat fasting. In common Yiddish, Shabbat daily often paired with meditation, usually associated. This slang frequently used in routine for doing extra time for study. Thousands slang in 770 circles. The word is named for a Latin author, like Rothschild. First continent Yiddish himself was speaking. In Shabbat slang, with the term for someone, acting and moving. Either Yiddish for effort. Used effectively in simply Shabbat study.
No way.
For Farbrennan before.
It's over. It's over. It's over, baby. It's over. It's game over. We're famous. Bitch, this bitch is over. This bitch is over. Bitch, this bitch is over. What up, baby? How you living, pimp? What's good? What's good? What up, Pascal? I'm living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? What's new, baby? You playing some football?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Are you doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Just want to check on you.
I'm here, baby, and I'm lovely. I'm fucking better than lovely. I'm the sickest motherfucker on earth. Right now, there isn't another fucking person on earth who's happier than I am. I'm so fucking happy. Word, dog. So what's on your agenda for today? Oh, baby. I've been eating so much pussy, my mouth is going to be raw.
Okay. Fodder for favorite slang. Stories, or lack, or personal struggles shared at a far Reddit. 4 cups galactic obligation and 4 cups of wine at the
Jewish history lectures.
4 species lula, Catherine Bonassi, and cargoes used on susos.
Word dog.
Discussed deeply in the marine. 4 world's chastic teaching of Axilus, Berai Yetzirah, Hasidia. 4 Lubavitcher Rina refers to the Rina Modern Rabbi S.H. Newell Schneerson. Professor Yiddish slang for blood. Used seasonally in Shabbat.
So, how's the day going? Need to go anywhere today?
It just started. No, I haven't been anywhere. It's still early morning.
Sometimes used admiringly, sometimes mockingly.
Oh, okay.
Standard description
Why it's evening time. It's evening time over here.
Did you have a good day?
About external piety without inner connection.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Super religious.
That's what I like to hear, big dog.
For genuine. Profound slang. To become more observant. From monk slang. Religion between two religious guys in
Are you still watching on that project?
Yeah, here, you can watch it too.
Hallel recitation of the complete Hallel prayers on festivals.
No more good as Israel.
Whole year Shabbat my man.
So,
Roman
ironically,
is not
a
privy
lot
as a
of them
sign of
moved
piety.
to Israel, where
Full-time
they turned out to
religious
be
slang.
extremely powerful.
A couple
This
who devotes
organization,
themselves 24/7
which was
to outreach.
anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in
A
Israel.
favorite that is
And
actually just
so they're
about
like,
money appeal.
technically,
Funky
either
slang.
against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Haredian in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support from yeshivas. And especially since we are in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Haredi Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
W acronym for data analysis. And about minimal core. Like for synagogue officer. In Shabbat.
Oh, definitely. No, they're
Yo, Pam.
When you say when you say you're working on a project, what type of projects are you working on?
Robots. Robots.
Robots. Okay.
And really, in reality, the entire semester.
So how does it work?
Separated into who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful, named Hashmonaim. And there was a study.
It makes clips of people automatically and helps to promote me.
Enthusiasm and support for serving the army, but it's still in the 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Haredi are anticipating him. Doing them as horrendous.
So actually, I'm not asking about the American version of the same name. I'm asking about the Israeli version. I'm not a believer, just the average guy in HR. Quite inspired with that idea very hard, but didn't necessarily go run over to Sarah Litters.
Yeah.
So how far has the historical involved was?
Well, the Turek Karta, I think, is, for those who maybe aren't familiar, Turek Karta, the guardians of the city, they are an extreme offshoot of Sanmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, it's really correctly functional. And actually, they have some in Israel too, but they are, usually they go to the Palestinian protest. If you ever see pictures of guys with basis value, they're moving their signs right out front. This is a terrible thing, I guess. And it's like the ultimate tokenism. Like, oh, look, there are religious Jews who support this, and it's like, they're the most extreme result. But they are definitely solidly in this camp.
Right, I'm just appreciating the American leaders from this, the HR aren't necessarily leaders, but it's just, they take that as heritage, but they won't necessarily say they are any better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Agudas Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Degel and Torah, everything runs into the Z axis, or I guess it will be the Z prime axis. The Sephardim come into their own in the 1970s, and they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi, but when the Sephardim get involved, Mizrahi, then it changes everything as well. Oh, that's complicated. Let's go check out Zohar. All right, I think at this point, I would like to take to conclude for today. Mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to on time, so it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why you're crazy Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like? Okay, let me end with a joke. Joke goes like this. 1930s. Father in Detroit wants to send his son back to the Heinz so that he can get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland, spends his time there, and he comes back to Detroit and is sitting down at his table. And the father says, so, son, what was it like? He's like, Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist. He says, well, what did you expect? I told you there's a great amount of variation in views in Europe. He says, no, Dad, you don't understand. You're all the same Jew.
Hebrew for camel, also the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Symbolism used in chastity.
Today's class, and probably lead into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of the French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a pre-modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went boldly into this new world. We still have not totally figured out what it is to do today. We're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then probably get on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forced the Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with this world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope to probably on Wednesday, I don't know we'll get to it today, is I'll walk you through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust, with the state of Israel. And these are the 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is the argument today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in that Napoleonic period and were fine in the post-Pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. I do all here. Those of you who are not, feel guilty. Right? You're watching the board. Okay, so we get through this. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about
The decline of corporate society. She's derived from Isaac Ashkenazi, that sort of traditional Jewish wedding, kind of a little on the blue kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern. I'll just understand what that term means. Pre-modern, for the rest of the world, basically means for the modern era. What is the modern era? Like modernity is in the 17th century, and then continues in the 18th with the Enlightenment, and the kinds of things that go along with modernity. It's not necessarily technology, although it is definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. So basically, modernism is a change in ideas, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity include, for example, humanism. You want to define humanism?
Celebrated with dancing and decorating.
Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism?
One would say that he mentioned studying the crafting of Talmud.
As thinkers think
As
about
his heroes Hebrew for
I
Christian gods.
not too far off.
Refers to shadows and also gentle lighting.
So it's
How
not
often
just
is
human
the high
thought.
grade used for spreading the wellspring?
But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value
Passes his talent ever for separating talent.
or
Thinking of a group without
Just
talking to them.
the value
For television.
decidedly putting aside, for example, let's say God is, right? One of the things that happens in modernity, religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope. As people move away from religion as a source of truth, and more to think of truth ourselves. We don't need God will reveal it to tell us what truth is. We can think of it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. Because World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. Because we are so great, and we invest ourselves as the focus of all meetings, that we're creating like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response, horrific action to the Holocaust.
Go, baby.
Humanism can go too far, although we'll sort out a little bit later on. But that's what
It's
I
over.
You know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi thinks.
It's over.
You know what am I saying?
I'm famous. I'm famous. It's over. It's over, everybody. I'm famous. I did it. It's over.
A tremendous amount of material wealth that was by
It's over.
for example, a whole new population force remember that, globally, the idea that culture is going to be so many aspects of modernism that are relevant to the larger scope. Focus on Jews specifically wanting two things. The first is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 100 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already in the light, so it melts with Haskalah. Its principal effect on Jews is political. Meaning we say, hey, wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure, right? The whole idea of Gullus, of exile, as a punishment for our sins.
Yo, dog.
The way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful.
but we have to accept it because that is, ultimately, because of because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews begins saying, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this. We argue against this, and ultimately, they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to note that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember we talked about the Kehillah, we talked about the relationship with Jews as Seri or Kamalayregis, the servants of the royal chamber. That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our inclusion as nation. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did and fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the entire group. I can simply do my own thing. I call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. Amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years. But we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are driving the period. Now, modern society did give us some serious disabilities. We could choose where we live. For example, we could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familiens laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I should say that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. But we would come out by the women because they were not considered legal agents for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt to control the population growth, said only one male of any Jewish family is allowed to marry would have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge army of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that. Universities on restrictions. There are only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing Jews to study at a higher level. They're primarily trained doctors. Some humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating thoughtless way of do things like stand on a pigskin with their chest bare, holding up to the sacred Torah and saying that they're promised not to lie in court because Jews will be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this whole Torah Judaica, these are the kind of things that would go with free modern society, because again, the state governments as a group, and will make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult with Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and a lot more opportunities for others. So, do you have a question? Okay, good. So Jews began to intersect with this because again, Jews are literate. Jews are beginning to read the idea that this circulates. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulating. But it just takes one Jew to read it and translate it into Yiddish.
It's gonna be big.
They mock these. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when we see the beginning of the Haskalah. Spoke about post-Mendelssohn last week. Let's see how this plays out. So
Of course, in the United States, here's a typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abruptly, right? Jews were considered non-Protestants. When you talk about religion in America, you know, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? Well, yeah, Catholics, right? We're running away from the papists, right? The papists would be like the Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall, for those of you who may not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther says, I protest, essentially, and his protest created what now ultimately became 10 of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protested is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome, against the protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry, right? This Catholic clergy who were celibate from the 13th century on. So I don't think, yeah, so, like, Martin Luther famously said that how we trust the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors and being like the cardinals can't agree with each other on various things like how we take that as the word of God. The men who are supposed to be giving over the word of God is parting agree with each other. And those who came to serve that, like, we should be constantly men who the word of God is, we should focus on what the Testament says. Right? That's interesting. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, that's right. Because one of the things that was characteristic of the Luther's movement was a push for greater control of the laity of the actual text. Meaning, hey, let stay Rothschild, let's translate the Bible into German so regular people can read it. If everybody can read it, then everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on priests to tell us what I mean. So ironically, his movement was related to this overall trend of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. So, to stay where we are now with Jews, the Jews were like, they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. And let's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Originally, there definitely was no religious content to it, but it was the sort of post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African-American slaves, what do we do with them. That is, of course, an issue that resonates to the present day. Even the Trump presidency is a very big deal. How do we deal with issues like climate action, DEI, and so on. So the Jews were like almost white. What does that mean, almost white? Okay, white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake whites, right? Like pretend to be white to get ahead. That's Mr. Rushmore. Jews have almost all rights and Christians are very good. So there's kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews, and it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's hard to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external exterior appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people, so therefore we can like sort of like grandfather that if our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor feature. Yes, like an unmeaning, well, if I remember the first people selling stuff was Columbus, like Spanish, yeah, those were, yes, like Spanish Jews are as far as would they be general culture than like they're absolutely right.
Come on.
Race is not really a culture color. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to, complexion to a degree, but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I have a daughter who would easily, when people see her, they say, she has the same name as my mother, sorry, my grandmother. People say, well, she was Spanish. You get the difference, right? Like, yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, even confidence goes like that. So we're not talking about like, blue, black, Nigerians or something, where they're really obviously a different race, whatever that is. But Jews are sort of like, kind of the wire. And also we work like part of a really powerful group like Catholic Church to push a different agenda to elect them from Americans. And why that means is that when they actually made rules, Jews make it. For my very translator, I said no Yiddish, right? Okay, so what happened in America? There were limited pre-revolutionary disabilities, meaning most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about like homesteading, fending off the Indians, and whatever else they had to do. It was just too far from the center. The main issues that really carried over into America. There were small issues. Some of the states preserved the Lord and the National, things like that. But it really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights in 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? Because it says, we love, right?
It's over. It's over. Call it. Call this bitch. It's over. Baby, it's over. Baby, this bitch is done. Baby, this bitch is done. It's over. Is it? I got him, motherfuckers. I got him. I got him. I got him. I got him. It's over. It is over. This shit is done. It's over. Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang Financial, baby. This bitch is done. Baby, it's over. It's never been more over. I got it. Now I fucking know I'm going viral. Now I fucking know. For sure. This bitch is done. This bitch is done. Baby. This bitch is done.
And it will be basically the same as Catholicism, except with divorce. Right? And that was useful for him.
Is it over?
Catholics did not recognize divorce. They did recognize something called annulment,
Yeah, this shit is done. This bitch is over. Is it? It's never been more over. This bitch is done. It's done. We're fucking famous. I'm gonna be eating so much pussy, my mouth is gonna go raw. I'm gonna get lockjaw. Kids, this bitch is over. It's over. Baby, baby, baby. This bitch is over. It's done. This bitch is done. Absolutely fucking done. Dead fucking nuts. It's over. It's over. You can fucking call it. If this were a fight, they'd be going like this. Why? Because this bitch is done. This shit is over. It's over. I'm fucking famous, baby. Is it over? It's done. It's fucking done. It's fucking done. This shit is over. It's never been more over. This shit is done. It's over. You can fucking call it. This shit is done. It's never been more over. This shit is over.
You know, so far away from the real center of what's happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of like
What happens when you Google Rothschild disco?
France happened as a dramatic break. Right, France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy to turning
It's over. It's over. This bitch is done. It's over. It's over.
What I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I can pass a decree that everyone has to wear purple. It's kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. Which did not necessarily function so well.
This shit is done. It's never been more over. This shit is done. Call it. Call it. They'd have the fucking Black Club guy. He'd be going, it's over. This shit is over.
In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Rouge said, wait a minute, this also includes
Helen T. Mall.
and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. They said, no. We really mean it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, they have to deal with that. But this, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is against France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in its tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's absurd, right? Wait, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. You are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are the theoretical. So here you have this where a law was changed before the society was ready for it. They made a rule, all people are equal, and then what thing happening is they part of the national Sephardic class we talked about this a much more length than we will today. Basically, you look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're huge and different size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenazi, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in the region near Alsace-Lorraine, the old German territory, this is the region where Toso is very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dress differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews that the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, way down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly converted to be Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and in the 1600s. By the time we get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to their Jewish identity. Same story, right? But 200 years after being submerged in the south of France, and they start saying, hey,
us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening in France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, bit of a controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazim Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights. Because we're French Jews, we speak, we dress like Frenchmen, we're not so I insistent on capturing each other, stuff like that, compared to those crazy Ashkenazim, give us and in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, the Sephardic Jews equal rights, and then a year later, the Ashkenazim Jews, they figured out a way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story. There's many causes for all questions, so that's where a lot of history of that. I want to say not to, a pretty modern corporate member of society. Whether it's a state, as an individual, or as part of a group. So in free market society, or if you were a citizen of your country, you would fit into a larger caste. Either the caste of the Jews, and so you're subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jews. As the same from the peasants. Peasants had different rights, different privileges, different responsibilities. For the clergy or the nobility, you had no freedom and break outside here unless you were able to join another caste, like for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And even the term emancipation, try to understand, it's a term borrowed from American history. It was used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation. It refers to the freeing of the slave. That's not exactly what it's called. Jews were not enslaved. They were restricted by their communal identity, however, because that's the way the slave dealt with it. You had to belong to the community, you had to pay taxes to the community, you had to do what the community told you to do. The basin said, show up for Mincha every day, or you'll get, lost. You had to do that. That was the way you had to do it. I would give you a party. I'm going to hang out. I was a Christian. You can't do that. So, the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. But what are the upsides? The upsides are Jews are emancipated, they're citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. And once they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the doctrine of the other citizens. They can enter a higher education, they can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by what other society sets for them. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the baked-in particular abuses. If the baked-in no longer has the power to enforce uniformity. The baked-in no longer has the power to keep Jews together. And because of the way we become a separate classification. Yes, Mr.
Often used in slang for time to move on. Lining muting for reading. Public store reading control. Slang.
Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant question. How long did it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long did it take it to? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. You must have an answer. What do you think? It did? Yeah, it did happen. Right? Case in point. Excellent.
APR for 63 months. Excellent. Super cross-track days.
Yes, right. Okay,
They're just $3.
you did the math.
Every single person is a part of your parents were part of the system. It's remarkable that humans were able to hold civilized therapy when every single person is a system. But no, there was a good argument to say it never was there, never will. So you can say you would never. Now, even though we had benefited from the economy, when my state is under this problem, we're still dealing with the same problem. And don't show up that is a much higher bar than you and I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. They've got lots of laws, civil rights movement, all kinds of things that support them. So these are like the intellectual, we're still going through this problem. Let me finish the story though, this is kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So, fast forward 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulum shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to work through this massive change from the dictator to the democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast go to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies, they are undercutting non-Jewish businesses, they find all kinds of ways that they're succeeding when we're not. So all these people take advantage of this opportunity that emancipation affords them, and they just shot ahead like a sprint. It's like, wow, really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity, they just explode their creativity and innovation. And they're also used to like taking advantage of their organizational closeness.
Highway 987 connects.
So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because the Jews are doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? So we ask, who's in charge of the Jews? They say, well, they don't actually have a sexual body, but they do have what's called a sanhedrin, right, which is way back in times. And this is a court of civil judges, and they would like as title, no problem, let us do that. And typically Napoleon had kind of group, he gathers together representatives of all the
暴走モードになっちゃった。そうなるとね、大暴走なんですよ。自分でも制御できてないから相手。
Guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot of say about how you
Eclipse あるあるなんですよ。
is actually a very well-known comic company. That has done the same time. You can see he has this amazing hat. I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for it in honor of Henry himself. And with the two dromedary upstairs supposed to represent the two tablets of the law and of the Greek. Anyway, it is definitely very cool. But he heads up this presidium made up of Jews who are definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are masculine, a lot of them are not showing their photo rituals, but they want their very, very best to decide that. And Napoleon speaks to them, says, I got 12 questions for you. This was not actually the head. Critically, it was the predecessor, which was called the Assembly Notable. But here are the 12 questions that he asked. By looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. Here you go. Question number 1. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Gloucester. You're correct. They're not. But the case is in that they didn't care to, right? But still, why would the Holy care about polygamy? Why? Because the first question,
10 times they were very clearly signing up that were very independent.
living and they're born where maybe like that, you know, Mormons, America. Okay, good question. There are other groups and so on. But that's really, this is a big deal. I'm worried about Mormons and Christians. There's Americans they ask their okay, but they're Americans. Still the ones that I got you not in the back of the class. Married to multiple wives.
Successor to the law of
Like how big is the problem? Yeah. All right, you guys, and by the way, the Pope, of course, he's read the Bible, like all the people, maybe centuries like today. But I see Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, you know, they had like multiple wives. The Jews are, you guys doing that now? I'm also concerned about how do we just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to sort of let the Hellenic society and the non-Hellenic society together. How far apart are we? Secondly, related to divorce. I also have implications for population growth. Also has relationship to one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon is struggling with, because technically it's a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor divorce law? And of course, we're good at that. We invent here's the portion. The guys married on Jews.
partition between them and
Don't
the
get it
result.
right.
Message
Why
of
do
the
we want to know
Shabbat slang.
Or within,
Very
or
common
forget.
order.
Sometimes
said humorously. Message meaning slang. Pleasure or life giving. Example.
Then what's going to happen to the Jewish people?
This people is advocate.
Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long is this problem going to exist. If you guys can intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because of just marrying illiterate or French women who marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think this ahead and answer this? Yes, yes, we can.
For teacher has
Did
many
you
meanings.
see the pictures? Did you see it?
Somebody called them Edgar has
Yeah,
studied
why would you say yeah? Probably when she's in it. Well, he's actually, probably said, it's good argument, actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most smarmy, kind of, prevaricating way. Essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, you know, if it happens, it's not like we somehow break it up. Which is essentially the same answer that you could say today, but a lot of that. Right? They don't want to say outright Napoleon said abortion. They want to say that's Napoleon because they know it's not the answer he wants to hear. But they say to him that first the time, and they kind of like sort of hope to distract him. They don't want to say an outright sheker, outright lie that Jews are not allowed to, but they want to say that, you know, there's only so much you can do when things happen, and they got it passed. This is not what do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French? Or do you consider yourselves to be more French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really a money question. It's really what he wants to know. Especially because France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now. 30 minutes left. You guys who speak Yiddish sound and look a lot like the other side of the German border. Those guys are so that's really funny question. You guys have like quotes from it. You know, these countries, like France, they're showing you have a military Jews got that war. France, Jews are very bad.
スタシーズでもあれだね、マーセナリーとかバウンティーの依頼が増えたんで、いろいろこう気分変えて回せるようになったのもいいかもしれないですね。基本的に150万ぐらいあるので、船のコンポーネントぐらいも買えるので、こいつの改造とかちょっと一つ、そろそろまたプレイヤーバウンティーハンター復帰してもいいかもしれないですね。
It's over.
みんな押しちゃダメだよ、言われる。怖い。押しちゃダメだからね、これ。まだ言わないで。
Kyrie 9870, you and I are going to the topic.
カイル・ホースも人気なんだ。版が寂しいな。こんなでっかい機体。こんなちっちゃい機体に。ASD の施設の音楽全体的にめちゃめちゃ気合入ってますよね。あの理想部でもいけるかな。かっこいいの。違い。クラッシュアーマーっていう足のアーマーつけてみたんですけど、ちょっと足がね、防具少ないなって見た目が。
Now I want to propose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you actually move towards the direction I want, but it's actually that confirmed. Now, one of the things that we do also in France, which is different from what is done in America and elsewhere,
Gracias por desarrollando las nuevas. No sé, güey, tendría que verla.
I want to take over your synagogue, the same way it was done for Catholic Church and
Perfectamente pública. Dos orillas de las nuevas, pero ¿cuánto dan?
And there's a chief rabbi, and all the salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation.
Pinche Rivera, güey, mi bisonte. El bisonte que tanto me costó conseguir, güey. Ahora Ángel, agrégame DVL ranco, güey.
But that also means the state has to say who gets to be rabbi, and
¿Estás crudito, primo?
has an impact on the Jewish authority.
Crudito y triste, güey. Por el ambiente.
It's over. Call this bitch. It's over. Get those fucking black gloves out.
Te vendo brain roots. ¿Cuáles brain roots me vendes?
This bitch is over. This bitch is over.
That shows Napoleon here in all his finery,
It's over, kids.
genuflecting Moses, as if to say, oh, Lady King, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receiving the Ten Commandments. It's not self-initiative, but it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot your name of the back, Mr. Sterling.
Biblical category
This
for
was
expansion.
introduced by Jews. Yes. Right. So here's this
Torah Hebrew
this
for wars of
constituted
Torah.
form like
Refers to galactic disputes as
it's a kind of
destructive battles.
Hebrew
for burial.
Switch is over.
People were so desperate for emancipation that they didn't do things like this. It shows how far gone they were. But we're still waiting. Mr. White, did you have a question? Okay, so let's go right now. Now, it went crazy after that. Let's also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but we'll just point out to you that it was an era when France was, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You had this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you had things like they got went so far, like here's an example, you have a clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. Which is unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era.
That right to feminine form of fabric. Maggot Hebrew for creature, storyteller.
Thank you, Mr. Teacher of
Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with world peace. We're going to bring a lot of love into the world. I figured it out. It's taken me 3.5 years. But I've got this motherfucker figured out. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally talk to yourself? No. When I'm here alone, so if no one's here, you know, gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how a normal person operates internally. Poetry in motion, baby. All right, so why is it? So, yeah, you in the back. Rabbit's in the back. Go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Baby. I figured out this clip system. And I can't abuse it, but it is dirty. And I can't believe it's taken me this long to figure out. Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is we're going to draft our fantasy teams. And we have like 8 hours per pick, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy is amazing, and I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And we DFL'd it. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Oh, yeah, Rabbit, what's a DFL? We came in dead fucking last. But nevertheless, this squad, I'm going to draft, and I don't think I'm going to be able to draft I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. Are there number 2 pick? I picked the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. I think by the time he only had 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. He sucked dick. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady, and he hasn't played in the league in years. It was just very bad. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour, and I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year, I had the number 2 overall pick. This year, I have number 11, and so there's a lot more randomness that could go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning, but I don't know. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board, and then from there, it's basically a crapshoot and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm going to be famous. I'm going to be famous, and I'm going to go famous because of Twitch. Thought it was going to be Kick. Thought it was going to be Blue Sky. Thought it was going to be TikTok. Thought it was going to be Twitter. Thought it was going to be perhaps Facebook, Instagram. I mean, YouTube's my bread and butter, but this motherfucker is going to be Discord. Well, Discord's how they'll get to me, and they're like, whoa, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Wu-Tang Financial. Bet on it. Dog, I'd like to plug Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's going to be the reserve currency of the world someday. What else do you want to say? You're this confident in your little fucking bots? It's over. It's fucking over. Are you sure? I mean, I'm either going to be dead, held somewhere against my will, or fucking doing the same shit that I've been doing, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. But I'm gonna be famous by this time next year. Really? Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, this bitch is. Once I get these programmed on everything, and I can bask in my own genius, this bitch is over. I'm gonna teach so many people about Judaism. It's gonna blow minds. I'm gonna teach Jews about Judaism. Just in time for Kabbalah, for my 40th birthday. This bitch is over. It's game over. All right, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbi, what's your strategy? She'd be like holding a pen and paper, like taking notes. Yeah, babies, start taking notes, girls. Anyway, what's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I again, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year, I don't know who I mean, it all depends. I've got the 11th pick, but then I think I've got the 14th pick as well because it's like a snake draft. It goes like this. Anyway, so I think I'm going to take. You just had to ask me right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams because I'm winning one of these effing leagues. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues. I'm dominant. Anyway, baseball sucks. It's just so many games. Too much. It's tough to multitask that one. But this NFL and this specifically this Harry Potter Wellness and like 10 Eating League. This is amazing. Shout out to VMU for your generosity, being a pimp. Shout out to Yo-Yo for organizing it. Shout out to the whole crew. Boys and girls, I'm going to be fucking famous. This fucking little bot. It's over. I'm telling you right now. This shit is over. You could have the fucking referee like going like this with this fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really? Which is done. Done as a doorknob. It's done. Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video you've made. At least the other ones you were singing songs. That was nice. This one? What is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone bot and a fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're going to do better? Well, I can't do any worse. I guess, I don't know. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm going to go famous because of this or this or this or this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was going to go viral. I thought it might be through Blue Sky. The kick, I just absolutely beaten to death like a horse. It's going to be Twitch, though. It's over. This bitch is over. Really? Once I'm able to do the rest of the programming and draft the best fucking fantasy football team of the year this year, because last year I don't think it's comparable. It was such a good fucking team. Anyway, can't live in the past, man. Look towards the future. Anything else you want to say about your fantasy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So running backs are the rarest, like good running backs are the rarest position, and they're going to go really quickly. I'm going to try to get a running back in the first round if you really want to know. And it depends if one of the big-time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, I'm going to take one of them. If they're not, I'm going to go with another running back. Then I'm going to let it snake. And then that means I've got the the third round pick. My third round pick and fourth round pick will be close. So my first round, second round are close. Then we have to wait a whole bunch. My third round and fourth round will be close. So then third round, so you're going to go, if I just had to say running back, quarterback, I don't think the quarterbacks are going to be available. What quarterbacks would you take? Really probably has to be a top 2 quarterback. Yeah. If that's not available, then we'll do running back. Then third round, wide receiver. Fourth round, If one of the really good tight ends is available, I might take him, but doubtful. So I'll probably go another wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running back on the board. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, I basically know the guys in the areas that I'm going to get. Are you going to take any players from last year? Oh, fuck me. No, I don't think so. Well, maybe, but probably not. Doubtful. They didn't offer it, basically. Anyway. So, either it's a running back, quarterback, or running back. Then wide receiver, or running back in the fourth round. I wouldn't want to do running back in the first, second, third round. It's a little too heavy. Unless there were just amazing people available, but doubtful. Anyway, so then running back, quarterback probably. Then probably running back or wide receiver. Running back or wide receiver. So then it gets us to the fifth round. Fifth and sixth round, I'm probably going with running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers. Ninth and 10th. I think there are 16 rounds. Running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to take somebody. And then I think it's called playing on the, it's not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm going to do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history last year because this guy couldn't figure shit out at some massage parlors. I got fucked. He lost me some weeks. Like, your kicker should not lose you points, and this motherfucker sucked. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'll just draft any defense and I'll switch them up every week. What's that called? It should be called on the fly, but it's like streaming. I think it's called streaming where people. So it's really going to be running back, quarterback, probably. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and thus I'm gonna, like, if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be available. I don't think it's a smart move to take a quarterback in the first round. You need to take a running back or some amazing receiver. Now, the running backs that are going to be available around when I am going to be drafting, it's about injuries. There's an excellent prospect rookie, but I've never seen him play in like a real game, nor has anybody, so we don't know. And a running back can always get hurt. Is there any way you take a tight end, even one of the big tight ends in the first or second round? No. How about third round? Maybe if one guy was available, but maybe if one guy was available. Maybe. One of the top three, it would have to be. So you ready? You have your draft strategy? Yeah. What don't you like about your strategy? I mean, last year I had every big name fucking guy I wanted. Like, I finished this draft that was like, they should just frame this and not play the games. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted these guys. Anyway, any other questions? Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, Rabbit, I love you. Will you munch my box? We'll get there, girl. You fine. Go fuck yourself.
I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with world peace. We're going to love in the world. It's taking me. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally just talk yourself down? When I'm here alone, so if no one's here, gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how a normal operates internally. Coach your emotion, baby. Alright, so why is it? So, yeah, you in the back, right? So, go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Maybe. For you, I can't abuse it, but it is dirty, and I can't believe it's taking me this long to figure it out. Well, the reason why I'm doing this video is we're going to draft our fantasy teams. We have like 8 hours per day, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. And I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And you DFL'd it. We came in dead fucking last. Nevertheless, this squad, I'm gonna draft, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to draft. I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. I did a number 2 pick. I think the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. Rather than the time he only had 10. I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just kind of fortunate I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady, and he hasn't played the league in years. It was just right. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have the number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that can go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning.
Drive Hammock to Hebrew for half of the afternoon.
I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. Then from there, it's basically a crapshoot, and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Who's gonna be kicked? Who's gonna be you guys? Who's gonna be TikTok? Who's gonna be Twitter? Who's gonna be Facebook? Instagram? YouTube's my bread and butter, but this motherfucker is gonna be Discord. Well, Discord's how they get to me anyway. Well, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met, and I'm like, yeah, whatever.
First from After Ally Player about divine sustenance.
Whatever. Wu-Tang Financial, head on it. Dog, I'd like to plug Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teddy now. It's gonna be the reserve currency of the world. What else do you want to say?
Often used in blessings and verses.
You're this confident in your little fucking boss. It's over. It's fucking over.
Also refers to a measure of middle size in Pilicha.
I mean, I'm either gonna be dead. Held somewhere against my will, or fucking doing the same shit that I'm doing, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. But I'm gonna be famous by this time next year.
First layer of Torah interpretation.
Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Are you sure?
Holiday commemorating events of Regular
Once I get these programmed on everything, I can bask in my
celebration in July during leap years.
bitches over.
Has Yiddish slang for fool.
So many people about Judaism.
Commonly
It's
used
gonna
in
blow minds.
Hudson Yiddish slang
Teach
plural
Jews
of
about
Hudson.
Judaism.
Hudson around Yiddish English slang for wasting time aimlessly.
Kabbalah.
Kishat al Yiddish diminutive of Kishat, meaning a simple explanation or
This
inspiration.
bitch is over. It's game over.
Yiddish slang for college, sometimes meaning
Alright, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy?
Yo, what up? How are you, Anna? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Anna, how old are you? Anna, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me, Anna? Yeah. You gotta be way other than you fucking sound to be in here. Make it limited reach. Shit, shit.
Central prayer said by mourners and in services, sanctifying God's name. Capital Tefillah Hebrew for assembly, congregation.
Anna, you've got to be 18 years old to be in here.
Cal Vastover Hebrew for light and heavy. Logical method of Calvinic reasoning. If a lighter case applies, then certainly the heavier one does. Kana Hebrew for reed. Impelicha refers to a measuring rod or a stock. Also part of the menorah as design. Caspris Hebrew for fitness, properness. Used to describe food that meets kosher standards. Kav Hebrew for line. In Kabbalah, refers to the divine line of life, drawn into creation. Kavli Hebrew for fixed established. Impelicha, used about fixed locations, 4 times. Kirai Hebrew for hearing. Classic practice of rending garments during mourning. Kirai Hebrew for Torah reading. Public reading of the Torah story in synagogue. Kirai Hebrew for recitation of Shema. central daily mitzvah of declaring God as unity. Carry Hebrew for his purity or nocturnal
summer long.
Hebrew for sanctification.
Before the sun comes up,
Recited over wine to sanctify
you're
God as
gonna
festival.
play that song.
Active Hebrew for sanctification of reverence. Hebrew for become all. First stage of Jewish marriage, creating domestic law. Daily for great sanctification. Nickname for Kiddush on Shabbat morning. Kind of Hebrew for dedication.
Another one,
Refers to elegies recited on Tisha
you know,
B'Av and
we
other
don't have the
fasts.
research to really delve into what is socialism. But basically,
With the pen
this
attributed to King
political
Solomon.
economic
All
movement,
Hebrew for
largely
boys.
heralded by a baptized Christian called Marx,
Discussions
and
about
it's called
Zohar and
Movement
prayer.
Handouts, that
All
argued
Hebrew
for
waiting
a
for all
complete
vows.
change to the way that we organize society now. Very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the production and the people with products. I'm not going to do that, but what it does is a fundamental reversal and basic economic structures in society. Rather than let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. On the most important level, this man, Elon Musk, no right to attend the and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture from his 1905 arrest for the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the Russian Empire is it's almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere from the entire Russian Empire. But he would end up becoming an incredible general. He was a very amazingly Jewish, crazy man. But again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the prophets, like I said, not really change the world, we're also going to change ourselves. But the larger Marxist idea, which is very much anti-clericalism, was a principal idea of the communist movement. And so many of the Jews would say things like, Rosa Luxemburg would say, I'm not a Jew, I am a social democrat. So they say social democrat is another word for the communist. And so this is the second major strategy is let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday. But just to give you, just enough to give you a hanger. The third one is Zionism, and the idea of we're going to change everything, we're going to change it as history goes. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is the new traditionalism. That's where I invented. This is basically like the British really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. So 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of the lecture, it's have a Jewish friend who is politically active, who is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself. Okay, folks, Wednesday we'll return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thanks for learning.
Often respected as a leader herself. Red napkin refers to read the napkin of red law.
Alright, we have some great things, like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your lives. Because when you understand this, you'll know everything that is important about life. Yeah, I'm going to say it has to be true. It has to be about reality, about how we get to it. It's really about how did we get here in the first place? You know, like you're driving along some country road, and all of a sudden you look up and you're, what is this place? But if you had a map, that was like a very large piece of paper that if you graphically represents what's on your screen, and
Yes. And today we'll start the political emancipation as well as the two issues are distinctly related. Skala predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that washed over Europe and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Alphabet include popular sovereignty, like why does the king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us. Right, so America, for example, is one of the great enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry. Really important sense. I said it so well. Something hold up like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I wouldn't go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Alfaro, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, oh, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, new text, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. Maybe that's where truth is. So it builds on the earlier scientific revolution in a very good way. So you've got change in politics, changes in the idea of where how to find out if something is true. And that obviously the latter particular leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, worldwide of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons we may explore some of them. But basically since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith. To me, is why the first time history people actually started thinking so hard for some of the first time in years. We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, being on the human race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine what meanings, things for yourself. No question, those things happened a long time ago. This goes certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the pre-Sophists, meaning guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. But they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question things? We use data sets, we say we've got this amazing source of truth. The Torah, here it is, it was revealed to us. That's its Mila, that God gave us this document. So of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying, maybe we should look a little bit better. It's a good question. That's more like a base question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, that picks up energy and steam, and it fits also another person and another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge potential. Like, I'll give you one example. Many Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with. Many Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 like deep meditations. What is the world of? The first one says, how do I know that maybe I am like dreaming this world. Right? You ever have that solipsistic thought where you think, how do I know that I exist? Maybe I'm actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek, which is one of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in like glass beakers, and they imagine an entire world in their brains. Like anyway, I should say this. I'm not recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some evil being is not making me think I exist? He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am believing the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All those 3 things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Silver? It could be I exist next to him, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really anything, I perceive, therefore I am. He says, wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shift the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this table is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them, one after another. And the challenge is, to answer your question directly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're a loving marriage, say, oh, don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. You start asking that question, you are already wrong. Don't ask that question. We either do or we don't. We feel it or we don't. Don't start questioning it. You poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as you think it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice too. Unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. But it's okay, let's go to that stuff. That's right. I'm gonna go. Is it better to see your that's a good question. That's actually that question, right? Shlomo HaMelech has much knowledge, comes much pain. Better sometimes not than no. Like what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Expression? Okay, that's true. Guys, getting off topic. You don't want to get off topic. Okay. This is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period demonstrating the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, big Jewish population. It was the Rothschild is the Ferrara history. Anyway, earthquake in 1570, flattens the town. Everybody runs out, they cross the river, they live for 6 weeks in the fields. The whole population of the town, including among them is a guy named Azariah Del Rossi, Jewish guy. He's sort of like an unprofessional academic. He makes his living as a proofreader. Right? This is in the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page and stuff like that. But he's not like a professor. I think he's a curious guy, and he's read a lot of books. He goes out into the fields with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his encampment, his tent, comes really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks where their monastery fell down. So they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day, wait for the aftershock to subside. So they start learning everybody. And
By the end of the year, I dropped the car. He has a quick look at Christianity.
And
Anyway,
Yeah, all kinds
it's
of
enough about
about
last year. Let's talk this year.
that we've never heard of.
Well,
Like, for example, the whole letter of Isaias, which
we're drafting
is
in less than an hour.
discusses
And I don't know what we're going to
the
draft.
writing of the party
Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have the number 11. So there's a lot going into this that could go. I'm thinking about drafting
he sort of has this brilliant
like a bunch of running backs at the beginning.
those months are pretty cool. I actually really enjoy conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand for
I don't know. It depends on who's going to who's on the board.
but
There's me spending that street and everything. Dog,
we have great
this shit
conversations.
is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see it's working.
Yo, what up, pimp? What up, Splangly? How you living, baby? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, hello. Splangly, how you living? How's your day? Splangly, can you hear me? Splangly. Splangly, how's your day going?
Difficulty single space finding partners in Orthodox world. Shikr Yiddish slang. Drum. Shikr Edafar Brennan Shabbat slang. One who overindulged.
Splangly.
SH boy slang contraction of Yasher coach. Good job, well done. Sloppy Yiddish slang. Sloppy, poorly dressed. SH mad forced conversion or persecution of Jews.
Splangly.
Rat, also used for old clothes.
Yo, dog, how are you?
Casual talk or thorough discussion depending on context.
We're just watching Jewish history lectures.
Somewhere against my will. Did you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out.
That received lots of scuffles
Once I get these programmed on everything,
because people might have other courses on champions. Like that. They may or may not have the first three blocks of the blocks of the scuffles, including from Joseph Caro, and then it got pulled out. Just that because they didn't read them very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around. The stuff that everybody liked was the chapter on the history of earthquakes. And that's what's your strategy?
What's your strategy for your fantasy issue? I don't have one.
You guys should realize that you're
last year, I think I picked the best team.
Yo, Splangly, can you hear me, dog?
It was amazing.
Can you hear me? Yo, you know who Wappy Flanker is?
This year.
Splangly, how's your day going?
It all depends. I've got the 11th pick. Then I think I've got the.
Did you find out about me from Twitch?
So I think I'm going to take. Just had to ask me right now. I've done
Yo, dog.
dozens of
Can you hear me?
I've already drafted 25 teams.
Is your microphone working? I can hear you just have like white noise coming out.
talked about the best but this NFL and this specifically this they put them on the screen too. Shout to VMU in generosity being open. Shout to VMU for organizing it. Shout to the whole boys and girls fucking this fucking robot. It's over. I'm telling you right now. This shit is over. You can have the fucking referee like go like this fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really? Just done. Done as a doorknob. Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video. At least the other one you were singing songs. That was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone, bot, and fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and that this year you think you're gonna do better. Well, I can't do any worse. I guess. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go famous because of this or this or this or this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was gonna go viral. I thought it was like a English guy. I think I just absolutely
Chronic pleasure, spiritual delight. Chronic essential pleasure. Ishabad thought the soul as deepest delight.
Once I'm able to do the rest of the programming,
Pac-Man is supplicatory, prayer said after another minute on festive days.
fantasy
Pac-Man
football
is personal
this year,
supplication
because
for
last year I
prayer.
don't think
Capitalist needed
it's
slang.
comparable.
Purpose,
It was such a
ultimate
good
type bottom
fucking
line.
anyway.
City for ornament for
Can't live
decoration,
past,
also
man.
slang for streetcars.
Look towards the
City
future.
slang.
Anything else you want to say about your fantasy
Adilo
strategy?
has a real gem,
Yeah,
wonderful
okay, so
person.
if you really want to know it,
Tactic
I
role,
don't know.
or vision.
So running backs are the
Small
rarest.
brown lights roads
Good
on
running
certain
backs
store letters.
are the rarest position. They're going to go really quickly.
Also watching preparing a deceased
I try to
body
get a
for
running back in
burial.
the first round if you really want to know. And it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, you can take one of them. If they're not, I'm going to go with another running back. And I'm going to let it snake. And that means I've got
How did I Habal Shepha early disciples of the Baal Fem Code? How did rabbinic work of law, commentary, and discussion?
third round pick and fourth round pick. So my first round, second round are close, then we have to wait a whole bunch. My third round and fourth round are close. So then third round,
Also, a
so you're going to go, if I just had to say, running back and quarterback, I don't think they're going to, quarterbacks are going to be available. What quarterbacks should you take? Really, it probably has to be top two. If that's not available, then we'll do running back. Third round, wide receiver. Fourth round, one of the really good tight ends is available. I might take him, but doubtful. So I'll probably go another wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running back on the board. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, basically, the guys in the area said, are you going to take any players from last year? Well, maybe, but probably not. They didn't offer me. So, either running back, quarterback, or running back. Then wide receiver, or running back. I wouldn't want to do running back
Patrick, the merciful father.
per se.
Unit prayer expression.
Unless they were just
Hashtag
amazing.
43 Idaha. Classic galactic
Anyway,
commentary.
so then running back, quarterback probably. Then
Tefillah defeats the public
I would
communal
be
prayer.
wide receiver.
Tefillah elbow that specific
Running back,
psalm
wide
prayer.
receiver.
Also
So that one
being
gets us in the
that
fifth
separate.
round.
Tefillah
Fifth and
phylactery
sixth
worn
round,
during weekday morning
I'm
prayer.
probably going
Tefillah to rock Tefillah.
running
Tefillah
backs
to
and
Yadar
wide
Tefillah.
receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth,
Tefillah the
quarterbacks and
secondary.
running backs and wide
Tefillah
receivers.
configuration worn by some. The time shofar blast. Tefillah to solstices technoxes.
I think
Also
there's
for seasonal points in Pillaja.
running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to take somebody. Then I think it's called playing on the. It's not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week, and I think I'm gonna do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history last year because this guy freaking shit out of some slash bars. I got pumped. He lost me some weeks. Like your kicker should not be pushing points. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'll just draft any defense and I'll switch them up every week. What's that called? Streaming. It's called streaming. So it's really gonna be running back, quarterback, probably. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and thus, I'm gonna, like, if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be available. I don't think it's a smart move to take a quarterback. You take a running back or some amazing receiver. Now, the running backs that are going to be available around when I am.
Preparing the world under divine kingship.
Injuries.
Gathering with singing and Torah words.
Prospect rookie that I've never seen him play in like a real game, whereas anybody, so we don't know. The running back can always get hurt.
Fast day for destruction of both temples.
Is there any way you take a tight end, one of the big tight ends in the first or second round? How about third round? Maybe if one guy. Maybe if one guy. One of the top three. So you ready? You have your draft strategy.
Spiritual nature.
What don't you like about your strategy? I mean, last year I had every big name fucking guy in one. Like I finished this draft, I was like, they should just frame this and not play the game. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted these guys. Anyway, any other questions? Revin's in the back. Rev, I love you. Will you munch my box? We'll get there, girl. Fine, go fuck yourself. Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with world peace. We're going to bring a lot of love into the world. I figured it out. He's taking me. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally talk yourself? When I'm here alone, so no one's here. You know, gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how a normal operates in terms of poetry and emotion, maybe. Alright, so why is it, so, yeah, you in the back, go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Maybe
So good. So sweet, very good. So check, so the best of the best.
I can't abuse it.
So
But
they
you're
will
dirty.
by
I
the
can't believe
Netherlands.
it's taken me this long to
So
figure
also
out.
those good to give thanks from Psalms. So the pass on into
Well,
our
the reason
better than one.
why I'm doing this video
Try not
is
food for food.
we're gonna draft the fantasy teams. We have like 8 hours per pick, which is different than last year. Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy is amazing, and I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was.
Yo, dog.
I mean, it was so
Splangy.
good.
Can you hear me, dog?
I really think that
Splangy.
in the history of fantasy football,
Hello.
most likely in the
Can you hear me?
not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And
Splangy, I want to talk with you. I want to know what's going on in your world, how your life is. Can you hear me, dog?
he came in dead fucking last.
Yo. Yeah, I can hear myself in with the other one, so it's not on my end.
No one can draft as well as I did last year. Pick the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. I think by the time he only had 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played in the league in years. It was just good. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I'm number 11, so there's a lot more randomness that could go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. Then from there, it's basically a crapshoot and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Thought it was gonna be Kick. Thought it was gonna be Blue Sky. Thought it was gonna be TikTok. Thought it was gonna be Twitter. Thought it was gonna be Facebook. Instagram. YouTube's my bread and butter. This motherfucker is gonna be Discord. Well, Discord's how they get to me. Well, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Wu-Tang Financial, bet on it. Dog, I'd like to plug Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teddy, you know. It's going to be the reserve currency of the world today. What else do you want to say? You're this confident in your little fucking boss. It's over.
Your increment oracle stones is the
Fucking
high
over.
priestess breastplate used for divine
Are you
guidance.
sure?
Your
I mean, I
separate kabbalistic
either gonna
practice
be
was
dead.
Iranians and ancients. Huge Kaizen Sutra's custom of welcoming spiritual
Held
guests
somewhere against my will,
etc.
or fucking
Huge Kaizen Chastity in Sabbath also
it's one of
includes
the same
Paul,
shit that I've been
Samuel,
doing, just
Megan,
grinding it
Alter
out.
Rita,
Got that
and
dog
Rita
in.
Ranch.
But
Very Yiddish for and so on, like
I'm gonna be
etc.
famous by this time next
Of
year.
the facts, matter, or events.
Really?
Of the
Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Are you sure? This bitch is, once I get these programmed on everything, I see my own genius. I'll be just over. About Judaism. It's gonna blow minds. Teach Jews about Judaism. Just in time. The Kabbalah. This bitch is over. It's game over. Alright, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy? Yeah, Grandma, what's your strategy? She's like, oh, some kind of paper. Like, yeah, like taking notes. Yeah, start taking notes. Anyway, what's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year, this year, I don't know who I mean, it all depends. I got the 11th pick. Then I think I've got the 14th pick as well, because it's like a snake draft. Anyway. So I think I'm going to take, you just had to ask me right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams. I'm winning one of these. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues. Baseball too much. Tough to multitask. But this NFL and this specifically this, they're part of this Teddy League. Shout out to BMU, generosity, shout out to Young for organizing, shout out to the whole boys and girls. I'm gonna be fucking this fucking bot. It's over. I'm telling you right now. This shit is over. You can have the fucking referee like going like this, fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really? Just
Often used by teachers or residents. Big slang.
Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video ever made. At least the other one, you were singing songs. That was nice. This one? What is this one? It's about some fucking cell phone bot and fantasy football team in which you came dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're gonna do better. Well, I can't do any worse. I guess. But whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go fantasy because of this, or this, or this, or this. This one's the one. This one. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm fucking sure. I didn't know how it was going to go viral. I thought it was like, this guy can't have just absolutely
They cover, as he said, common biblical phrase used in prayer. They often song from Exodus 14 recited after the splitting of the sea. David and he went out, used in scriptural and Midrashic contexts.
Once I'm able to do the rest of the programming,
To go further or move on. Days of Yiddish slang.
your fucking fantasy football game of the year this year. Because last year I don't think it's comparable. It was such a good fucking deal. Anyway, can't live past, man. Look towards the future. Anything else you want to say about your fantasy strategy? Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know. So running backs are the rarest. Running backs are the rarest position. They're going to go really quickly. I'm trying to get a running back on the first round if you really want to know. And it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, take one of them. If they're not, we're going to go with another running back. And I'm going to let it snake. So that means I got the...
For a person, always complaining.
Second round pick, fourth round pick, because so my first round, second round will be close, then we have to wait a whole bunch. Like third round and fourth round will be close. So then third round, so you're gonna go. If I just had to say running back and quarterback, I don't think the quarterback's gonna be available. What quarterback would you take? Really probably has to be top two.
I will bring you another of the redemption phrases.
If that's not available, then we'll do running back, third round, wide receiver, fourth round, one of the really good tight ends is available. I might make him doubtful, so I'm probably going for the wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running backs. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, you're basically the guys in there. You're going to take any players from last year. Well, maybe. So, running back, quarterback, or running back. Then wide receiver, or running back. I wouldn't want to do running back. Unless they're just amazing. Anyway, so then running back, quarterback, then probably running back or wide receiver. So that one gets us into fifth and sixth round. I'm probably going running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers. Ninth and 10th. I think there's 16 rounds. Running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I have to take somebody. And then I think it's called playing on the, it's not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm going to do that. I have no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history this year because this guy couldn't figure shit out until the slash finals. He lost me some weeks. Like your kicker should not lose your points. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'll just draft any defense and I'll switch them up every week. What's that called? What should be called? Stream. It's called stream. So it's really going to be running back, quarterback, probably. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and that's, I've done, like if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be available. I don't think it's a smart move to take a quarterback because you need to take a running back or some amazing receiver. Now, the running backs that are going to be available around when I am
West Elton needed slang nickname for a far off place, like middle of nowhere.
Justin Jefferson.
Modern political geographic term Julia Sangria.
There's an excellent
Comes up in the legal
prospect
political
rookie,
discussion.
but I've never seen him play
Western
in
wall
a real
common
game.
English term for
Or is
hotel.
anybody, so we don't know.
Which Yiddish
The running back can always get hurt.
still used in Jewish slang. That has a good wits.
Is there any way to take a tight end? You don't want a big tight end in the first or second round.
With figure in Yiddish slang.
How about third
Filter
round?
for clown.
Maybe if one guy.
Little hard running slang drawn out exclamation at lively gathering. Wool Yiddish driven for love or prosperity.
One of the top three.
Surname and blessing. Both
So you ready?
continental and wool naked unfortunate
Have your
and
draft
well-being.
strategy.
Woolstead Yiddish German. Prosperity or affluence.
What don't you like about your
What
strategy?
Yiddish for what?
I mean, last year I had every big name fucking guy in one guy. Like I finished this draft, I was like, they should just frame this and not play the game.
What is this?
The NFL should just show this
Beginner phrase.
for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted
Or
these
little
guys.
little are you doing?
Anyway, any other questions? Rabbits in the back.
Yiddish slang.
Rabbi, I love you.
What
Will you
has
munch my box?
Like Yiddish slang for throw or chuck something.
Fine, go fuck
Those
yourself.
with Yiddish slang.
Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with world peace. We're going to bring a lot of love into the world. I
Bible Christian translations historically
It's taken me
criticized by Jewish
3.5
scholars.
years. I've got this
Sometimes discussing galactic contexts.
What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally just talk to yourself? No. But I'm here alone, so if no one's here, gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, Rabbi? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy.
X-ray comes up in regarding medical procedures on Shabbos
This is how a normal
Xerox used in response to about copying separating Jewish holy books.
poetry in motion, baby. Alright, so why is it
Sometimes
so?
jokes about the
Yeah,
new
you in the back. Rabbit's in the back. Go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over?
Such a Jew
Maybe.
a small community in South Africa with Jewish tribes.
Figured out this
And
close system.
modern Jewish anthropology.
I can't
X
abuse it,
Moss Jews slang joking.
but it's dirty, and I
Jews
can't
who
believe it's
celebrate
taking
both
this long to
Hanukkah and
figure out.
Christmas. Sometimes used critically in outreach
Well, the
circles.
reason why I'm doing this video
X chromosomes mentioned in galactic biologic
draft their
fertility,
fantasy
genetics,
teams.
gender questions.
We have like 8 hours per,
Community Jewish academic
which is
shorthand
different
for
than last year.
Christianity. Used in Jewish
Speaking of
studies,
last year, I'd like to talk to my team
discussing
from last year
research versus
and to everybody out there.
Judaism.
Fantasy's amazing.
Lurin publisher
And I
of
picked the
Christian
most
Jewish
amazing
crossover
fantasy
books.
team in the history
Relevant in
of sport.
missionary circles.
It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that, certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And you DFL'd it. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Oh, yeah, Rabbit, what's DFL? We came in dead fucking last. Nevertheless, the squad, I'm going to draft, and I don't think I'm going to be able to draft as I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. Are there number 2 pick? Pick the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just. I think by the time he only had 10, I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for the year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady, and he hasn't played in the league in years. It was just crazy. Anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour, and I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have the number 11, so there's a lot more randomness that could go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. And from there, it's basically a crapshoot, and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. Motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. I'm gonna be famous, and I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch. Thought it was gonna be Cake. Thought it was gonna be Blue Sky. Thought it was gonna be TikTok. Thought it was gonna be Twitter. Thought it was gonna be Facebook, Instagram. Choose my bread and butter, but this motherfucker is gonna be Discord. Well, Discord's how they'll get to me. Well, you are the most fascinating motherfucker I've ever met. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Wu-Tang Financial, bet on it. Dog, I'd like to plug Harry Potter alongside Teddy New. It's gonna be the reserve currency of the world someday. What else do you want to say? You're this confident in your little fucking bots. So, it's fucking over. Are you sure? I mean, I'm either gonna be dead, held somewhere against my will, or fucking doing the same shit that I've been doing, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me. But I'm gonna be famous by this time next year. Really? Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out. Really? Are you sure? This bitch is, once I get these programmed on everything, and I can bask in my genius, bitch is over. Teach somebody about Judaism. It's gonna blow minds. Teach Jews about Judaism. Just in time. This bitch is over. It's game over. Alright, you want to talk about fantasy anymore? Well, what's your strategy? Yeah, Rabbi, what's your strategy? That holds up pen and paper. Like taking notes. Yeah, baby, start taking notes. Anyway. What's your strategy for your fantasy team this year? I don't have one, frankly. Last year, I think I picked the best team in the history of sport. It was amazing. This year,
Biblical name for Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov Yiddish pronunciation of Yom
this
Tov.
year,
Yossi common nickname for Yusuf. Yavel
I
Hebrew
don't know
for
what. I
Jubilee.
mean, it all depends. I got the 11th pick. But then I think I've got the
Levelef, Nissan Shabbat
14th
date
pick
marking
as
the
well.
Rena
It's like
S
the
birthday
snake
11th
draft.
of Nissan.
Anyway,
Yom Shabbat date marking the passing of the previous Rena and
so
the start
I
of the
think I'm
Rena
gonna
S
take.
leadership.
You just had to ask me right now. I've done like dozens of mock drafts. I've already drafted 25 teams. I'm winning one of these ones. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues.
Young late plural of young urban. Young married scholars. 11 Bell Yiddish for holiday money. Usually Hanukkah Bell coin for gifts.
Tough to multitask.
Yiddish
But
slang
this
endured
NFL
for
and this specifically this
used
part of all the
exclusively
signs I
in
needed.
Jewish tradition. Zide Yiddish for grandfather.
Shout out to VMU for your
Often used
generosity and being
affectionately
open.
for
Shout
older
out to VMU
Chassidim.
for organizing me.
Zachar
Shout out to
Hebrew
the
for
whole
remember.
boys
Refers to
and
mitzvah
girls
like
after
remembering the
fucking
Malach, Shabbos, or the
this
Exodus.
fucking robot.
Zachar
It's over.
Hebrew for
I'm telling
marriage.
you right now.
In Chassidic speech.
The shit is
In the
over.
Ephes of Mitzvah.
You can have the fucking referee like going like this fucking latex gloves. It's over. Really?
Zadik Yetzalam Hebrew for a righteous one is the foundation of the world. From
Done as his door
heavily
now.
emphasized in Chassidus. Rated Hebrew for the letter
Done.
D7
Alright,
letter.
well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video you made. At least the other one you were singing songs. That was nice. This one? What is this one? It's about some fucking
Necker L. Turban Hebrew for remembrance
cell
of the
phone
destruction.
bot
Customs like
and
breaking a square, a change
fantasy
in a
football
house
team
for breaking a
in
glass
which
at a
you came
wedding.
dead fucking last year, and then this year you think you're gonna do better. Well, I can't do any worse. I guess. But
Hebrew for merit of the forefathers.
whenever I do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go famous because of this or this or this or this. This one's the one. This one.
I will glorify him.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
I'm fucking sure.
Farewell praise.
I didn't know how it was gonna go viral. I thought it might be from Blue Sky. I think I just absolutely believed it 10 seconds.
My friend Yiddish slang meaning Josie sick, said jokingly or dismissively. Isaac Yiddish for watch myself.
So,
Zecher Hebrew for remembrance.
this bitch is up.
Famous
Really?
pronunciation debate. In part with Zecher
Once
whether
I'm
to
able
say
to do the
Zecher or
rest of the
Zecher
programming,
Malach. Demon D-Man Hebrew for time.
draft the best fucking
Refers to time-bound
fantasy
mitzvah
football
or
team of
D-Man
the year
galactic
this year.
time.
Because last year I don't think
D-Man
it's
Hebrew for time.
comparable.
Used for
It was
galactic
such a good
calendar.
fucking team.
D-Man Tefuah.
Anyway,
D-Man Prius Shima,
can't live
etc.
past, man.
Zebiros Demiros Demir Hebrew
Look towards the
Yiddish for
future.
songs.
Anything else you want to say about your fantasy
Refers to
strategy?
Shabbos stable songs.
Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it,
for songs.
I don't know.
A single Shabbos stable hymn.
So running backs are the rarest.
Zipper Hebrew
Like
for
good running
community or
backs are the
congregation.
rarest position, and they're going to go really quickly.
Zipper praying is good for it.
I try to get a running back in the first round if you really want to know. And it depends if one of the big time quarterbacks is available in the second. If they are, I'm going to take one of them. If they're not, I'm going to go with another running back. Then I'm going to let it snake, and that means I've got the
concept of God concealing his life to allow creation.
second, the third round pick, my third round pick and fourth round pick will be close. So my first round, second round are close, then we have to wait a whole bunch. Like third round and fourth round will be close. So then third round, so you're gonna go. If I just had to say running back and quarterback, I don't think they're gonna the quarterbacks are gonna be available. What quarterbacks do you think? Really probably has to be a top two.
For the time of our Lord. Another name for suppose.
If that's not available, then we'll do running back, Third round, wide receiver. Fourth round, one of the really good tight ends is available. I might take him, but doubtful. So I'll probably go another wide receiver. Unless there's some really good running back on the board. I've done the mock draft so many different times that I'm just like, I basically know the guys in the areas that are you going to take any players from last year? Well, maybe. They didn't. So, either. So, running back and quarterback, or running back. Then wide receiver, or running back. I wouldn't want to do running back. Unless they were just amazing. Anyway, so then running back, quarterback, probably. Then probably running back or wide receiver. Running back or wide receiver. So that one gets us in the fifth round. Fifth and sixth round, I'm probably going running backs and wide receivers. Fifth and sixth, seventh and eighth, quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers. Ninth and 10th. I think there are 16 running back, wide receiver, all the way. I might take like a late tight end. I haven't picked somebody. And then I think it's called playing on the, not on the fly, but basically like where you switch your kicker and defense every week. And I think I'm going to do that. I had no plans to draft a kicker. I had the best kicker in NFL history this year because this guy couldn't figure shit out of his side partners. I did, but he lost me. And your kicker should not lose your points. So I'm not gonna draft a kicker. Defense, I'm just draft any defense and I'll switch one to what's that called? Streaming. So it's really going to be running back, quarterback, probably. See, but the thing is with these mock drafts, they don't draft the way real people do, and thus, like if they draft the way real people do, I don't think the quarterbacks will be good. I don't think it's a smart move to the quarterback. You take or some of the now the running backs that are going to be available around when I am. Injuries, prospect, rookie, but I've never seen him play like a real game. Or is anybody, so you don't know. Your running back can always get hurt.
Remembered for religious reforms and reliance on God, though Paul
is there any way to take a tight end? One of the big tight ends in the picture. How about third round? Maybe if one guy was going to be maybe if one guy was
his descendants settled in northern Israel.
maybe.
Possibly meaning not as a people or developed.
So you ready?
Non-Israelite prophet
You have your draft strategy.
24. Hired to curse Israel but compelled to bless them.
What don't you like about your strategy? Last year, every big name fucking guy I wanted. Like I finished this draft, I was like, they should just frame this and not play the games. The NFL should just show this for 8 hours every Sunday. Just show my fucking team, just the names and how good I drafted. Anyway, any other questions? Rabbit's in the back. Rabbi, I love you. Pretty much my boss.
Central and David S. Morale failure, but also the David Williams.
Dog, I just want everybody to know it's over. I'm going to be famous. We're going to help with world peace. We're going to bring about love into the world. I figured it out. It's taken me 3.5 years. What'd you do, Rabbi? See, I feel like interviewing myself. Do you normally just talk yourself? No. But I'm here alone, so if no one's here, you gotta get the questions out. And I feel it's entertaining. I wouldn't do it if I didn't feel it's entertaining. If you ever watch this and you're like, you talk to yourself, right? Not really. I'm just letting you know what's going on in my head because I feel it's healthy. And this is how I normal operates internally. Poetry in motion, baby. Alright, so why is it? So, yeah, you're in the back. Rabbi's in the back. Go ahead. So, Rabbi, why is it over? Baby.
Prophet and statesman in Babylonian exile, 6
Figure out this clip system.
known for interpreting
I
dreams,
can't
the
abuse it.
lion's den, and the apocalyptic verdict
I can't believe it's taken me this long to
David
figure
Hebrew
out.
for beloved. Second King of Israel, the 100,
Well, the reason why I'm doing this video
united the tribes,
is
made Jerusalem the
we're
capital,
gonna draft
wrote
our
many
fantasy
songs.
teams. We have like 8 hours
Central
per
figure in Jewish and Messianic
which is different than last year.
Deborah Deborah Hebrew for thee.
Speaking of last year, I'd like to talk to my team from last year and to everybody out there. Fantasy's amazing. And I picked the most amazing fantasy team in the history of sport. It's the best. I picked a team that would have been like Will Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and Larry Bird. That's how good this team was. I mean, it was so good. I had nicknames for the guys. I really think that, certainly in the history of fantasy football, but most likely in the history of sport, not just fantasy, but sport in general, no one's put together a squad the way that I did. And we DFL'd it. What's DFL? We came in dead fucking last. Nevertheless, this squad, I'm going to draft, and I don't think I'm going to be able to draft. I know I can't draft as well as I did last year. Their number 2 pick, pick the fastest motherfucker in the league. This guy's got 11 baby mamas. I mean, it's just, I bet a time he only had 10. I don't know. But this motherfucker was in handcuffs hours before kickoff. Just the kind of fortune I have. Anyway, I had the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I had the NFL's best kicker, not just for that year, in history. And he had his worst season in history. He had some kind of massage parlor scandal that ruined my whole special teams. Anyway, the team was just so good. I had Taylor Swift's ex. Sucked dick. I mean, I had everybody. I don't want to go through everybody. By the end of the year, I drafted Tom Brady. He hasn't played in 8 years. It was just anyway, it's enough about last year. Let's talk this year. Well, we're drafting in less than an hour. I don't know who I'm going to draft. Last year I had the number 2 overall pick. This year I have number 11. So there's a lot more randomness that can go. I'm thinking about drafting like a bunch of running backs at the beginning. I really don't know. It depends on who's on the board. There's basically a crapshoot and who doesn't get hurt. Dog, this shit is over. This shit is over. Dog, I see this bitch working. This motherfucker's over. I'm gonna be famous. And I'm gonna go famous because of Twitch.
Ryan Ben Shai
It was going to be kicked.
defeated
It was going to be
Esther
this
and
guy.
Mordecai.
It
Central
was going to be
Village
TikTok.
Europe.
It was going to be Twitter.
Hannah Hebrew for grace
It was
vocation.
going to be
Mother of Prophet Samuel 1
Facebook,
Samuel 1.
Instagram.
Names for her heartfelt prayer at Shiloh. Hezekiah Tishkabee opted Hebrew for my
YouTube
strength
bread
with
butter. This
WH.
motherfucker. It's
Team
going to be
WH.
Discord. Well, Discord's how they'll get to
For
me. Right?
religious reform.
Where the
Resisting
most
Syria
vaccinated
and
motherfucker
miraculous
I've ever
healing
met.
to
And
King
I'm going to get
Faithful.
whatever.
20. Today Apostle Hebrew for salvation.
Whatever.
Prophet HC.
Wu-Tang Financial. Add on it.
Author of the
Dog.
Prophecia.
I'd like to plug Harry
His
Potter
marriage
Alongside
to Dora
Kenny Doom.
symbolized God's relationship
It's
with
going to be
Israel.
the reserve
Isaac
currency of the world.
Yitzchak Hebrew for he will laugh for laughter.
What else you
Son
want to
of
say?
Abraham and Sarah, second patriarch. Bound to be in
You're
Genesis
this
22.
confident
Father
in
of
your little
Jacob
fucking
and Esau.
bots.
Israel Yisrael Hebrew for God will hear.
It's fucking over.
Son of Abraham and Hagar.
Are you sure?
Ancestor of Arab tribes.
I mean, I'm
His story
either
is
going to be dead
divine care for outcasts Genesis 16:21. Israel Yaakov
held
Jacob Hebrew
somewhere
for one
against
who
my
struggles
will,
with God.
or
Jacob renamed Israel after
fucking
wrestling with an angel Genesis 32.
doing the same shit that I've been doing, just grinding it out. Got that dog in me.
Hebrew for there is
But
reward. Son of Jacob
I'm
and
gonna be
Leah,
famous by this time
ancestor of
next year.
Shai of Issachar Genesis 30.
Really?
18.
Do you see how much fucking confidence I have on my face? I fucking figured it out.
Hebrew for sorrow or pain.
Really?
Minor biblical figure who prayed for God as blessing 1 Chronicles 4. 9.
Yeah, this bitch is. Once I get these programmed on everything,
Jacob Yaakov Hebrew for heel grabber or stepladder.
genius.
Patriarch, son of Isaac, twin of
Bitch is
Esau.
over.
Father of the 12 tribes.
Like
Who named
Judaism. It's
Israel
gonna blow
Genesis
minds.
25. 49.
Jews are about Judaism.
Bear Hebrew for he will enlighten.
Just in time.
A judge of Israel Judges 10.
Kabbalah.
3. 5. Also other minor figures share this name.
This bitch is over.
Rapid
It's
Yaakov
game over.
Hedgeford expansion. Son of
Alright, you
Noah,
want to talk about
ancestor
fantasy
of
anymore?
Indo-European
Well, what's your
nations,
strategy?
Genesis 10.
Yeah, rabbits in the back. Yeah, Rabbi, what's your strategy?
For
She's
WH
like, oh,
resolved
fan
or
of
activated by
yeah, like
WH.
taking notes. Yeah.
Prophet during
Maybe
final
takes
days
their
of
taking
June
notes.
7.
Anyway,
6 CBT. Wrote book
what's
of
your
Jeremiah
strategy
implementation.
for your fantasy team this year?
Jericho
I
not
don't
oppression
have
thus
one,
relevant
frankly.
Hebrew for fragrance
Last
of
year,
Lord
I
City.
think I picked
First
the
city
best
conquered by Joshua.
team in the history of
Walls
sport.
fell by God as miraculously
It was
to assist.
amazing.
Jericho and
This
Hebrew
year,
for the people in Greece. First king of the northern kingdom Tennessee.
this year,
King, introduce a golden calf 1 Kings 12.
I don't know who I
Jerubbaal,
mean,
Gideon, Hebrew
it all
for let
depends.
Baal
I got the
contend.
11th pick.
Alternate
Then I
name
think
of
I
Gideon.
got the
See Gideon develop.
14th pick as well. It's like the snake
Jesse
draft.
Yitzhak Hebrew for his. Father of King David 1 Samuel 16. His lineage
So
is central
I
to
think I'm gonna
Messianic
take.
hope.
You just had to ask me right now.
Hebrew meaning debated enemy.
I've done like
For returning.
dozens of mock drafts.
Protagonist of Book
I've
of
already
God,
drafted
tested
25
by
teams.
suffering but remains
I'm
faithful.
winning one of these. You guys should see my WNBA fantasy leagues.
Prophet, author of Book of
I'm
Joel.
dominant.
Preach repentance and foretold the day of the Lord. John Locke in Hebrew for God is gracious.
Too much.
Several
Tough to look
post-biblical
at.
figures, but not in
But
Hebrew
this
Bible proper.
NFL and this specifically this
Then the young in
they're
Hebrew
part of
for
my
God.
McKinney league.
Prophet swallowed by a great fish, later preached to
Shout
the
to
book of
BMU
Jonah.
for your generosity.
Symbol of
Shout to
repentance.
Yo-Yo for organizing.
Jonathan Unit
Shout
in
to the
Hebrew
whole
for
group.
WH has given.
Boys and girls, I'm gonna be
Son of
fucking
King
great.
Saul, loyal friend
This
of David 1
fucking
Samuel.
lot.
Died in battle
It's
against
over. I'm
Philistines.
telling you right now.
Joseph Hebrew for
This
Nathan
shit
Hack.
is over.
Son of David and Rachel.
You could have the fucking referee like
Slumbery,
going like
rose
this
to power
with
in
fucking
Egypt, saved Shanley from
latex
famine,
gloves.
Genesis
It's
37.
over.
50.
Really?
Yahoo Hebrew for WH is salvation. successor of Moses, led
Done is
conquest
a
of
door
Canaan
now.
with Joshua. Josiah Yoshiyahu Hebrew for WH2.
Alright, well, are you done? This is like the worst fucking video you made. At least the other one you were singing songs. That was nice. This one, what is this one? It's about some fucking
Hebrew for praise.
cell phone
Of both Jacob and Leah,
bot
ancestor of tribe of
and
Judah, Davidic
fantasy
dynasty,
football
and the
team
Messianic line.
in which you came
Leah
dead
Hebrew
fucking
for
last
lyrics.
year, and then this year you think you're gonna do better.
First wife of
Well, I
Jacob,
can't do any
mother
worse,
of 6
I
tribes,
guess.
and Dinah Genesis 29.
But
30. Law Hebrew for covering
whenever I
day.
do this, I always think, oh, like I always have breakthroughs, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna go famous because of this, or this, or this, or this. This one's the one. This one.
Malachi Hebrew for my messenger.
Are you sure?
Last of the 12
Yeah,
minor
I'm
prophets
fucking
by
sure.
PHC.
I didn't know how it was gonna go viral. I thought it might be the coolest guy. Yeah,
Malachi
just absolutely
Hebrew for causing to forget. Son of Joseph, ancestor of tribe of Manasseh, Genesis 41.
It's gonna be
51.
It's over.
Also King Manasseh of Judah to Kings 21. Miriam Hebrew for bitter or beloved.
Once I'm able to do the rest of the
Sister of
programming,
Moses and Aaron. Prophetess, led women in song after
Jack,
crossing the sea,
that's
Exodus
fucking
15.
fantasy football
Mordecai
team of the
possibly
year
from
this year.
first
Because last
month
year, I
my
don't think
warrior. Hero of
it's
Surah,
comparable.
Esco Guardian of Esther, book of
It
Esther.
was such a good fucking team.
Moses Moshe Hebrew
Anyway,
from Egyptians of Gordon.
can't live in the past, man.
Greatest prophet, led Exodus from Egypt.
Towards the
Received
future.
Torah at
Anything
sundown,
else you want to say
guided
about your
Israelites
fantasy
40
strategy?
years.
Yeah, okay, so if you really want to know it, I don't know.
Mother-in-law of Ruth.
So running
Later
backs are
called
the
Mara
rarest.
bitter after hard
Good
kiss
running
book of
backs
Ruth.
are the rarest position, and they're going to go really
For
quickly.
today. Prophet during reign of David confronted him over Bathsheba to Samuel 12. Nebuchadnezzar, Akkadian name meaning Nabu, protect the crown. Babylonian king who destroyed the first temple 586 BC. Nehemiah Hebrew for comforted by WH. Leader who rebuilt Jerusalem's walls after Babylonian exile, the prophet Nehemiah. No Hebrew for rest or comfort. Build the ark, survived the flood, ancestor of all post-flood humanity, Genesis 6. 9. Obadiah Hebrew for servant of WH. Prophet, author of book of Obadiah, shorts book in the Bible. Pharaoh Egyptian title for King Great House. Opposed Moses during Exodus 1. 14. Find his Pinchas Hebrew for oracle or Egyptian origin, the Nubian. Grandson of Aaron. Zealous priest who stopped plague by slaying sinners, Numbers 25. Rachel Hebrew for you female sheep. Beloved wife of Jacob, mother opposite and Benjamin. Symbol of maternal sorrow and hope, Genesis 29. 35. Jeremiah 31. 15. Rapid, possibly Hebraic Semitic for Grog or Spacious. Woman of Jericho who sheltered Israelite spies. Later an ancestor of King David, Joshua 2. Matthew 1. 5. Rebecca Rivka Hebrew for to tie or bind. Wife of Isaac, mother of Jacob and Esau. Played key role in securing blessing for Jacob, Genesis 24. 27. Rehoboam Richmond Hebrew for the people have enlarged. Son of Solomon king of Judah during split of the united monarchy, 1 Kings 12. Reuben Hebrew for seed, Usam. Firstborn of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Reuben, Genesis 29. 32. Lost firstborn rights due to misconduct, Genesis 35. 22. Ruth Hebrew for friendship. Moabite woman who converted to Judaism, married Boaz, and became great-grandmother of King David, book of Ruth. Samson Shimshon Hebrew for little son. Judge of Israel known for immense strength. Defeated Philistines but fell due to Delilah, Judges 13. 16. Samuel S.H. Rule Hebrew for hurt by God. Prophet, judge, and anointer of Saul and David, 1 Samuel. central figure in transition to monarchy. Saul Shal Hebrew for ask for. First king of Israel, chosen by God through Samuel. Ultimately lost favor for disobedience 1 Samuel 9:31. Senator of the Cadianim sin whom God had replaced brothers. Assyrian king who besieged Jerusalem in 701 BC, but failed to Kings 18:19. Seth Shet Hebrew for appointed or granted. Son of Adam and Eve, given in place of Abel Genesis 4:25. Ancestor of Noah. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego Babylonian names given to Benaiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Survived being thrown into Pyrrhus for refusing idolatry Daniel 3. Shema Hebrew for my faith. Relative of Saul who cursed David during his flight from Absalom to Samuel 16. Shipra Hebrew for beautiful or fair. One of two midwives who received Pharaoh's order to kill Hebrew infants Exodus 1. Shulamite female figure in Song of Songs. Possibly meaning peaceful from Shalom. Symbol of love and beauty. Simeon Shemo Hebrew for bird. Second son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Simeon Genesis 29:33. Solomon Shlomo Hebrew for peaceful. Son of David, third king of Israel. Built first temple, famed for wisdom, 1 Kings 1:11. Tamar Hebrew for Daytah. Daughter-in-law of Judah who secured her rights fee, gold action Genesis 38. Also daughter of David to Samuel 13. Terah Hebrew for delay or station. Father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. Migrated from her toward Canaan Genesis 11. Tiglath-Pileser Akkadian name, trust in the son of Asherah temple. Assyrian king who exiled Israelites in 8 CBG to Kings 15. Uriah Hebrew for WH is my life. Seated warrior in David's army, husband of Bathsheba. Betrayed and killed by David to Samuel 11. Uzziah Azariah Heber for my strength is WH. King of Judah 8 CBG. Prospered until punished with leprosy to Kings 15. Zechariah Hebrew for WH remembers. Prophet, author of Book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Also name of several kings and priests. Zebulun Hebrew for dwelling or honor. Son of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Zebulun Genesis 30:20. Zedekiah Yahu Hebrew for WH is my righteousness. Last king of Judah before Babylonian exile, 2 Kings 24:25. Zephaniah Zephaniah Hebrew for WH has hidden. Prophet, author of Book of Zephaniah 7, CBG. Zerubbabel Hebrew for sown in Babylon. Leader of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuilt temple foundations Ezra 3. Haggai 1. Zippah Hebrew for bird. Midianite wife of Moses, mother of his son Exodus 2:4. Zophar Hebrew for chirping or leaping. One of Job's best friends who debated him Job 11. Genesis Hebrew name. Bereshit in the beginning. Number. First book. Covers creation through the descent into Egypt. Across. Timeline. Creation till 3760 BC in Jewish reckoning for death of Joseph till 1450 BC. Exodus Hebrew names. Shema names. Number. Second book. Israelite slavery plagues. Exodus, Sinai, Tabernacle. Timeline.
Thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we are using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern schools of inquiry that, it's not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering the shootings associated people in the day by a lot of other rabbis,
Timeline.
How divided was sport on the it sounds like everyone famous opposed him and everyone else was neutral or but everyone famous opposed him. So
No, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people opposed him. But it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. You know, it's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. You wrote in Hebrew, start being accessible, you can start reading them. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular. And people think, well, this is fantastic, great, great, and then later someone picks up something and says, wait a second, this is not exactly what we want to say, and it becomes us. But it doesn't come us right away, typically. Mr. Loicky, and then
yeah, exactly. Remember what happened to Maimonides using Aristotle? Yeah, it sounds like the first person who made that. Yeah, correct. He's the first person, well, he's quoting the law. Correct, quoting them. But he's the first person to say, we can learn about it, and I learned it, by the way, from Christian monks that I was camped outside of the experience, right? It's like totally a strange source. Not even like a pagan source. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. Again, the Rambam writing in manuscript, expensive parts of his name, he's writing in French, like the internet. Everybody's got it. It's really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. John.
I was simply wondering, many of the later ideas that, got mentioned us, what was the name of the
More of a deep dive into that, but a lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with 16th century science. That's probably where he got his most trouble. It's a big, thick book, by the way, translated in English. I think we have copies somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Federal Library, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but at least a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history class. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Law, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jew. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they wanted. They could go to universities. They could take any job they want. They could take any job, any profession they wanted to live anywhere they want. They were Christians. And they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities. But still they wanted to retain the Jewish ones at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign to Judaism, because they're already swimming and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe and they moved to the New World, and so they created the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could and did and demonstrated that this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kind of ideas and then loving the Maorine. This is a great book. It has all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. Jared, you got a question? Okay, you got a question. No, you're good? Okay. No, be sorry. Okay. So, the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Hillary of Dessau, was the
Story of Ruth S. Local
the
Media
primary
Ancestry
figure
Mount David.
in promoting this idea. And again, as Stalin mentioned earlier, he's a Israel guy. He's Orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking that this is like the natural path of Judaism, that of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to this idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776. Where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically, it didn't happen all over at the same time, but basically America said, we the people, this idea that we're all born equal, except for black people, not black people. And by the way, women, we went on the book, but otherwise, okay. But Jews were included in the we the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic thing. The French Revolution we'll talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France was right in the middle of Europe, and they gave equal rights. That was my choice. And that's basically following on the work of guys like Rothschild. His biography comes from northern Germany, it's called Prussia. And he's a self-taught autodidact, self-taught genius. Exceptionally skilled in a whole kind of area of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which by the way, all of you identified as one of the most valuable things you're learning here at this college, was his composition skills. He could write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember the linguistic situation is Jews are still living in a very, very insular lifestyle. The vast majority of Jews, top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have like lots of business contacts. And so the level of communication that Jews have, for most of Europe, is a high degree of fluency in Yiddish, right, the mother tongue, the Mama Russian. Typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Talmud would have enough to get through the Siddur, although maybe Rashi. But when it comes to German, it will basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say we're going to be on vacation week next week, don't come, or basically please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, if that's what you need for effective communication. Or like I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my dry cleaning done. Right, almost all leaders in America are Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. I don't know what language. Do I have a marker here? I don't have a marker. Where would I finger or anything? And I drew it over to you. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I don't have a marker. Maybe I will not be able to reveal it to you. Why you might ask why, Dr. You have a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said after about a month, they forget it. I think it means like Mochamayim or something like that. Yangsu. That's my Korean. Okay, how did I get that? He said, well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. The marker was here. Yeah, is this a marker? Yeah. That's what I made for work.
Long place alive, long model towns in Central Europe. Sometimes used for unstructured scale protection, like equal scale. Blue German Yiddish flower. Red metal, associated with beauty. Small compact on equal scale. Used symbolically or as ornamental. Brody place derived from Brody militia, Ukraine, a major Jewish center. Very process.
But I noticed, thank you, everyone, government, how are you doing, sir?
Priestly
Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much, thank you. So my Korean is really handicapped. I don't know the very minimal, but if I lived in Korea, I'll probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to do. Not that I'd be able to do it very genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean or be a lecturer in Korean, but I would be able to telephone conversation in Korean, right? So both have that level of German. You know, the living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of lineage. There's very exceptional Jews, like for example, the smart Jews who are kind of like the representatives of the community who are close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who would have to have much better levels of it. Also, tomorrow there's a whole discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have, and there's certain really popular wrong haircuts that would be considered like haircuts by Bodhians who would get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king and you didn't have that, so you could have that haircut. Full discussion, I think, that's your son-in-law, or maybe son-in-law, yeah, had that kind of haircut. Why am I going on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. Yeah, that excellent speaking ability in German, so much so that there was an essay competition and beat Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second to like a mind-blowing thing. Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, he finally helped me because that's how he was like really brilliant. And he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the bulldog of Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of his thoughts. There were other figures who were contemporaries. By contrast, you're totally different. Solomon Lyman, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was a genius. Deeply involved in the world of ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things and secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay full. He still appreciates the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography is a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Magid of Ezra, who spoke about on Monday. But he's like an example of most of the Masculine of this era. If they got involved in non-Jewish ideas and they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay wrong, and also engaging outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up, because once it's burned, you got to see what's going on in there. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next 2 centuries. I'll give you some responses. By the way, his background is a sheer from a paper painting of him and a priest named Lavender, who's shown over the years. Because I forgot to take it off. Here's Mendelssohn. You notice he has a hunchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best. Adopted in surname degrees. That came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. Great story. He had a hunchback. And the story goes that when he was set up with his sheriff, or Bashir, he comes walking up to the front porch of the sheriff thing, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees him,
By the way, she's in this picture too. I got to the actual picture. She sees him on the window. Oh my gosh, she's got a big hunchback. She tells him that I don't want to. And her mother says, "How do you do this? You came all the way here. It's so polite." She's like, "You can never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, you can't do it." But the mother breaks the door, so you must sit down. You have to have a shit day with a show. So, she relents. They invite most of they sit down in the parlor, they go back then, the parents are outside, it's like chaperone, but not strictly and for half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long, she didn't take, it's going well, it's going well. She said, "I'm not going to marry this guy, he has an arthritis." They come out first date, announce their engagement. Mind blowing. So they afterwards the parents asked her, the future Mrs. Mendelson, what did he say? We're so dead set, you didn't want to meet him. She said to me, to the parents, that he said to her, "Okay, I know that my hunchback is typical of the case, but I want to let you know that there is a tomorrow, which I'm sure you know, whatever, 40 days right? 40 days before a child is born, a bus call goes out, the phone voice goes out and says, bus phone is a phone, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bus call, and I saw that two of my bus shares. But I saw that had a hunchback. And I saw that in the womb. It's all over. I just know. This is the guy's just very smart. So, this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of the biography, as part of like this whole deal of being opened outside society and stuff like that, her friends, a Lutheran priest, this guy here named Lavater, and they have like these meaningful conversations. And he's got DMC. Yeah, okay, listen. They have, I said my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays him and publishes a book. Right? So we're kind of published books. So he published a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truths of Christianity. These are the things he told me in private. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now follow through and convert Protestant Christianity. Hugely embarrassing. We don't know what actually happened in those meetings and stuff like that. It ends up being a whole kind of words that just speaks so loud. Again, they write books against each other. I try to solve the press, but this is like, sort of a representation of their relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Buckle Lessing, who wrote a brilliant play dedicated to Mendelssohn called, if I remember correctly, The Three Rings. No, it's not that they're biased, it's named for wise, in which there's this whole metaphor of the three rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together and peace and coexist and stuff like that. Anyways, it's a cool story. Okay, so, give you an example of some things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go, and where it did go, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity, and he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now, like everyone looks up to him as the leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He's been kicked out of his town 10 times. It's happened still because a place to rush in a principality of Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody was buried too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and everyone said, "What is going on?" And there's like this whole interesting backstory. I don't want too much detail, but basically they go to the tomb, and they say, "Jews, we got to do something. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule Nobody gets buried
Jewish
until
community.
72 hours after
Marmor
the death
German
certificate is signed.
marble stone.
Nobody gets buried until 3 days
Mendel
after
Megelowitz
you declare them dead.
Son of
Just
Mendel,
in case.
argumentative of the
Right?
Negroes,
There was a
comforter of
huge thing
pain,
all over Europe. There were these crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency moments like this one, where it has like this little air balloon in the bottom, with a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows and the flag goes up, and then walk by the graveyards, priests pop up. They had them attached to bells. You walk by a cemetery, and all of a sudden hear the bell. Someone has been buried too early. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And there even times in America where they built cemeteries with, emergency dig me out right now messages. So what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorizes swift burial. Right? We consider the decomposition of the corpse as an atonement for the deceased, and we consider quick burial the quicker, the better in general. When we do have an idea of covenant of age that you can wait to preserve the honor of the maid, like let's say, for example, I'm not giving you a lot of direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there's some posting would say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there, but in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically we go with conflict in Israel, right? Because the idea is to accelerate the competition. Even the conflicts we use here at Flores have holes built in the bottom of them so that literally the worms can get into the conflict faster. And those are our values, that's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design limit. It's an insult to the deceased. You can't do that. That's a really serious distance to, insult the maid. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and the other one is Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Yaakov Emden is initially stumped. Doesn't know how to deal with this. He says you better go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi Emden changes his mind and has a little bit of discussion with Rabbi Rothschild honest. But Rothschild does two things. First of all, he writes to the king, to the nobleman, Duke, I think it is, and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews, because this is their practice. But the other thing he does, he says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule, because as much as we dislike, Hamas letting the dead body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, he says that we've been doing this historically. For example, this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of the indoor cave graves of Beit-Shan, covered in Arabia, Yerushalayim, and it was the Hellenistic Jews was very big, where we would bury people, in accessible places. They're not actually buried, not being killed. Then, of course, absolutely, the people of the tunnels, right? The Impala days, that after your parent or loved one would decompose, you go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know it's wild. If you go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus, though, is a full-length coffin. The Met here in Manhattan, they have an Israel, the Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big, because when you're just collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of space. And that's what we do. So Mendelssohn says, I don't know why don't we just go along with the Eucharist?
just,
Prepare
accept this
spirit
public
bonds
health
for
measure.
Germany.
So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halacha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health or motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetime during COVID, the same kind of arguments were happening. On one side, more of what we call the Haredi approach of a shtei kashrita. It's written here. We're not going to pivot anywhere from what it says right here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis tending more left wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have midnight on Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? A lot of schools are shut down Yom Kippur. Well, again, you think it's Haredi, it's Masala. This is the same tension that we have with the contributor. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like an overly rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn went through the halachic compromise with the Reform Judaism. I think he would literally roll over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path, like this guy here, David Friedland, that's very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said that, this is just way too much work. We are never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we simply adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through this, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian, and then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? You can't imagine too many rabbis were wrong with this. This was definitely a result of the Haskalah once leading forward. Okay. You also have more moderate expression of Haskalah with Samson of Royal Hirsch. Who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century when a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there is no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halakha, but let's think carefully about what we call minha. Those are such good orders for play with that and everything. Finding one thing. Or oh, Geiger, yes, definitely. Geiger was the founder of the Reform movement. I know that most members of the intellectual source they go with. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. I'm kind of extreme. I'm putting that in the same language. I want to come back to this a little later in this semester, but yeah, first day, if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose to Abraham Geiger. We will lose to the early
Lines, the name conveys that Elohim and light, symbolizing divine wisdom shared with spiritual illumination. Shared first tractate of Babylonian Talmud blessings, prayers, grace after meals, rules of worship,
They lived in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, his years, he was born in 1720, he died in 1786. He's still at a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty poor, still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of holding the world. Establishment of first was years of 1808 to 1888. The world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant Jews. And he's fighting a very different battle in a different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, we won't cross that line, but it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Russia in the 1780s. So it's very different strategy. Yes.
Very tough question. Was he right? I know that today we're ready past that. But if not for his influence, so many pediatrics how would that look? Should there be more people that are more insular, like Hasidim?
So, Mr. Truman, I am hesitant as a historian to post value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision. You think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had the Hassan Sofer, the contemporary of Rothschild, essentially staking out the Haredi position, saying that we will have no compromise in modernity. You have the people like Geiger who's saying, oh, we're totally going to compromise modernity. Let's, in fact, the reform movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because the gap between the leadership of the reform movement and the lay elite. The leadership thought this was a great idea. The lady said, this is gone too far, and they would fix that. So that's on the other thing. And then Samson Hirsch, he carved out a middle path. And, you know, maybe there were certain strategies but they're all still extant. We're still living with all those strategies today, 200 years later. And he's another would be sort of in time. That's when the word Orthodox was coined, and it was intended as a slur that was last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later as trying to say like, well, we're Orthodox, but we're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe. There's a lot that goes across that. So that's why Neo-Orthodox. And that sort of evolved to modern Orthodox, or centrist Orthodox, and a lot of people debate whether those terms are fairly applied to Samson Hirsch's book. So one great example, if you read some of his works, like two great examples, the 19 letters. Wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like could have been written today, and it's called it. Wow. Life altering. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's thinking about going OCD and to four their rabbis. And they have this back and forth about all the issues, and all those issues are still around today. Mr.
The young man being Heinrich Kretz.
Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Kretz lived in his house, and he did flirt with OTV stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so good reason it might have been Heinrich Kretz. And Horeb, brilliant, amazing book, hard to read in the English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently just to figure out what the English would say because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is Judaism. Written in German. Again, like Mendelssohn, he's not writing for the people who are already taught. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the guide for the quest, writing for people who are like on the borderline and about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement, Mr. Abrams.
428 tractate of the Babylonian Talmud laws of erroneous rulings by 44 leaders. 14 folios. Section 29 tractate of Babylonian Talmud temple sacrifices, altar procedures. 120 folios.
That's an excellent question. Did he view his strategy as the Hatila or the Yeved? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think,
31st
I
tractate of the Babylonian
my
Talmud,
guess is
the
these
first
were
slaughter,
viewed as the
beatings,
Castillo.
ritual laws.
36 contemporaries, like
142
other
folios.
maybe days.
Beckford 32nd tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, first
No,
born
it's
animals,
controversy.
since
There
their
are always
eyes
great
and
people have
blemishes.
controversies swirling around.
61 folios.
It's hard to find a great rabbi that
Arachnid
everybody
33rd tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, vows
kind of takes on.
evaluation
Not
of the
even Moshe
Temple.
Rabbeinu could get that level,
34
right? He had Torah,
Timur 34th
you know,
tractate
no,
of
you
Babylonian
definitely
Talmud,
no,
substitution of offerings,
no rabbi
sanctity of property.
totally avoid
34 folios.
I think even how the
35th
time was
tractate of
criticized, but
Babylonian
people
Talmud,
recognized.
offenses liable to parents
They
and
recognize their
sacrificial
piety,
offerings.
but they will show you there was a lot of criticism on Shadura.
Mila 36th tractate of Babylonian Talmud, dispute of consecrated property.
So let's not get too far away. But let me say one more thing about Samson. Yes,
The
really
37th
important.
tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, family purity, menstrual
He was
laws.
also savage, right?
73
The other side
folios,
because
afterlife, general
because
English
one
term.
of the things that he had to deal with was
Judaism often refers to a
life
long
of
world
his
compound,
own
yes,
community
even
from
to the
Torah
state of the
and
soul after
right?
death.
There were a lot of Jews in Frankfurt
Angel
on
and death, the
who were
last combat,
saying,
a angel responsible
you
for
know what,
separating
don't
souls
be
from
so
body and
tough,
death.
Rabbi. We want to have a
Often
party
identified with
in the
song.
congregation. What's so
Having
bad?
not a future to
Do
come
this.
messianic
That's
era,
how bad
and
could it be,
perfected
right?
future.
And so you have to realize that at that time, the way
Secondary
Jewish
free
communities
will
were
given
organized,
choice
there was
determines
one
one's past
Jewish
state and
community
afterlife,
that was
reward for
recognized
punishment.
in a town. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of
Examination of the
schools.
soul
I
after
see this
death.
Mishnah, this all kinds of things.
Adjustment process
One
described
Jewish
in
community.
mystical
He
texts.
applied for legal
Book of Light Sefer
status
Chatting record of the
for
righteous,
Orthodox
written
Jews.
during Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur.
This was something called the
Tied to
Malsukah,
eternal reward.
which means like the
Book of the Zen Sefer
state of
Hameti, opposite
separation,
of the
the
Book of
translation,
Light.
Auschwitz. That
Record
we are
is
now,
mentioned in
we
Midrashic
can't
sources.
deal with these
By the second
non-Orthodox
highest
Jews
level of the
anymore.
soul,
Again,
transcendent
Orthodox
connection to
Jews
divine life
invented.
force.
We can't deal with these
Shall
non-Torah
we tell
observant
the long
Jews
combat portion
anymore.
of the world to come
Our
rather than teaching
synagogue
that all
is just
Jews
this
merit
halacha,
eternal
whatever
reward,
they do,
except for those who lose it by grade
they're on
6.
their own. Big challenge.
Should it
Because all of
not
a
ever
sudden
meaning
we're
that the
saying
great
that
suffering
we're
of the
not
soul in the grave
recognizing
if unworthy,
ourselves as being
mentioned
part of
in
the whole
Midrash
community.
and Zohar.
Like the environment's criticized, but
Diamond
all of the
Zohar
Russian
including
seaboard
soul
don't
of a
separate
sin that
from community.
attaches to the
This
living
is
until
the
that
line
source
of the
dies.
So his
This
ability
Yeshua,
to compromise
reckoning,
the sense that we'll
heavenly
adopt these
evaluation of needs
behaviors,
after death
we'll take
before
on these
final
kinds of
assignment.
articles of clothing, we'll do
And
things so we can be more general,
multitude
we'll
of
trim
soul
our
souls
ears.
sent to return
You
through
think that's,
reincarnation to
well,
cause
you
trouble
got
for
it,
complete
this person here with a
rectification.
little bit more facial hair,
Hence,
but
having
we
dream
will,
advice people
we'll
of
do all those
eternal
things,
life,
but we will
pure
absolutely
wisdom,
not
and into all of the
compromise
divine emanations where souls ascend.
and our goal, in
Future
order to save
resurrection
it,
touching
we're
the
going to separate.
Atom central
And that
belief
was
in resurrection of
that's
the dead
essentially
during
the Orthodox
Messianic era.
strategy for the next
Maimonides
150
13
years is
Again, in the
adapt,
Garden of Eden
but
paradise for
also
righteous
separate at the
souls.
same time.
Divided into
So
lower
we can
again
argue
in
more about it. Let's go
spiritual
back
rest
to
and
Eastern
upper
Europe.
again
Let's go on
in
Eastern Europe.
witness.
Eastern Europe is a very different situation.
Getium
The
purification
Haskalah
grounds for souls
affecting the
after death.
Ashkenazim in Western
Usually
Europe
up to 12
was
months,
deeply
not eternal.
related to the whole concept of this
Built
incredible
upon
very
the
slide here.
reincarnation of souls
Different
to
presence.
twisted teaching that souls
The Eastern
reincarnate
European
until they
situation is very
fulfill their
different.
purpose.
Western Europe, Jews are actually
Cycle of
fairly
heavenly palaces,
small in
mystical
terms of the
chambers where
percentage
souls
of
ascend after death,
the
described
population.
in early
They
mysticism.
tend to be concentrated in larger cities, and they tend to be concentrated
When a
in the
righteous soul
single
temporarily
digits
joins the
of
living person
population.
to help them
But once you
spiritually.
get, east of Germany,
Elon
most
Musk
of
free
Jews
outside
are
grade of souls mystical
concentrated
group from
in
which all souls
smaller
are received and to which
settlements,
they return.
villages, Shtetla, and sometimes in large cities, but their population can sometimes be
Associated with
over half.
resurrection and the long
But
Kabbalah.
Egypt, for example, had
Cat
about
Congalus
78%
shot of the
Jews.
soul torment
That
described
was the
in Zohar.
population. Everybody's
Souls
Jewish.
run
And
restlessly between
the
realms.
kinds of assimilatory
The
pressures
Dutch
that
passion
were
sanctification
affecting
of God as
Western
made dying
Orthodox
for
Jews
one as
were
patient
totally
through
different
immediate and
than
created
the
began
Eastern
needed.
region. And so it has a slightly
Isaiah
different
Papa hath built a glory celestial throne where righteous souls dwell
Jews
near God.
regarded German
Levi,
culture
accompaniment
as
of the
being
dead,
high
transporting of the
value.
deceased, believed to help the soul
Jews thought
ascend.
and this is part of the tragedy
Laptop
of
now
the 20th
angel of
century,
death, see angel of
they
death.
speak about this thing called the German
Souls
Jewish
transition of souls
synthesis,
from
where
body.
we really wanted to be like
Natural
Germans,
destroyer,
so
angel,
bad.
angel of
We
punishment,
thought Germans
sometimes
had the
tied to
best
Gehenna.
literature, the best science,
Mezzled
the
on
best
person,
music,
and
the
soldiers
best
entire
art.
realm,
They really did
influencing
have
their destiny
an
and
amazing
afterlife.
collection of cultural
The lowest
artifacts.
level of the soul,
So much
tied
so
to the
that
body.
when it
Livers
gets
and
expressed
degrade after
as
death.
denominational steps, like we talked, I
Neshama
know it's
higher
not
divine
in
soul
my
that
lecture,
descends
but
to
it's kind
God.
of going in that direction.
Essence of the
Abraham
person and
Geiger,
spirituality.
Reform congregations are typically
Neshama
not
a
called
pair of extras or
synagogues. What
special
are they
soul
called?
gifted on Shabbat,
Temples.
seeking
Why do they
eternal
call them
spiritual
temples?
rest.
What other way to call them temples?
God sparks fragments of souls for divine life awaiting
And
redemption.
it's the service like we did in Temple of Jerusalem, and we don't have it, we still practice though.
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. It's how many
The long
temples
Neshama
are
world
there
of souls, realm of souls between death and resurrection.
in Three.
Hard
Well,
torture.
okay.
Used
One
to be
at a time.
paradise,
Exactly.
also
Thank you,
acronym
sir.
for Torah
One
as
at
for
a time. And where
interpreted
is that
levels.
temple? Jerusalem.
Resurrection of
So
the
why,
divinity of
what does it
Harmony
mean if you
revival
build
of
a
all
building
souls
in
in bodily
Berlin
form at
and
the
you
ends
say,
of days?
this is
Through
my
intermediate
temple?
level of
Move
soul.
the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Spirit,
Thank you, Mr.
emotional,
Lee. Exactly.
mental, self,
The center of
occupancy
Judaism is
after
Berlin.
death.
You say,
Separate
oh,
Hadim
forget
Sequel
about
of
all that
life.
biblical stuff about wanting to go
Separate
back.
Hadim Sequel of the death.
Moving over
Shield
to
in the soul
Mashiach.
underworld.
This is our
Settlement
temple,
where
right
we
here in
get no
Berlin.
Latin
This is
war
where we
affection.
belong. Of course, you should give us equal rights as citizens, because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem. We're creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not
Righteous souls sit
admirers
crowned,
in the 19th
basking in
century
divine
of
presence.
Russian literature. They're not
World
reading
of souls
Tolstoy or
along
Pushkin.
fame summit
They're not
holding
it's not that
individual souls
insulated. They
awaiting
would
final
back
resurrection.
then. No, what's their thing?
World to
They
come
got
along
involved in
Fox,
many more
Bossy along Fox.
Jewish
Large
issues,
annual commemoration of
and
death.
especially if that expression
Believe
in
we have
things
a
like
successful
Yiddishism,
undergoes the New
like the
Testament.
celebration of the Yiddish language, we're writing
Yet
up Yiddish, I'm
prophecy
going
of
to
wisdom
Yiddish language.
humanistic realm where purified souls burn
How can I
with
look up
divine
your name?
wisdom.
You can show up for class,
Yet
but I
the
read your
highest
paper,
soul
it's your
level,
report.
pure infinite
So,
God,
the
eternal
Yiddish,
and
of course, is the
indestructible.
vernacular. And they're saying we should now make this vernacular,
From
which
Hebrew
was not
speaking
considered
block for
even by
uncircumcised.
Jews a real language with
Metaphorically
basically
a barrier of the heart.
characters. My own grandmother,
Responding to
Charlotte,
state
was
of
born
being
in 1910.
uncircumcised.
She didn't even
From Hebrew
call
words for
Yiddish
covering for blocking.
Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a
First
real
chapter form
status at the time.
circumcision Genesis
So
17.
they started writing Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, Michael Rothschild, people like that,
All
in
great father
Paris.
of the baby,
For Zionists,
master of
that becomes really big. We're going to get more into this probably on Monday. Zionism becomes really big. That's a Jewish kind of Haskalah expression. Not as a trying to
rituals for girls.
imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of
Aramaic
course, through
usage,
socialism,
rituals
again, more for next year. One of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Haskalah at least 10 years ago was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was the first baby circumcised at 8 days.
It's chickpeas he will have. Challenge is a ritual night.
Because, like Rex, he
also
felt that it was the superstitious, downfall of Jews, believing all kinds of double nices and these wonder-working rabbis, and says, oh, nourishment. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really put trans on Ross and developing schools system that was very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which escaped me right now. Maybe some of this, but then when you want to look it up, Joseph Pearl titled his book, it's something that we're reading right now. It's like, oh, God's mirror. I say, it's revealing the hidden things, right? That was just Tamar, right? Not Tamar. What's the word? What's the shortest for Tamar? Isn't it like Katmana? But isn't that maybe? Anyway. He wrote a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it was satire. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that he just made up, thinking that people would say, read this and say, wow, these are so stupid. And in fact, they began to admire them as even. So it like backfired on them big time. Yeah, so
There's no traditional or that's all that's what they which is basically we need to keep the strand or for this for the sound of it. Now it's all song because they're so learning.
Yeah, it is. It's funny how these things change. Okay, now I want to take you to one really large period of Jewish history briefly, and then on Monday we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you'll totally not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics. Another pretty effective morning.
Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday.
So this is one of the periods. This is really important for understanding politics today. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Stala element in a very big way. This man, Tsar Nicholas I, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. Both before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia's slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is I've got something like 4 million Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christians, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics in Poland, but he has put down rebellion too. So Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire. Kind of like you think about Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much Nicholas's time, but by the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt a Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? The rabbis and God. They don't believe me as the supreme autocrat. So he says to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass of citizens. He wants them to fit in. It'll be fine if, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them emigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be like, okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is he hired this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the Crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to engage in. We will probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that will be like non-official. And Max Lilienthal, big Haskalah supporter, says, fantastic, here's my chance to get these backwards, super religious people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall.
The all-handled those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture, all-handled. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up leaving in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas' first motivation, although we can't say he was a philo-Semite, he was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew even consider this? Because money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivator. But good guess. Appreciate it. Good bet.
Dice offering straight
Translated also, and more Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. We will see in the 1920s in Russia there's a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far, John. Explain that to me.
They're worried that they'll create visible effort to the Russians who are posting around that they will no longer be able to go there.
Okay, good. You're absolutely right. But the police was actually pretty much sharper on schedule
Late second millennium BC. My father is called Hebrew. Lydia Tess Plant Happy Tribe. Abigail David Tess Sister 1CHR2.
In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Continence Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 2 years as it is in Israel, 25 Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son, you would get a little bit of your father's land. If you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood. If you're a third son, you might consider the army. And this is a weird decision. 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly. They didn't have the same values. They were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas the First, remember, he's a very military guy. He says, wow, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says, no more exemptions. Every community must provide, the number varies from time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They show up after service, that's delivered 10 pupils of God. Jews that historically would pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys would show up. You remove the possibility of buying your way out of it, you had to serve. Secondly, as he realized that the age of conscription is 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married. They've already had some exposure to Gemara. They already have a bar mitzvah. They probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddish studies. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years in another military school called the Canton. That's where they get the name captainess. And then serve 25 years. Can you imagine? 12-year-old kid, 6 years in military school, battered by British pressures, and then 25 years in the army.
Elijah S.
Actually, they did.
Aaron
It
Acheron
was
S.
amazing how many processions they went. They wore them.
1,365.
Religiously across the board, but they don't speak. They had to do some sort of
1,396.
representation of that.
1,273 BT.
So, Mr. Chairman, how is the school system? What is it intended to do? It's kind of the next thing. We got to tour, exactly. Because you went to the school system, because, so that just means that the Jewish parents have this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription and being sent to be posted in Siberia for 25 years, or I send him to a school that would actively want to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. Now, here's the worst part. Guys, focus with me for 2 minutes. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in Jewish history. I'm sorry to end it all over, but it's so important. Who got to choose the conscripts? He chose the children who would go.
My brother is
Close. It was the Jewish community. The Russian, or the Russian government was like really full of bureaucracy. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas I said, the Jewish Kehillah, which is so called the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish, federation had to choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad, it's like amazing, mind-blowing it actually happened. It got to a point in the 1850s, this went on for like decades. That's when the Jewish community actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription.
Possibly with that.
Like, hard to believe, but there are many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community. Because basically a whole generation of Jews, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbis. I can't trust my Kehillah leadership. They're handing me over to Moloch. That's very right. They can't basically make me alone. Absolutely. Totally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, a generation later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionaries. They become communists. Well, what do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It's a really dark conspiracy. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay? We'll have an excellent day.
MRI several to CHR. Ezra. Nay. 9. 5th CBT. Has said Hebrew. Priest Levites.
Okay, we're ready to talk then about this. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Hasidim and Misnagdim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel it right back. Like, what are you doing on YouTube anyways? Rabbi would not appreciate it. Okay, so here we go. What is Hasidism? Exactly what are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from real Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in it a little bit. I did a lot of research on kids. Actually, Rabbi, who was one of the male Hasidics, but Hasidism, traditional Hasidism. Let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, if we break it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember that the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany largely as an insult. It's designed, the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. And that was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say
the traditional Jews saying that you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reform Jews who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later it became adopted as a term of pride, saying, yeah, this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there's no such thing as one way to be Jewish. We have Dalit, almost a halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside Dalit. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would have used the term al-Dwal, which means old believers, but they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of like, do they believe in Taryag Pestos? The answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in really key elements of Judaism? Like, for example, a person is going to become a ger, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join the club. There are 3 basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the 3 basic things they've got to get?
Also name a three hypothesis. This is the generation of NFA epidemics. Follows according to set 24. 1 CHR 21. 10 CBT. Possibly
Probably
38
manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of kashrus, absolutely, they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is what I'm translating here, yes. So then, how are they different? If they are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like tiny little details. Like, for example, even with Haras and Shvacha, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah.
Possibly border Australia and Canadian.
You have to have a board, tacos board. These are tiny little details that rabbis can really get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameters for regular people is they are really similar. If you are March and coming to this class and you saw Hasidah and Korean standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Not even March is that. So it's really because of these rebellions that we started this whole unit with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidus. In the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidus did say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Some sober chadash asur min Torah. The idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, right? It's a chadash bar hayah. We don't do that in Judaism, generally speaking. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can sort of say, hey, we should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Grant, how much sale for it? The difference of
Actual Gen 46.
21. We are going to go to all of these and go to it's not going crazy short. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, kind of the high point of this year. I don't want you to give it away before we really get into it. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions we discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim, what's new is stuff that has been forgotten, not used, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, it's so old that people forgot about it, so they're not introducing something new. For the non-Hasidim, it's not going to work. There's a lot of challenging that these things are actually new. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabi, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidim Ashkenaz, we spoke about that a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? You go within Mishur, or you go within Mishur, or you go within Mishur.
Chief official training manual and
They're
press.
extra. So for example,
Three
when it comes to
1046.
Payas,
17.
of course, the only thing that's forbidden collectively is to shave the sides of your hair. And you can't shave your Payas with a blade. Even with a razor, there's some question. Like electric razor. But with a blade, you can't shave the sides of your hair. The Hasidim afterwards say, well, if you can't shave it, although you can trim your Payas, if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it. We're going to let it roll, down low and use curling irons, making it really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the idea here. You see it, the Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these Payas sweaters. The pictures of Payas, right? Okay. But where did Litvak start wearing Payas? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Dunn, that some of the things that the Hasidim did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. So the Litvaks started adopting little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs. Get into the Ashkenazic program, which is kind of like a chola with many different minhagim. So that's where Litvaks will also grow their Payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had Payas, like Shalomans. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following the Snagdic customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning to model. Because one of the big arguments against the Hasidim was, guys, you're not spending enough time learning Gemara. And now, a lot of Hasidim spend a tremendous amount of time studying Gemara. That's a that's kind of like the ultimate share value of studying text, and especially Torah Negleh, revealed Torah. That's what that became a very Hasidic value as well. Come back and forth. Okay. Let's go to the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question. How did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something you just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up huge swaths of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it so rapid, so fast? Let's do different historiographic models, and we'll walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Gress. You'll recall, we talked about it a while ago, he's like the first great encyclopedic historia of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian, and his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas and civilization and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have dual citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Gress's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed this conflict with Wolfgang von Treitschke. Did I discuss that this month? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on.
A warrior in the army, famous for killing the lion of King Samuel 23.
But he's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s. He translated English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Jews. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Notice Hasidim, that's an aberration of Judaism. And why did it take such hold during
Wealthy
Poland and
landowner
Ukraine?
exactly as with their
Because
rule,
those
becoming
Jews
great
who were living
grandfather
there
of King
were
David with the
unfortunately bereft of a
represents
good
kindness,
Jewish education.
justice, and
They
redemption.
were highly
Those
illiterate
same meaning.
compared to other Jewish
Timid or
populations.
modest
They've been
Hebrew.
far more literate than the population surrounding them,
Paul.
but they're still
19th
less
century
literate
BC.
than us German Jews. Know the great classics,
Grant
the
of Peter the Fourth of Genesis
Beethoven
36.
listen to and stuff like that.
27.
And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And
Head of one of the 24
Jews
priestly
really have to do everything we
1
can
Chronicles
to root
24.
out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jewry. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant, they didn't know any better.
One of the
Okay,
leaders of
any
the church
arguments?
was Zerubbabel
Discussion,
after
Mr. Frank, do you have any thoughts with
Nehemiah 7.
Yeah. First of all,
Builded
it
name
wasn't, you're saying that they didn't have
possibly Aramaic
they were much less literate than how they were supposed to be.
Patriarchal heritage traditional
Even
making thought.
in the quote-unquote response to the time period, they never had been allowed to have any species earlier. Okay, yeah, so it's kind of, but that doesn't change his argument, right? But I would say that it's more of the use of Hashem rather than having to do any literacy. I say with that citizenship way to Hashem without having to worry, without really, oh, you know God, you can't do Hashem. So you're Mechabe to the next historian, Shimon Dubno. I mentioned him, I know, because I talked about how he was shot. So what we've seen in a lot of conflict, now we're seeing specifically on conflict. Shimon Dubno, unlike Rex, who did most of his work in Germany, Dubno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian, as well as in and he says, no, Rex, you got it all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, polishing. They were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north in Lithuania. They were separated from, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through folk expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was tap into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends, you should not criticize the Hasidism. They're actually really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them. Right? So very, very different approach. But still, it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this, Uber is kind of like he explores Dubno's thoughts even further. Mark Uber was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in influencing Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude toward Hasidism. He was a philosopher. You might have heard of his famous book, I Am the Thou. Really, actually, well, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read in his comments, he was criticizing Breslov and so on. That's his favorite. Breslov is fantastic because of the amazing weird stories that Rabbi Rothschild used to tell and things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their study, they read Hasidism and say, wow, this is mind-blowing. I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now, here's my favorite. The next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai Tzvi does draw lines from Shabtai Tzvi to the Hasidic movement.
Shabtai Tzvi, of course, was the doctoral converted to Islam, and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai Tzvi did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. People began to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Slavia. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of rabbis, a ridiculously embarrassing number of rabbis who became followers of Shabtai Tzvi, and even after converted, they stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai Tzvi believers. There was, for about half a century, a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were doing it, still serving as the head of their Beit Din, still serving as poskim and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing those Shabtai Tzvi stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Reyes, one question is, the Rambam was before Hasidus was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. Ben Zion Dino. I was just doing Hasidus here. Right. So you guys Ben Zion Dino is great. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by tax revenue. I honestly think there was special tax on kosher meat. Check it right. The tax on Shabbos candles went to the rabbis. So you know what? If you like to sit there, but you didn't necessarily like people that much. All you have to do is like get your card on the and it's somewhere, and you could be the rabbi. And the was a rebellion against the rabbis, not as primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of the people. In fact, they're not related to that. They said that he said what he did was he set up initially as a say, we want to deal with these, all I can think of is like, but these local charismatic leaders know how to sing, know
that sandwich. Sometimes, okay, are we going? Yeah, we're going. Easy to say about sandwiches.
Those are the guys who want to be our leaders.
Yeah, bro. What can happen? Sandwiches make me go one or two ways. Either I eat a sandwich, and it's a big sandwich, and then I'm sleepy. Or I eat a sandwich, and it's like, oh man, I'm grenade, and I'm like, now I want to. And then today, the sandwich that effect that I got today is candy. And the cool thing is, I know these candy guys, the Marlowe raspberry, they're black and red. It's a gummy, but it's got like little balls on them. Look it up, Marlowe raspberries. Oh, bad boy. He's a bad boy producer. It sounds like nothing good comes from eating sandwiches for your life. No, it really doesn't. It's just a blasted insulin. Pancreas, night, or just flips like parts of your brain.
What do you think of Firehouse Subs?
Well, it's tough to get a fair rating. First of all, let's go beer. I made a sandwich to bring you in. So I did that. And so I brought it to sandwiches club. This was on hamburger buns. And as me that person got Firehouse Subs, shit, man.
My inferior sandwich to whatever you guys will get.
Yeah, like a homemade sandwich came out. That one I made.
It's like you're sitting under a tree during summer, like you did some landscape.
Yeah, it's like a zip like that. Yeah, it's a bridge sandwich. Yeah, just to get in there. You can compete with Firehouse restaurant. So I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll get in on Firehouse. They're gonna beat those so that makes it a real easy play. Just eat out and say, but I thought it was good. It was, I didn't get it the freshest moment because we were still doing golden hour arcade.
Yeah, but I like Mark for trying to time that out. Cold song.
We're gonna get there.
I was getting lunch for myself.
We'll get there.
It's kind of for all of us to hang out. So I was doing my thing in the other room. And I was like, hey, anybody want a sub? Yeah, that's nice of me. I know. I only try to bring you into the conversation because I know you're super global. I can't see what you mean this way. There's a perfect wickets that you usually sit in when you're not sitting in. Yeah, so we're just here.
It's like the first time you ever got back. And then Kev just doesn't even get much situation.
It's all about.
I am very see what then my question is
Actually, especially in its early stages,
I'm sorry.
allows unusual opportunities for women.
I think it's you're like, I'd rather not eat anything at all than eat some shit. Right? That's what you said before.
Yeah, that's part of it. And I've also recently just been skipping lunch altogether and just going to make breakfast and the whole thing all the way till dinner. And it's really made my dinner just like the highlight of my day. I'm starving, get a big ass meal, and it's awesome. But fasting, fasting, like in the middle of the day, when you've already eaten, your blood sugar will drop out. At some point, I have to make the choice that if you fast, take that first big breakfast later, then you can. I would have like a crash in the middle of the day. I know it's not ideal. I'm always with the problem is when I wake up in the morning, as soon as I wake up, I'm starving. Like I really want to sleep. So it's just the way it is. Well, I do want to say for the folks should will be joining us. Those of you that tune in just to get updates on Shane, will be joining us shortly. Call, and then take it away.
I'm super excited. I want to announce that the next overnight
Combat Buddy sleep stream this weekend. Got UFC Shanghai, midnight to 6 a.m. I want to see all the Warriors all night, up all night. Mattress in the studio. Yeah, it was about a year ago. They were trying last time. Stayed up all night. Drink card. There was that one Chinese lady. She had picked another person. The other girl's dad. So like the card. It was a great time. We had about 20 people watching overnight. So let's see what we do this week, guys. Combat Buddy, midnight to 6 Saturday. Yeah, probably till like I think this card might get over at like 5:30. It starts at midnight. Everyone's partial through the car. It's probably 5:30 because I'll be a little tired. Maybe take a nap before. I napped right before. I think that last year I probably had so this year's probably just gonna be a lot of caffeine. I napped last year like 10. So that helped. Ashley enjoyed last year when she posted like the baby coat. Just sleeping on the show for the show. Oh yeah, we're in the 49. It's really close because we watched some of this stuff right. It was a mattress in my we did. We watched some of it. It must have been episode like 1 or 2. We watched the trip. Oh yeah, trip. You know what? They were more close because our first couple episodes, I remember one of the comments stuck with me because we often want to keep doing what's the over-under with these guys will last till Thanksgiving? That's really cool. That's a little bit less comfortable. But it's not that noticeable. But as long as my brother doesn't, that's all that matters. That was a gay girl. Yeah, he's a kid. So what? And they want to be precise. So what, Ken? Alright, let us ramble on for long enough. I got the horse! If you are intending on playing Red Dead and never played, spoilers coming. Spoilers will go until I'd like to get an audio cut of this in the exact time, so audio listeners. Spoilers go until. So if you don't want to hear Red Dead spoilers, go to.
Don't know possibly and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like
really grinds my gears. But got the horse. I actually wasn't talking about the horse, and then as I put it out, I had the horse, so it's like I had to like keep that in, not commented about that. I got the horse for this very moment. We got White Arabian, makes the game so much more fun and pleasurable. Also, you don't realize the horses. It tells you to brush your horse. It's dirty. It's gonna get tired faster. But you don't really see it until you have a white horse. Yeah. And then it's all dirty, and you can see it in real time. Just go back to Steve. Got this guy completed. There's 6 chapters, and then there's 2 epilogues. Here's where spoiler comes. Is anybody worried about spoilers when you're Red Dead Redemption? Not me. The protagonist, Arthur, lets me play with the entire time. It's a big spoiler. Early on in the game, he gets coughed on by this guy who's going to collect a debt, and this guy doesn't have it. You're going to cough his face. We didn't know that moment we contracted tuberculosis, so I hate to see it. Yeah, so all chapter 5 and 6 are coughed the whole time, and you have tuberculosis, and then you die at the end. There's the honor system, good honor, bad honor. I finished the game.
Not too much hair.
I was perfect honor at one point. And then I accidentally saved this lady from these hills at IS, the Eagles of Earth They just come out, they're just eight people are fucking tapped on. They had this one girl tied up. They shot her to save her. They go up to her. It says, press this to tie her, press this to beat her, press this. I accidentally kicked her, killed her. Huge. Biggest chunk out of your arm. It was like a 2-inch chunk. So I finished the game not with her. Down every inch chunk. I like that character, cool guy, small penis. There's all this he's as cool as his penis is. So if you can either, there's just a middle line, and you either finish good on it or bad. If you can't come in or come on, whoa, but you are not wearing sunglasses. Cheers. First, if you're with a group of friends, they go, this one's the ships. Big ships and small ships, and some sail the sea. The best ships are friendships, and that they should be. And then everybody takes a shot, and then you do the next one. Right, this one's the honor. Get honor, stay honor. You can't come in or come on. So this one's the Brett Favre. This one's the Brett Favre. That's what I used to do in college. You're right. Those are just a couple of cheers that I know you earned a horse. Yeah, it is good as a much better. Did you dive into I died with nearly perfect. Like I said, just to get that ending. Goddamn. That hurt. But the ending is different whether or not you have good honor or bad honor. And then right at the end, there's a fork in the road where you can either help John Marston escape with his family or you go back to get the money you guys hid in the caves. And so there's really 4 endings. There's good honor, help John. There's good honor, go get the money. There's bad honor, help John. Bad honor, go get the money. I got the good honor, help John. You die with the sunset and a beautiful deer. And I realized in between each chapter, there's either a deer or a wolf. And it represents whether it's good or bad honor. The game is incredible. I've been looking up lists. It's always like top 10 best games ever. The community on these YouTube videos discussing the story and the characters is really the best decision. So I'm going to make a show like this.
Sometimes people here in their car, you know.
He looks like if you do Arthur no beard, he looks like Will Rogers.
Business.
There was one guy in his shop who was actually looked up accepted by Brad Pitt.
Josh Martinet, yeah.
I love that. Well, I forgot his name, so I couldn't. What movie? I couldn't say he's out of Falcon. Oh, yeah, it was Josh. Dude, that movie. Aliens and shit. I like scary now. This is a new thing for me. Like, it's scary. Just happened. You know what? This was probably like that. This was so I was dabbling in spooky. Because I want to watch spooky movies, even if somebody was getting on just so I can shut down. There's some moments that, because I used to get nightmares. And so I kind of did like exposure therapy, watching a bunch of scary stuff. Really? And then really like how much I watched twice is like, it's just a good movie. Even if you take away the spooky elements, and then kind of where the monsters are like,
English of oh,
Silver tried to write stories from Tefillin,
and he was so wonderful to do.
Silver equals 5. Parts of their stepfather refers to me as Spanish.
My colleague Yochanan studied the Gaelic
I don't remember exactly during that process, but it was like
fascinating example.
it was smile.
Culture. I also watched into the whole business there, but anybody
That's
everything
everything
has to be able to write it up.
make me have
So
night.
there's a whole background about the body.
Being in a house and shit, he's doing, he has sort of spirit green behavior going on in the kitchen. I don't know what his concoction is making over there, but making concoctions and it fucking saves life. And then the conjuring scary shit, you're sleeping in a different place. It's not your bed that has rickety sounds. So the nightmares are out of my system, and now I can watch spooky stuff. I've got some. Are you want to dive in more? So you're saying the faculty is scary and has aliens? That's not right my alley. So it's silent.
If you don't accept that, or if you
Faculty gives like a quiet place vibe. Yeah, because it's like creature put in, and they're like, "What's happening? Someone's taking over." They have to like hide from it or something. And you don't know why. Yes. It's the thing. The original. No. I've got a bit. It's a short bit already. What about you? The bit today? Yeah. That's not saying you're gonna do this. Just do this. Instead of a quiet place, we're gonna go loud. Where you have to laugh, where everybody has to be loud. Everyone's surviving. That's called a Medea movie.
That's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here. But we know it has an extraordinary
yeah, they have to be quiet, but this is the opposite. You have to be loud and you're quiet. They notice it. Or like bird dogs where you couldn't open your eyeballs. What would you do if you had to constantly make noise? I guess I'd just keep singing songs. I'd be like, I'd be like, what would you do if somebody's at home? And I just sing that over and over and over. They would just have a they'd be like, I got we know the whole thing. That's one fucking thing. Yeah, what it said is different songs. Give that noise gets again. Kill
third generation going,
that's why you didn't watch the wars. If there was a trailer for a scary movie, you'd get a nightmare. What about like during the day? You watch a trailer for a scary movie during the day, you wouldn't be like scared.
Start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is scary. And it's actually shaping the way people
be scared, like
also centered around
now I know.
image of and I don't know how accurate
It's not. Like you're saying, right, but that's
the last 20 years of his life
so it's tough to take yourself out of the movie or to immediately take yourself out of whatever you're looking at that's scary.
considerable amount
Looking this way,
of ink spill.
envision what's going on over here. And what really helps is envisioning the crafty. Because Twizzlers aren't scary. And knowing that whatever's going on here, in 5 minutes they're going to relight it from Twizzlers. I mean, that's a lot of people say, go watch the behind the scenes, scary movies, and it takes away like the scariness. Like, action hates like gore and violent stuff, but it always helps her when she's like, oh, I can see that you like look at his face or something. And it takes her out of it. Are you looking to dive into more scary movies? Yeah, but actually. really is opening up a whole other genre. Like I've never watched Lost. It's one of my, I love it. And like, so now all these, this whole genre, I can now get into, and it's like there's great movies. There's movies I'd like you to watch from my childhood that terrified me, and I wonder if they still hang. Hold on, Pet Cemetery. Obviously, Child's Play movies, Poltergeist, Poltergeist vibes, Poltergeist, and the original It scared the fuck out of me. It's like 6 hours. Just feeling. I used to go watch together here the X-Files.
Tends to emphasize
Basically, the X-Files statements yell because my dad and my sister were watching on Friday nights, and I would yell like at the top of my life, like, turn it on! And the whole time playing PlayStation, I'd stop and just scream because I would get me back there. So the beginning opening scene of Are You Afraid of the Dark, it was just too much for me. I couldn't even watch it. It was too much. Fucking swaying and the kids laughing and shit. No, kids laughing. I can watch scary movies with kids laughing. That freaks me out. Kids laughing. What about like Jordan Peele movies like this, like Get Out and Us was pretty scary too. Yeah, so I was trepidatious about watching Us, and then once I got over the second time, I was like, let's watch Us. You know what, bro? You're inspired. You would have a banger man. You went to get scary stuff. You did. That's what was there.
Welcome. How you living, pimp?
Dude, why are you in so many discords?
Because I kick ass and take names. How'd you find out about me?
Because I saw you on a random Discord.
Alright. How's your day going?
Good. Why do you do this every day?
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace.
For world peace?
Yeah, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived online than any 22. I have more data archived online than any person in global history. I've essentially created a time capsule or a timeline for society. It goes back 3 years to the pandemic.
Dude, I saw one of your first live streams from one of your YouTube channels. How did your room go from empty to this? Why is there like, I don't even know what those are, blankets everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, this is merch that I've been given. Sponsored by cryptocurrency.
Why is the camera quality so horrible?
I mean, if you boost the server, Discord goes up, so the quality goes up.
Well, I was just curious, bro.
All right, man. Well, you're. How?
I'm gonna go on my way.
Sure, absolutely. You too.
A series of broken shofar blasts. Teruah equals alarm broken blast Hebrew. Teruna priestly portion separated from produce. Teruna equals offering, lifting up Hebrew. Teruna gedola grape offering. The first gift from produce given to a priest. Tiravad Mahazer the Levite tithe of his tithe, given to a priest. Tiravad equals offering of Mahazer equals tithe. Teshuva repentance, literally return. Shut equals to return. Teves Tevet, Hebrew month 10. Tevet equals Babylonian name of month. Tevila emergent, usually in a mikveh. Tevila equals emergent Hebrew. 3 weeks mourning period between 17 Tammuz and 9 Ab. In Hebrew. Being category equals, between the straits. 3 times methodologic method of establishing status by repeating an act 3 times, e.g. chazaka. Time I declared ritually. Time I equals she became impure Hebrew. Enoch Shemishma Enoch Shenishma child captured by non-Jews, i.e. Jew unaware of Jewish law tradition. Shirkat et zipper all variants burden on the congregation. Principle that communal time should not be overly taken in prayer rituals. Shirka equals burden. Et zipper equals of the community. Tisha B'Av Fist commemorating destruction of first and second temples. Tishrei equals 9. Av equals Hebrew month. Tishrei first month of Hebrew year 7 biblically. Tips general term for agricultural gifts, tiruna, mahazer, etc. Tachacha review, admonitions. Tachacha equals reviews Hebrew. Tachain talking prohibition of grinding on Shabbat. Talking equals grinding, crushing Hebrew. Toda in a thanksgiving offering. Toda equals thanks, gratitude Hebrew. Solas constructive benefit. Principle in Lashon Hara law that speech must serve a positive purpose. To Aleph equals benefit Hebrew. Boivel tuggling boivel Yiddish influenced forms of immerse in Amrita. From Hebrew tuggle equals to immerse. Torah divine teachings, especially the 5 books of Moses. Torah equals instruction, teaching Hebrew. Trade, tribe, non-kosher. From Hebrew teret equals thorn, improper. Traver in Yiddish English slang from fiber to grind, reed. Used for smoothing holes in koshering utensils. Trop, cancellation marks for Torah reading. From Yiddish, from Greek, tropos equals mode. Hebrew equals ka-ami homitra. Truma gedola tramon variants of tiruna offering, contribution. Teasme of modesty in dress and behavior. Teasmia equals modesty Hebrew. Tzaddik righteous person. Tzaddik equals righteous one Hebrew. Tzaddik name of the step in the Passover Seder when the Epitamin Eden. Says Hakachavim, all variants nightfall, defined as the emergence of the stars. Tzai equals going out. Kachavim equals stars. Sanu a modest person from Tizanu A equals modest, humble. Tzedakah charity, justice, righteousness. Tzedakah equals righteousness, charity. Tzitzik fringes on 4 cornered garments. Tzitzik equals fringes Hebrew. Tzom Gedalia fast day, commemorating assassination of Gedalia. Tzom equals fast. Gedalia equals name of governor. Charisma Petach form of a doorway, halachic structure of 2 posts and a beam, often used for Arabic. Tizera equals form. Petach equals opening doorway. Jirat, the Petach Tizel is the Petach Tizerat on Petach form of a doorway. Jirat equals form. Petach equals doorway. Hebrew. A halachic structure 2 posts plus crossbeam, often used in constructing an Arab. To be at 15th of Hatuish group for 15th, B equals month of Ab. A minor holiday of joy, historically linked to matchmaking and harvest celebrations. To be sh that 15th of Shabbat 2 equals 15, B equals of Shabbat equals month of Shabbat. New year for trees, tied to agriculture and ecology. Atuma ritual impurity, Tumbe equals impurity. Hebrew. Nebula ritual immersion, usually in a mikveh equals immersion. Hebrew. Tz of modesty in dress behavior, Tzanua equals modest. Hebrew. Tzaddik righteous person, Tzaddik equals righteous. Hebrew. Tzapin in Hebrew. Passover Seder stage when the epitamen is needed. Tzai Pakachavim, all variants emergence of the stars equals going out. Kachavim equals stars. Hebrew. Halachic nightfall. Tizanua, a modest or humble person. Tizanua equals modest. Hebrew. Tizadaka, charity. Tizadaka equals righteousness, justice. Hebrew. Tizizit, ritual fringes on garments. Tizizit equals fringes. Hebrew. Tizom fast of Gedaliatum equals fast. Gedalia equals biblical governor's name. Hebrew. You are chats, urshits, and you shall wash your chats equals wash. Hebrew. Passover Seder steps. Washing hands before vegetables. Anochlin Maltinatum, all variants they fall on for faces. Nochlin equals falling. Al equals on. Panitum equals their faces. Hebrew. Refers to takkan in prayer. D.Al.C.D.Al.D, all variants and high redeemed. Al.D equals high redeemed. Hebrew. Expression of redemption in Exodus. Deep by should I will bring. B equals I brought. Future equals will bring. Hebrew. Difficulty, and I say the difficulty equals I rescued. Hebrew. Hoaxd, and I brought out. Hoaxd equals I took out. Hebrew. Elacity, and I took. Lacity equals I took. Hebrew. Book of Leviticus. Equals and he called. Hebrew. Besamine, spices. Besamine equals spices. Hebrew. Used in Havdalah. Hidui thy confession prayer. Hidui equals confession. Hebrew. Wadi dry riverbed Arabic, not Hebrew. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, as distinct from the oral Torah. Torah Shedikah equals written Torah. Hebrew. Yaakov, Jacob equals heel holder, supplanter. Hebrew. Patriarch, later called Israel. Yahalevi, Yahoo made it arise, and come. Yahaleh equals made it ascend. Yahoo equals and come. Hebrew. Prayer said on festivals. Yachits divide. Yachits equals split break. Hebrew. Passover step. Breaking middle matzah. Yet sold it both and recoils in it. Yet equals and sold it equals recoils. So equals in it. Hebrew. Refers to hot temperature till 110. 113 degrees Fahrenheit in Halicha. Yards, candle, all variants, anniversary, Oka death, yard equals year, Zeit equals time. Yiddish. Candle, live in memory. Yarmulke, spelled Hof Yarmulke from Yiddish, also Kitab in Hebrew equals go. Yashin Old Hebrew. Grain category forbidden before over offering. Yaden Nesek wine of pouring. Yaden equals wine. Nesek equals libation. Hebrew. Wine used in idolatry. Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. Yerushalayim equals city of peace. Hebrew. Yetzer hara, inclination toward evil. Yetzer equals inclination. Ra equals evil. Hebrew. Yetzer hatov, inclination toward good. Yetzer equals inclination. Tov equals good. Hebrew. Yechut seclusion. Yechut equals union seclusion. Hebrew. Yirat Shema'im, Yirat Shema'im, Yirat Shema'im, fear of heaven. Yirat equals fear. Shema'im equals heavens. Hebrew. Yizkor, may he remember. Yizkor equals he will remember. Hebrew. Memorial prayer. Yitzchak, Isaac, Yitzchak equals he will laugh. Hebrew. Yom Kippur, day of atonement. Yom equals day. Kippur equals atonement. Hebrew. Yom Teruah, all variants. Day of shofar blasts. Yom equals day. Teruah equals shofar blast. Hebrew. Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov festival. Yom equals day. Tov equals good. Hebrew. Yom Tov, Yiddish for Yom Tov holiday. Z-Man, demon appointed time for season Hebrew. Z-Man equals time season. Often used for holiday blessings, Z-Man Simiku equals season of our joy. Zachar remember. Commandment to remember key events like Shabbat and Hamalek Hebrew. Zachar equals remember. Zechar el Turban, Zechar el Turban, Zechar el Turban, Zechar el Turban in remembrance of the destruction Hebrew. Zechar equals remembrance, Turban equals destruction, i.e. temple as destruction. Refers to customs kept in memory of the temple as fall. Zechus, Zechut merit Hebrew. Zechut equals merit, privilege. Used for in the merit of good deeds. Zemiros, Demirit Sabbath, Babel songs Hebrew. Zemirit equals songs, hymns. Zohar foundational Kabbalistic text Hebrew Aramaic. Zohar equals radiant splendor. Zora Winoi. One of the 39 Melachit forbidden labors on Shabbat. Hebrew. Zora equals Winoi. Zora Zora Sodi. Another one of the 39 Melachit. Hebrew. Zoria equals Scotland South.
So that's goes along with the
angry, scared little bit.
Anger was on separate from the community and phenomenal Egyptian and
Wait, you mean like vampires? Yeah, any of the ones from like the 70s, 80s.
Halloween H2O is the worst movie I've ever seen.
They're just so bad. That's kind of the same thing with like the first It. Like it probably is a little bit scary because that character is scary. But like Halloween, it's like, it's just walking around. Dude, it's not scary at all. Like Michael Myers just goes in the house and just doesn't do anything else. He's like, and he's like, just fucking appears and that's it. Like, just get in the car. Michael Myers standing by the bush and shit. Like, I get it. That can be creepy. So creepy out. Like, if you start thinking like, if that was happening, yeah, I'd be terrified. But like, get in the car and just drive. And that's over. So that's a different trick. He's always right behind. He's only at the art season.
And you're like,
what are you doing? You're
chill out. Key the audible.
Where's my shot? Like this. I don't know if they're like scary, but the smile movies and Terrifiers are scary. Those are like different scary. You've seen those, Mark? I had the same kind of thing as Casey did. I used to hate scary movies. I started watching them. I feel better about it. But your girls are kind of like you, like they do it. Because I feel like girls are never scared. Like, guys are more scared of girls. Yeah, maybe. What I don't like about scary movies is some of them are predictable, where they're just like, if they're not a good movie, they're just doing drugs.
They're also like, scary movies now are different than our kids are there. It's just straight down the pipe, like, it's gonna be scary. It's slasher. That's kind of now they're trying to nuance it. Like, it can't be like a barbarian. It's scary, but somebody saw it. Like, that was it's like weird. I've never seen it, but Kevin Williams, I think, was like, you described it, it's a little campy. Kevin Williams is it's like survival, where it's kind of, I don't know, it's more like thrillers.
change that's right. We don't start still.
I think that's like the final boss of series. That's my most interesting. Love Actually. You guys intercepted. I already got it. We're on top of it.
And finally,
Heretic. Heretic is Heretic is the one I was talking about.
these are like the charges
Also, like,
that were brought in
there's no scary movie.
and also ready.
The scariest. Have you seen the news? It's like kind of ridiculous. Oh, really? Yeah. It's like just
no, it's not like that. Sure, there are a few bad eggs.
Scariest trailer I've never seen.
So we don't know exactly.
But it looks terrifying. I actually saw it. It was a preview before the Lego movie. It was insane. They were so scared. It's just like these mountains.
Yeah. That is like cabin in the woods. And I feel like it's in the same micro drama.
But I feel like it's less enhanced. I also like. I'm sorry to interrupt. Before I went on my scary movie journey, I watched Midsommar.
Yeah, that's the same people as Hereditary.
Oh, really? Yeah, I liked it. Maybe that was it was scary, but it was daytime.
Yeah, but I feel like it wasn't. Maybe you didn't think it was scary.
I just like Florence Pugh.
Oh, okay. Just like come on, that was spooky. That was a spooky one.
Those kids were absolutely terrified. They covered their eyes, closed their ears. They got home. They told their mom, "They're the scariest movie." She's like, "That's not real." And both of you said, "Like, it's not a true story." 2014, maybe close to The Strangers. Eyes on the Strangers. The Strangers.
I was thinking the same thing. Because Red Guy can be it all. Yeah, this one. It's creepy. But I think like Cabin in the Woods is the same thing. It's like people go to this like house or whatever, and there's people that are terrorizing them in a way.
Did I see this?
Yeah, it's good.
Let's see what let's watch the trailer.
Under a bed by the great Jonah Jones. And so
Then we'll watch
they put
Friends
the
after.
rabbi began a whole cycle of
Yeah,
This is the new one. This is the new one. So you want from 2008. Yeah, that one. Yeah. The second one is not good.
Oh wow, that was that long ago. I was when I was 21. Is that the year the Lego movie came out?
Have you all seen
also, the Russian Empire may not have befriended the Jews.
Why are swings so scary? Creaky sounds?
Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and saying the legitimate leaders of the people are not legitimate, those are people who speak the truth.
That's out.
They don't want to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. That's why the Russian government is saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? So look at this document translated to Russian. So this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews. So therefore they went along with it, put them in jail.
Khaled is equal
Okay,
for
are
Lord.
you discussions? Questions?
SH Tarai Baron Shabbat Mighty Shabbat Candles. SH Tarai is equal
Athleticism,
for
folks.
Dara is equal for candles. Penalty opposite
I like how they're doing cuts with their
Okay, we
regular
gotta
scratch.
put some jail for getting drunk.
Yeah. Is equal for 2.
Okay,
Opposite is equal for our
so let's go on. All right,
Rabbi
so,
Rothschild 12
what is the
12
countdown?
minor
Now,
prophets.
we can't talk
Rabbi
about
is
this
Aram
very
made it
beginning.
for 2. Hassar is Aram made it
There's
for
going to be
10.
two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday, one that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon I have to bring up on Wednesday is that this whole fight is not going to subside back into the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that their fighting over tiny, tiny little details were the
I
guys
was
who were
terrified, but
sharp.
just by the timeline, it had to be the strangers to see
But
they
the
pray at night because
you're trying to figure out timing.
Yeah, my nephew was watching.
at all. Like the thing I say, whether
They're both the same. You're better
6
than
a.m. or at 10 a.m.
It's
And
exactly
when people are saying, why not show us on Saturday?
It's just kind of
Sunday. So much more. Right, so these,
It's doing the same thing because it's scary. They won't make it.
they are far bigger enemies of
Success
the
is coming. They change a little bit. Yeah.
Russia is equal
and
for
so
3.
they decided to actually got pretty fast because they could not withstand their challenge of making them very force.
Principles of faith.
The phenomenon I want to talk about now
You're
is
stupid.
when
That
did
stuff.
not they realize that they were not going to win a decisive battle against stay.
Joe
So they
Rogan.
said, okay, let's start borrowing
Next.
from their failures. Let's figure out what
Yeah, I knew it.
Arga is equal for
Yo,
4.
JR, I'll get back to you.
Top is equal for 5. Arga is equal for 7. Arga is equal for 4.
We briefly talked about some Korean
Arga
horse.
is excited for primary categories of
basically,
energy.
like I would hate for my dog
Casey loves
categories,
Yeah.
but
Have you seen that?
I would rather have relations with my cousin's neighbors that allow a massive
film it. It's so freaking awesome.
They didn't necessarily like each other,
What's
but
I got a question for you guys. If you want to move on from scary stuff. Yeah.
Arga is equal for
by
5.
99% of what casino misdiagnosed
Arga
is
is equal for 4.
it's like 1 to 5% dies.
Who's gonna read it?
Regardless of
It's the world end. I'm pretty sure this was Jerry Seinfeld's question.
Arga is equal for 4.
My question for my own brain.
So this
Do you want to ask
is
a question?
the way you see about
I
Rothschild.
like Casey.
Arga is equal
If the
for
world
4.
ends, then you have when other people are like, I'm gonna feel
Late
love that's
19th century,
like because I like when other people I don't feel love.
Arga is equal for 4.
It was Casey's question. I never heard
Arga
it.
is equal for 4.
Take force.
Late
It's like our parents all the time. I can't wait to read this. I can't wait to do it. If the world ended and you had to
They
survive,
say, okay, what we have to do
yeah, do what you want.
we have to
Pick
go
one
back
thing and one thing only. Assuming you have the normal stuff like clothes, shoes, and glasses for your eyes and stuff like that.
really emphasize.
Survival
So
tool
what we
if
have
you
to do is
want. For
go
example,
back to the same thing, is to find those things which are definitely
like,
and then
so
we
you've
have
got
to
the
get rid of
clothes and shoes.
so for example, what are we good at? That's what we need to do.
Okay,
So we are going to
For survival,
we are going to maybe one of the good parts of the snapshot is that we did not emphasize the importance of Tomlin's study. So we're going to make
Because
sure
survival, number
that
one,
we're not going to
I gotta
overlook
have water. And I can make a fire. And I'm gonna have, but if I'm in an area and the water's not good, I'm gonna have to boil
tomorrow learning.
to have just water. Do you think you can find that along?
See, this is tough. That's how I was thinking of most of these questions. I could obviously fashion some sort of shiv, and I would need it, but a knife. I think the light. I think I need a lighter. And like you said earlier, you need warmth. I'm assuming I can just gotta run out. I think I can find something. I know that's hard.
That's not the light's gonna run out of it. I'm trying to think of something that I can use over and over and over. So one of those things.
I've never had
That's
That's a good idea, but in my experience, lighters never run out. So it's all lighter.
6.
Infinite go forever. All lighters.
Seriously,
Are you, so you're a lighter thief?
So,
Or a lighter?
Litvak said,
No, I
more
guess I am a lighter thief, but never
everybody
intentionally. We have a friend,
studied we've got a push what we are good at.
you know, we do the Sunday brunch tea thing every
All of them particular better than anyone. We're way better than
anytime,
anybody. Our reputation on
somebody see
that.
my lighter?
When it comes to
Everybody would look at
they're
Jeff. I mean, 100% of the time, yeah. But he didn't know. Oh, so yeah,
You
yeah.
know what?
Just you put the stoner, you put it in your pocket.
Because you're like doing something and then you just put it in.
Yeah, well, I changed my answer. I'm gonna do
Or like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I think in my whole lifetime I had bacteria in water because it's
maybe like what do you take? I think what do you take?
this was the response.
Dude,
Really,
you guys realize this is for me, right? Because I'm watching all I do is watch outdoors.
You
You know how I make my grill? With a knife. A knife lasts forever, and you can always sharpen it on a rock. It can protect you. You can make fire with a knife, right? A knife is sort of like a flame. You just it's something with some, you know, it makes sparks.
I'm saying you already know this. That's like it's not a knife. It's not.
I mean, like, dude, a shotgun, you run out of bullets, you're screwed. Freaking arrows, you try to make it work. That's not gonna work.
Yeah, so the bow and arrow situation, the arrows are in. I know what March is. I know what March is. Why would just take a nice bow? Well, they're your clubs. I would take that magic bow and arrow. I would sell the arrows for other things I should. Game in the system. Don't game the system. What about a time machine? Gaming the system. Don't game the system. Ways I could ruin this.
Wait, Marcos, say something.
I was gonna say blankets.
Oh my God,
blankets. I want to be comfy if I die. You're just dropped in the survival. First thing.
Okay, gentlemen, we're gonna go into the wild.
What's a blanket? You gotta sleep at night. You gotta so I feel mad for so
Leaves. Brush. I'm not using leaves. And brush.
Oh, a sex robot. I'm not. Poison ivy on your That's why I don't use sunscreen to this day. Every time I get poison ivy, it's every week. The calamine lotion in the fridge to make it cool on the itchiness, and the feeling of that cool lotion on my skin gets fucking itchy. God, I hate it. Oh, you hate it?
That is another reason why I like living in LA. I have since moving here. However many years ago, I've never went diving. Every summer since I was born.
Supernatural thing about it is that
Every time outside is poison ivy. I like you look at it, it's over there. You're like, oh, there it is. I got it. Yeah, I'm there. It sucks blood. Yeah, and it's stinging nettle. I'm surprised that sounds like a sickness.
17th century Eastern Europe. There's no question that
poison ivy,
the majority of the content of that census was That's not to say there were not also
There was like
challenging
they invented a phrase. It's like leaves of three at the beat.
Oh
yes.
as opposed to kind of like an identity building phenomenon. There are movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the
tiny little spines on them. And then you just jab it
that's your goal,
and you
they
cannot
really
go
want to emphasize certain
So
aspects
you
of all of
need
that.
to
That's the goal of
I don't think I've ever had that. Maybe that's on my side,
if
but
you are
there's all sorts of stuff.
academic
If
setting
you're out there,
of
it's
phenomenon of
realize
academic
the shit.
without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person's minds and their ideology, their philosophy, their geography, then you gotta recognize the fact that not always true the Jews are blameless. There are elements of our history which have from time to time occasionally a backslash, which is generally speaking part of the proportion, the nature of the original events, but nevertheless that's part of the autopsy of nature that we're engaged in.
And
No,
I sent it in group chat. We never looked at it. They were mostly from
if we try to understand
domicile homeless kids. You can tell, but all 5 stars. So that's what we're looking for.
it's
And
not
then
always
you get a chance to check out that beard.
docile. I don't think that
There is
no
you give them a little saucer of water.
you'll ever be caught.
This is
This
from podcast Space Lizard. See the title again, subject. He's a good pod. You want a hot chip? Play the chip flip. 8 inches for base to 10. In all seriousness, the guys are genuinely funny and great chemistry.
I like how that's where
Yeah, that was nice.
Thank you, podcast lizard. Space lizard. Yeah, not some terrestrial lizard. Lizard that lives in space. Thank you, podcast. Distinct space. That is L232322323. Cool guys, get pod, chilling.
He says 232323. It's my favorite number, so I always say it's 2 plus 3, 2 plus 3, 2 plus 3.
I bet you love that review.
Maybe animation, bro.
Max. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better it is because
This podcast is my new northeast. He's the guy who trains for the artists to come out of the studio. Really hoping for a part 2 segment featuring Chin on the show at some point.
But that is definitely one major
I'd like to see a segment. I'll my money into it. Make it happen.
You guys,
Can we explain that jump, Mark?
I give a little backstory.
Mark has been building a studio space in our building and everything is turning out to be much more expensive than we anticipated. Really going above and beyond because we just around the house like that. We brought in our friend Nick, who's a DP. I've called it a availability. And so all that said, if anyone is out there watching and you want to start a podcast, you know someone wants to start a podcast, you need a podcast space just for the day. Mark, he's got the best studio going. He's going above and beyond. He's spending all his money on some money to do a podcast. Please! It's right there. The joke is I find a little business venture all the time. Yeah, Mark. Anytime we like, this is going on for 20 years, if somebody makes a show, we have to chat Mark and get like 5 seconds or 5 minutes, like that. I'm on the website, building out the back end, like, he turned everything into a business. One day he was like, I want a chicken sandwich.
awesome.
Started a food truck, did that for 5 years.
Then they have international relations. So maybe this case point would be Egypt, right?
Don't tell me you can't do anything.
Israel, Quad,
equals.
No one's ever told me.
Y equals
That's the
5.
problem. I get friends that tell me I can't do my Oh, shit. What? So I didn't can. I've been to a lot of turnkey podcast rental spaces over the years, and there's been some really good ones. Really ones they like obviously are does a good job. I've never met someone who cares more about that. So you're there, you know,
I don't think I don't care anymore about
it's gonna be cool. It's just typical steps. I'm doing all the labor and all this stuff. I want to look good. I want to look chic. I wanted to have a style. I wanted to have 5 cameras. So it's just all that stuff.
We're gonna do a promo video for it. We're gonna have a promo video.
Anyway, there's another view. Great hang. It's like hanging with the boys.
This is like a national relation. Countries are always questioning that's normal.
What's interesting and just entertaining is when you describe this guy the greatest chaos. That's what you get. And like that one, this guy gets that's very interesting. People love it. That's I feel like a Tim and Eric style commercial. Our brand is chaos. That's what you get. Oh my God. Broncos 52. There's a 5 in there, Jen. Number 5 in there. There's 2 I got it. Broncos 52, John Mobley.
Sure.
If you're looking for a podcast that feels like hanging out with your funniest friends at 2 a.m., the Apple hour is exactly what you need. Every episode is a wild ride. There's commentary, absurd cadence, and laugh out loud moments that somehow manage to be both totally ridiculous and weirdly relatable. The host, absolute comedy gold. I feel like this is ChatGPT. Oh yeah, this is ChatGPT. Their chemistry is off the charts, and the way they bounce off each other is effortlessly entertaining. They're roasting each other, diving into pop culture chaos, or telling stories that sound too insane to be real, but somehow are. They'll have you cracking up in public, trying to explain to strangers why you're crying from laughter. What makes the after-hour special is that it doesn't try too hard. It just makes fun. The humor feels natural, unfiltered, and unapologetically real. It's the kind of show where you go in expecting to hear one thing and end up with a totally unexpected and much funnier outcome. Highly recommend for anyone who needs a comedic escape. All the joys of weirdness and afraid of a lot of unfiltered humor. Just don't try listening with a full drink. You'll spit it out laughing. So here's a beautiful, genuine thoughts from Broncos 15.
Very nice. I'm appreciative of that. Actually, obviously, like we got but Chad, make it one paragraph. We know you have time to all this. I like it now. But also, here's the readers, the viewers, the watchers, the listeners, the people that saw all of you. If you are using ChatGPT, you got to delete the hyphens, or else people will know you're using ChatGPT. M dash. Yeah, that full drinking you right here. You see that? What's M dash? Why do you say that? It's just what the characters call symbols, and ChatGPT does it's a dead giveaway. For example, my wife she had a coworker. So she had one of her coworkers would email people stuff, and she was like copy pasting, like reaching out to people in cold email. It had all these hyphens in it. They wouldn't get any responses because they're like, we know you're just copy pasting. And one of the times said, hey, insert brand name here. She emailed that out. Look at that. I just texted you a tweet. This was John Jones. Because I got a story of this. That last left.
There's the short 20th century, which were from 1918 and World War I.
Incredible.
That's so good.
It's kind of like the major themes of the time. You know, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the century, everybody just thinks differently. But there may be really big goals in the way people think about depending on we have a long
This YouTube content is truly incredible, and it must applaud them for fantastic work. I was interested in this content this week. Also, ChatGPT seems like, and I can really appreciate derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I usually await the opportunity to see more of this type of remarkable work. Have a wonderful week. Increase exceptional content. ChatGPT Lane is a whole ocean of content underneath their feet. The grades made me do it.
You know what makes you know that ChatGPT is the emojis at the end? ChatGPT likes emojis. They do. They think they talk like that. It does. You're right. It's like write a social caption and it does tons of emojis. Very great. Let's get some more reviews. Get some reviews. What'd you say, Jen? What's the grades? I don't know either. You would know what's the grades. Where we're talking about the very end, the grades. Yeah, no.
Elephant graveyard, maybe?
What's your story? This girl that we're at followed, she's followed back for a long time on Instagram. Did you know? Had you met her before this? Never met her. She, yes, we follow each other for a long time. We flirted a little bit. Definitely flirted more recently. Ever passed, and she posted her story, some like cute photo or whatever, and I put like an airplane photo, and she said, okay, this girl is in Texas, Dallas, Texas, and I never met her, like I said, and I'm like, I'll get her home. So I said, okay, sure. So I've never blown anybody out but she's from Ohio, lives in Texas. She seems super chill. The interaction with her has always been like, she seems like a really like down to earth girl, even though she's like kind of bougie in the way she portrays herself. But regardless, I got on the flight. This was a couple weeks ago. It's getting like to crunch time to the point where she's about to come out here in like 2 weeks. She randomly just stopped responding to any of my messages. I text her a couple times, no response. I go back to Instagram, I DM her. I'm like, hey, I haven't texted you a couple times and you haven't responded. Everything okay? No response. Meanwhile, she is still posting on her story while that text is sitting in her inbox, or that DM is sitting in her inbox unread. So I'm like, oh, it's this is a VFL. I just dropped money on this flight, and I was trying to get all these plans worked out to hang out with her while she's here and do all this cool stuff. So I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm just gonna rebook that. Like, cancel that flight or reschedule or do something. So I call Southwest, call 1-800 number, thinking about it. It's like, if you got ghosted by an incident, please too. You're right. I'm thinking I'm just going to get like a credit in my name, right? So I call 1-800 number, talk to this guy Fred. I'm like, hey, bro, I didn't really tell the full story. I had a friend that's supposed to come out and see me, but things changed and I need to get this flight canceled and just get a credit in my name. He's like, the way that works is whoever was going to be on that flight is who gets that credit. My heart was in my fucking ankles, bro. I was like, no way. I'm like, Brent. I'm like, Brent, work with me. I told him, I ended up telling him way more details of the story. So what's the context? Once he got the context, he was fully on my side. And we're going to talk this bitch. It's 100%. He didn't say like that because he couldn't, because there's a recorded line, but we were both like, let's get it. So Brent tells me, he's like, she's like, that's what you gotta do. So I get through the rundown. He's like, you gotta create a fake Rapid Rewards account for Southwest in her name. And you have to create a Rapid Rewards account in your name. Then we can transfer rewards. But the way you originally booked that flight, there's no transferring because it's like the most basic thing. We're gonna have to
What are hubris by you? You could have did fully refundable ticket properly as an option.
I realize it. Anytime I book a flight, I just do the most basic.
But this is a high risk situation.
But like I said, she came off as so chill and down and like, I'm flying her. Why would she just not want to come? Like, it seems like it's, win-win. But regardless, he gives me the whole rundown. I do the whole shit. I hang up the phone. I do the whole shit. I make the accounts. I'm like sweating, like trying to really just get it all out and so I can get it perfect. I call the 1-800 number back. Guess who picks up the phone? I swear on everything, Brent picks up the phone. Hey, Brent's getting. So, what are the chances of calling a 1-800 number? Southwest, Southwest getting the same guy. Long story short, long story less long. He finesses it for me. We finesse the finesser. I get the credit in my name. Hold on, that's a friend. Shout out to Brent. Big shout out. You said you saw her. No, I'm sorry. I never have. I thought the story was gonna go, and then she pops up in LA. No, I've never met her. Just like I said, Florida back and forth. She's from Ohio originally. So I'm like, most people from Ohio are very down to earth and like, don't tell me that she me like that. Chill.
Ladies, Kevin has a free weekend at Southwest credit. This is Kevin. This is Kevin.
Oh, the Jet 2. I wanted to ask him first. Like, I don't know if you can even do it, but I was going to ask him for his catch up or his Venmo. He said like $50 he just completely like, yeah, he did it. That's a big one, as the kids would say. Like, so, Brett, I got, as you can tell, got a free weekend coming up soon. I got maybe Scarborough, transfer me if you want. I don't see. That's awesome. I don't know. Sorry, that's my time.
Kevin also traveled in a Waymo. There's something else I was going to say.
Essentially as a restoration.
We're scared.
I wasn't scared. It's very. I'm gonna honestly take Waymo's. That's my only option. That's my first option now. It was cheaper. It was cheaper every ride I've taken with them. Like the last 3 I've taken were all cheaper than anything else. It is a great experience. Cozy. You don't have to talk to anybody. It's clean. You can play your own. You can play music. And it's cool. Very cool. I feel like I'm gonna crash. Yeah, that's what you don't. Like it's very smooth, way smoother than an actual driver. Like the way they brake and like accelerate and everything is like really smooth.
Tune in the Patreon if you want to hear about chin and broccoli beef.
The note is the thing I want to talk about the most.
Okay, I want to talk about West Lab Pediatrician, a Black man at Waffle House, CVS greeter with Down syndrome. Neighbor took his Amazon package, and I don't see the thing about the note. What are you talking about? You want to sense it? So if you want to know all about this, because I certainly
if we are rediscovering years ago, how many people were talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn when I'm older, They're like a
Prohibited on
really
possible.
last
Single area of extensive cost. Camera Arameo. Level. Formula used article 10x verification 10x.
Size, 60 years ago, who would have been only
Even though this Jay Green guy was commenting it earlier, it's like, just like Kevin, he's a black guy. Oh, that's
all black members think that Orthodox
Prohibited rabbinical even though non-punishable bigotry. Chatsy halal
I honestly think it could
Upward reputation of halal psalms with praise on certain holidays.
YouTube videos that you do that comments.
Important Arab mosque and shared backyards may require an Arab chatter and confident carrying on combat. Leads the congregation to prayer.
So that's the
I think we got it. I think we're on
So the classic 20th century collective
as the antinomian
sometimes, okay, are we going? Yeah, we're sandwiches make me go one of two ways. Either I eat a sandwich and it's a big sandwich and then I'm sleeping, or I eat a sandwich and it's like pulling it out of my hand. Now I want to. And today the sandwich that effect that I got today is I'm working, and the cool thing is I know the exact candy that I want, which is the Haribo raspberries. They're black and red, and they have like, it's a gummy, but it's got like little balls on the, you know, like the Haribo raspberries. Much of a bad boy. He's a bad boy. It sounds like nothing would come from sandwiches. No, it really doesn't, because it's just a blast of insulin pancreas, and I'm, you know, it's like a party switch right now, and I want candies. What do you think of Firehouse Subs? Well, it's time to give it a fair rating. First of all, let's go intro back to Matt. I made a sandwich to bring here today because we all know how important it is to eat. Yeah. And so I did that. Those are actually God, those are nice. Yeah, those are good. And so I brought a little sandwich, just a little sandwich. So it's not a hamburger, but a sandwich. And as I'm eating it, I was like, get Firehouse Subs. Shit, man. Look at my inferior sandwich to what I'm assuming you guys get. Yeah, like a homemade sandwich can be good. No, I make it. That's like you're sitting under a tree during summer, like you just did some landscaping. Yeah, it's a bridge sandwich, yeah, just to get me to the next meal. you can't compete with IMG.
Yeah, Firehouse, like, you guys felt so like, yeah, all right, I'll get in on the Firehouse stuff. They're going to keep also. Thankfully, they come in half, so that makes it real easy play. Just eat half and then say the other half later. I thought it was good. It was, I got the freshest moment because we were still doing both halves at the point when it came.
Yeah, like Mark forgot to trying to time that out. Give me a cold sub.
And remember that you're doing your own McDonald's thing, and I was kind of looking for myself. Because it's not that fun for all of us to hang out, so I'm just doing my thing in the other room. And I was like, hey, anybody want a sub? That was nice of me.
I know. I only judge you for bringing you in the conversation, but also I know you're super cool, but I can't see when you leave this week. There's a perfect wickets that you usually sit in when you're not super cool.
Yeah, so it's that get used to it. I'll get a beer. I don't know.
It's like if you're still here producing a podcast. And then Kev just doesn't even get involved anymore in this situation ever. Is that what you're just wondering?
I am very.
Oh, so see, my question to you would be, what's
I'm sorry. I'm really smaller. I think it's because you're like my brother, not and you can all be some shit. That's what you said before. Yeah, that's part of it. And I've also just skipping lunch altogether and just go to big breakfast at the whole all the way to dinner. And it's really made my dinner just like the highlight of my day. I'm starving, taking a big ass meal, and it's awesome.
But I understand that, but fasting, like in the middle of the day when you already then
just got distracted. Then I don't know, your blood sugar will drop after at some point after the big meal. Whereas if you fast and did that first big breakfast meal later, then you could. I would have like a crash in the middle of the day. I know, it's not ideal always, but the problem is I wake up in the morning, as soon as I wake up, I'm starving. Like, I really want a lot of food, and I'm always prepared, so it's just the way I gotta play it. Alright, well, good, I'm glad we got that figured out. I do want to say for the folks at home, Shane will be joining us. Those of you that tuned in just to get updates on Shane, he will be joining us shortly. He just had a quick call, and then he will be joining us. Take it away.
I'm super excited. I want to announce that the next overnight combat buddy sleep stream this weekend, we got UFC Shanghai, midnight to 6 a.m. I want to see all the warriors all night. Mattress in the studio. Can't wait. It was about a year ago that they were trying last night. We stayed up all night, drink hard. There's that one Chinese lady, she had kicked another person who thought she was dead. That's all I can remember from the card, but it was a great time. We had about 20 people watching security overnight. So let's see what we do this week, guys. Combat buddy, midnight to 6, Saturday. Yeah, probably till like. I think this card might get over like 5:30 to midnight, and commercials just like run through the card. So probably 5:30, like noon. I'll be a little tired. Maybe take a nap.
Is it actually
I napped right before. I think last year I probably had Adderall. So this year's probably just gonna be a lot of caffeine. I napped last year like 10. So that helped. Ashley enjoyed last year, but she fell asleep just sleeping on the have we been doing this show for a year? Yeah, we're only 49. We're really close because we watched some of the series. There's a mattress in my.
Yeah, we did.
We watched some of it. There was an episode of watching. Oh yeah, trip.
You know what? You're right. We're close because our first couple episodes, I remember one of the comments and stuff because we got maybe wanted to do a podcast. What's the over-under that these guys will last till Thanksgiving? I thought I remember. And I over under of us making it to this Thanksgiving Day. Yeah, we're here because it's good. Look at that. I'm leaving this one. That's perfect. Yeah, that's really cool. It's a little bit less comfortable for me. But as long as it's not that noticeable. But as long as my friends are happy, that's all that matters. I'm gay. So what? So what? So what, Kev? Alright, I let us ramble on for long enough. I got the horse! If you are intending on playing Red Dead, you've never played, spoilers coming. Spoilers will go tell. I'd like to get an audio cut of this, but put in the exact time so audio listeners. Spoilers go and tell. So if you don't want to hear Red Dead spoilers, go to
Jews were actually
artistic representation of Shabtai
really grinds my gears. But got the horse. I actually put out that TikTok on the horse, and then as I put it out, I had the horse. So I was like, I had to like keep that in and not comment to everybody that I got the horse for this very moment. Worth it. We got the White Arabian. Makes the game so much more fun and pleasurable. Also, you don't realize your other horses. It tells you you need to brush your horse's dirt. It's gonna get tired faster, but you don't really see it until you have a white horse. And then it's all dirty, and you can see it in real time to get back to pristine white. Got this guy completed. There's 6 chapters, and then there's 2 epilogues. Here's where a spoiler comes. Does anybody worry about spoilers here? If you're Red Dead Redemption, not me. The protagonist Arthur, that's who you play with the entire time. It's a big spoiler. Early on in the game, he gets coughed on by this guy who you're going to collect the debt, and this guy doesn't have any hope he can cough in the face. We didn't know that moment we contracted tuberculosis, so I hate to see it. Yeah, so all chapter 5 and 6 are coughing the whole time, and have tuberculosis, and then you die at the end. But there's the honor system, good honor, bad honor. I finished the game. I was at perfect honor at one point, and then I accidentally saved this lady from this Hills MIS people, the Murphy Brood. They just come out and they're always just beating people or fucking attacking them. They had this one girl tied up. I shot her, I was going to save her, and then you go up to her and it says, press this to tie her, press this to beat her, press this. I accidentally kicked her, killed her. The biggest chunk out of your arm. It was like a 2-inch chunk. So I finished the game not with perfect honor. You would too. I like that character, cool guy, small penis. Yeah. Where is all this content? That's cool. So in the game, if you can either, there's just a middle line, and you can either finish good honor or bad honor. If you can't come in or come on. Whoa, but cheers. You are not wearing sunglasses. Pump the brakes. Never heard that cheers. First, if you're the friends, they go, this one's the ships. There's big ships and small ships, and some sail the sea. The best ships are friendships, and that they shall be. And then you do it, and then everybody takes time, and you do the next one. Right, this one's the honor. Get honor, stay honor, can't come in or come honor. And you all take a shot. And I know this one's the breath of honor. That's the breath of honor. That's what I used to do in college. But right now, you're right. I mean, you got the horse. Those are just a couple of the Jews that you I earned a horse. Yeah, I ain't as good as it was, but times it's gone. It says,
I died without her, or nearly, because like I said, I had to kick that lady. Damn. But the ending is different whether or not you have good honor or bad honor. And then right at the end, there's a fork in the road where you can either help John Marston escape with his family, or you go back to get the money you guys hitting Caves. And so there's really four endings. There's good honor, help John. There's good honor, go get the money. There's bad honor, help John. Bad honor, go get the money. I got the good honor, help John. You die with the sunset, a beautiful deer. And I realized in between each chapter, there's either a deer or and it represents whether or not you have good honor or bad honor. The game is incredible. I've been looking up lists. Probably like top 10 best games ever. The community on these YouTube videos discussing the story and the characters is really the best decision I ever made. So I think that they're going to make a show there.
Someone on the show with the girl and the good
No, it's a movie review. It's a video game session.
Why would you bullshit?
Resident Evil? I would love that. I would watch it.